Chapter 1. Attending the Night. It was the month of June in the capital, within the secluded quarters of the Jiangyang Marquis residence, the Smoke Willow Courtyard. Joyous news. Just now, a servant from the Lord's chambers came to say that the Marquis will visit us this evening. Stop reading and quickly prepare for your bath and adorn yourself. The maid, Rui, exclaimed with delight. Qingzhi paused, setting her book aside, and replied to Rui, "Oh, I understand. You go and make the preparations." Indeed, the anticipated visit was finally upon her. Having traversed time and space for half a month, Qingzhi quickly came to terms with her new identity as a favored concubine of the Marquis. Since she was here, she might as well embrace it wholeheartedly. Having absurdly crossed into a bygone era, there was no point in being overly sentimental. As a diligent worker, she believed that as long as the compensation was adequate, there was no task too daunting. Although the role of a concubine was fraught with peril and lacked status or rights often subject to the whims of the main wife or caught in the treacherous intrigues of the household if one could survive, being a favored concubine did offer decent remuneration and prospects. Firstly, the salary was substantial, amounting to 20 taels of silver each month, inclusive of meals and lodging, along with various provisions for ice and charcoal. Not to mention occasional rewards. As for benefits, being a concubine in the Marquis residence came with a comprehensive lifetime contract, ensuring provisions for retirement, health care, work-related injuries, and childbirth, alleviating any concerns for the future. Moreover, job security was guaranteed. One would remain employed unless death intervened. However, there were downsides. The loss of freedom was significant, as one was not permitted to resign or seek alternative employment, such as engaging in illicit affairs, lest they face dire consequences. Secondly, the career prospects were not bleak. Should she gain favor, being cherished by the Marquis would elevate her status. The original family of the protagonist was among the wealthiest merchants in Jiangnan, yet, in ancient times, merchants held little societal standing. The protagonist's father had lavished 200,000 taels of silver upon the Marquis to secure her position as a concubine, hoping that one day she would earn his favor and, through her influence, elevate her family's status to that of imperial merchants. Furthermore, should she gain favor, her family could wield the Marquis name to intimidate others and navigate the world of commerce more effectively. However, the protagonist had barely been in the household for 2 days, yet to fulfill her duties when she was pushed into a lake, and when retrieved, it was her core that had transformed. Thus, recognizing the inherent risks of her position, Qingzhi pondered for 3 days. Ultimately, due to a lack of clarity, she resolved to take a laid-back approach. She would treat this as a leisurely excursion for her soul after death in her previous life. She had been too occupied, only wishing to rest at home during holidays, avoiding the crowds, and never having ventured out to explore. Little did she anticipate that death would afford her such benefits. Thus, she decided to embrace the experience wholeheartedly. Consequently, Qingzhi soon established her motto rather than compromising herself. It was better to drive others to madness. This time, she would be a different kind of worker, rejecting the internal turmoil, ready to unleash her madness when necessary, living as long as she could, and if not, facing demise together. In her previous life, as an unremarkable young woman, Qingzhi had only experienced love once. She had held hands a few times, yet never even shared a kiss before being unceremoniously dumped. As for intimate encounters, those were entirely foreign to her. Therefore, after recuperating, she found herself anxiously awaiting her new role. The pre-job training materials on fire safety had been thoroughly perused, leaving nothing of interest to explore. She was simply eager for practical application. On a sweltering summer day, indulging in a pedal bath was rather delightful, especially with someone attending to her needs, pouring water, and providing massages. The experience was even more luxurious. Suddenly, the door creaked open with a gentle sound. With her eyes closed, Qingzhi was lost in the bliss of her massage, mistakenly assuming that it was merely the servant coming to refill the water. However, she was startled to hear a panicked voice exclaim, "This servant greets the Lord." Qingzhi jolted upright, her eyes widening in surprise as she nearly let out an indecent whistle. The Lord was exceptionally handsome. By modern standards, the Lord's appearance could only be described as that of a top-tier male deity, exquisite and exuding an air of nobility. In her past life, She had ardently chased after male idols, only able to express her fervor through fervent keystrokes. Little did she expect that in her afterlife, her soul would find employment, thereby fulfilling the ultimate fantasy of many a fan. "I pay my respects to you, my lord," Qingzhi stammered, casting a quick glance at him before lowering her head in a flustered manner. As she attempted to rise to pay her respects, her delicate shoulder became exposed, threatening to reveal more. It suddenly dawned on her that something was amiss. With a shy gasp, she quickly concealed herself beneath the petals, timidly glancing at the lord and sweetly requesting, "My lord, might you wait outside for a moment? I need to dry off and dress." "Get up. Serve this lord while I change," Jin replied, his gaze fixed on the alluring Qingzhi, his voice low and commanding. When he first accepted her into his household, it was not solely due to the hefty bribe of 200,000 taels from the Yi family. He was also captivated by her enchanting beauty. Had she been plain, no amount of silver would have swayed him to take her as a concubine. Alas, she was not particularly clever, and upon entering the manor, she fell into his trap. Qingzhi, she was more eager than he had anticipated. It was understandable, considering her physical allure. Not only was she breathtakingly beautiful, but her voice was also soft and melodious. Coupled with her earlier tea-serving skills, no man could resist her charms. However, when the moment of truth arrived, Qingzhi felt a wave of trepidation. With her hands pressed against him, her teeth chattered as she murmured, "My lord, this is my first time, and I am rather frightened. Could you be gentle? Do not mistake her for cowardly. No woman is unperturbed on her first encounter, especially when it is rumored to be painful. If she were to endure torment during this experience, no amount of salary or benefits, nor even the Lord's striking looks, could persuade her to continue in this line of work." Jin noticed her palpable fear, yet her gaze remained fixed on him, candidly expressing her trepidation and seeking his compassion. This blend of docility, fragility, and yet a hint of courage touched him. Given this, he did not wish for her first experience to be so terrifying that it would lead to discord in their future intimacies. Thus, Jin unexpectedly chose to indulge her. Once everything concluded, Qingzhi found herself dazed in the embrace of the man, hearing him softly inquire, "Did this lord serve you well?" Chapter 2. In a single night, 4 times of indulgence. It was quite delightful. Just look and see. Qingzhi was still in a daze, her mind overtaken by adrenaline. And thus, she took the initiative to kiss him. She was also rather surprised. It could be said that Jin had truly catered to her, which explained why wealthy women favored keeping handsome young men with charming figures. Such a master was worth engaging with. This first experience on the job earned a remarkable 99 points. Jin initially intended to scare her, but found himself momentarily stunned by her reaction. This woman possessed more courage than he had anticipated, showing no particular shyness, and even dared to jest with him in such intimate circumstances, indicating she was not as foolish as he had thought. With a cryptic expression, Jin pinched her delicate face, realizing that he had indeed granted her some favor. Subsequently, Jin introduced her to the tempestuous nature of passion, the intensity of sudden downpours, and the peril of provoking a tiger. Qingzhi could change her demeanor in an instant, far more cunning than any dog. What could she do? Unable to refuse, she decided to join him in his madness. Upon awakening once more, it was already the dawn of the next day. On her very first day of employment, she had been compelled to work through the entire night. How unfortunate she felt. Qingzhi was on the verge of tears. Would complaining to the matron about the Marquis exploiting his concubine be of any use? Reflecting on the palace intrigue drama she had watched, even with her muddled mind, she realized that lamenting to the matron would be futile. She would simply be regarded as seeking sympathy. The consequence would not only be the denial of overtime pay and compensation for her injuries, but she might also receive a beating. As if aware of her awakening, her maid brought hot water to assist her in rising. Qingzhi moved slightly and felt a severe ache throughout her body. Moreover, she sensed a rising fever, undoubtedly an injury from overwork. She resolved to take a leave of absence. "Rui, pour me some water to soothe my throat. I shall not get up to wash. Please run to the mistress and inform her that I am quite unwell," beseeching her to send for a doctor to examine me, and perhaps procure some medicine for me, along with a bowl of herbal soup for recovery. Qingzhi was not incapacitated to the point of being unable to rise, though she could endure the discomfort. She pondered why she should suffer such indignity, voluntarily subjecting herself to further torment without any additional compensation. Her principle was to feign injury when possible. She would embrace her role as a helpless being. "Oh dear, miss, you have endured so much suffering. How could the Marquis show no tenderness at all? Look at these bruises on your fair skin. I would think you had been tormented by him." Rui gazed at the marks on Qingzhi's delicate skin and immediately burst into tears, abandoning her title of concubine. "Do cease your weeping. Your mistress is still in need of your assistance. Do you wish for me to appear before the mistress in this condition and face further torment?" Qingzhi interrupted her lamentation with a hint of exasperation. While she appreciated the maid's concern, she found her incessant crying rather bothersome. "Of course not. I shall go at once to plead with the mistress to find a doctor for you." Qingzhi had garnered the Marquis's favor yesterday. He had summoned her 4 times throughout the night, and only as dawn approached did the commotion finally subside. This news, before Qingzhi could even awaken, had already spread throughout the inner chambers. Wretched woman, truly a wretched woman. Why did she not drown, but instead survive? Upon hearing this news, Yao Yinyin, consumed by rage, shattered an entire set of teacups, 2 vases, and tore apart 3 handkerchiefs, her fury surpassing that of a mischievous hound. "My lady, do not allow yourself to be angered by such a lowly woman. The Lord merely indulges in a fleeting novelty. In a few days, he shall grow weary of her. Ultimately, she is nothing more than a merchant's daughter." Wang Momo, her devoted maid, attempted to console her, but her words fell on deaf ears. Enraged further, Yao Yinyin unleashed a torrent of lamentation. "What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I am inferior to a mere merchant's daughter? I am a favored concubine, just as she is. In the 6 months since I entered the manor, the Lord has favored me thrice, and each time he claimed me. Yet that woman, having barely recovered from her near drowning, was hastily summoned to his bed, and in one night he took her 4 times. Woe is me. It drives me to despair. Sob. Is it merely her beguiling appearance? Sobi. In total, I have not experienced half the favor she received in one night." Yao Yinyin wept bitterly, her heart shattered, for her affection for Xiejin ran deep. Despite being the legitimate daughter of a 4th-rank official, the Minister of Rights, with an elder sister who was a favored concubine in the palace, she chose to become Xiejin's concubine. Although she held the title of a favored concubine, she was still a concubine nonetheless. Initially, she had aspired to enter the household as a principal wife, but Xiejin bluntly declared that she was unworthy of such an honor. Enduring such humiliation, Yao Yinyin, driven by infatuation, persisted in her role as Xiejin's concubine. Regrettably, upon entering the manor, Xiejin remained indifferent toward her, even expressing distaste for her boisterousness, seldom visiting her quarters. "Oh, my dear lady, do not weep. If you cannot bear to see that lowly woman flourish, we shall ensure her demise once more. Last time, she was fortunate enough to be rescued. Next time, her wretched life shall be forfeit." Observing her pitiful state, Wang Momo felt a pang of compassion and gently urged her to calm down, finally managing to halt Yao Yinyin's tears, which were now replaced by schemes to eliminate Qingzhi. "Come, let us visit the madam. I wish to see how the Lord's indulgence has rendered that woman even more enchanting." As the time for the morning greetings approached, Yao Yinyin, brimming with determination and with eyes as red as a rabbit's, prepared to confront the seductive Qingzhi. Meanwhile, in the nearby Haitang courtyard, Qin Yinyang's reaction to this news was remarkably subdued. "Who the Lord chooses to favor and how often is beyond our control," she remarked, gently caressing the red bracelet on her wrist before instructing her maid, Chuanxing, "Enough gossiping, prepare the breakfast." Chuanxing complied quietly, arranging several exquisite bowls and dishes. Qin Yinyang, the daughter of a minor 7th-rank official, had modest origins and entered the manor as a secondary concubine, a rank beneath that of a favored concubine. Lacking a formal dowry and without accompanying maids or matrons, she entered the household alone. Her living conditions were not lavish, yet they exceeded those of an ordinary minor official's family. Once Chuanxing had set out the morning meal, she attended to Qing Xi, first presenting her with a bowl of fish porridge. However, upon taking a sip, Qing Xi suddenly felt nauseated, startling Qingzhi, who immediately knelt in fear and begged for mercy. Aunt Qing wiped her mouth, and in an instant, all appetite vanished. She softly inquired of Qingzhi, "How long has it been since my little visitor graced me?" Chapter 3. Seizing the moment of her illness to take her life, it has been 10 days since Aunt Qing returned. With her lips pressed tightly together, Aunt Qing raised her hand to tenderly caress her belly. After a considerable pause, she inquired, "How long has it been since the Lord last visited?" 3 months, Qingzhi replied, her voice trembling. The implication of this duration was not lost on Qingzhi. She understood the gravity of the situation, and fear gripped her heart. Aunt Qing's expression shifted dramatically as she bit her lip and commanded Qingzhi, "You must go out and gather information about the Lord's whereabouts. It is imperative that you bring him to our courtyard." "But, Aunt, the Lord cannot simply be summoned by a servant," Qingzhi lamented, her face a portrait of distress. The Lord was not known for his amiable demeanor, nor was he easily deceived. When you encounter the Lord, you must speak to him in this manner. Aunt Qing beckoned Qingzhi closer and whispered her instructions. Outside, the maid Hong Tao, realizing she could no longer eavesdrop, hurriedly turned away to avoid detection. After finishing her breakfast, Aunt Qing proceeded to pay her respects to the matriarch, as was the custom established by Lady Ho. Lady Ho had little interest in engaging in trivial chatter with these minor consorts, and found no value in such mundane matters. Last night's activities of the Lord had piqued the interest of the concubines, and Lady Jiangyang was well aware of this. Her concern heightened. The ever-attentive Mama Zhou furrowed her brows and addressed Lady Jiang, "Madam, that aunt has always had the appearance of a seductress, and is so thoughtless as to cling to the Lord. It is essential to establish clear boundaries for her. Otherwise, she might mistakenly believe that her charms could elevate her status within the Ho residence." Upon hearing of Xie Jin's outrageous night, Lady Jiang felt displeased. Nodding in agreement with Mama Zhou's counsel, she remarked, "Indeed, it is time to set some rules. This clearly demonstrates that the daughters of merchants are no different from those of the brothels, both lacking in dignity and decorum. If word this spreads, our whole family will suffer a loss of face. Afterward, I shall arrange for 2 instructive matrons to take her to the Yinlu courtyard and ensure that Ye Aunt learns proper etiquette," Mama Zhou suggested with thoughtful concern. Teaching etiquette was the most legitimate means for the matriarch to discipline her minor consorts, for such rules were not easily learned. The conversation surrounding Yi Qingzhi came to a halt, as the head matriarch had other pressing matters to attend to, given the multitude of servants and officials under her purview. With so many affairs requiring her attention, she could hardly afford to fixate on a newly favored concubine. However, after Lady Jiang had paid her respects to her mother-in-law, shared a meal, and inquired into the well-being of her children, she still found herself waiting in vain for Yi Qingzhi to offer her greetings. "Madam, it is only the first day, yet that Yi Aunt has already become audacious, disregarding you entirely," Mama Zhou said through clenched teeth, her expression fierce. Such an unruly concubine should first receive a lesson before being taught proper decorum. This lesson, of course, would involve physical punishment, such as needling, kneeling, or even flogging. Lady Zhang's displeasure was palpable as she frowned and glanced at the others present. She awaited Yi Qingzhi's courtesy call, as did the other concubines within the household. Yet, as the customary flower tea was consumed, and still no sign of Yi Qingzhi appeared, the concubines began to voice their grievances, igniting a session of mutual criticism. "Madam, this concubine, after falling into the water, has not come to pay her respects, exhibiting an audacious disregard for propriety. Despite your benevolence, which has delayed our customary greetings, she dares to defy the rules, inciting great indignation. Ignoring the Lord's health to engage in such seductive antics warrants punishment. Such a wretched woman. Madam, let's take her out and deal with her accordingly." With a single utterance, Yao Yinyin silenced the others, who cast her glances filled with resentment and trepidation, yet remained mute. Having been in the manor for half a year, Yao Yinyin, relying on her maternal family, has chastised every woman in the courtyard apart from the lady of the house. Those who shared the Lord's bed would find themselves subjected to her scorn the following day, as she would torment them with various grievances. If a vote were held for the most despised person, Yao Yinyin would undoubtedly receive unanimous support, securing the top position. As she called for the execution of Qingzhi, the others eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama with a sense of schadenfreude. Zhang Jingyi cast a disdainful glance at Yao Yinyin and was about to speak when a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by weeping. Who, in such a manner, dares to disrupt the peace? Zhang Jingyi seethed with anger. The other concubines wore expressions of curiosity, craning their necks to peer outside. Zhou Momo promptly exited to investigate, only to find Ru Yi, the weeping maidservant, in utter despair. As Yi Yinyang's favored concubine, she was permitted to have a maid by her side, and Ru Yi was the one she had brought. How unbecoming! Zhou Momo chastised sharply, and the two maidservants in the courtyard instantly released Ru Yi. Bowing their heads to explain, "Momo is she who lacks decorum. I instructed her to wait outside for the announcement, yet she insisted on barging in. Why try to stop her? She struck me. And what of Yi Yinyang? How does she discipline her?" Before Zhou Momo could complete her admonishment, Ru Yi collapsed to the ground, wailing, "Oh, Momo, I beseech you, allow me to see the madam. My mistress is gravely ill." Zhou Momo's stern visage softened momentarily. "Your mistress is unwell? What has transpired?" She gasped in disbelief. "Oh, it is the Lord. The Lord last night, my mistress has sustained serious injuries and cannot even rise from her bed. I implore the madam to summon a physician to save her." Rui, a mere young maiden, struggled to articulate the severity of her mistress's plight, resorting only to weeping over her misfortunes, which sounded as if her mistress were on the brink of death. Zhou Momo furrowed her brow, instructing Ru Yi to wait as she hurried back to report the situation to Zhang Jingyi. In truth, Ru Yi's cries were loud enough for everyone within to hear. The concubines exchanged glances filled with jealousy or delight in others' misfortunes, secretly cursing Yi Qingzhi for her recklessness. With the Lord's capabilities, how could a novice dare to indulge in a night of intimacy with him? She deserved what was coming to her. Even if she were truly on the verge of death, such matters should not be broadcasted outside. It tarnishes the Lord's reputation. Such ignorance of decorum. Zhang Jingyi slammed her hand on the table in frustration and coldly instructed, "Summon the house physician. You should accompany him to ascertain the severity of her injuries." Zhou Momo promptly acknowledged her command and prepared to call for assistance. "If she dares to play tricks, bring her to me immediately. I shall personally instruct her on the ways of being a concubine." Zhang Jingyi commanded coldly, halting Zhou Momo. "This old servant understands." Zhou Momo replied promptly before hastily departing. "You may all disperse now, but remember to tread carefully and act with discretion. Do not tarnish the Lord's reputation." Zhang Jingyi admonished the other concubines with a stern expression. "Yes, madam." The concubines responded in unison as they rose and exited. Yao Yinyin, accompanied by the nurse, swiftly made her way to Yi Qingzhi's courtyard, her steps quickening with purpose. Take advantage of her weakness. Seize her life. Chapter 4. Indeed, the nobleman had taken a liking to this little enchantress. Siet Jinxin, favored by the emperor and possessing considerable cunning, had been appointed as the commander of the Jinyui, overseeing the officials, gathering intelligence, and endowed with the power to apprehend and interrogate, which made him a figure of both reverence and fear throughout the court and beyond. This morning, he had been summoned by the emperor to undertake a mission in Shuzhou, investigating a case of corruption. Though Shuzhou was not far, reachable by a swift steed in 3 days, the nature of the investigation would require at least half a month's time. Upon returning to his residence to pack his belongings, Xie Jinxin realized that the jade pendant he had always worn was missing. This pendant, a treasured gift from his late mother, was not something he could afford to lose. After some contemplation, he surmised it must have been left behind with concubine Yi. This morning, having awakened to find her in a deep slumber, he had not summoned her to attend to him and, in his haste to depart, had likely overlooked it. Initially, he intended to send his personal attendant, Jin Bao, to retrieve the pendant. However, upon glancing at the lingering marks of her delicate teeth on the back of his hand and the faint scratches on his back that still throbbed, he altered his decision and resolved to go to the Yanlu courtyard himself. The reminiscence of last night's intoxicating experience lingered in his mind, and he was tempted to savor once more the taste of that sharp-tongued little vixen before his departure. Upon arriving, Qingzhi found the courtyard deserted, devoid of even a maid to relay messages or sweep the grounds. He furrowed his brow, pondering where everyone had gone. "I shall seek someone to inquire," Jin Bao responded, his heart racing, sensing a shift in the nobleman's attitude toward concubine Yi, as if he had become more invested. Yesterday, there had been no attendants outside, nor had the nobleman shown any interest. Pushing open the door, Qingzhi quickly approached the bed, only to find Qingzhi, her face flushed with fever. How utterly useless. Falling ill so soon, he muttered, pressing his cool hand against her burning forehead. The fever was quite severe. She was barely conscious, rarely reflective. He considered whether he had perhaps overindulged the previous night. 3 or 4 times was indeed excessive for one so delicate. Yet, who could blame him? She was so tender and enticing, her reactions far more lively than those of other women, which had inevitably led him to lose himself in desire. To be so incompetent while still clinging to this lord, it serves her right, he scolded himself, though he could not resist gently pinching her flushed cheek. Frowning, he commanded, "Someone, fetch physician Zhang to examine her." Although Jin Bao was absent, there was still his shadowy guard stationed outside. Unbeknownst to her, Qingzhi was entirely unaware of Qingzhi's presence. The intensity of her fever had plunged her into a deep slumber, and within her dreams, she found herself in a state of great illness, coughing persistently, even bringing forth blood. The setting was reminiscent of an ancient abode, with a maidservant attending her. However, rather than addressing her as concubine, the maid referred to her as madam. It seemed she was on the brink of death, yet aside from the maid, no one approached her bedside to accompany her on her final journey. In her dream, she implored the maidservant to summon the young master, expressing her desire to see him one last time. However, the maid returned thrice without success, merely informing her that the nobleman was busy with wedding festivities in the front courtyard, and the young master was too preoccupied to come. Qingzhi could not comprehend the unfolding narrative of her dream. Did she aspire to rise from a concubine to the position of the nobleman's wife? Heaven forbid! How could she have been unaware of such lofty ambitions? A mere waste of space like her was unworthy of the nobleman's affection, much less of his favoring a concubine over a legitimate wife. In her dreams, her fate was exceedingly tragic. She lay on the verge of death, while the lord was hosting a wedding feast in the courtyard, remarrying, and her child did not even come see her. Qingzhi was bewildered by the chaotic narrative of her dream, feeling an overwhelming chill in her heart, particularly aggrieved and stifled. Struggling to open her eyes, she saw Qingzhi before her and immediately burst into tears, lamenting, "I knew the Lord could not be so heartless. After all, we have shared a night together. A night of marriage is worth 100 days of kindness. Before I die, you still came to see me." Sobbing, she continued, "But I do not wish to die yet. I have a fortune in dowry yet to spend, pleasures yet to enjoy." Jin's expression darkened. "What nonsense is this?" As Qingzhi cried more sorrowfully, her tears flowed incessantly. "Stop crying. You will not die." Jin forcefully wiped away her tears, causing her cheeks to sting, yet it brought her senses back. "The Lord?" Qingzhi asked faintly, her voice barely above a whisper. "You still harbor ambition after a night of marriage?" Jin scoffed. "You misunderstand. I have no such ambition nor capability. It was merely a metaphor. I am but a worthless merchant's daughter, lacking understanding. The Lord, bewitched by my beauty, desires me as the mistress, but I am unworthy. If the Lord feels I serve well and is pained by my toil, then a little more silver, fine goods, and delicious food would suffice." Qingzhi exerted all her strength to clarify her professional capabilities and aspirations. A raise is acceptable, and bonuses and benefits should be plentiful. But promotion is out of the question. Sharp-tongued, Jin pinched her little mouth, his expression inscrutable, unsure whether to believe her or not. Just then, Yao Yinyin arrived with her maids. Noticing the absence of attendants in the courtyard, she sneered contemptuously, pushed open the door, and entered the room. "The Lord." Yao Yinyin was taken aback upon seeing Jin seated by the bed, stunned into silence for a moment. The maids behind her were equally shocked, but quickly knelt with professional composure. "We greet the Lord." Instantly, a chorus of greetings filled the air. "What brings you here?" Jin frowned at Yao Yinyin. Regaining her composure, Yao Yinyin gritted her teeth to suppress the surging jealousy within her, approaching Jin to bow respectfully. She then glanced at the frail Qingzhi and remarked, "My lord, I have heard that Lady Yi is unwell, so I came to pay a visit." Qingzhi also turned to Yao Yinyin. Though she lacked the skill to read subtle expressions, the malice and murderous intent in Yao Yinin's eyes were unmistakable. She was not blind. "My lord, she is not here to inquire about my health. She seeks to torment me. Just look at the way she glares at me. How terrifying." Sobbing, she pleaded, "My lord, please save me. I do not wish to die so soon." Qingzhi turned panic-stricken and clutched Jin's arm to complain, "Here she comes, my colleague, little Yao, intends to harm me." Having just begun her first day at work, exhausted after a sleepless night, she had yet to catch her breath, and already the office struggles were beginning. The pace was too swift. Is this the workplace ecosystem devoid of a probationary period? The pressure of competition upon taking up a position is indeed formidable. Yao Yinyin was suddenly struck with a direct blow, unprepared and caught off guard, and as her thoughts were pierced, she found herself kneeling in shock, instinctively attempting to defend herself. "My lord, I have not. It is Lady Yi who slanders me." Jin chose not to concern himself with Yao Yinyin, but instead scrutinized Qingzhi, eager to discern whether she was foolish or astute. Her keen eyes and quick tongue were quite evident. Qingzhi remained silent, gazing intently at Jin, her large eyes both clear and candid, complemented by her pale, flushed cheeks, evoking a sense of endearment. Chapter 5. She was captivated by her innocent charm, tinged with a seductive allure. In a hoarse, tearful voice, she lamented, "My lord, if you do not lend me your support, I shall soon be at the mercy of Madame Yao, and I am not yet ready to meet my demise." Truly, she was but a timid novice in the treacherous game of domestic intrigue. Yao Yinyin trembled with indignation. She had never encountered such brazen accusations, especially devoid of any evidence, as Qingzhi relentlessly pursued her. It was utterly audacious. Who did she think she was? Surely the Marquis would not heed her, but merely dismiss her with disdain. Yet, in an instant, she found herself ensnared in the Marquis's frigid gaze, his voice icy enough to chill her to the bone. "Yao, last time you ordered someone to push ye into the water, and I have yet to hold you accountable for that transgression. Now, emboldened, you come here to commit murder? Do you truly believe I will let you go unpunished? Kneel here and apologize to ye. Only upon her forgiveness may you return." Yao Yinin's complexion drained of color, her body trembling as she staggered sideways. Panic-stricken as she glanced at Jin, the Marquis was aware that she had commanded the push of that wretched Yi into the water. Yet he had refrained from punishment until now, indicating that he valued her. However, now that the lowly Yi had secured favor, a mere plea could bring retribution upon her. The disparity was infuriating, all because of that detestable woman. To kneel before Madame Yi and admit her faults was anathema, but she was reluctant to face death. Nevertheless, she was seething with rage. Oh heavens! It was indeed Madame Yao who had orchestrated her near demise. Qingzhi was genuinely astounded. She had been pondering how to uncover the mastermind behind the original owner's demise, only to find the answer so readily at hand, without exhausting her already dwindling intellect. Indeed, when in trouble, one should seek assistance, not stubbornly endure alone. Within the confines of the Marquis's household, despite the fierce struggles among the women, should the Marquis choose to intervene, it would undoubtedly be a decisive blow. "My lord, I cannot bear to see her kneeling here. It is utterly vexing. What if she were to suddenly lash out and attempt to harm me? My lord, vengeance should be meted out in kind. Let us cast Madame Yao into the pool. Allow her to flounder for a moment before retrieving her. Would that not be agreeable?" Qingzhi tugged at Jin's sleeve, her eyes pleading as she offered charming, compliant smile. "Someone, cast Madame Yao into the pool," Jin commanded coldly. To him, there was little distinction between making her kneel or tossing her into the water. having resolved to seize this opportunity to discipline Yao Yinyin and reprimand her increasingly audacious behavior, while also addressing her father. Jin was content to indulge Qingzhi's reasonable request. Qingzhi immediately showered him with sincere flattery, appreciating his capability as a leader. Yao Yinyin gazed at Jin in despair. How could he heed that wretched woman's words? How could he be so heartless toward her? She truly loved him. Everything she had done was out of love for him. My lord, I adore you. It is only out of jealousy that I have erred. As Yao Yinyin was dragged away, she wept profusely, her tears mingling with her cries. My lord, my sister, the esteemed Li Pin, is with child. You cannot treat me this way. TSK, my lord, do listen. She still dares to leverage her sister in the palace against you. Truly outrageous. As a mere concubine, she ought to share in your joys and sorrows, rather than masquerading her affection as a guise to harm those around you, inciting endless strife within the household. Such wickedness. Qingzhi, watching the unfolding drama with keen interest, expressed her indignation, prompting Jin to contemplate teasing her further, wishing to taste the sweetness of her lips. How had he not noticed before how eloquently she spoke, how adept she was at flattery? Leaning down, he aimed to capture her lips, but Qingzhi hastily covered his mouth, shyly exclaiming, My lord, I have not brushed my teeth this morning. I fear I might offend you. Jin's expression darkened, and he pinched her lightly, exasperated by her antics. Meanwhile, Yao Yinyin was swiftly removed, and Granny Zhou, accompanied by the physician, arrived at the Yanlu courtyard. Madam, the lady has sent the physician to attend to you, and Granny Zhou has come to visit, said Rui as she rushed to open the door, only to be startled to find the lord present, immediately dropping to her knees. This servant has seen the lord. Granny Zhou and the physician followed suit, kneeling in respect. Although Granny Zhou maintained a composed facade, turmoil raged within her. The lord was indeed here. Clearly, he had taken an interest in this little enchantress. Had she known that Qingzhi had already bested Yao Yinyin, her jaw would have surely dropped in astonishment. Come, let us see her, for she has been wailing that she is dying. Let us ascertain the truth of her condition, Jin drawled lazily, leaving one to ponder how much he truly cared for Qingzhi. Yes, my lord, the physician replied promptly, rising to the bedside to check Qingzhi's pulse. What is it? Is she truly on the brink of death? Jin inquired with a nonchalant tone. Qingzhi cast a sidelong glance at him, once more aware of his petty nature. His incessant inquiries about her demise were a blatant mockery. She noted this in her little notebook. A leader's pettiness must be navigated with care, avoiding direct confrontation. Returning to my lord, if proper care is not taken, Lady Yi may indeed face peril, the physician stated solemnly. Lady Yi is inherently frail. After her recent ordeal in the water, her spirits are low, leaving her with lasting afflictions. The recent turmoil has only exacerbated her weakness. Jin's expression shifted slightly. Then he cast a disdainful glance at Qingzhi. What a trivial matter. Is she truly dying? Qingzhi pouted, responding despondently. I am but a worthless being, my health is poor. I mentioned to my lord last night that I could not endure, yet you insisted my condition was more honest than my words. See, my lord, you have been proven wrong. Jin's lips twitched. How could she so brazenly articulate such intimate matters? And yet, she spoke with such earnestness, devoid of any shame. She truly was remarkable. However, inexplicably, Jin felt a sense of yearning, drawn to her innocent yet alluring demeanor. Meanwhile, the elderly Madame Zhou furrowed her brows, internally chastising Qingzhi as a seductress, cursing her no less than 100 times. Even the courtesans of the pleasure quarters would likely not possess such shamelessness. My lord, the people outside are urging us. It is time to set forth. At that moment, a voice from outside called out, belonging to his hidden guard. Ensure that she is cured. If not, you may take your leave. Jin instructed the house physician, preparing to depart, having forgotten the jade pendant he intended to retrieve. My lord, your jade pendant has fallen into my possession, Qingzhi said, retrieving a piece of Hutian jade from beside her pillow and presenting it to Jin. Chapter 6. The green hat for the lord. When the lord embarked on his journey, he decreed that prior to his return, one must not step foot outside the willow smoke courtyard. Xiajin, having received the jade pendant, found her approach quite prudent. However, he imposed a house arrest on Qingzhi. He feared that in his absence, she might fall prey to other schemes and meet a dire fate. He held a certain fondness for this charming beauty, feeling he had yet to savor her presence fully, and was reluctant to see her perish so soon. Understood. I shall not venture outside. Wishing the Lord safe travels and smooth affairs, Qingzhi replied, her demeanor lackluster as she barely lifted her eyelids to glance at him before they drooped again, her indifference palpable. Seeing her lackluster attitude stirred a pang of mischief in Xiajin. He felt an urge to tease her, to provoke her into tears. Yet time was of the essence, and he had to depart. Zhou Momo, inform the madam that Yinyin is under house arrest. Without the Lord's permission, she is not to be released, nor is anyone else permitted to enter the willow smoke courtyard. Xiajin instructed as he made his way out. Yes, my lord, Zhou Momo replied respectfully, her heart brimming with resentment. How deeply the Lord mistrusted this little vixen, even taking the trouble to ensure her well-being before his journey. By the way, when Dr. Zhang arrives, instruct him to prescribe additional tonics for Yinyin. Her constitution is too frail. She cannot withstand much turmoil if the Lord is to be entertained. Xiajin added, Yes, my lord. Zhou Momo's face contorted in frustration. They had even summoned Dr. Zhang. To have a physician of such high standing attend to a concubine, only their lord would dare to do such a thing. The doctor, unable to express his displeasure, could only acquiesce, for who would not regard their lord with reverence? Once Xiajin departed, Zhou Momo approached the bed where Qingzhi lay, delicate as a flower battered by rain. Gritting her teeth, she remarked, Yinyin certainly possesses remarkable skill, managing to capture the Lord's attention in such a short span. Ah, Momo, you overestimate me. With my lackluster appearance, unappealing disposition, and frail constitution, how could the Lord truly care for me? I am but a mere plaything, amusing to him in my foolishness. Qingzhi replied with a sigh. Zhou Momo. It was true that Yinyin did not flaunt her position or act haughty with favoritism. Yet her self-deprecation was so extreme that it provoked a visceral urge to silence her. Yinyin should understand the decorum expected of her, discerning what is appropriate to say and what is not. Your previous remarks to the Lord were more licentious than those of a courtesan. Should word of it spread, it would surely bring disgrace. Zhou Momo continued, her voice edged with frustration. Oh, what does those signify? Does Yinyin truly comprehend? Zhou Momo clenched her fists, suppressing her anger. I do understand, Qingzhi replied, her head aching. After conversing extensively with Xiajin, she felt as though she had been forced to work while ill, catering to her superior. Yet now that he had departed, who would continue such pretense? Zhou Momo, fetch me a bowl of contraceptive soup. Qingzhi instructed in a subdued tone. Yes. The elderly servant instinctively responded to the commanding tone of the superior, only to realize afterwards that her expression was quite unbecoming. She could only force herself to say that Lady Yi was wise to proactively request the contraceptive soup. How could a mere merchant's daughter possess such a formidable presence? Yet now, she appeared listless, devoid of any semblance of decorum or upbringing. It seemed as if the earlier aura of the head matriarch was merely a figment of her imagination. There was no need for Lady Yi to consume the contraceptive soup, for her frail constitution and cold womb made conception exceedingly unlikely, as Dr. Sun remarked. Upon hearing this, Qingzhi felt a surge of discontent. She despised the notion that conception was a remote possibility. After all, there remained a chance of becoming pregnant. What if Xiajin were to be particularly vigorous on multiple occasions? She could very well find herself unfortunate enough to conceive. The contraceptive soup was imperative. She absolutely could not bear a child. She was merely engaged in her profession and had no desire to carry a child. Managing both work and motherhood was an arduous endeavor. The most discriminated individuals in the workplace were undoubtedly pregnant women. A child was simply out of the question. Moreover, the recent dream had served as a stark warning to Qingzhi, never to bear children. For raising them was often a thankless task that could lead to exhaustion and disappointment. Madam, just to be safe, please bring a bowl of the soup. I do not wish to meet my demise so soon, Qingzhi insisted. Old Madame Zhou looked at her with both surprise and vigilance, adjusting her perspective on the young woman. She was, after all, quite astute. However, whether she posed a threat to the mistress remained uncertain. Did she truly say that? She absolutely must drink the contraceptive soup? Zhang Jingyi was astonished upon hearing old Madame Zhou's response. Indeed, old Madame Zhou affirmed. The old servant personally served her the soup and witnessed her drink it. She is quite obedient. Zhang Jingyi nodded in satisfaction, recognizing her cunning. Just then, news arrived that Lady Yao had been thrown into the pond by the Marquis. What? Old Madame Zhou was taken aback, taking a moment to process. Was it for Lady Yi? Why else would it be? Zhang Jingyi replied with a hint of melancholy, her voice subdued. When a woman pleases a man in bed, she can indeed have the winds at her back and the rains at her command. Madam, to allure a man through physical beauty is merely the tactic of a lowly woman. You are the Marquis' wife. No one can surpass you, and the Marquis respects you. Old Madame Zhou hurried to offer comfort. Zhang Jingyi waved her hand dismissively, signaling that there was no need for further discussion. She was well aware of these truths. Her esteemed position as the head matriarch was due to the Marquis's favor. Sensing that the madam was unconcerned, old Madame Zhou became emboldened, unable to resist casting aspersions on Qingzhi. Madam, while Lady Yi may seem agreeable, the Marquis is genuinely invested in her. Have you not seen how he dotes on her? Not only does he have Dr. Zhang attend to her ailments, but he also keeps her under close protection. Enough, Zhang Jingyi interjected, signaling old Madame Zhou to refrain from further commentary. At that moment, a maid arrived to report that Hong Tao, the maidservant of Lady Qin, requested an audience. Zhang Jingyi allowed the entrance, and soon after, Hong Tao cautiously reported, Madam, concubine Qin's monthly cycle is overdue by more than 10 days. She even retched after breakfast and has been rather lethargic these past few days. I suspect she may be with child, and seek your judgment on matter. Vile servant. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingyi's expression shifted dramatically as she scolded harshly. Hong Tao trembled in fear, fully aware of the truth regarding concubine Qin's condition, and was increasingly anxious that the madam might silence her. Once Zhang Jingyi regained her composure, she instructed Hong Tao to feign ignorance and closely monitor concubine Qin's every action, reporting any peculiarities at once. Hong Tao complied, adding, concubine Qin wishes to see the Marquis to inquire about his schedule. She seems to have a way to ascertain that he will visit her at Haidang Courtyard, though I do not know how. Understanding concubine Qin's intentions, Zhang Jingyi scoffed coldly. That is none of your concern. Return now. The Marquis was away on official business and would not return for 10 days to half a month. Let that wretched woman stew in her impatience. Chapter 7. To kill the scoundrel quickly, Hong Tao took her leave, for she had lingered too long and might arouse suspicion in Aunt Qin. Madam, regarding Aunt Qin, it has been quite some time since the Marquis has visited her, whispered Granny Zhou, her voice barely above a murmur, tinged with trepidation. How audacious of Aunt Qin to dare to besmirch the Marquis, carrying the illegitimate child within her. How could she possibly have a gall? A paramour? Who is this paramour? Granny Zhou, with an eager heart aflame with curiosity, inquired, Madam, shall we discreetly investigate this matter? Let it be. When the Marquis returns, he shall decide, replied Zhang Jingyi, as she took a sip of tea to quell her rising ire and picked up the ledger nearby. Yet, after only a brief perusal, she found herself supporting her forehead with one hand, overwhelmed with vexation, and cast the ledger aside. The accounts were too painful to behold. Her head throbbed. After being fished out of the pool, although it was the height of summer and the water was not particularly cold, Yao Yinyin fell ill. It was primarily due to her indignation. She was truly wounded by Xie Jin's cruel actions. Her heart shattered. Woo! Granny, please write a letter to my father and sister for me. I cannot deal with that wretched woman right now, but I shall dismantle her maternal family instead. How dare a mere merchant's daughter insult me so brazenly while basking in her momentary power? I shall bring ruin to her household. Madam, do not let your anger consume you. Take care of your health. I shall send a message to the manor shortly. Rest assured, that wretched woman will not be able to frolic for long, replied the old servant. Yao Yinyin, upon hearing this, felt no joy. What she desired was for Qingzhi to perish at once. Unable to accomplish this, she instructed her personal maid to fashion a voodoo doll, inscribing Qingzhi's birth details upon it, and with a needle she began to stab relentlessly. "I shall end you, you wretched creature." Yao Yinyin was thrown into the pool by the Marquis. How could she have offended the Marquis? Did she shamelessly entice him in the garden? It was because of Aunt Yi. Previously, when Aunt Yi fell into the water, it was Yao Yinin's doing. The Marquis is avenging Aunt Yi. How could Aunt Yi possess such audacity? No wonder the Marquis had lavished her with affection repeatedly through the night. He was genuinely invested. Before noon, news of Yao Yinin's disgrace had spread like wildfire throughout the courtyard. The women of the back house heard the tidings and felt a sense of vindication, clapping their hands in delight. However, their disdain for Qingzhi remained undiminished, for the Marquis favored her. Upon learning of Yao Yinin's misfortune, Aunt Qing felt little joy, for the Marquis was away on a journey, and she did not know when he would return. She would not see him if he would be gone for 3 or 4 months. Aunt Qing's face turned ashen with fear. After much contemplation, she finally sent Qingzhi out of the manor to secretly procure an abortion drug for her. Yet, when the medicine returned, she hesitated to take it, clinging to a sliver of hope that perhaps in another half-month, the Marquis would return and she might be able to keep the child. Hong Tao, aware of Aunt Qing's acquisition of the abortion drug, hastened to inform the madam. "Let us observe the situation. Regardless of whether she takes the medicine, let her deal with her own turmoil for now," Zhang Jingyi coldly declared. "Aunt Qing has already become a mere specter in this place. Indeed, there is no need to expend energy on the deceased." Meanwhile, Yao Yinyin eagerly awaited the arrival of Wang Mama, who had gone to deliver a message to her family. With bated breath, she inquired, "Mama, what news do you bring? What did my father say? Will the Yi family soon face financial ruin?" Wang Mama wore a troubled expression, hesitating before responding. "My lady, today the censor has lodged a complaint against the master, accusing him of indulging his daughter, causing turmoil in the inner chambers, and disturbing the peace of our household. He urges the master to reflect deeply on his actions." Therefore, the master was quite incensed and instructed that the young lady be advised to maintain a low profile for a while, to refrain from causing trouble. In truth, the master was furious, berating the young lady as a source of calamity. How shameless she had been to insist on becoming a concubine to Xiejin, leveraging her family's power to bully the other concubines, thus tarnishing their dignity. The master not only advised her to abandon any hopes of support from her family, but also issued a stern ultimatum, expressing his unwillingness to recognize her as his daughter any longer. Upon hearing this, Yao Yinin's face drained of color. What more was there to comprehend? It was undoubtedly the Marquis's doing. The Marquis had instigated the censor to condemn her father, thereby preventing her from exploiting her family's influence to torment Aunt Yi. Woe is me! How could the Marquis be so heartless towards her? She loved him dearly. No, she could not let this slide. Without the backing of her family, she still had others to rely on. "Mama, go find Qian heir and instruct him to spread the word among beggars that Qingzhi is a reincarnated vixen, luring men and bringing them to ruin. I refuse to believe that the lady will tolerate a fox spirit that could endanger the Marquis," Yao Yinyin declared with indignation. Wang Mama sighed, knowing she could not dissuade her, and thus resolved to carry out her orders. In the Yinyu courtyard, the disturbances outside failed to reach Qingzhi. After taking her medicine, she had rested for 2 days, her fever had subsided, and the marks on her body had faded. "Enough. You needn't stay by my side any longer. Go out and gather some news about the household or any intriguing happenings outside, and return to share them with me." Qingzhi instructed Rui. In the realm of work, being well-informed is of utmost importance. One must be attuned to all directions, lest one become oblivious to impending troubles and unaware of whom might cast the blame. Although Rui lacked the composure and decorum often expected, she was loyal, somewhat clever, and possessed a sweet tongue. Tasking her with uncovering surface-level information would suffice. "My lady, it would be much easier to gather information with some silver. May I take a bit more silver with me?" Rui inquired, demonstrating her understanding of the situation. How much dowry silver do I possess? Yi Qingzhi asked. There are 100,000 taels in banknotes and an additional 1,000 taels in loose silver, which should serve you well in daily needs, Rui replied. Upon hearing such a sum, Yi Qingzhi felt a wave of relief wash over her, akin to sipping chilled sour plum juice on a sweltering summer day. How refreshing! In her previous life, as a mere servant burdened by debt, she had endured countless grievances in the workplace, too fearful to resign. Yet now, with such substantial savings for her later years, she found herself still toiling as a concubine. One remains unable to resign, for doing so would lead to ruin, seemingly worse than in a previous life. Alas, this capricious creature called life offers but a morsel of sweetness while simultaneously administering a bitter draught. Spend your money freely. Do not hesitate to part with your silver. Yi Qingzhi remarked, by the way, you may visit the Yi residence shortly and inform them of my newfound favor, requesting additional funds to manage affairs there. The original owner hailed from the illustrious Yi family, the wealthiest in Jiangnan, where silver was never in short supply. The original owner's negligent father aspired to ascend as an imperial merchant, disregarding her wishes and endangering her mother and brothers, compelling her to become a concubine in a marquis's household. Thus, with such a negligent father, one must never be courteous, lavishly spend every tael of his silver. Miss, we still possess a considerable sum. If we request more, even if the master might acquiesce, the mistress would surely object, Rui said with a hint of reluctance. Chapter 8. No, she is still useless currently. The matriarch of the Yi family is the former concubine elevated to the position of the legitimate wife, not the biological mother of Yi Qingzhi. With a sweet demeanor masking her bitterness, she is intent on extracting every ounce of value from her. There is no need to concern oneself with that wicked woman. For now, the Yi family is still under the patriarchal rule of her father, whose word is law. You should convey it to him in this manner. If one desires to coax money from the wretched father willingly, one must not forget to paint grand visions for him. For instance, once she becomes a favored concubine, it would not be beyond her reach to elevate the Yi family to the status of imperial merchants with just a word. Furthermore, once she becomes a favored concubine and bears children, the Yi family would no longer fear oppression from the authorities. Any issues could be resolved simply by invoking the name of the Marquis. However, to become a favored concubine, a substantial amount of silver is indispensable, for without it, nothing can be accomplished in the Marquis. It matters not if nothing is achieved for the time being, as long as one can say that success is not easily attained. If you believe I am incapable, then let someone more capable come forth. After being inundated with such lofty promises and manipulative rhetoric, Yi Qingzhi has become adept at articulating them. After all, she had been fed grand promises daily by her superiors in the past. Yi Qingzhi imparted these lofty declarations to Rui, instructing her to recite them upon her arrival at the Yi residence to confront the wretched father. Rui was profoundly moved, shedding tears of joy, exclaiming, Annie, you have finally become wise and clever. How wonderful. Yi Qingzhi? No, she is still useless. In the capital city, the Yi family, although the wealthiest in Jiangnan, maintains several residences in the capital while the ancestral home and most of the clan reside in Jiangnan. Recently, Yi Qingzhi's father, Yi Yongyuan, along with his current wife and their 2 children, has been residing in the capital. Since Yi Qingzhi entered the Marquis, Yi Yongyuan has dispatched individuals to keep watch over the Marquis, frequently spending silver to gather information. Upon learning that his daughter had fallen into the water and remained unconscious for 3 days shortly after entering the Marquis, he furiously berated Yi Qingzhi as useless. 200,000 taels of silver. If Yi Qingzhi were to perish just like that, the 200,000 taels would be lost as well. Fortunately, she was ultimately rescued. On that morning, as Yi Yongyuan and the others were enjoying their meal, a servant rushed in, brimming with excitement, exclaiming, Master, good news, good news. Our young lady has won the favor of the Marquis. It is said that the Marquis is exceedingly pleased with her. Yi Qingzhi is favored? Yi Yongyuan's eyes sparkled with delight, and he repeatedly expressed his approval, finally feeling a sense of relief. They had taken the first step. Master, Qingzhi is delicate and charming. The Marquis must surely be fond of her. Soon she will become a favored concubine, and at that time, she will be able to speak her mind to the Marquis," remarked Madame Guman, her smile tinged with insincerity. Beside them, Yingxue snickered derisively, retorting, "Favored concubine? Who knows? She might die any day now." "Yingxue, how can you speak like that?" Guman feigned anger, shooting a glare at her daughter, urging her to silence. "You were so desperate to enter the Marquis, and now you are reveling in misfortune," Yi Yongyuan coldly remarked. "What audacity you have." Yingxue's face paled, and she lowered her head, no longer daring to speak ill. Little did they know, she had recently endured a nightmare, in which she entered the Marquis and suffered torment, ultimately failing to survive even 2 years. Qingzhi, who married a man destined to become the top scholar in the upcoming spring examination, found herself in the exalted position of the scholaress' wife, basking in glory. Given the ominous dream that had provided her with foresight, she was determined not to foolishly enter the Marquis' residence, and thus sought ways to alter her fate. In this lifetime, she aspired to be the distinguished scholar's wife. Within a few days, rumors began to circulate that concubine Yi of the Jiangyang Marquis' household was of dubious origins, ensnaring the Marquis in her charms and seeking to drain his vitality, ultimately leading to his demise. Upon hearing such gossip, Yi Yongyuan's complexion turned ashen. It was evident that someone resented his daughter's favor and sought to harm her. In high society, there was no tolerance for a seductress who could bring ruin to a man. It was said that concubine Yao, a daughter of a fourth-rank official, was madly infatuated with the Marquis, leaving no room for others to thrive, and that his daughter's favor would inevitably incite her jealousy. After learning of these events, Yingxue feigned concern and remarked that the slanderous tales were likely spread by none other than Yao herself. "Father, you must be wary of her intentions towards our business." In her dreams, Yao Yinyin appeared particularly malevolent. As long as the Marquis spent the night in her chambers, she would undoubtedly face Yao's torment, who had already seized several of the Yi family's shops. Through her dreams, she could feel her own despair, leading her to dread the notion of being favored. Worn down by such incessant suffering, a fourth-rank official, how could we possibly contend with that? Yi Yongyuan trembled, a wave of dread washing over him. Regret began to seep into his thoughts. He should not have sent his daughter to the Marquis' residence. The powerful Marquis was not so easily approached. After 2 disquieting days, Rui unexpectedly returned. "Rui, what brings you back? Has your young lady been dismissed from the Marquis' household? Where is she? Has she met with a fatal fate?" Upon seeing Rui, Yongyuan's face turned pale, his first thought being that his daughter had been condemned as a seductress and executed by the Marquis' decree. Rui's expression darkened at such a curse from her master. "Master, my lady is quite well. Do not heed the external rumors. The slanderous tales have no bearing on our concubine." After leaving the household, Rui too had heard the malicious gossip and felt a pang of anxiety. Yet, she recalled her mistress's instructions to return to the Yi household with confidence and assertiveness, even displaying a hint of arrogance. "Ah, how laughable it is to put on a faade," Yingxue scoffed, deriding. "Rui spares the pretense. We all know that the Marquis' household has a formidable concubine Yao. Surely, life must be quite challenging for my sister after gaining favor." "Are you referring to concubine Yao?" Rui retorted with a mocking smile. "Indeed, she wields her family's influence with great arrogance. Just 2 days after our concubine entered the household, she was thrown into the pond. However, once our concubine gained favor, concubine Yao attempted to stir trouble again. The Marquis reprimanded her publicly, not only casting her into the pond, but also prompting the censor to impeach her father for allowing his daughter's misdeeds, demanding he reflect on her actions. Now, Aunt Yao has become a sickly cat, huddled in the courtyard, too frightened to emerge." "Rui, is what you said truly the case?" Yi Yongyuan suddenly came to life, filled with joy as he inquired. "No, it cannot be." Yingxue shook her head, utterly unconvinced. "Lord Xiejin is the most heartless and indifferent. He regards women merely as vessels for his desires, devoid of any tenderness. How could he possibly support Yi Qingzhi and grant her such prominence?" Rui cast a bemused glance at the second miss and replied cheerfully, for matters of such magnitude. With a little effort and some silver, one can easily gather information. I would never dare to speak falsely. Chapter 9. Well, she must be favored. Indeed, Rui would never dare to lie about such matters. Yi Yongyuan chuckled. Rui, upon your return to the estate, did your young lady have any instructions? My aunt said the funds are insufficient and asked me to bring back more silver. Rui replied. Isn't 100,000 taels of silver enough? The household has its customary expenses. Where could she possibly spend so much silver? Yi Yingxue asked, her teeth clenched in frustration. Their family may be wealthy, but silver does not simply fall from the sky. 100,000 taels is an extraordinary amount. It is not something one can just hand over. Dear second young lady, you might not realize that the customary provisions are far from adequate, and there are numerous matters to attend to in the inner courtyard of the Marquis residence. We must also curry favor with the Marquis and the matriarch, and everything requires silver. If one is reluctant to spend, how can we expect our aunt to gain favor and help the estate become a royal business? Such things do not come easily. Rui's words left Yi Yingxue feeling frustrated and pouting. Yi Yongyuan found Rui's argument quite valid, having already spent 300,000 taels. A few more taels would hardly cause distress. Let us first provide 10,000 taels of silver. Arrange it. He felt his daughter was making commendable progress, evidently winning the Marquis' favor, and perhaps she would soon conceive. After receiving the 10,000 taels in banknotes, Rui lamented about her aunt's frail health, mentioning that the Marquis had even invited a renowned physician to attend to her, using precious herbs for her care. Upon hearing that the Marquis had summoned a physician for his daughter, Yi Yongyuan's face flushed with excitement. What an honor that was! When Rui departed, she took not only the 10,000 taels, but also an array of precious medicinal tonics and a century-old ginseng root. With such a significant loss of silver and valuable herbs, it was no wonder that Yi Yingxue felt angered and that Guman, the lady of the house, wore a gloomy expression. The silver of the Yi family was meant for her son and daughter. Having already spent 300,000 taels on Yi Qingzhi, Guman was unwilling to part with even a single tael more. Given Yi Qingzhi's dull and uninteresting demeanor, it was utterly unexpected that the Marquis would shower her with such affection. If that little vixen truly ascended in status, life would become exceedingly difficult for her and her children. As soon as Rui left, Yi Qingzhi found herself without attendants. She summoned 2 second-rank maidservants who were tasked with guarding the gates. As a favored concubine, aside from Rui, whom she had brought from her family, the estate had assigned her 2 second-rank maidservants for night duty and personal service. 2 rough maidservants were responsible for laundry and meal delivery, while an elderly woman managed cleaning tasks. However, she had previously kept the 2 second-rank maidservants outside, assigning them only menial tasks in the courtyard. Now that she had officially taken on a role, her small department in the Yin Lu courtyard needed to begin functioning. When the 2 maidservants arrived by her side, Yi Qingzhi addressed them. According to my aunt's provision, I am entitled to 2 first-rank maidservants in this courtyard. Rui has already claimed one of the spots. Therefore, only one of you can become a first-rank maidservant for a month. The one who performs best will be promoted. Do you understand? Merely painting an enticing picture without offering genuine opportunities for promotion and salary increases would not inspire anyone to truly exert themselves in their work. In this contemporary age, the workforce has become astute, their gaze firmly fixed upon monetary gain, eschewing the ideals of mission and purpose. The maidens exchanged glances, each discerning the fervent spark in the other's eyes. They were acutely aware that these were tactics employed by the mistress to restrain them, preventing their solidarity against her. Yet, they had no authority to contest the mistress's prescribed regulations, nor could they decline the rewards bestowed upon them. Ascending to the rank of a first-class maid not only conferred social prestige, but also facilitated the acquisition of the master's favors, potentially leading to the coveted position of a favored concubine. Merely in terms of monthly remuneration, a first-class maid earned a silver tael more than her second-class counterpart. You would do well to serve the lady faithfully. Should I discover any of you acting as informants for others, I shall not hesitate to take action. cautioned Qingzhi, as she elucidated the sole tenet governing their household. Remember, I am merely a concubine. Your true masters are the Marquis and the mistress. Matters concerning our household may be relayed to them, but must never be disclosed to outsiders, for to do so would be an act of treachery. Do you comprehend? The two maids gazed at Qingzhi with astonishment, finding her words refreshingly novel. It was the first time they had encountered such unwavering loyalty expressed so engagingly. Yet, upon reflection, they found no fault in her sincerity. Qingzhi was indeed adept at performing her role, displaying a loyalty that surpassed that of others. No wonder she enjoyed the master's favor. Chunyu, Xiaochan, you are to inform the mistress that I wish to construct a shade in the courtyard for respite. I also desire a small kitchen. Once the mistress grants her approval, you may enlist the steward to undertake these tasks, with the expenses covered by me. By the way, does the household have any skilled cooks or matrons? I hope the mistress can assign one to me, for once the small kitchen is complete, I shall manage my own meals, financing them myself. Additionally, the heat is unbearable, and the ice provided is insufficient. Remember to procure more ice with the funds. Qingzhi spoke, her words flowing like a stream of silver, as her primary aim was to ensure her own comfort in both sustenance and accommodation, refusing to deny herself. Chunyu and Xiaochan hurriedly acknowledged her requests, committing them to memory. Once Rui returns, you shall report to the mistress, and first, fetch me some chilled watermelon. Also, see to it that the eastern wing is prepared for my study. Qingzhi issued further instructions. Chunyu and Xiaochan, unwilling to be remiss, promptly set about their tasks. Qingzhi then found a book to peruse, allowing the breeze to turn the pages at her leisure, relishing the moment. Presently, the chilled watermelon arrived. Chunyu carefully removed the seeds, feeding the succulent fruit piece by piece to Qingzhi, ensuring not a drop of juice escaped to mar her lips. Qingzhi savored the refreshing watermelon, her eyes narrowing in bliss. How delightful it would be if the Marquis were delayed in his return, granting her more time to recuperate from her injuries, extending her respite further. Days devoid of labor were truly exquisite. As afternoon approached, Rui returned from the Yi residence, exuberantly showcasing her achievements to Qingzhi. A bounty of 10,000 taels in silver notes, alongside an array of precious medicinal herbs. Chunyu and Xiaochan, who were in attendance, stared wide-eyed at the sight of such a fortune. Dear aunt, today you should have seen the second young lady's face. It was utterly detestable. She incessantly mocked you for not being favored, and I couldn't help but think she regrets not entering the Marquis's residence. However, as Rui began to elaborate, she quickly fell silent, for continuing would surely touch upon a young lady's painful memories. Moreover, the master, after hearing my words, readily bestowed silver upon me. And when speaking of you, his mouth could stretch to the heavens. He was exceedingly courteous towards me. Rui chirped with joy. All of this is the Marquis's grace. Without his backing, I would be nothing. Qingzhi displayed a countenance filled with the fervor of devotion to her superior, resolving to serve him diligently once she is fully recovered, and to repay him. She also recognized the need to strengthen her own body. Instantly, Rui blushed and softly suggested, "Aunt, it is being said outside the residence that you are a reincarnation of seductress, specifically enticing men. Your reputation is quite poor. Perhaps we should refrain from such talk in the future." Chapter 10. To call her a vixen is merely to praise her exceptional professional abilities. I am but a concubine, not the mistress. Being labeled a seductress is a compliment, indicating my competence, Qingzhi remarked with satisfaction. To label her a vixen is simply to commend her prowess. Rui, is this truly the case? Chunyu and Xiaochan, bewildered yet profoundly impacted, could hardly comprehend. The hidden guard perched in the tree twitched his lips, noting this down to report back to his lord. Madam, should we truly remain indifferent to this matter? If the rumors proliferate, it will undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Marquis and his household, potentially leading to your downfall. Rui expressed her anxiety. This matter will certainly be addressed, but it is beyond our purview, so do not fret, Qingzhi replied. Upholding the dignity of the Marquis's household and identifying the malicious slanderers are the duties of the main mistress. not a mere concubine like myself. In the workplace, the gravest error is to overstep one's designated role. One must maintain clarity and a sense of boundaries. Do not be foolishly exploited as a free laborer. Rui now perceived her mistress's wisdom and felt a slight relief upon hearing her words. Is there any other news? Qingzhi inquired. Madam, it turns out our Marquis is not the legitimate son of the old matriarch. It is said that the late Marquis favored his concubines over his wife and insisted on elevating the Marquis's birth mother to the status of a primary wife, resolutely bequeathing the title to our Marquis. Therefore, we must tread carefully around the main and secondary houses, avoiding unnecessary interactions. How pitiful the lady must be. Qingzhi lamented upon hearing this. Moreover, why does she so despise the phrase favoring concubines over wives and the elevation of a primary wife? It must be that her professional integrity as a concubine is strong enough, devoid of ambition to ascend, which explains her aversion. Serving a mother-in-law is already taxing enough. To have a mother-in-law harboring grievances against one's husband, constantly nitpicking, and one cannot evade or retort, but must voluntarily endure the torment daily. How tragic. Qingzhi elucidated to Rui, who seemed uncomprehending. It does sound rather grim. So, the main mistress faces such constraints as well, Rui mused. The hidden guard, nearly losing his footing from shock, was astonished by Qingzhi's audacity. Chunyu and Xiachan exchanged incredulous glances. Could they truly bear witness to such remarks? While it seemed Qingzhi's assertions held validity, it was indeed improper for a mere concubine to critique the main mistress in such a manner. Rui, let us refrain from discussing the Marquis and the lady behind their backs in the future. It is far too presumptuous and shall not happen again, Qingzhi cautioned. Though I genuinely sympathize with the lady, it constitutes an affront to her. Chunyu, Xiachan, take these medicinal herbs to the lady as an apology. If she continues to take medicine, she will become a mere vessel of potions. Medicine can be toxic. Her health must also rely on nourishing food. We eagerly await the establishment of her little kitchen. Huh? Chunyu and Xiachan were momentarily taken aback, quickly bowing in acknowledgement. Do not forget to request the awning and the little kitchen from the lady, Qingzhi instructed. The servant remembers. Chunyu and Xiachan responded, sensing something amiss. This was too formal. Gue Xin courtyard. Chunyu and Xiachan, bearing 2 boxes of precious herbs, arrived before the lady and recounted the events that transpired in the Yanlu courtyard. Zhang Jingyi and Granny Zhou's expressions shifted several times, resembling a palette of colors. After listening, Granny Zhou silently opened the 2 boxes, meticulously inspecting the contents. They were indeed excellent herbs, no less than those bestowed by the imperial court and stored in the treasury. However, these were public goods, not for the lady. This concubine had gifted the lady a significant present. Thus, any offense could indeed be overlooked. Did she truly say that? That she only listens to me and the Marquis? That calling her a seductress is a compliment, and that I am pitifully unfortunate? Zhang Jingyi paused for a moment, then inquired, astonished. Both Chunyu and Xiachan nodded vigorously. Although concubine Yi had not uttered any harsh words, there was an inexplicable trepidation towards her. They dared not harbor any ulterior motives, serving her with utmost diligence. Madam, although concubine Yi is somewhat unrefined, speaking too bluntly and behaving rather indiscreetly, she possesses a certain cleverness, recognizing that apart from the Marquis, she can also rely on you, Granny Zhou interjected. However, it remains uncertain how far she can go and whether she can truly be candid with you. How could she not conceal anything? Zhang Jingyi scoffed, dismissing concubine Ye's words entirely. Yet, given her overt loyalty and the grand gift she presented, coupled with the Marquis's protection of her, it would be unwise to be overly harsh. Her desires for a cooling pavilion, a small kitchen, a cook, and ice could all be easily fulfilled. After all, it was not the Marquis's money being spent, nor his private funds, so she felt no remorse. As for the rumors circulating, Zhang Jingyi's gaze turned icy. Did they truly believe that with her husband away from the capital, they could slander him and the Marquis with impunity? Granny, send someone to find Lord Songjin. Instruct him to thoroughly investigate the source of the rumors regarding concubine Yi and apprehend those responsible. Zhang Jingyi commanded coldly. Lord Song was the deputy commander of the Jinyue and a subordinate of Xie Jin. Seeking his assistance would ensure the matter was handled decisively. Meanwhile, in the Yinlu courtyard, after indulging in various gossip, Qingzhi felt somewhat fatigued and returned to her bed for an afternoon slumber. Her body remained weak, and before long, she fell asleep. Then she dreamed again. In her dream, a woman was in labor, yet facing complications, enduring excruciating pain as blood flowed profusely, and the child refused to emerge. Finally, after much struggle, the baby was born, but having lingered too long in the womb, it was said to have no breath left. A stillborn is inauspicious and cannot be buried in the ancestral grave. It would suffice to find a random spot to inter it. A man coldly stated. Qingzhi awoke from such a nightmare, her chest tight, nearly gasping for air. She sincerely suspected that her arrival in this unfamiliar realm had caused a dissonance between her physical being and her soul, resulting in a series of relentless nightmares. What wretched dreams! Qingzhi sat at the edge of her bed, taking a considerable amount of time to regain her composure, feeling at last as though she were truly human once more. Chapter 11. She was actually delighted by a concubine, my lady. If you desire a pergola, the kitchen is at your disposal along with the cook, and the mistress has granted permission. Chunyu entered to assist her with her ablutions and respectfully replied. The mistress said that the Yinlu courtyard is your domain. You may indulge as you wish, provided it does not deplete the household's coffers. Furthermore, she mentioned that the rumors outside will be clarified in a couple of days. However, the mistress also encourages you to learn the proper decorum, stating that once the Lord returns, she will send a governess to instruct you. The mistress is truly benevolent. Upon hearing this, Qingzhi responded somewhat perfunctorily, offering a mechanized compliment that lifted her spirits just a fraction. It appeared that the lady of the house was not one to feign generosity while secretly harboring ulterior motives, nor was she the type to monopolize the affections of the Lord. Although the amiable disposition of this female authority was indeed promising, Qingzhi still felt the lingering vexation from that nightmarish recollection. When frustrated, she yearned to spend money, to liberate herself through lavish expenditures. In her previous life, she had been too impoverished to indulge in such extravagant forms of stress relief, but in this life, the opportunity was at hand. After some contemplation, she continued, the summer heat is unbearable, rendering outdoor activities impossible, yet remaining cooped up indoors is equally stifling. Why not allow me to finance a pergola for the young master and young lady's courtyard, procure some ice, and perhaps even construct a swing and climbing frame, so they may frolic outside? Furthermore, it would be only fair to erect a pergola in the mistress's courtyard as well. It would be unreasonable for me, a mere concubine, to bask in coolness while the head matron suffers in the sweltering heat. She possesses an abundance of jewelry and clothing, requiring neither outings nor further adornments. Unable to determine what she wished to purchase for herself, Qingzhi resolved to continue bestowing gifts upon her superior, hoping to soften her heart. Gift-giving is indeed an art, particularly when it comes to female superiors. Should the lady have no children, luxurious cosmetics would be an appropriate choice. But if she were a mother, practical items for her offspring would be far more effective. If funds permitted, it would be considerate to present gifts for both adults and children, demonstrating thoughtfulness. Having been married to the Lord for a decade, the mistress had borne 2 children, a son and a daughter. The eldest was already 7, while the young master was nearing 5 and had begun his education. In a couple of years, they would transition to the front courtyard. For now, they were still at an age where play was appropriate, but that would soon change. Chunyu, having listened to Qingzhi's words, was momentarily taken aback and remarked, Lady Yi truly possesses great wealth and wisdom. Other concubines typically offered handmade items such as shoes, socks, or embroidered sachets on the mistress's or the children's birthdays, all of which held little monetary value. Yet, look at Lady Yi. Her very suggestion amounted to a substantial expenditure of thousands of taels of silver. The crux of the matter was that this grand gesture would undoubtedly resonate deeply with the mistress. Did the mistress not wish to have more eyes for herself? Did she not desire her children to enjoy the coolness as well? Certainly, she did. However, despite her authority over the household finances, The elder matriarch and the first wife were ever watchful. Even if the mistress wished to spend more silver, whether from her dowry or otherwise, she would surely face censure for leading a life of extravagance. After the evening meal, Zhang Jingyi instructed her maidservants to light the lamps and began to review the household accounts, with her capable assistant, Mama Zhao, by her side, diligently managing the ledgers. Madame Zhou was indeed loyal, but she was not well versed in accounting. Her duties were primarily to manage daily affairs. As the days grew increasingly warm, the price of ice surged, and the old matriarch required more and more of it, surpassing the usual quota. "Madam, shall we endure this hidden loss and contribute this sum for the old lady?" Mama Zhao inquired after reviewing the accounts, her brow furrowed. "Let the main residents handle it." Zhang Jingyi replied coldly. "They employ such tactics every year. It's utterly tiresome. This year, we will not comply." Speaking of her mother-in-law filled Zhang Jingyi with frustration. Yet what could she do? Regardless of how constricted and vexed she felt, she had to endure. Despite the outward splendor of her position as the matriarch of a noble family, she endured countless humiliations and indignities that seemed never-ending. Aunt Yi was not wrong. She was indeed a pitiable figure, living a wretched existence. At that moment, a maid announced the arrival of Chunyu. Zhang Jingyi understood that there was yet another matter concerning Aunt Yi. She permitted Chunyu to enter and listened to her report that Yi Qingzhi intended to allocate funds for constructing awnings in the yard for her and the young master and young lady. Zhang Jingyi's expression softened instantly, and she could not help but smile, thinking, what a thoughtful gesture. She was surprised to find pleasure in the actions of a mere concubine, feeling that this little concubine was particularly considerate. No wonder the Marquis favored her. She was adept at giving gifts, and Zhang Jingyi felt inclined to protect her, ensuring that Aunt Yi did not meet an untimely end. "Mama Zhao, tomorrow you shall personally lead the workers to the Yanlu courtyard to ensure that Aunt Ye's yard is properly arranged, meeting all her requests," Zhang Jingyi said with a cheerful disposition. Mama Zhao smiled in agreement, also appreciating the thoughtful gift from Aunt Yi with the awning. The lady and the young master and young lady would find much comfort during the summer. "By the way, Madame Zhou, have someone keep an eye on Lord Song's side. We must delve deeper into the matter and uncover the mastermind behind the rumors," Zhang Jingyi instructed Madame Zhou. With funds, manpower, and the support of the matriarch, it was merely a matter of a day before the awning was completed. The shaded structure, together with mosquito nets and a few pots of ice and fans, transformed the courtyard into a refreshing oasis. A daybed was placed in the yard, where Yi Qingzhi reclined, enjoying grapes peeled by a maid, unfazed by the juice staining her hands. What a delightful indulgence. "Aunt Yi, you mentioned a swing for the young lady," which they understood, but the climbing frame for the young master was somewhat unclear to them. Mama Zhao politely asked Yi Qingzhi, "Could you elaborate?" Yi Qingzhi described the general concept, involving ropes and wooden frames that allowed for climbing, which would help strengthen the child's legs and arms. Mama Zhao grasped part of it, while the craftsmen began to catch on. However, they had never seen such a contraption before, and thus could not produce it immediately. Yi Qingzhi sighed and requested Ru Yi to fetch paper and brush, pondering whether she could illustrate her idea. Truth be told, she had never been particularly skilled at drawing in her past life, and had never learned to wield a brush. She feared her attempts would resemble mere scribbles. However, after she depicted the climbing frame and wall from her memory, she fell into silence. You might find it hard to believe, but she was astounded by her own exceptional artistic talent. Family, who truly understands? How did she suddenly transform into a prodigy? Yi Qingzhi gazed at her creation, genuinely questioning the meaning of life. It was so vivid and clear. Was this truly her work? How had she suddenly acquired such remarkable artistic skills? Were they inherited from the original owner? Had she quietly inherited them? She feared she might genuinely be unwell. Rui cast a glance at the artwork, curiously observing her aunt. When had her aunt secretly labored so diligently? Her painting skills had reached such heights. "Oh, Aunt Yi, you are truly impressive. Your painting is exquisite." With this level of skill, craftsmen could easily replicate it. Mother Zhao smiled, praising, "Aunt Yi is indeed a talented woman." "No, Mother Zhao, please don't flatter me. Your praises might elevate me to the heavens, and I fear I might fall. Qingzhi responded, extending her hand dramatically. Mother Zhao. Chapter 12. The mistress of the house has developed a certain fondness for the young concubine. In just 3 days, the craftsman completed the construction of the pergola, the swing, and the climbing frame in the courtyard for the mistress, young master, and young miss. Mother, I absolutely adore this pergola and the climbing frame. It's so cool and so much fun, exclaimed young master Xian Mingyu, who, after playing on the climbing frame, joyfully leapt into Zhang Jingyi's embrace. His excited face flushed with delight. Seeing her son so happy, Zhang Jingyi smiled contentedly, though she admonished him. You may only play after finishing the assignments set by your tutor. Mother, I've completed them. I finished everything today. Xian Mingyu nodded eagerly, releasing Zhang Jingyi and scampering back to the climbing frame. Madam, this lady Yi possesses quite a flair for charming others, remarked Granny Zhou, observing the elated young master, unable to deny Lady Ye's talent in winning hearts. Zhang Jingyi smiled and nodded, feeling more satisfied as she reveled in the coolness of the pergola. Meanwhile, young Miss Xiaomingyan stood beside them, watching her brother climb up and down the intriguing structure with a hint of envy. She longed to join in, yet at the age of 7, she felt it unbecoming for a young lady to play so freely. Would you like to play as well, Yinjie? Zhang Jingyi gently inquired, glancing down at her beautiful daughter, who had inherited the lord's fine looks and was already a charming little lady at such a tender age. Zhang Jingyi had imposed strict discipline on her from the age of 5, ensuring she learned proper etiquette from the teaching matron. Thus, at merely 7 years old, Xiaomingyan had begun to exhibit the grace and poise of a refined young lady, earning praise from the esteemed matrons at gatherings. Mother, may I? Xiaomingyan asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. You may play a little, but do not forget your manners in public, Zhang Jingyi replied with a smile. However, your current attire is not suitable for climbing. Let the matron assist you in changing into a more appropriate outfit. Thank you, mother. Xiaomingyan joyfully curtsied and then hurried off to change her clothes. Zhang Jingyi watched her depart with a smile and turned to Granny Zhou, saying, Please fetch a piece of the silk bestowed upon us from the treasury and present it to Lady Yi. Although she is not lacking in silver, as a merchant's daughter, she certainly does not possess such royal gifts. It will be a gesture of respect towards her. Granny Zhou nodded in agreement, but hesitated. Her lips pursed as she contemplated her mistress's growing affection for the young concubine. As evening approached, Zhang Jingyi received the findings from Song Jin regarding the rumors, which had originated from the concubine's son within the household. Sun was a lowly concubine who had entered the household 2 years prior, originally a singer from Jinzhou, known for her melodious voice and talent in performing. She had been presented as a beauty to Xie Jin by the servants. After her arrival, Sun had enjoyed a brief period of favor, but it had been a long time since she had received any attention. Zhang Jingyi was somewhat surprised to discover it was her, and upon examining the evidence and testimonies, it became clear they all pointed to Sunday. There was no room for doubt. Confine Sun for the time being, and we shall decide on her fate upon the Lord's return, Zhang Jingyi stated gravely. Also, send a letter to the Lord, briefly outlining the situation in the household, so he may be prepared. Should we mention the matter concerning Qin? Granny Zhou inquired. There is no need to mention it in the letter. I will speak of it in person when a master returns, Zhang Jingyi remarked. On the other hand, Yao Yinyin noted that outside, those spreading rumors were being apprehended. Naturally, they were aware that Wang Mama had been in a state of trepidation for 2 days. Upon discovering that the investigation did not lead back to them, she could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, though fear still loomed over her. My dear miss, it was fortunate that Ergo was astute enough to realize that there were others, including Aunt Sun, involved in circulating these tales, and he cleverly shifted the blame onto her, allowing us to extricate ourselves. Wang Mama urged Yao Yinyin with a heavy heart. My beloved young lady, I know you feel wronged, but even in your distress, you must exercise patience. Do you not remember who our Lord is? He is the commander of the Jinyui, tasked with covert investigations. Within this marquis, countless hidden guards have been placed. They are the Lord's eyes and ears. Our clandestine maneuvers cannot possibly evade his notice. The esteemed consort Li also sent word, advising you to maintain a low profile and avoid provoking the Marquis's ire. In doing so, she may be able to intercede on your behalf with the master, securing his forgiveness. Otherwise, you may truly lose the support of your maternal family. Yao Yinyin did not retort. Listening to these words, tears streamed down her cheeks in frustration as she bitterly exclaimed, "Even a madam has been swayed by that wretched woman. Not only has she failed to reprimand that vixen, but she also works to dispel the rumors on her behalf. Is it merely a few awnings and ice blocks? The madam's discernment is truly lacking." Wang Mama thought to herself that those awnings and ice blocks were not inexpensive. Maintaining them throughout the summer could easily cost 5,000 taels of silver. Although their young lady hailed from a noble lineage, the funds at their disposal amounted to only 2,000 taels. How could they afford such luxuries? This illustrates the disparity. Aunt Yi, having spent so much silver to curry favor, and the madam, always prioritizing the Marquis, is a dignified and gracious matron who never intentionally torment her concubines. Thus, she must give her some consideration. Within this Marquisate, even a slight excess of ice could incite discord in the inner chambers, let alone the construction of awnings. Upon learning of this matter, the matriarch's expression darkened as she summoned Zhang Jingyi, subtly suggesting that an awning should also be erected in her courtyard. However, Zhang Jingyi feigned ignorance, refusing to engage. When the matriarch continued, she merely lamented that Aunt Yi has recently garnered the Marquis's favor, and her family possesses wealth, which inevitably lends her a degree of arrogance and extravagance. "Mother, I too find myself in a difficult position. My heart is heavy. You know that once a concubine gains favor, we as the primary wife cannot be reprimanded or scolded. We can only endure in silence, maintaining appearances while ensuring that our rightful rewards are not diminished." The matriarch could not fail to perceive the veiled reference to her own position as a sidelined wife, inciting a tremor of fury that prompted her to demand Zhang Jingyi leave at once. With a slight curve of her lips, Zhang Jingyi quickly departed. Reflecting upon Yi Qingzhi's words about her daily submission to humiliation, Zhang Jingyi struggled to contain her anger, wishing to respond with a sharp tongue. How could a matron of the household be pitted by a mere concubine? Who would believe such a tale? It was nothing short of a profound humiliation. She has not performed adequately. Her actions have been quite misguided. "My lady, do you not think you are being rather disrespectful towards the old matriarch?" Outside the longevity hall of the matriarch, Granny Zhou remarked with concern. "Ha! How respectful I was to her in the past, yet it brought me no good." Zhang Jingyi scoffed. "For the past few days, I have adopted a firmer stance. And what has she done but sulk? She dares not truly confront me. I have come to understand that she preys upon the weak and fears the strong. Henceforth, I shall be even more resolute." Granny Zhou paused, observing the lady's upright figure, and felt that there was something distinctly different about her. Chapter 13. The enchanting lord is enough for one. The elderly matriarch was not privy to the affairs of the cool pavilion, let alone anyone else. Yao Yinyin continued to recuperate indoors, yet her daily craft of weaving small figures of Yi Qingzhi escalated from once to 8 times a day. The efficiency of her work soared, demonstrating that hatred indeed serves as the most potent fuel for action. The other concubines in the back courtyard looked on with various degrees of envy. Some lacked the silver to undertake such endeavors, while others simply did not possess the courage to stand out. Nevertheless, the matter of the cool pavilion invariably surfaced in casual conversations. "Madame Xia, as a merchant's daughter, you must have a fair amount of silver at your disposal. Why not erect a cool pavilion in your courtyard?" Qing Yang inquired with a smile upon seeing Madame Xia. Her question was laced with irony, as Madame Xia's circumstances were far from those of Yao Yinyin, who was favored and enjoyed privileges that others could only dream of. "I do not mind the heat, so I shan't trouble myself with such arrangements. The silver I possess, I wish to reserve for my daughter, Qingzhi." Madame Xia replied with a shy smile, her voice gentle. "You shall understand once you become a mother, Madame Qing. One tends to hoard good things for their children rather than indulge oneself." Madame Xia referred to her daughter, who had just turned 3 and was raised by her side, with the matriarch occasionally inquiring about her well-being, devoid of any intention to cause trouble, and all matters were conducted according to the household standards. With subtlety, Madame Xia had cast a veiled jab at Madame Qing's lack of children, showcasing her own expertise in sarcasm. Madame Qing's expression shifted slightly. She forced a smile and made a hasty exit. Upon returning to her quarters, she gently touched her still flat belly, silently resolving to take action. She had time yet. If she managed things well, she too could bear a child. Shuzhou. Xie received another pigeon letter from the estate, a mere 3 days since the last correspondence. He recalled the content of the previous letter, which had piqued his interest regarding Yao Yinyin's conduct. Thus, as he unsealed this new letter, he harbored a heightened anticipation for amusement. Even under house arrest, they still cannot remain quiet, Xie scoffed, glancing over the details concerning the cool pavilion. Finding it increasingly clever, he found himself eager to see what further antics Yao Yinyin would devise upon his return. The thought stirred within him, having gone many days without an outlet for his desires. My lord, the case has reached a temporary conclusion. The governor wishes to host a banquet for you tonight at the Qing Tower and humbly requests your esteemed presence. Came the respectful announcement from Wang Shiya of the Shuzhou Yamen. Qing Tower was renowned as the finest brothel in Shuzhou, home to celebrated courtesans of remarkable beauty. It was said that they possessed ethereal features, with skin like fine jade and enchanting eyes that could captivate one's very soul. Xie did not decline the invitation. That evening, he dined at Qing Tower, where, due to his noble status, he was attended to by the most celebrated courtesan. Despite her local fame, she was unaccustomed to the likes of Beijing's elite courtesans. Thus, confronted by the distinguished and strikingly handsome Xie, she herself became intoxicated, yearning only for a fleeting moment of intimacy, pressing herself eagerly against him. Xie was overwhelmed by the fragrance emanating from her, causing him a headache. With a stern expression, he cast her to the ground, instructing her to cleanse herself before returning to serve him. Qingzhi, both startled and fearful, was hastily pulled away by the matron to bathe. Once she was clean, she dared not apply any embellishments and returned to serve Xie in simple attire. Upon glancing at her freshly bathed appearance, Xie couldn't help but compare her to Qingzhi, concluding that Qingzhi was undoubtedly superior. It was rather disappointing, for Xie was not one to settle for mediocrity. Once his interest waned, it was lost entirely. He promptly dismissed Qingzhi once more. Otherwise, the eager look in her eyes would make him feel as though he were being solicited. Qingzhi burst into tears, lamenting the disdain of such a customer. This was the greatest setback of her career, and she struggled to accept it. Oh, mother, am I truly then inadequate? Am I so unattractive? To be so scorned by the Marquis. I wish I were not alive. Oh, dear girl. The matron quickly intervened, perspiring profusely as she offered various reassurances. Ultimately, she declared, do not fear the disparity. I shall send you to the Yihong courtyard in the capital to learn. Huh? Qingzhi was taken aback. That is unnecessary. I would rather be a head hen than a tail phoenix. In the capital, having acquired her own kitchen and cook, Qingzhi's appetite had doubled, and her meals were far more varied. With a preference for sweet and sour flavors, dishes like grape chicken, sweet and sour ribs, tomato shrimp, and guabao roe became her favorites. The dishes prepared by the previous cooks at the Marquis' residence were overly salty and spicy, leaving her with little appetite. She would lose interest after just a few bites. After indulging for a week or so, Qingzhi pinched the flesh at her waist and touched her pleasantly plump cheeks. After a moment of contemplation, she realized she could not indulge excessively in sweet treats. As a concubine, it was unbecoming to allow herself to become a glutton. The original owner had been too thin, and now that she was regaining some flesh, it was just right, yet she must exercise moderation and engage in some physical activity. Thus, Qingzhi began to make changes, requesting the removal of the imperial concubine couch in favor of a bamboo mat. Finding the mat too rigid, she layered it with quilts and commenced practicing yoga to enhance her flexibility. Yet, many of the yoga poses appeared scandalous and improper to the eyes of the ancients. The maidens in the courtyard blushed, while the elder women merely shook their heads. Madam, perhaps we should practice in the bedroom instead? This may not reflect well. Ru-yi suggested, her cheeks flushed. Qingzhi was at a loss for words, wondering why these individuals were more preoccupied with indecency than she was. Nevertheless, she was receptive to advice and obediently returned indoors to practice. After all, her profession did not require the approval of others. Once she mastered her secret techniques, it would suffice to astonish the Marquis alone and win his favor. After a lapse of more than half a month, Qingzhi finally concluded the case in Suzhou, escorting the corrupt officials back to the capital, where he entrusted them to the Ministry of Justice. After reporting back to the palace, he returned to his residence. Upon his return, his first stop was the Guixin courtyard, where he honored Lady Zhang Jingyi, the noble consort, with due respect. Zhang Jingyi, concerned for his weary appearance, swiftly instructed the servants to prepare hot water and meals, while she herself poured tea for Qingzhi, inquiring with genuine concern about the smoothness of his journey. "It went smoothly," Qingzhi replied, refraining from delving into his official matters and instead inquiring if there were any issues at the Marquis's residence. "Aunt Qin is likely with child," Zhang Jingyi whispered, revealing that this matter had not yet been publicized, awaiting the Marquis's disposition. "Once the master is informed, I will handle it, and you need not feign ignorance," Qingzhi responded, his expression unchanging, as if he were not the one wearing the green hat. Zhang Jingyi, understanding his disposition, realized that he viewed his concubines merely as fleeting amusements and tools for his ambition, rather than possessions. Noting his indifference, she chose not to dwell on the matter. There is also the issue of Aunt's son spreading rumors to slander Aunt Yi, accusing her of being the reincarnation of a seductress. "I have already mentioned this to the master in my letter. How shall we deal with Aunt's son?" Zhang Jingyi inquired further. Chapter 14. The master relishes the current sensation with 30 years left. Whether she can survive is contingent upon her own choices, Qingzhi remarked indifferently. "Look at me. Merely discussing vexing matters has distressed me. However, there is indeed something delightful to share. Aunt Yi has generously provided funds to construct a cool pavilion and a climbing frame for Yugo in Yanjia. Ever since, Yugo has been consuming more food than before, appearing notably sturdier. Yanjia has also invited several young ladies to visit, enjoying the shade and swinging in the pavilion, indulging in snacks. Upon returning home, those little girls eagerly sought to replicate the experience, prompting many distinguished families to erect similar pavilions." As Zhang Jingyi spoke, a smile graced her lips. "When the pavilion was first erected, I never anticipated it would become a trend among the affluent in the capital. It has certainly enhanced our family's reputation within high society." Consequently, Zhang Jingyi rewarded Yi Qingzhi with a set of imperial gold cups. Even under house arrest, she manages to engage in such endeavors, Qingzhi remarked, a hint of ambiguity in his expression. He appeared to appreciate Aunt Ye's actions, yet there was a smoldering frustration beneath the surface. Despite a decade of marriage, Zhang Jingyi sometimes found it challenging to decipher Qingzhi's thoughts. Aunt Yi is quite composed, perceptive, and diligent in her service. I've heard she has been practicing her movements lately, and they seem rather intriguing. Perhaps you should take a look later. My lord. Zhang Jingyi was well aware of Yi Qingzhi's recent practices and, after a moment of silence, could only marvel at her audacity. No rush. Summon Yuge and Yin Jia to join us for dinner. Qingzhi ultimately acquiesced, rising to bathe and change. My lady, the Marquis has just returned. Why do you so eagerly usher him away? Granny Zhou inquired with a furrowed brow. A forced fruit is never sweet. Zhang Jingyi replied with a bittersweet smile. I tested the waters. If the Marquis truly wished to stay, he would have declined the invitation to Aunt Yi. Now that she had both children, the respect and privileges she deserved were granted to her by the Marquis. She no longer yearned for his affection. If he chose to remain, she would be delighted to serve him. If not, she would calmly bid him farewell, preserving her own dignity. Yinyi courtyard after dinner. Yi Qingzhi began to stroll around the courtyard. Once she felt sufficiently digested, she returned to her bed to practice yoga. Despite the heat and the presence of ice basins in the room, she soon found herself perspiring after a few movements. She removed her outer garment, donning only a yellow belly band and lightweight, breathable gauze pants, striking a lotus pose. Qingzhi did not summon the maidservants. He entered directly, witnessing her in this revealing attire. Engaged in such an unrestrained posture, she embodied the essence of a goddess, captivatingly alluring and enchanting. Xie Jin's breath caught, his gaze deepening as he looked at her intently, akin to a predator fixating on delectable prey. Upon hearing a sound, Qingzhi turned towards the entrance, and, upon recognizing Xie Jin, her eyes brightened, her smile radiant, transforming her into a blooming flower, utterly enchanting. "Ah, my lord, you have returned. I was just thinking of you. What were your thoughts about me?" Xie Jin approached her, lifted her chin, and planted a gentle kiss on her lips. "Were you longing for my affection? My lord, your insight is indeed remarkable. This is precisely what I was contemplating." Qingzhi rose, playfully wrapping her arms around his neck, offering her crimson lips. "You have been well taken care of these days, looking quite plump." After they parted, Xie Jin continued to embrace her, appreciating the pleasing change in her figure. "Do you prefer me this way, my lord? Is it better to be a bit heavier, but did you prefer me as I was before?" Qingzhi posed her question with utmost sincerity. For her superior was not merely a leader, but also her sole client, and she naturally aimed to ensure customer satisfaction. Xie Jin caressed her form before providing an answer. "I prefer the current softness. Feel free to indulge a bit more." Most of the women in the rear courtyard are painfully thin, lacking any allure. Qingzhi had indeed gained a considerable amount of weight, which pleasantly surprised Xie Jin. Although he encouraged her to gain further, Qingzhi merely listened, resolute not to comply. If she were to gain more, she feared her beauty would diminish. She believed her current figure was the epitome of sensuality and vitality. Should she heed her lord's advice, it was likely he would find dissatisfaction in her transformation. In the workplace, one must possess a clear self-awareness to avoid being easily manipulated by superiors or becoming overly enamored with their lofty promises. It was only because her lord had readily dealt with Yao Yinyin and provided her with a protective grace period and generous benefits that Qingzhi was inclined to invest effort in enhancing her skills. Otherwise, with meager compensation and expectations for an all-around exceptional employee, one might as well dream. Xie Jin, recognizing that Qingzhi's health was still in recovery, refrained from overexerting her, instead treating her with newfound tenderness. "Your movements have improved. Where did you acquire such skill?" He caressed her supple back, relishing the moment of tranquility, and initiated a dialogue. "Before entering the manor, my father arranged for a knowledgeable matron to teach me the ways of serving you well." Qingzhi was not entirely untruthful. Her father had indeed sought someone for instruction. Unfortunately, at the time, the original owner of her body perceived it as a great humiliation and refused to learn, even going so far as to strike the elderly woman who had once managed a brothel. Xie Jin's eyes narrowed slightly, as if casually recalling, before entering the manor. "You seem to have had a marriage engagement with a talented scholar from a humble background, well regarded in the Jiangyang academies, with prospects of success not only in the autumn examinations but also in the spring ones. Why abandon the path of a respectable official's wife to serve me instead?" "Alas, I must confess, my lord, I was initially reluctant and even contemplated ending my life over it." Qingzhi feigned a long, sorrowful sigh, anticipating her superior's desire for loyalty. It remained to be seen whether she could maintain the facade and solidify her character. Xie Jin's hand, which had been wandering across her back, hesitated momentarily as he gazed at her exquisite beauty, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He was certainly aware that she had once contemplated ending her life. He had ensured that all pertinent information about her was thoroughly investigated before allowing her into the residence. However, he did not anticipate that she would so readily confess to it. Chapter 15. A new deadly skill. Perhaps the Marquis is unaware that the Yi family initially intended to offer Ying Xue as a concubine to him. My sister was exceedingly eager about this prospect, urging our father daily to expedite the arrangements, longing to enter the Marquis's household. However, inexplicably, once the arrangements were finalized, she suddenly changed her mind, adamantly refusing to step into the Marquis's residence. Then, at the spring banquet, Ying Xue was found entwined in an embrace with my former betrothed, both in disheveled attire. I had once envisioned a future where, after marriage, my husband would ascend to prominence and secure a stable life for my mother and brothers, shielding us from the whims of the Gu family. Yet, unexpectedly, I was met with such betrayal and humiliation, shattering my dreams and extinguishing my hopes. In a moment of despair, I contemplated ending my life. After being rescued, the Gu family threatened the safety of my mother and brothers, compelling me to replace Ying Xue in the Marquis' household, and under my father's persistent persuasion, I reluctantly acquiesced. However, through these harrowing experiences, including the Marquis' decisive actions against concubine Yao to ensure my safety, I have come to realize that only a high-ranking official like him can be relied upon to protect my family. Thus, I am determined to serve the Marquis diligently, striving to earn his satisfaction. As Qingzhi concluded her thoughts, her eyes sparkled with clarity, reflecting unwavering trust in Xiejin. She had said all that needed to be said. Belief or disbelief was no longer her concern. The duration of her role as a concubine depended entirely on the Marquis' disposition. Alas, in this world, resignation or changing allegiances was not an option. To dare to resign and flee would be folly, for the Marquis was of the Jin way, and escape was futile. To switch allegiances and bring dishonor upon the Marquis would only lead to a more tragic fate. Xiejin believed her to a considerable extent, so he did not dwell on the matter further. His inquiry had stemmed from mere curiosity rather than genuine concern. Qingzhi's behavior in bed was decidedly unconventional compared to the decorum and poise exhibited by other noble women. Yet it was precisely this unorthodoxy that intrigued him. After all, as a concubine, her spirited nature added a certain charm. Rigidity and adherence to rules would render their union dull and uninspiring. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside, and they heard Rui sharply reprimanding someone. If your concubine is unwell, go plead with the lady to summon the physician. What business do you have seeking the Marquis? He cannot heal her. If you wish to intercept, just say so instead of feigning illness. Truly, a master reflects their servant. Xiejin glanced at Qingzhi, teasing her for her sharp tongue and forthrightness. Rui speaks the truth. My lady, do you intend to go? I wonder which concubine is unable to contain herself and seeks the Marquis' favor. Qingzhi, emboldened, declared her intent to don her garments and investigate. But upon picking up her small undergarment, she blushed and tossed it aside. Xiejin rubbed his forehead, sitting up to dress, and admonished her in the future. Before you speak, allow your mind to temper your tongue. With such a sharp tongue, you may inadvertently expose others' vulnerabilities and offend them deeply. I fear that should you step outside, you might face dire consequences, and I would be unable to come to your aid. Master, I understand. From now on, I shall venture out without uttering a word, as if under your command to practice the art of silence. Qingzhi replied obediently. Xiejin, with a hint of annoyance, tapped her forehead with his finger, admonishing her not to elevate trivial matters to significance. As their playful banter ensued, Rui knocked at the door, announcing that Xuanxing, by the side of Madame Qin, sought an audience, stating that Madame Qin was unwell and had urgent matters to discuss with the Marquis. Understood, let her wait. Qingzhi responded, shedding her belly band and donning a sheer outer garment, loosely tying a ribbon that accentuated her allure. Instantly, Xiejin's gaze was ensnared by her charm. Noticing the intensity of his stare, Qingzhi glanced at herself and quickly grasped the situation. She playfully pushed him away, saying, Marquis, do not gaze so. If you continue, we shall end up in bed again, and Madame Qin awaits your presence. If you fancy my attire, I shall prepare several more sets for your viewing pleasure next time. Silence, woman, Xiejin retorted, exasperated by her unabashed words. Oh, you do not favor my arrangements? Very well. Qingzhi acquiesced gracefully. Xiejin cast her a knowing look, urging her to comprehend his intentions before stepping out, commanding her to remain within. Dressed like this, do you still wish to step outside? Have you lost your senses? Qingzhi watched the door close behind him and then glanced down at her attire, letting out a soft click of her tongue. She had sought convenience, yet inadvertently created an alluring uniform effect. It seemed she had fallen victim to her own inexperience. How could she overlook such a classic skill of seduction? She made a mental note, adding another technique to her arsenal, enhancing her core competencies. Truly, she was a diligent and aspiring employee. Having departed from the Yanliu courtyard, Xiejin followed Xuanxing to Madame Qin's residence. Throughout the journey, his expression darkened ominously, rendering Chunxing too fearful to breathe, worried whether Madame Qin could withstand the Marquis's wrath. After all, he had been summoned from the embrace of Lady Yi. It was evident that he was still unsatisfied, for such fury could not arise without reason. Although Xie Jin was indeed displeased, his grim demeanor stemmed from an unexpected inability to control himself in matters of desire, particularly in the presence of Yi Qingzhi, who seemed to have him ensnared. This was a challenging notion for someone with his proclivity for control, even provoking a fleeting thought of violence against her. Yet, he quickly reconsidered. After all, she was merely a plaything, unworthy of such drastic measures. Besides, she possessed a fascinating charm that would be a pity to extinguish. Upon arriving at the Xiangxiu courtyard and entering the room, Xie Jin beheld Madame Qin, pale and reclining on the bed. "I have not seen you in a long time. My lord, I have missed you dearly," she purred, rising to greet him with a graceful bow. Xie Jin halted before her, his gaze icy as he scrutinized her theatrical display. Upon noticing that Xie Jin remained silent, Aunt Qin felt an uneasiness wash over her as she gradually approached him, her voice soft and flattering. "My lord, I have heard from my father that he has captured a magnificent stallion at his estate, wild and untamed, capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day. It is to be sent to the capital as a tribute to you in due time." Xie Jin evaded her outstretched hand, his voice icy as he inquired, "Whose illegitimate child resides within you?" In an instant, Aunt Qin's face drained of color. Her legs grew weak, and she trembled as she sank to the ground, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. She found herself devoid of even the strength to protest. "The Marquis, he knows everything." Chapter 16. Naive and foolish, my lord, I am but a foolish servant. I plead with you not to take out your wrath on my father and his kin. They have been unwaveringly loyal to you. It is I who deserve punishment. I shall take my leave from this world at once. I beseech you, quell your anger." The concubine Qin resolved with a singular focus on death, refusing to disclose the identity of her illicit lover. "My elder brother possesses the remarkable ability to instill such fearlessness in you, allowing you to engage in such treachery. And even in the face of death, you remain steadfast in your protection of him." Xie Jin sneered coldly, his voice growing increasingly frigid. The concubine Qin crumpled, rendered utterly speechless in her despair, her mind blank with terror. "My lord can grant you a path to survival," Xie Jin stated. Qin raised her head in a daze, unable to fathom his words. Was there truly a chance for her? "It is not merely your fate at stake. The lives of your father and brothers also rest on your actions," Xie Jin declared from his elevated position, his demeanor indifferent. "Choose. Obey my commands, or face immediate demise." "I shall heed your every command, my lord," Qin replied, engulfed in despair. "I implore you, once I fulfill your requests, grant my family a chance to live. You lack the standing to negotiate with me. Their survival hinges solely on your performance," Xie Jin retorted as he turned to take a seat, pouring himself a cup of tea. "My lord, did you realize from the very first encounter with me?" Qin asked, an uncharacteristic defiance surfacing within her. Perhaps she merely sought clarity in her impending demise. Xie Jin glanced at her with disdain, slowly savoring his tea. Qin dared not press further, having underestimated her lord's resolve. "Protect the life within you. It may yet serve a purpose," Xie Jin said softly. Her complexion drained of color, Qin acquiesced, her heart steeped in hopelessness. Yet this torturous path was one she had chosen for herself. Who could she blame? How could she have been so foolish as to entangle herself with the Lord? Regret consumed her. After 3 cups of tea, Xie Jin rose to depart. Once he had left, Qin shed her garments, collapsing onto the bed, unable to suppress her anguished cries. Spring Apricot, hearing the commotion, hurriedly entered the room, puzzled by the absence of any telltale signs of the earlier encounter. Had the concubine truly attended to the Lord? Why then was she weeping so sorrowfully? "Concubine, have you incurred the Lord's wrath?" Spring Apricot inquired cautiously. "I have prepared warm water for you. Would you like to wash?" "Spring Apricot, I succeeded. The Lord demanded me just now." Qin wiped her tears and sat up, forcing a grim smile. Spring Apricot, sensing the strangeness of her demeanor, felt a shiver run down her spine. "Congratulations, concubine. As long as you conceal this from the physician, there should be no issue. At that point, a premature birth will conceal the truth of the child gestation. Indeed, that is the plan, Qingzhi said, gently caressing her abdomen, a smile breaking through her despair. My days of fortune are approaching. After Xiejin's departure the previous night, Qingzhi indulged in a warm bath before retiring, enjoying a peaceful slumber devoid of interruptions or nightmares. Engaging in light exercise before bed undeniably contributes to the quality of one's sleep. After Qingzhi finished her breakfast, Chunyu styled her hair and softly inquired, "Madam, today you are to pay your respects to the lady. Should your attire be more resplendent or rather modest? Has my house arrest been lifted?" Qingzhi asked regretfully. She had not yet enjoyed the comforts of home enough and was reluctant to venture out for meetings and team-building activities with her colleagues. Indeed, just moments ago, a message was conveyed from the lady, stating that you need not remain under house arrest. Chunyu replied respectfully. "Oh." Qingzhi felt a twinge of discomfort for a brief moment before continuing. "As this is my first formal greeting to the lady, I wish to strike a balance. Too plain would seem affected, while too extravagant would appear presumptuous. A moderate approach will suffice, showcasing my decorum and understanding." Chunyu possessed skilled hands. She adeptly arranged Qingzhi's hair, coordinated her accessories beautifully, and excelled in applying makeup. After her transformation, Qingzhi's alluring visage was somewhat subdued, complemented by her tranquil demeanor, which indeed conveyed a sense of gentle humility. "Your skills are commendable, and your taste is exquisite," Qingzhi remarked contentedly as she admired her reflection in the mirror. Upon noticing Xiachan entering the room, she inquired whether Xiachan was also proficient in styling and could rival Chunyu's expertise. Replying to "Madam, my skills in makeup do not compare to Chunyu's," Xiachan answered honestly. Qingzhi took note of this and decided that Chunyu would be her exclusive stylist henceforth. Chunyu cast a triumphant glance at Xiachan, feeling secure in her position as the foremost maid. Xiachan took a deep breath and hurriedly approached Qingzhi, saying, "Madam, the sun outside is quite fierce. I have brought an umbrella, and we can use it for shade." "Yes, quite thoughtful of you." Qingzhi nodded approvingly. Rui observed Chunyu and Xiachan vying for the young lady's favor and curled her lip in disdain. She scoffed, doubting that either could surpass her, as she was the first among the ladies' attendants. Upon arriving at the Guixin courtyard and waiting for her turn to enter, Qingzhi noticed the room already filled with various beauties. Aside from a lady, the others present were her future colleagues. Initially, they were engaged in their own conversations, but upon Qingzhi's entrance, they all turned to her, their expressions revealing a spectrum of emotions. Some were envious, others inquisitive, and a few were eager to witness the unfolding drama. They had all heard of last night's events. The Marquis had dined with the lady on his first night home, only to seek out concubine Yi afterward. However, to their surprise, concubine Qin had also appeared, leading the Marquis away. It was rumored that he had left in anger after only a brief visit. While concubine Qin had wept inconsolably, her eyes swollen this morning. Just moments ago, upon her arrival, concubine Qin had knelt before the lady to apologize, claiming she had offended the Marquis and beseeching the lady for punishment. The lady had graciously forgiven her. As for the favored and sycophantic concubine Yi, everyone speculated how the lady would respond. "I have come to pay my respects to the lady," Qingzhi said, performing the proper greeting. Zhang Jingyi regarded Qingzhi with satisfaction at her decorous appearance and remarked lightly, "It seems that concubine Yi has taken good care of herself." Zhang Jingyi had somewhat forgotten the appearance of Aunt Yi when she first entered the household, only recalling that she was slimmer than now. Her complexion not as fair and tender, exuding an air of dullness. How could she have been so vibrant, so spirited, radiating a brilliance that captivated the eye? "Mrs. Xia expressed her concern. "It is indeed thanks to the excellent culinary skills of the cook provided by the madam that my appetite has improved. Not only has my health flourished, but I have also gained weight. My face has become rounder and my waist has thickened, to the point that my previous garments are nearly unwearable." Qingzhi smiled, appearing somewhat foolish and naive. "This look suits her better." Zhang Jingyi offered a faint smile, urging her to take a seat. The other concubines were left in a state of bewilderment, questioning if this was truly the end of the matter. Chapter 17. Amusing everyone in the grand hierarchy of the Marquis. Concubines like her and Yao Yinyin hold a position akin to that of departmental leaders within a vast corporate structure, their names inscribed in the family genealogy. They not only possess their own spacious courtyards, but are also permitted to bring a maid from their natal families to serve as a trusted confidant, accompanied by 6 other servants to attend to their needs. Their monthly allowances and entitlements are quite respectable, if the Marquis and the mistress deign to grant them favor. They may even attend modest gatherings without breaching etiquette or tradition. While esteemed concubines may be registered in the family records, the distinctions between them and favored wives are evident. Favored wives are not permitted to bring kin into the household, lack dowries, and their status varies significantly upon entering the estate. Esteemed concubines can partake in certain private banquets, a privilege denied to favored wives, who would undoubtedly be the subject of ridicule if seen in such company. As for the lowly concubines, they are merely the master's playthings, which can include maids from the household or outsiders procured for their beauty, remaining in servitude with their contracts held by the mistress, allowing for their dismissal or gifting at will. Within the estate, there are 5 lowly concubines for favored wives and 3 esteemed concubines. Beyond her and Yao Yinyin, another esteemed concubine named Su Ranjing, or Aunt Su, holds a notable position. She is the Marquis's cousin, orphaned and in frail health. The Marquis took her in as a concubine, providing her with the comforts befitting those of noble birth. The allowances and provisions she receives are on par with those of legitimate offspring, a distinction that the likes of Yao Yinyin and herself cannot hope to rival. In the presence of influential figures like Su Ranjing, Qingzhi understands the necessity of keeping her distance. When working alongside them, accolades are often reaped by the powerful, while the burdens of blame are shouldered by the less fortunate, leading to a host of humiliating experiences. One should not expect fairness or empathy from those in leadership positions. Casting a glance at the gathering of beauties, Qingzhi spotted a frail beauty and surmised that she must be Su Ranjing, promptly choosing a seat farthest from her. Aunt Yi. This seat is usually occupied by Aunt Yao. Upon settling in, a nearby beauty whispered to her, "You might want to find another spot." When Aunt Yao arrives, she may not take kindly to it. Qingzhi, taken aback, thought, "Is even a simple chair fraught with such pitfalls?" It was indeed a tale of intrigue and rivalry, rife with the complexities of domestic strife. "Madam, is this chair reserved for Aunt Yao? Am I not allowed to sit here?" she inquired of the matron, recalling the warning from her companion. In moments of uncertainty, it is wise to consult those in authority rather than act impulsively. However, there is no such thing as a reserved seat, Zhang Jingyi replied, her gaze towards Qingzhi cold and unyielding. "Madam, I did not mean to imply that. I merely wish to avoid unnecessary conflict. Hence my well-meaning caution regarding Aunt Yi." Su Yinyang hastily knelt, her face pale with fright. As a lowly concubine, she belonged to the lowest tier of the household staff, residing in Haidang courtyard with 4 other lowly concubines, each confined to their own quarters. Akin to colleagues sharing a cramped office without the luxury of private space. They were attended only by a personal maid, while the chores of cleaning, preparing hot water for bathing, and other duties were managed by the uniformly assigned cleaning staff in the courtyard, specifically the rough servant girls and matrons. If a concubine gained favor or bore a son or daughter, she could be elevated to the status of a legitimate concubine, freeing herself from servitude and reclaiming her soul contract. Why should I yield my position to Aunt Yao just because she is displeased? We are all esteemed concubines. What makes her superior to me? Life is fleeting, and I see no reason to demean myself for her sake. Qingzhi looked down at Aunt Su and said, "Stand and respond. Do not tremble as if I am bullying you. We address the matter, not the person. Clarify this issue, and it will be settled." Aunt Su could hardly articulate a response, only weeping incessantly. Zhang Jingyi, unable to endure any longer, sternly reprimanded, "Enough, Aunt Su shall forfeit a month's silver, and we shall consider this matter closed. It is merely a seat. Is it worth your endless quarrel?" Aunt Su, feeling humiliated, offered her apologies, and Qingzhi would not pursue the matter further, resuming her seat. However, The gazes of those present subtly shifted. She was not to be trifled with, possessing a sharp tongue and a penchant for escalating grievances. It was wise to avoid provoking her, lest one incur unnecessary trouble and ultimately find oneself ensnared. Aunt Yi, I apologize for last night. At this moment, Aunt Qin rose to express her regrets to Yi Qingzhi. There is no need for apologies. It was your skill that managed to escort the Marquis away. Yi Qingzhi replied with a slight smile, exuding grace and devoid of any anger. Thank you, Xiao Qin. Continue your diligent efforts, for the Marquis household requires industrious individuals like you. This would allow her an early departure. Aunt Qin was momentarily taken aback, offering a deep bow and apology. Zhang Jingyi observed Yi Qingzhi, noting the absence of any sign of anger. It seemed she truly bore no ill will. It was not as if she were another Yao Yinyin. As they conversed, Yao Yinyin entered. She had also heard of the Marquis' return and, upon arrival, had not rested in the ladies' chamber, but instead sought to indulge Yi Qingzhi. Yao Yinyin, filled with jealousy, could no longer remain in her room and came to greet the lady. Upon entering, she saw Yi Qingzhi occupying her usual seat, instantly feeling as though Yi Qingzhi was challenging her. Angrily, she exclaimed, "Aunt Yi, you are sitting in my chair. Are you intentionally causing trouble?" Immediately, laughter erupted among the others. The gentle-natured covered their mouths with handkerchiefs, while the more boisterous laughed heartily. "What are you all laughing at?" Yao Yinyin, perplexed, felt a surge of anxiety and stamped her foot in frustration. She felt as if she had suddenly become a fool, entertaining others. In the midst of this, a beauty rose and, upon receiving the lady's consent, kindly elucidated the situation to Yao Jingxue. Upon hearing that Yi Qingzhi had just stirred up trouble over this matter and that the lady had reprimanded Aunt Su, Yao Yinin's face flushed crimson. With a displeased expression, she sought forgiveness from the lady. Zhang Jingyi offered a few mild rebukes before dismissing the incident, instructing Yao Yinyin to take her seat quickly. Regularly coming to greet the lady, she had nothing of substance to discuss. The concubines, devoid of any responsibility for the household affairs or the management of servants, do not oversee the family assets, nor do they possess dowries to administer. The upbringing of children does not fall within their purview, nor do they have any say in the marriages of their offspring. As for social gatherings and external engagements, they lack even the qualification to attend, let alone assist, as that duty lies with the housekeeper and maids. To speak candidly, even if the mistress wished to assign them tasks, there would be none to allocate. Their existence serves solely as instruments for carnal gratification and procreation. Therefore, aside from instructing them to attend to the Marquis properly, to help the Marquis flourish, to learn decorum, and to remember their proper roles, the mistress has little else to convey. Oh, if any of them had attended to the Marquis the previous day, the mistress might acknowledge her with a word of appreciation for her efforts. After partaking in floral tea, the gathering would disperse. Everyone anticipated a similar routine for today. But once the tea was finished, the mistress announced, "There is another matter at hand." Recently, there have been some unsavory rumors circulating, claiming that concubine Yi is the reincarnation of a seductress. The source of these rumors is concubine's son from within the household. Summon concubine's son to me. Chapter 18. My lord, I cannot comply upon hearing this matter. The crowd feigned surprise, though in truth, they were well aware of the happenings within the estate. After all, such significant events rarely escape notice. One individual, overly dramatic, even gasped with a hand over her mouth, prompting a glance from Yi Qingzhi, who thought her colleagues acting rather exaggerated. Despite the attention on her as the central figure, Yi Qingzhi remained unfazed, as if the accusations of being a temptress did not pertain to her at all. In her heart, Yao Yinyin chastised Yi Qingzhi for her shamelessness. Before long, concubine's son was brought forth, described as half kneeling and half sitting on the ground. Her complexion was pallid, her demeanor desolate, and her gaze vacant, as if her spirit had been lost. Yi Qingzhi recalled the information she had gleaned. Concubine's son was originally a performer from Jingzhou, known for her exquisite voice and talent in song, gifted to the Lord by those beneath him. She had entered the estate 2 years prior and had enjoyed a period of favor, even rumored to have borne a child that tragically resulted in miscarriage. Concubine's son's beauty was undeniable, Otherwise, she would not have been sent to Lord Xia. Yet, Qingzhi noted her unnaturally thin figure, resembling a mere specter. Judging by the Lord's demeanor yesterday, it seemed her excessive leanness had led to her fall from grace. Regrettably, she had never had the opportunity to hear her sing before this betrayal unfolded. Her colleagues, all striking in appearance and possessing talents, ensured that gatherings and annual events were never lacking in entertainment. Yet they each bore a fierce competitive spirit. "Lady Yi, do you have anything to say?" inquired Zhang Jingyi. Observing concubine's son, Qingzhi suddenly felt a surge of empathy and decided to speak candidly. She approached concubine's son and, with poise, began to address the assembly. In the workplace, when questioned by superiors, it is imperative to seize the moment to express oneself. If one cannot articulate their thoughts, how can anyone ascertain their capabilities? Even the most remarkable achievements must be verbally communicated. In the realm of employment, those who can articulate their ideas will always be favored by their superiors, facilitating their advancement. If one possesses both competence and eloquence yet fails to ascend, it may be time to seek a leader with greater discernment. Zhang Jingyi, assuming Qingzhi was about to vent her frustrations, nodded in agreement, allowing her to express her sentiments. The others shared this belief, while concubine's son raised her gaze to her momentarily before again lowering her head in silence. In the cruel game of power, victory and defeat are clear. She had lost and had little to articulate. Concubine's son, as concubines, is only natural for us to vie for the Lord's affection. After all, our role is to serve him intimately. To refrain from competition would suggest a lack of concern for him. It is only human to feel jealousy when one gains favor. Upon hearing these words, concubine's son's expression shifted, her eyes reflecting a newfound spark, transforming from indifference to scrutiny. The other concubines nodded in agreement, recognizing that Qingzhi's words resonated deeply within their hearts. However, you have succumbed to jealousy and resentment, failing to focus on enhancing your own professional skills, namely, the art of pleasing your master, rather than devising ways to win his favor or capture his attention with delightful novelties. Your thoughts are consumed by the desire to eliminate your rivals, which is utterly foolish. Today, you may vanquish me, but tomorrow, there will be others who have garnered his affection. Even if you were to extinguish all the beauties within the manor, new ones will inevitably arrive. Can you truly contend with that? Sun Yingyang's expression shifted as the piercing truth of these words struck home. The other concubines could not help but reflect deeply. Zhang Jingyi cast a glance at Qingzhi, observing her poised demeanor and reasoned discourse, and thought to herself that the girl possessed a measure of intelligence. Qingzhi then knelt down, grasping Sun Yingyang's chin to scrutinize her closely. Sun Yingyang frowned and shook her head vigorously. Qingzhi released her grip but continued to gaze in her eyes, saying, "Sun Yingyang, consider this. You are quite beautiful and reputed to possess a lovely singing voice. You have been favored before, indicating that you possess qualities that please the master. You should identify the reasons for his disdain, rectify your shortcomings, and harness your strengths to innovate and regain his affection. Why expend your silver and effort to trouble me? Reflect on what our master represents, a commander of the Jinyui. Engaging in gossip is akin to brandishing a great sword before Guan Yu, a farcical endeavor. Now, do you comprehend the extent of your folly? Not only did you fail to undermine me, but you have also dug your own grave. Alas, what a pity! You have truly moved me to tears with your foolishness." Qingzhi concluded, shaking her head in a display of heartfelt dismay. Yao Yinyin, listening nearby, felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She suspected that Qingzhi's words were subtly directed at her, implying her own foolishness. She was determined to eliminate any rival for the master's affection. While she understood the rationale, she found herself incapable of acting on it. Her love for Xiejin was profound. If she could not win the Marquis's favor for herself, she would not allow anyone else to succeed either. Initially, Sun Yingyang was taken aback by Qingzhi's remarks, but upon reflection, she realized their inherent wisdom. "You are far more astute than I. No wonder you have captured the master's heart. I have lost without grievance." Though her voice was hoarse, it was still melodious. After being swayed by Qingzhi's eloquence, Sun Yingyang found herself wholly convinced. She thought that had she heard such advice earlier, she would have certainly avoided such folly. This is not intelligence, but rather a clear self-awareness. I recognize my own limitations. I cannot outsmart others, and no subtlety escapes the master and the madam. Therefore, I refrain from engaging in foolishness. Qingzhi rose and bowed once more to Zhang Jingyi, stating, "Madam, I have conveyed all that I wish to express." "Excellently articulated," Zhang Jingyi responded, instructing the matron to reward Yingyang with some fabric, urging her to create new garments, as her current attire appeared ill-fitting. Zhang Jingyi smiled at Qingzhi, nodding in approval and bestowing a reward upon her. Regardless of Qingzhi's true intentions, her ability to express such thoughts demonstrated her righteous disposition and keen intellect, which sufficed for Zhang Jingyi's satisfaction. Even if she were favored, she would not become overly arrogant. Qingzhi expressed her gratitude for the lady's generosity and returned to her seat. Zhang Jingyi, her smile replaced by a stern demeanor, admonished the other concubines, urging them to carefully consider Ye's words. "She possesses clarity of thought, far surpassing your understanding." The Marquis favors those who are composed, wise, and kind-hearted. He has no tolerance for those who are self-serving or harbor malicious intent. The other concubines nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Qingzhi shifting from envy to a measure of respect. "Concubine son, your actions in spreading rumors have tarnished the Marquis and the Marquis's reputation, and you must face consequences. The Marquis has decreed 30 strikes. Should you survive, consider it a lesson learned." Zhang Jingyi's voice was cold as she delivered this judgment upon Concubine Sunday, Chapter 19. Fallen from favor? The servant accepts punishment. Aunt Sun collapsed completely onto the ground, her voice trembling and laced with terror. 30 strokes of the rod. She feared she would not survive. The other concubines also turned pale, and even one, Aunt Zhao, who shared a close bond with Aunt Sun, stepped forward to plead for her. Aunt Zhao, also a humble concubine and a performer from Jinzhou, had always referred to Aunt Sun as sister, regarding her as the only family she had in the household. Upon hearing that Aunt Sun faced 30 strokes, Aunt Zhao was petrified but bravely came forward to intercede, even offering to share half of the punishment. Such was the genuine sisterly affection, not a mere facade. Tears streamed down Aunt Sun's face as she embraced Aunt Zhao, weeping bitterly, and soon the room was filled with their sobs. Then several other concubines, whether sincere or feigning compassion, began to dab their eyes with handkerchiefs, their expressions sympathetic. "Huh, Aunt Yi, your words are sweeter than any song. Why bother? If you truly empathize with Aunt Sun, why not plead with the Lord for her?" Yao Yinyin interjected sarcastically. 30 strokes could genuinely lead to her demise. "I am but a human, not a bodhisattva, faced with those who wish me harm. It is noble enough that I do not take the opportunity to strike while they are down. How could I possibly plead for mercy? Do I look like a fool to you?" Qingzhi replied coolly, her tone dripping with irony. "If I were to plead for Aunt Sun, you would publicly praise my kindness while privately deriding me as foolish and hypocritical, branding me as a naive pawn to be exploited. If I refuse to intercede, you would then accuse me of being heartless and a deceitful harlot, wouldn't you? Since neither side holds any regard for humanity, I choose to embrace the role of a cold-hearted wretch. When you plot against me, I trust you will consider the consequences. I am somewhat petty. If bitten by a dog, I would chase it down for a bite in return. Though I can let go of most things, it does not prevent me from holding grudges." Qingzhi declared emphatically. Yao Yinyin's face fell darkly, rendered speechless. After Qingzhi had voiced both the good and the ill, what more could she say? Zhang Jingyi found herself somewhat in awe of Qingzhi. Her boldness was truly remarkable, stripping away any pretense. Qingzhi's fierce demeanor was unapologetically transparent, unlike the rest who spoke in veiled tones, appearing amiable while secretly scheming. With a sudden authority, Zhang Jingyi pulled Aunt Zhao aside and dragged Aunt Sun away, standing resolutely. "The punishment will be carried out right here in the courtyard, and you shall all witness it." Witnessing the punishment serves as a deterrent. Only by witnessing true punishment will one develop a sense of reverence and hesitation when contemplating wrongdoing. A A sharp crack resounded as the rod struck down, and Aunt Sun let out a harrowing scream. After 10 strikes of the rod, the anguished cries of Aunt Sun diminished, and blood seeped from her wounds. The onlooking concubines turned pale, several of them needing assistance from maids to steady themselves. Qingzhi, unable to endure the grim spectacle, elegantly chose to faint. Before losing consciousness, she cleverly crafted a narrative for herself. Blood, blood, so much blood. Her fainting was feigned, akin to her previous life's pretense of motion sickness. With the guise of motion sickness, she could close her eyes and feign sleep during business trips with her superiors, thus avoiding awkward conversations. A most effective persona. In this era, where bloodshed could occur at any moment, the act of feigning blood fainting was far more suitable. With this new persona, she could simply swoon at gruesome scenes, remaining unaffected and committed to her role of an unshakable sleeper. As Qingzhi fainted, several other concubines, inspired by her example, followed suit and soon succumbed as well. Among them, Su Ranyin, frail and unaccustomed to such brutality, truly fainted as Aunt Sun was mercilessly beaten. Yao Yinyin, overwhelmed by guilt and dread, also collapsed. Zhang Jingyi, observing these feeble concubines, frowned in disdain and instructed them to leave. Aunt Sun ultimately survived. Though her constitution was weak, her spirit was indomitable, displaying a resilience to cling to life. When she was carried back, she was barely alive, and the physician shook his head at the sight of her injuries, doubting her chances of survival. However, 3 days later, her fever subsided, and Aunt Sun finally escaped the clutches of death. "Madam, it is said that Aunt Sun has awakened. She is unlikely to perish," Rui reported to Qingzhi. "This is quite fortunate. May this second chance inspire her to act wisely and refrain from foolishness." Qingzhi felt a sense of relief upon hearing that Aunt Sun had survived. Growing up in such a tumultuous environment, she found it impossible to regard life as expendable. Despite Aunt Sun's betrayal, her actions did not warrant death, and it felt unsettling to see someone so compliant perish. Many concubines visited Aunt Sun, bringing gifts. "Shall we send something?" Rui inquired. "No need for gifts. Anything could be misconstrued as a concealed threat. Let us send her 100 taels in silver." Congratulating her on her survival, Qingzhi suggested, treating it as a ceremonial gesture for her new beginning, wishing her to shed the burdens of her past and bloom beautifully. Rui chuckled. "A ceremonial gesture for a new life? Are you serious, madam?" Spring Rain and Summer Cicada exchanged bemused glances, finding Qingzhi's remarks quite amusing. Meanwhile, upon receiving the 100 taels from Qingzhi, Aunt Sun felt a surge of gratitude. Silver was what she needed most at that moment. Although Qingzhi did not plead for her, her words had enlightened Aunt Sun, making her realize she owed Qingzhi a favor. "Once I recover, I shall personally express my gratitude to your family," Aunt Sun remarked to Rui. "As long as you do not harbor resentment towards our madam." "There is no need for thanks," Rui replied, waving her hand dismissively. In the blink of an eye, a fortnight has passed, and Xiejin has yet to visit the Smoke Willow courtyard. "My lady, it has been quite some time since either the aunt or the Marquis paid a visit, and whispers abound within the estate about your waning favor." Rui has been venturing out daily to gather intelligence, acutely aware of the change in demeanor among the servants. Once fervently warm towards her, they now exhibit a stark indifference. Her anxiety has only intensified over the past few days. "My lady, are you even listening to your maid? You have fallen out of favor. Are you not concerned?" Rui exclaimed, stamping her foot in desperation as she addressed Qingzhi. Yet, Qingzhi remained untroubled. To her, a decline in favor equated to a reprieve, for what worker would begrudge an extended holiday? She would relish the opportunity for frequent breaks, especially those that were paid. However, while a holiday may provide respite, it also meant a mere basic salary, devoid of any prestige, standing, or rewards. Just look at that, merely half a month of leave, and her standing within the estate has already diminished. Chapter 20. The young couple's risque narrative. Sister Rui remarked that the Marquis had only spent 3 nights in the inner courtyard over the past fortnight, once with the madam, once with concubine Su, during a visit to inquire about her health, and once with concubine Wu, presumably to see young Master Jiao. This, she argued, did not necessarily indicate that the madam had fallen out of favor. Chunyu could not help but interject. Concubine Wu is a favored concubine. Though she is the daughter of a military general, her temperament is gentle, perhaps even timid, and she speaks little. Yet, fortune favored her. She conceived in her second year in the household and safely delivered the first illegitimate son of Xiejin, before the madam bore a legitimate heir. The concubines were all taking precautions against pregnancy, which is why concubine Wu's child is barely 3 years old. Chunyu's reasoning was sound, yet the continued absence of the Marquis left her anxious. His affection was paramount within the estate. The concubines had once basked in his favor, and now its sudden absence felt akin to a fall from grace. Chunyu's analysis held merit, and Qingzhi nodded perfunctorily, though her words were laden with poignant sentiment. However, one cannot remain in such a state of neglect indefinitely. What meaning does my existence hold if I cannot serve the Marquis? Both Chunyu and Rui were momentarily taken aback, their hearts aching for their mistress. Such profound love for the Marquis, yet alas, it seemed destined to bring her sorrow. Summon Xiachan and inquire whether the battle attire I requested has been prepared. Qingzhi resolved, determined to return her duties. Having previously failed to execute her plan of seduction through uniform allure, she had promised to create several more outfits for Xiejin's next viewing. This was a task of significance. Despite the ongoing holiday, Qingzhi remained diligent and did not neglect her preparations. Armed with her exceptional artistic skills, regardless of their origin, they proved invaluable. Qingzhi sketched a design resembling the intended garments and entrusted them to Xiachan, who excelled in needlework. Such intimate garments could hardly be entrusted to the household embroiderers. They were the purview of personal maids. In truth, Qingzhi had experimented with embroidery herself. Her attempts were commendable. In her past life, embroidery had become a rare art form, and those skilled in it were held in high regard. Live-streaming embroidery, especially with an appealing persona, could undoubtedly captivate an audience. The thought of herself as an embroidery master brought her a quiet sense of satisfaction. However, after crafting a small pouch, she found herself disinclined to continue sewing. Her hands ached, her eyes strained, and it simply wasn't enjoyable. Subsequently, Qingzhi also tested her calligraphy skills and discovered she had a talent for it, producing exquisite small script. Delighted, she quickly penned a page of characters. Admiring her work for quite some time, feeling quite accomplished. "I shall inquire about it at once," Chunyu said, unable to suppress a smile at the thought of her mistress as battle attire. The concubines truly had a flair for creativity in their quest for favor, willing to go to great lengths. Before long, Chunyu and Xiachan returned, each carrying a bundle of clothing. "Is it completed?" Qingzhi inquired. Xiachan blushed as she replied, "I roughly followed the designs the madam sketched, making a few slight modifications. Would you kindly take a look and see if it meets your approval?" Creating these garments truly challenges her worldview and understanding, evoking a profound sense of embarrassment. Yet, for the sake of gaining the favor of her aunt, such discomfort pales in comparison. The essence of intimate apparel lies in its tantalizingly revealing nature, artfully accentuating certain focal points to arouse interest. If the attire were to be tighter, shorter, and adorned with additional ribbons to create a visual effect of bondage, it would be even more delightful. Though the ancients lacked the material for black stockings, the presence of sheer fabrics offered ample possibilities. Qingzhi examined several outfits, nodding in satisfaction as she smiled and remarked, "Well done. Xiachan has worked diligently these past few days. Reward her with 10 taels of silver." Overjoyed, Xiachan knelt to express her gratitude, her earlier feelings of shame dissipating. Silver has the power to heal all wounds. As a second-class maid, her monthly stipend is merely 1 tael. Thus, a reward of 10 taels equates to nearly 10 months' wages. The aunt's generosity is indeed remarkable. She has grown fond of such an aunt and resolves to serve with utmost devotion, ensuring that she never falls out of favor. Spring Rain cast an envious glance at Xiachan, for she is yet to receive any rewards. "Rui, please inquire with Jin Bao if the master is free tonight. Can he come over?" Qingzhi instructed Rui. Is that what the aunt desires? But that is the Marquis, not Jin Bao. Rui softly reminded her. Then I shall express my longing for the master, wishing to share a romantic evening with him. Qingzhi contemplated aloud. Rui's face instantly flushed crimson as she lowered her head and whispered, "Aunt, could you perhaps phrase it differently? I cannot utter such words." Qingzhi, understanding her discomfort, decided not to press her further, recognizing that a young maiden might find such lewdness difficult to bear. "Then I shall compose a letter. You may deliver it to Jin Bao and ask him to pass it to the Marquis. You need not concern yourself with the subsequent matters." Swiftly, Qingzhi penned a daring and effusive love letter, drawing inspiration from the romantic prose she had encountered in her past life. Of course, it wouldn't do to replicate it verbatim. Just as one cannot present a PowerPoint to a superior without modifying the template, it would be unprofessional to copy without alteration. After revising, the note Qingzhi sent to Xiejin read, "Lately, my appetite has been particularly poor, and I find it hard to swallow anything. Save for the thought of the Marquis. I am unsure how I become so bewitched, but I feel an overwhelming sweetness in the Marquis and wish to savor every inch of him. It appears I have been poisoned and require the Marquis's intimate embrace to break the spell. Dear Marquis, might you come to my rescue? I wish to linger a while longer in this world." Upon completing her letter, Qingzhi read it through, nodding in satisfaction at the progression of her sentiments. Each line more penetrating than the last, showcasing her prowess as a skilled wordsmith. However, she noted that the paper was too starkly white, lacking an appropriate aesthetic. After pondering for a moment, she took some rouge and applied it with her fingers, embellishing the paper with small hearts and delicate red lips. Instantly, the allure and tension radiated from the page. Qingzhi admired her handiwork, a satisfied smile gracing her features. Who among her family could understand the intoxicating pride one feels in their own excellence? Rui had perused the contents of the letter, leaving her in a rather determined state as she set off to deliver it, infused with a sense of unwavering resolve. When Jin Bao spotted her, he was courteous and took the initiative to greet her, inquiring about her purpose. "Brother Jin Bao, this is a letter from my aunt to the Lord Marquis. I kindly ask you to deliver it," Rui said, handing over the letter, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Jin Bao accepted it, pondering that Aunt Yi could no longer contain her intentions. Over the past fortnight, due to Aunt Ye's words of vying for favor, the other ladies in the residence had found themselves preoccupied with tasks. They were all fervently vying for the Lord Marquis's attention, delivering soup, offering fragrant sachets, presenting garments, feigning accidents during chance encounters, showcasing their beauty, playing the qin, singing melodies. The variations were limited, yet the frequency was exceedingly high. The Lord Marquis had become quite exasperated. Chapter 21. The enigmatic characters of role-playing for several days now. The Lord has commanded that nothing sent by the concubines should be brought before him to disturb his peace. Each time he encounters a concubine feigning a chance meeting in the estate, he coldly instructs them to leave, urging them to vanish from his sight. Fortunately, the concubines, disheartened by his icy demeanor, have not persisted in their advances and have retreated into silence over the past few days. Jin Bao had previously wondered why he had not seen Lady Yi making any moves. It appears she has been biding her time to finally act. As the Lord's personal attendant, Jin Bao has gained a deeper understanding of his master. He senses that the Lord harbors unusual feelings for Lady Yi and has noticed a certain restlessness in his demeanor these past few days. His face, typically cold, now bears an unmistakable hint of dissatisfaction, as if he is struggling to restrain himself from something. Most tellingly, the Lord has inquired multiple times about the whereabouts of his covert guard, Qingzhi, and what Lady Yi has been up to. Each time, the guard's reports are consistently mundane, eating, sleeping, or dozing off. With each response, the Lord's expression grows increasingly grim. Jin Bao dares to entertain a bold yet incredulous hypothesis. Could it be that the Lord has been awaiting Lady Ye's advances all along? The escalating impatience he displays may be a result of her absence. Regardless of how outlandish this conjecture may seem, Jin Bao feels a sense of relief upon encountering Rui. "Miss Rui, is this the only letter?" Jin Bao inquires once more. The simplicity of it feels somewhat lacking. Rui shyly nods, feeling that it is indeed unworthy of presentation. Reflecting on the letter's content makes her cheeks flush even deeper. She has never encountered a concubine as audacious as her own. Please wait outside for a moment. I shall deliver it to the Lord. Should he have any further instructions, you can convey them. Jin Bao advises her before proceeding to report to the Lord. Lord, Lady Yi has sent a letter via her maid. I discern it is not some medicinal concoction or fragrant pouch, so I have brought it to you. Would you care to read it? Jin Bao respectfully asks. Xie Jin pauses in his writing, his expression unchanged, yet his voice is grave as he replies. Bring it to me. Jin Bao presents the letter, then promptly bows and retreats, not daring to harbor even a hint of curiosity. Xie Jin casts a glance at Jin Bao before opening the letter. Upon seeing the small red hearts and lips depicted within, as well as the outrageous phrases, his countenance transforms dramatically. He forcefully closes the letter, grinding his teeth as he mutters, such licentious language. How could she possibly pen such words? What a waste of her exquisite calligraphy. Xie Jin feels his worldview once again challenged by Qingzhi. This woman truly possesses no limits to what she can articulate. Sometimes she appears shrewd and capable of astonishing feats, while at other times, it seems her mind is filled solely with frivolous thoughts. Regaining his composure, Xie Jin instructs Jin Bao, inform Lady Yi that I shall visit her tonight. Jin Bao respectfully acknowledges, yet cannot help but think that Lady Yi possesses an extraordinary talent. Other concubines may attempt to ingratiate themselves, but none have succeeded in drawing the Lord back to their chambers. What scandalous words could possibly be written on that paper? After Xie Jin and Jin Bao exited, he unfolded the note once more, glancing at the provocative words inscribed upon it, and ground his teeth in irritation. Xie Jin felt as though he had been playfully teased by Qingzhi. He placed the note within a book, contemplated briefly, then withdrew it again, ultimately deciding to deposit it in a nearby letterbox, still feeling it was inappropriate. Such lewd correspondence deserved to be incinerated. In the end, Xie Jin concealed the letter within a hidden compartment, ensuring it would never see the light of day. At the Yinlu courtyard, Qingzhi was still partaking in her evening meal when Xie Jin arrived. "My lord, have you dined?" she inquired with genuine concern as she rose to greet him. Although they had shared the bed on 2 occasions, she had yet to dine alongside the Marquis, who among her family could comprehend how transitioning from bedmate to dining companion might undermine the gravity of their arrangement. "Not yet," Xie Jin remarked, casting a glance at the dishes on the table, all of which were excessively sweet, causing his brow to furrow. "These are all dishes I adore, my lord. Please wait. I shall have the kitchen prepare a few more for you." Qingzhi promptly instructed Chunyu. "Chunyu, inform Aunt Li to prepare additional dishes and make a few more oil cakes." She then rattled off several names of spicy dishes that Xie Jin favored. Xie Jin's expression softened. It was evident she had taken note of his taste so soon after entering the household. He settled onto the nearby concubine couch, picked up a discarded book, and examined it, his mouth twitching. The handwriting was unmistakably hers, yet the content was somewhat glaring to his sensibilities. "What is this?" Xie Jin inquired. "Oh, these are the scripts for the role-playing game we shall engage in shortly, my lord. What character would you like to portray? The tyrannical bully teasing a rural woman?" Xie Jin cast a glance at the lines, his lips twitching in response. Phrases such as "my dear lady," "yield to me," and "I shall provide you with delicacies. If you refuse, I shall resort to force, and no one shall come to your aid," made him scowl at her. Am I to be the bully? Perhaps a cultured scholar visiting a courtesan? Qingzhi suggested, turning a page. Xie Jin glanced again at the lines, which professed, "Miss, I am enamored with you at first sight and dream of you constantly, longing to spend the night in your company." Xie Jin. It seemed her earlier letter contained more subtle implications than he had anticipated. "Could you not think of anything more constructive? Even a courtesan would surpass your creativity," he teased, poking her forehead. "If you do not like it, I shall simply burn this vulgar script." Qingzhi retorted, feeling he was attempting to provoke her. With a playful defiance, she overturned the table. Xie Jin seized the script, his expression stern. "I did not instruct you to destroy it." With a smirk, Qingzhi recognized her victory in this exchange and resumed her meal with satisfaction. Unable to resist, Xie Jin leaned closer and pinched her cheek. feeling she had grown a tad too spoiled by his affection. No, it was more accurate to say she was becoming audacious. "My lord, open your mouth for a piece of chicken," Qingzhi offered, lifting a morsel of chicken to his lips. "Not eating, it's too sweet," he declined. Qingzhi consumed her meal, then set down her chopsticks. Leaning forward, she insisted on feeding Xiajin, eager to provoke him. After all, he had just displayed a rather despicable demeanor, demanding more and more while attempting to shift the blame onto her. Xiajin. Chapter 22. The fox's tail will eventually reveal itself. Little punishment was meted out to the Marquis, and Qingzhi smiled like a cunning little fox who had successfully launched a surprise attack. Xiajin found the situation both amusing and vexing, yet he ultimately swallowed down the morsel of chicken with a sweet resignation. After her brief mischief, Qingzhi behaved herself, wary of overindulging lest she be jostled by the Marquis at work and end up uncomfortably ill. Once she donned her battle attire, Xiajin was completely captivated. In retrospect, Qingzhi felt immense regret, particularly for the exhaustion she felt. This particular shift was hardly fit for a human. Conversely, Xiajin was in high spirits, observing how Qingzhi's features softened significantly. Not only was she delicate and charming, but her personality was also intriguingly delightful, akin to discovering a hidden treasure. This was in stark contrast to the decorum of the young lady of the Yi family whom he had previously investigated. The young lady was a paragon of propriety, adhering strictly to rules and exhibiting a bashful temperament. How could her demeanor differ so drastically from Qingzhi's? Was her previous demeanor merely a facade? Xiajin gently caressed her glistening back, his tone imbued with a sage-like tenderness. In front of the Marquis, one must put on an act, for he prefers a flirtatious spirit. Unbeknownst to him, I am quite composed in my daily life. It is only in the bedroom that I reveal this side of myself. Qingzhi responded without a hint of burden. Xiajin paused, then chuckled softly, playfully pinching her petite lips. Truly, it was a mouth that inspired both affection and exasperation. He had no desire to delve deeper into that thought. If she truly were a seductress, her true nature would eventually surface. "Prepare warm water," Xiajin commanded as he rose, slipping into a pair of trousers and instructing the maids outside. Ru Yi and Xia Chan hurried in, their faces flushed from the overwhelming scent in the room, and their eyes widened at the scattered remnants of fabric on the floor. Xia Chan gazed sorrowfully at the battle attire she had painstakingly crafted over the past several days, half of it ruined in just one night. The outcome should be quite commendable. Their aunt would surely gain favor once more. Xiajin did not require the maid's assistance for his bath. He lifted the already drowsy Qingzhi and washed beside her. Eventually, it was the maids who dried her off, for Xiajin would not attend to such delicate tasks. Simply being able to hold her while bathing was a feat in itself. The disheveled bed was tidied up, and Qingzhi rolled into the sheets, turning her back to Xiajin and promptly falling into a deep slumber. Work was over. She cared not for anyone else. She would not serve. Xiajin glanced at her before closing his eyes, but soon found himself opening them again, pulling the already slumbering Qingzhi close to him. Nestled against her cool, soft skin, he drifted off to sleep comfortably. In the latter part of the night, Qingzhi was once again plagued by nightmares. This time, the setting was her wedding night, adorned in a red bridal gown and waiting in the nuptial chamber. Finally, the door creaked open, and the groom entered. "My heart belongs to another. I can only grant you the facade of being the lady of the house. Do not harbor any further illusions." The man's indifferent voice rang out. Infuriated, Qingzhi felt the urge to slap this pretentious braggart. Goodness gracious, what an absurd notion. Who would cherish your withered heart? Even if offered on a silver platter, she would surely cast it aside and trample it underfoot. What madness is this? Xiajin exclaimed as he grasped the hand that had swung toward him, furrowing his brow in inquiry. It was astonishing that she would launch an assault on him so early in the morning, when she appeared still ensnared in the remnants of slumber. Were it not for his own alertness, his instinctive defensive reflexes, honed in dreams, could have proved fatal. "My apologies," Qingzhi mumbled, still dazed. "I just had a terrible nightmare about a man attempting to assault me, which incited me to strike out in anger." Her expression, tinged with disdain, conveyed her irritation. Xiajin had no words of praise for her actions. If you refrain from penning such nonsensical scripts, perhaps you shall not find yourself plagued by such dreams, he advised. Ah, you're merely venting your frustrations on me, as if you were the one in charge, Qingzhi retorted candidly, emboldened by her previous criticisms. Under normal circumstances, she would have dismissed such trivialities, but constant reproach was wearisome. She would not allow herself to be manipulated. Deep down, she was undeniably fond of him. As their playful banter continued, Qingzhi eventually relented. All right, you're the master, your word is law. After a brief tussle, they rose to attend the morning court session. With time still on her side, Qingzhi indulged in a few more moments of sleep, disturbed by the remnants of her distressing dream. Haunted by her previous nightmare, her spirits dampened. She began to ponder the implications of it all. Who was that revolting man in her dream? What was the significance of this unsettling vision? Could it be a fragment of the original owner's past life? Her sister, Yingxue, must be a reincarnated soul, or else she would not have so fervently sought entry into the Marquis' residence only to abruptly change her mind and refuse. Moreover, she had gone to great lengths to usurp the original owner's fiancé. As a seasoned reader of web novels, Qingzhi was all too familiar with the trope of reincarnation and marriage swaps. Perhaps the original owner herself had also been reborn. The nightmare suggested that her previous life, though superficially splendid, was riddled with hidden grievances. Thus, in her rebirth, she might have chosen to become a concubine in the Marquis' household. Yet, it seemed the original owner had underestimated the malice of Yao Yinyin, who sought her demise the moment she entered the estate, leading to the original owner's tragic end by drowning. Now, it was Qingzhi who had taken her place. The more she contemplated, the more convinced she became of this theory. However, what did it matter? That was the original owner's past, not her own. Was she expected to rectify the wrongs of a bygone life, to quell the original owner's grievances in order to rid herself of nightmares? The task seemed daunting indeed. There was no need to rush. The preliminary investigation for this endeavor had yet to commence, and perhaps the nightmare was not as she had surmised. Xiajin was a creature of fickle fortune, one moment favored and the next neglected. She had neither the energy nor the desire to embark on a new venture. It was crucial for one to recognize their own limitations. As someone deemed inconsequential, Qingzhi found solace in setting this matter aside for the time being. Instead, comfort yourself by acknowledging that it is merely a nightmare. Why be so concerned? Just embrace it as it comes, as if you were merely a bystander. Strive to detach your emotions and, above all, avoid the pitfalls of mental exhaustion. Chapter 23. There is nothing that cannot be discussed with the Lord after finishing her breakfast. Qingzhi paid her respects to the lady. She had grown accustomed to these seemingly meaningless meetings that occurred daily, as every worker must endure such tortures. However, having served the Lord the previous night, she found herself the most radiant among them in today's assembly. As she stepped into the flower hall, she instantly felt the piercing gazes upon her. Qingzhi understood well. Over the past fortnight, everyone had been vying for achievements, hoping to catch the Lord's attention. And she alone had succeeded. How could they not feel envy? Qingzhi would not dim her brilliance out of consideration for their feelings, especially regarding her own accomplishments. After greeting the lady, she awaited permission to rise before stating, "My lady, the Lord expressed a disinclination towards Aunt Lee's culinary skills during last night's dinner in my residence. May I seek out a chef skilled in spicy cuisine? I would gladly cover the chef's monthly salary myself, ensuring that the Lord has satisfying dishes upon his return." Zhang Jingyi momentarily appeared lost in thought before responding with a gentle smile. "This is for the Lord's benefit. How could I allow you to bear the expense? I shall arrange for a capable chef to be placed in your courtyard, with the expenses covered by the household." "Thank you, my lady." Qingzhi expressed her gratitude before taking a seat. The other concubines, upon hearing this, felt a pang of jealousy. Lady Yi had acquired a skilled chef, providing the Lord yet another reason to visit her courtyard. How adept she was at winning favor. Their efforts over the past days seemed in vain. With no fresh news to share, the meeting concluded after the customary proceedings and the sipping of floral tea. The heat of the day left Qingzhi disinclined to wander. prompting her to return directly to the Yinlu courtyard to relax. The cool shade of her pavilion was exceedingly refreshing. "Lady, shall we have those torn garments remade?" Xiachan hesitated for a moment before finally inquiring. "Not anymore. I cannot endure this daily ordeal." Qingzhi waved her hand dismissively. Xiachan, blushing, retreated, still unable to adjust to her mistress's forthrightness. That evening, Xiajin visited the Yinlu courtyard again, having already dined. Qingzhi was engrossed in a game of Go, joyfully maneuvering black and white stones, thoroughly entertained by her own company. In her past life, she had never engaged in such a sophisticated pastime. Her skills only extended to 5 in a row, where she often found herself bested. After a few rounds of humiliation, the game had lost its charm. However, after her transmigration, Qingzhi discovered that her intellect seemed to have sharpened. After teaching Rui and others how to play 5 in a row, she found herself to be a formidable player, effortlessly dominating them. Yet, relentless victories lost their appeal, leading her to let Rui and the others play amongst themselves, finding amusement in their friendly competition. Having acquired skills in drawing, embroidery, and calligraphy, it seemed only natural that she would also master Go. She perused several game manuals while playing, finding enjoyment in the activity. Without a phone to scroll through short dramas or web novels, passing the days could indeed be quite challenging. Xiajin entered the room and found her engrossed in a game of Go, which piqued his interest, prompting him to challenge her to a match. "Aunt Yi, how proficient are you in this art?" Xiajin selected the black stones, allowing her to play first with the white ones. "I'm uncertain of my skills. I usually study the game through manuals and play alone, never engaging in a match." Qingzhi confessed. Her words rang true. She genuinely had no idea of her own capabilities. Recently inheriting a martial arts technique, she had yet to face an opponent, leaving her mind bereft of any solid concepts. "Only studying the manuals? I have seen your exquisite handwriting. It reflects considerable effort. Who was your teacher?" Xiajin placed a stone on the board, adopting a casual demeanor, compared to his initial visit, when he had straightforwardly sought intimacy. Xiajin now seemed to indulge in a more literary exchange. Beyond his physical attraction, he had developed a genuine curiosity about her as a person. Qingzhi furrowed her brow in contemplation, unable to recall any pertinent memories from the original owner's past. In fact, she stumbled upon new evidence that supported her earlier conjecture regarding the original owner's rebirth. The original owner's mother had been imprisoned by the Gu family for harming her offspring when she was merely 5 years old. Since then, the original owner had struggled under the Gu family's control. Although the Gu family presented a facade of sweetness, it was laced with bitterness. They had employed a female tutor for the original owner, yet this tutor exclusively instructed her in the teachings of feminine propriety and ethics, neglecting other skills. As for calligraphy, the instruction was cursory at best. The original owner's handwriting bore no resemblance to hers now. Qingzhi had not delved deeply into this aspect before, but upon being questioned by her superior today, she uncovered a troubling inconsistency. A chill ran through her as she pondered that these skills might have been inherited from the original owner post-rebirth. However, that line of thought posed further questions. The original owner's rebirth pertained solely to the soul, not the body. She lacked any memories of the original owner's rebirth, having only experienced vague nightmares. How then did she possess such clarity in those skills? Could it be that the original owner's soul had remained within this body? This revelation sent shivers down her spine. Who could comprehend the terror of suddenly realizing that the body she inhabited might already belong to someone else? It was profoundly unsettling. "You merely inquired about your calligraphy tutor, and yet you appear so frightened," Xiajin observed, his gaze sharp and piercing. He sensed that Aunt Yi harbored numerous secrets, igniting a flicker of murderous intent within him. Had Aunt Yi been replaced? As Xiajin contemplated the black stone between his fingers, his thoughts turned sinister. Yet his gaze lingered on Qingzhi with a hint of tenderness. "My lord, you may find it hard to believe, but I have just discovered something truly alarming." Qingzhi was genuinely frightened. Her pupils dilated as she pressed closer into Xiajin's warm embrace, finally feeling human rather than a ghost. Xie Jin. If this were all an act, she must be an extraordinarily skilled performer. Drawing her trembling form closer, Xie Jin felt his murderous intent wane. Caressing her delicate face and asking gently, "What could be so terrifying? Pray, share it with me." "My lord, as you know, I have narrowly escaped death on 2 occasions. 3 months ago, I attempted to hang myself. When I was rescued from the beam, my face was ashen, and I had lost consciousness. The household was preparing for my funeral. Miraculously, I awakened. A month ago, I nearly drowned, succumbing to a high fever that lasted 3 days before I regained consciousness, barely clinging to life. These 2 brushes with death have altered my temperament somewhat, though I did not pay it much heed. It is hardly surprising that one's character shifts after such profound ordeals. However, when you inquired about my proficiency in chess and my calligraphy, I found myself reflecting deeply and realized that I possess no recollection of those memories. You may ask Rui, my handwriting was not as it is now. My lord, could it be that I am possessed by some malevolent spirit? Am I truly the reincarnation of a fox spirit? Having been in my position for over half a month, Qingzhi discerned that her superior, Xie Jin, was not merely intelligent, but rather an exceptionally cunning and calculating man. He possesses an astuteness that renders him nearly impossible to outmaneuver. Furthermore, his network of informants is extensive. He is aware of even the slightest indiscretion, as his role entails covert investigations. Thus, upon realizing that her superior was not the frivolous type, Qingzhi resolved to refrain from employing any tactics or schemes against Xie Jin. She might indulge in minor cleverness and tricks, but those would be for the benefit of others. There is nothing she cannot disclose to Xie Jin, save for the truth of her time travel. Xie Jin was increasingly astonished, both by her revelations and her candor. Upon hearing her tales of the supernatural, he could not help but tighten his embrace and firmly retort, "Do not speak nonsense. There are no such things as spirits or demons." He spoke gravely, suggesting that perhaps she had merely forgotten certain matters. The complexities surrounding Qingzhi appeared to be more intricate than he had initially surmised. Chapter 24. An Unparalleled Affection. As the Lord spoke, I found myself wholly in agreement. Qingzhi nestled closer in his embrace, her nose twitching as she playfully inhaled his scent, prompting Xie Jin to chuckle as he playfully flicked her forehead. "Are you a dog?" he retorted, exasperated. "You exhibit not a shred of decorum or refinement befitting a lady." Yet, I must confess, Xie Jin found her antics refreshingly amusing. What delight could one derive from being surrounded by rigidly proper beauties? None could match her spirited nature, her audacity to nuzzle against him so freely, nor her boldness in speaking her mind. "I am drawing upon your vital energy, so that malevolent spirits dare not approach me, rendering me fearless," Qingzhi declared, her earnestness bordering on absurdity. "Shall we employ a different method?" Xie Jin suggested, beginning to unfasten her garments to facilitate a better absorption of energy. "Wait, the game is not yet concluded," Qingzhi protested, extricating herself from his hold, her disheveled attire and flushed complexion rendering her utterly captivating, making it quite challenging for him to focus on anything else. Seeing her insistence on continuing their match, Xie Jin shot her an exasperated glance before steadying his resolve and returning his attention to the chessboard. As the pieces multiplied, their playful banter faded into seriousness, each unwilling to concede defeat, both immersing themselves in strategic contemplation of their next moves. "My lord, if I emerge victorious, shall there be a reward?" Qingzhi inquired, her confidence apparent as she surveyed the board, poised to make her decisive move. "What reward do you seek?" Xie Jin asked, taken aback by her unexpected skill of the game. It appeared he was destined to lose. The secrets she harbored piqued his curiosity even further. Had she truly lost her memory? "The Lord must be aware that my entrance into this household was orchestrated by my father, who aspired for the Yi family to become imperial merchants, even seeking to engage in the lucrative salt trade of Jianghuai. Might I inquire if this ambition could be fulfilled?" Qingzhi inquired with a playful smile. Xie Jin had grown accustomed to her forthrightness. She spoke her mind without ever compromising her own desires. Although her request was unexpected, it was not unreasonable. "Very well, He replied with a nod. Why not indulge her? It could be amusing to see how she navigates this new reality. Wow, my lord, is it truly possible? Is this reward not rather grand? One of my aspirations upon entering the household could be realized so effortlessly? Qingzhi exclaimed, her joy evident as she bombarded him with questions. I had anticipated a refusal, thinking I might propose a lesser request afterward that you would agree to. Oh, and what is your true desire? Jean inquired, intrigued. I wish to return to the Yi residence, she confessed. Having gained your favor, I must return to flaunt my newfound status. To traverse the night in splendid attire would be utterly mundane. I longed to witness the vexation on my scheming sisters' and stepmother's faces, as well as the obsequiousness of my father, who will surely grovel before me. Jean gazed at her unabashedly arrogant demeanor and found it somewhat endearing. Come here and serve me well, and you shall have your 2 rewards. He beckoned with a casual gesture, discarding the chess piece in his hand. Here she comes, my lord. Please do not move. Just lie back and enjoy the leader had granted her such a substantial favor. Not a mere illusion, but a genuine boon. Qingzhi was determined to savor every bit of it. What did it matter if she overindulged or grew weary? As long as the reward was delectable, that was all that mattered. Though she had told the Marquis to lie still, it was she who, like a fish out of water, lay helplessly on the bed, unable to move. When she had cleaned herself up and was preparing for sleep, Qingzhi, fighting off drowsiness, inquired once more whether her reward was still intact. Jean, somewhat irked, pinched her cheek without deigning to respond. He was not one to go back on his word. He did not mind lifting someone high into the heavens. If they had the ability, they could remain aloft, but if they lacked that talent, they would fall to pieces. He was curious to see if Qingzhi possessed the capability to remain airborne. News of Qingzhi receiving permission from the Marquis to visit her family swiftly spread throughout the inner residence, even as the lady of the house. Returning to one's family was not a matter to be taken lightly. After all, as a married woman, frequent visits home could be deemed improper. As for concubines, their chances were even slimmer. Once they entered the household, they would likely spend their lives in their small quarters. A favored concubine might have some face, yet not much. Now, having only been in the Marquis's residence for just over a month, Qingzhi had already been granted such a privilege. This affection was unparalleled. If there were a meticulous censor, he could very well use this incident to report Jean for being overly indulgent towards his concubine, neglecting decorum and propriety. My lady, the Marquis is being excessively indulgent towards concubine Yi. Shouldn't you admonish her? Elder Zhou expressed her frustration. While the Marquis may have favored her, concubine Yi was quite honest and never instigated trouble, Zhang Jingyi calmly remarked. Zhang Jingyi herself was uncertain about the extent of the Marquis's fondness for Qingzhi. Much like the situation with concubine Qin, the Marquis did not immediately punish her with death, but rather chose to feign ignorance. Clearly, the Marquis had other plans. Regarding concubine Yi, Zhang Jingyi sensed that the Marquis had ulterior motives. However, she was disinclined to speculate. Ultimately, whether the Marquis favored concubine Yi or another, it made little difference to her. Moreover, unlike Yao Yinyin, concubine Yi was astute, showing respect and consideration towards her as the main wife, which made her more agreeable than the other concubines. Given the choice, she would prefer for concubine Yi to be favored. At today's meeting, Zhang Jingyi's first order of business was to announce that concubine Yi was permitted to return to her family. Instantly, the gazes of the other concubines were filled with envy and resentment. Someone even dared to voice their discontent, questioning why concubine Yi was granted such a privilege. Why is it that concubine Yi can return home while we, who have been in the household for many years, have never had such an opportunity? Confronting, please enlighten us as to why the Marquis has allowed you to visit your family. Zhang Jingyi passed the ball to Qingzhi. She had not yet reached the level of being magnanimous enough to take responsibility for every little thing concerning her rival. Let the flames of jealousy burn within her. After all, she must bear the consequences of winning the favor of the Marquis. Yesterday, I played a game of chess with the Marquis, and upon his defeat, I requested a reward, expressing my desire to visit my family. The Marquis graciously granted my wish. Qingzhi boldly declared, I am aware of your envy and admiration, but this is something I have earned through my own abilities. Your jealousy is futile. Next time you defeat the Marquis, you too may claim a reward. You truly are full of bravado, Yao Yin scoffed. The Marquis is an exceptional player. How could you possibly have one? That reward was merely a means to curry favor with him. Have you ever played chess with the Marquis? Have you ever played with me? You speak without knowledge. And your foolishness is only exacerbated by your penchant for stirring trouble. If not for your fortunate father and sister, your kind would have long since succumbed to your own folly. Qingzhi looked at Yao Yin with scorn. Continue your antics. When your father and sister tire of supporting you, your good days will come to an end. At that time, oh, how many will wish to trample you underfoot? The other concubines regarded Qingzhi with newfound admiration. How daring she is, they thought, feeling exhilarated by her words. Indeed, Qingzhi had articulated their shared sentiments, voicing the frustrations they had long suppressed. Had it not been for Yao Yin's fortunate connections, they would have had no recourse but to endure her oppression in silence. Qingzhi's audacity was backed by the Marquis's affection, providing her with the necessary support. Yao Yin, stung by the accusation of foolishness and stripped of her pretense by Qingzhi's words, felt her face flush with anger. For a moment, she could not think of a retort, only gasping in fury as she recalled her father's lingering disappointment, which had persisted for over a month without forgiveness. Did Qingzhi's predicted outcome terrify her? Certainly. She feared it so much that she dared not even contemplate such a day. No, that day will never come. Qingzhi first sent Rui back to the Yi residence to inform them of her impending return and to subtly convey that both the imperial merchant and official salt business were secured. She was returning to bask in glory and win favor, not to endure derision. It was only proper to give advance notice so that the Yi residents could prepare adequately, rolling out the finest hospitality to welcome her. A dirt road would suffice, as that was the standard for concubines visiting their families. But the entire family must be present at the entrance, waiting eagerly for her arrival. Upon receiving Rui's message, Yi Yongyuan became excited and began preparations. Qingzhi is truly remarkable. Having entered the residence for just over a month, she has managed to charm the Marquis to such an extent that, with a mere whisper, the identities of the imperial merchant and the official salt business are set to be bestowed upon the Yi family. Such an unexpected windfall is hard to believe. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yi Yongyuan ordered all the household servants to spring into action, taking charge himself and preventing Gu Man from intervening. He was acutely aware that Qingzhi was not truly Gu's daughter, and that the Gu family did not genuinely care for her. He feared that a mistake might occur the following day, and upon receiving the news, he specifically cautioned the Gu family. Ye Qingzhi, now the favored concubine of the Marquis of Jiangyang, was no longer a mere maid to be easily manipulated. When you encounter her, adopt a more humble demeanor, and refrain from harboring any inappropriate thoughts. Upon hearing this, Gu Man was infuriated. As Qingzhi had just gained favor, her own standing in the household had diminished. If this situation persisted, would she not eventually be cast aside, making way for Qingzhi's biological mother to reclaim her position? This shameless woman must not be allowed to continue her arrogance. Ingxiue, when Qingzhi returns tomorrow, ensure that Chun Yuankai is also present, Gu Man instructed, her expression dark and foreboding. Mother, do not entertain any ill intentions towards Yuankai. He has only 2 months left before the autumn examination, and he must concentrate on his studies. He possesses the talent to achieve the highest honors. If you jeopardize his future, I shall hold you accountable. Ingxiue retorted without reservation. Chapter 25 today marks the pinnacle of her glory, yet also serves as her day of mourning. In recent days, she has dreamt once more, witnessing scenes that unfold after her demise. After Chun Yuankai achieved the highest honor, he captured the emperor's attention and began his meteoric ascent. By the age of 40, he had already ascended to the position of minister, and within 2 years, he would become the prime minister. His status was unparalleled. It was not merely a matter of becoming the wife of the top scholar. She aspired to be the wife of the prime minister, a lady of the highest rank. Such immense wealth and fortune lay before her, and anyone daring to obstruct her path would find themselves her adversary. Ingxiue, Yuan Kai is extraordinarily capable. He cannot be so easily dismissed. Mother is also waiting for you to become the wife of the top scholar. Gu Man had also heard of her daughter's dreams and believed that her daughter had received divine inspiration, destined to become a noble lady in this life. However, you have seen your father's attitude. That wretched Qingzhi has only just gained favor, yet he is already ingratiating himself to her. And we seem to hold no status in your father's eyes. I fear that before next spring's examination, your father might cast me aside for that wretched girl. Qingzhi. Gu Man spoke anxiously. We must devise a plan to ensure that the wretched girl loses her favor in the Marquis. Mother initially contemplated having Yuan Kai come over to create the illusion that she still held him dear, intending for them to meet in secret. Mother, absolutely not. Xiejin is a man of great jealousy. While your plan could indeed harm Qingzhi, it would also bring trouble to Yuan Kai, inevitably affecting his career in the future. Yingxue harbored a profound fear of Xiejin in her heart. It is best to avoid provoking him if possible. That is true. Then what do you propose we do? Gu Man inquired. Tomorrow presents an excellent opportunity that cannot be missed. Mother, without Yuan Kai, we can seek out others. Do you remember that scholar from a humble background named Song Yishuan? He possesses considerable talent, but has offended someone and can no longer remain in Jiangnan for the provincial examination. I have heard that Qingzhi provided him with funds to travel to the capital, seeking a way to obtain a spot for the provincial examination among the capital scholars. I have learned that he has already arrived in the capital and is inquiring about our household. He likely wishes to thank Qingzhi. Once informed that Qingzhi will return home tomorrow, he will undoubtedly come. This Song Yishuan is also a figure who appeared in her dreams. He would become the top scholar in 3 years and later a significant minister, often opposing Yuan Kai in the court. Thus, this opportunity not only allows for the removal of Qingzhi, but also eliminates a formidable rival for Yuan Kai. A twofold advantage. She truly is remarkably astute. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. Gu Man's face brightened with joy as she busied herself with preparations. The next day, the servants of the Yi residence rose early, sweeping the courtyard anew, meticulously checking that the red lanterns and colorful silk from the previous day's arrangements were in order, and ensuring that the necessary meats and vegetables for the kitchen were all in place. They were bustling with activity. The atmosphere for receiving esteemed guests was elevated to its zenith. Gu Man and Yingxue observed everything, their faces adorned with radiant smiles. Yet their hearts simmered with concealed anger. Today marked the memorial day of Qingzhi. They had prepared the setting with care to honor her memory appropriately as she departed on her final journey. As the clock struck the hour of 9 a.m., Yi Yongyuan hurriedly gathered people at the entrance to await the arrival, dispatching several young servants to check for the carriage of Jiangyang Hofu. However, they had yet to see Qingzhi. Instead, Song Yishuan arrived, accompanied by Chen Yuan Kai. Upon seeing him, Yingxue's expression shifted dramatically. Why was Yuan Kai here? Gu Man and Yi Yongyuan also turned their gaze towards Yingxue, their looks varying slightly. Gu Man's was laced with anxiety and confusion. Wasn't it agreed that Yuan Kai would not appear here? Had the plans changed? Yi Yongyuan shot Yingxue a stern glance, filled with a palpable warning. How could she not remain discreet? Today was the return of Qingzhi, and summoning Yuan Kai here. What was the intention? Did she wish to humiliate someone? If the Marquis were to discover this, would he not be incensed? Would he misconstrue that Qingzhi and Chen Yuan Kai had not severed ties? In an instant, Yi Yongyuan contemplated several concerns. However, given the promising potential of this scholarly young man as a future son-in-law, he could not afford to lose face. One must not place all their eggs in one basket. As a businessman, he was all too familiar with this investment theory. As for Song Yishuan, though unfamiliar to him, it was evident he was also a scholar, and thus he greeted him courteously. My dear nephews, we have distinguished guests arriving today. I fear I cannot entertain you properly. Might I invite you both for a feast tomorrow? Yi Yongyuan said with a polite smile. Uncle, such a grand affair. Who is this esteemed guest? Chen Yuan Kai inquired, smiling as he offered a respectful salute. My youngest daughter, who has entered the Marquis' household as a concubine, returns today. She is a lady, and you gentlemen are outsiders. making it rather inconvenient. Yi Yongyuan stated plainly, concerned about their lingering presence. Chen Yuankai's expression shifted slightly. So it was Yi Qingzhi who had entered the Marquis' household. Given the fanfare, it was evident she had garnered favor. Otherwise, Yi uncle would not have extended such courtesy to her. Yi Qingzhi had originally been his fiancée, Yi. A sense of discomfort washed over Chen Yuankai. You and my sister once had a betrothal. It is best to avoid any appearance of impropriety, Yi Yingshu interjected, stepping forward in her anxiety, disregarding her reservations, and tugging at Chen Yuankai's sleeve, leading him aside. In a hushed tone, she advised, "My sister is particularly favored in the Marquis' household. Should you encounter her, the Marquis may have suspicions which could adversely affect your future." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuankai felt a pang of humiliation coupled with an unexpected thought. He was well aware that Yi Qingzhi harbored deep feelings for him. During the spring banquet, he had been drawn into a secret liaison with Yi Yingshu, which compelled him to withdraw from his engagement with Yi Qingzhi. For that, she had even attempted to take her own life, her love for him unwavering and profound. For him, if only she knew that he too was trapped in circumstances beyond his control, if only she understood the depth of his sentiments for her. Could it be that, having gained prestige within a Marquis' residence, she might later assist him in his official endeavors? Jiangyang Marquis Xiejin is indeed the commander of the Jinyui, the Emperor's most favored confidant. Undertaking actions in his name, waving grand banners, and drawing upon his authority would undoubtedly yield significant results with less effort. The more Chen Yuankai contemplated this path, the more he believed it to be feasible, provided he could meet Yi Qingzhi today and leave her with a few words. "Young Master Chen, Zue, you must leave now," Yi Yingshu urged, calling out his courtesy name. Chen Yuankai furrowed his brows, just as Song Yishuan, who had accompanied him, spoke up. "Uncle Yi, I have received kindness from Miss Yi and have come today to express my gratitude. May I wait here for her?" Yi Yongyuan cast a surprised glance at the coolly composed Song Yishuan and nodded slightly, advising, "It is no longer suitable for you to address her as Miss Yi. Henceforth, refer to her as Aunt Yi." Song Yishuan pursed his lips, his brow furrowing slightly, and reluctantly acquiesced. In the midst of their conversation, a young servant returned joyfully, exclaiming, "Master, master, the Marquis' carriage has arrived. The carriage is here." Quickly wiping his brow, he straightened his back, wearing a smile. Yi Yongyuan turned to the others in the house, his own face beaming. A glance to the side revealed Yi Yingshu leaning closely against Chen Yuankai, their relationship seemingly intimate, which eased his concerns somewhat. This arrangement appeared quite favorable. Moments later, the grand carriage approached, accompanied by 8 mounted, sword-bearing guards, exuding an impressive air. The Marquis' grand carriage, drawn by a pair of horses, appeared exceedingly luxurious, trailed by a carriage for a servant. This display reassured Yi Yongyuan, granting him a sense of comfort. His daughter was indeed cherished within the Marquis' residence, evidenced by such an entourage. Yi Yingshu, witnessing this spectacle, felt a mix of astonishment and envy, alongside a tinge of humiliation at being overshadowed. Having once been within the Marquis' estate herself, she knew all too well the hardships endured. Her time there had been fraught with difficulty. Yet, Yi Qingzhi had seemingly garnered the Marquis' affection with such ease, basking in such glory. Comparisons stung deeply. Fortunately, today was her most illustrious day, also marked as her day of remembrance. Chen Yuankai's gaze flickered as he observed the procession, increasingly convinced of his earlier thoughts. Yi Qingzhi was undoubtedly a valuable asset. Her affection for him was profound. The carriage halted at the Yi residence, and the maidservants Rui and Chunyu descended first, retrieving a footstool and assisting Yi Qingzhi down from the carriage. Yi Yongyuan gazed at the elegantly adorned, stunningly beautiful, and extraordinarily noble lady before him, momentarily entranced. Was this truly his somewhat timid daughter, Qingzhi? The Marquis' residence certainly cultivated nobility, and in just over a month, his daughter had undergone such a remarkable transformation. How splendid! Yi Yingshu, observing the resplendent and regal Yi Qingzhi, even found herself momentarily lost in a dreamlike vision of her. Could it be that she too had been reborn? Chapter 26. Do you intend to cause Qingzhi to lose favor? With her memories of a past life, she was able to quickly establish herself in the marquisate and win the affection of Xiejin. But would she then entangle herself with Chun Yuankai? Certainly. After all, in her previous life, Chun Yuankai became the prime minister, and even Xiejin had to treat him with deference. Moreover, she had once been the prime minister's wife. Yet now she was merely a lowly concubine in the marquisate, devoid of status and dignity. If she were Qingzhi and discovered that her auspicious fate had been usurped upon her rebirth, she would undoubtedly go mad and seek revenge. As Yingxu pondered this, she glanced at Chun Yuankai beside her, noticing the admiration and subtle affection in his gaze directed at Qingzhi. It felt as though she had been struck a harsh blow, leaving her in pain. How could she have forgotten that Chun Yuankai still harbored feelings for that wretched Qingzhi? If the two of them conspired to unite, what would become of her? Yingxu tugged at Chun Yuankai's sleeve with force, her voice icy yet barely audible. Do not gaze at my sister. She is now the favored concubine of Marquis Jiangyang, not someone you can look at so brazenly. Chun Yuankai quickly lowered his head, yet his mind was consumed with visions of Qingzhi's captivating beauty. She resembled a stunning flower, once merely a budding blossom, now fully blossomed under a man's nurturing. A sudden surge of anger coursed through Chun Yuankai as he clenched his fists. He resented that it was not he who had nurtured this delicate flower, but rather Marquis Jiangyang. Qingzhi was meant to belong to him. Confident in his future prospects, he believed he would eventually have a taste of this flower's sweetness. At this moment, Yi Yongyuan approached with a broad, ingratiating smile. Qingzhi, you truly are remarkable. I knew it all along. No matter how capable I am, I cannot withstand the knives you wield behind my back. Qingzhi retorted, casting a discerning glance at the crowd gathered at the entrance of the residence. Upon spotting Chun Yuankai among them, her expression immediately chilled, and her words turned sharp. What are you saying, Qingzhi? How could father possibly betray you? He only hopes for your continued favor in the marquisate, so you can quickly bear a child for security. Yi Yongyuan exclaimed, his face reddening with urgency. If you do not intend to betray me, then why summon Chun Yuankai, a man with whom I had a betrothal and who is now entangled with my sister? Is it not to provoke me intentionally? Are you not allowing ill-intentioned individuals to twist the narrative, claiming I still harbor feelings for him, seeking to tarnish the Marquis's honor? Qingzhi's gaze turned icy as she regarded Chun Yuankai. Upon seeing him with her own eyes, a wave of resentment surged within her, igniting a desire to annihilate him, to torment him. As Qingzhi spoke, she unreservedly tore away the veil of modesty before the gathered crowd, using it as an outlet for her pent-up fury. Enough with the investigations. This Chun Yuankai must be the scoundrel from her nightmares, responsible for the various misdeeds that had drawn the ire of heaven and man alike. For otherwise, she would not be so enraged. Oh dear, Qingzhi, lower your voice. Everyone can hear you. Yi Yongyuan's complexion transformed from a deep crimson to a ghastly pallor as he glanced at the increasing crowd of onlookers. He tugged at her sleeve, urging her to hasten into the manor. Ru-yi, returning to thee is such a letdown. Yet, Qingzhi shrugged off her sleeve and resolutely strode towards the carriage. Clearly, the Yi residents had other nefarious schemes awaiting her. It would be foolish to re-enter. Better to express her displeasure and depart, as that would wield greater intimidation. This was a splendid opportunity to confront her unscrupulous father. Oh no, don't leave. Yi Yongyuan was taken aback and hurried to grasp her, hoping to dissuade her once more. However, the armed guards swiftly intervened, positioning themselves before Yi Yongyuan, preventing him from approaching Qingzhi. He could only anxiously shout to Ru-yi, quickly, stop your mistress. How could she just walk away like this? Master, you have humiliated our mistress. Yet you expect her to save face for you? That is utterly impossible. Ru-yi, along with the bewildered Chunyu, assisted Qingzhi into the carriage. As the curtain lifted and fell, Qingzhi's figure vanished from the sight of the gathered spectators, prompting a flurry of discussion among them. What a fiery temperament this lady possesses. She clearly bears no illusion. Someone remarked, she must have lost all affection for that fiancé of hers. Not just affection. There is undoubtedly animosity as well. Did you not hear? That shameless fiancé is entangled with her sister. TSK, utterly disgraceful. All eyes turned towards Chen Yuankai and Ying Xue, who instantly flushed crimson, as though stripped bare before the public. Particularly, Chen Yuankai felt an overwhelming sense of shock and humiliation that threatened to engulf him. How could Yi Qingzhi treat him with such disdain? How could she be so callous towards him? Her indiscreet words had rendered him a laughingstock. Should this matter escalate, it would irreparably tarnish his reputation among his peers, potentially jeopardizing his future career in government service. As these thoughts consumed him, resentment towards Yi Qingzhi welled up. She not only refused to assist him, but seemed intent on sabotaging him. Truly, how outrageous! Yi Yingxue, besides her astonishment, was engulfed in confusion. Had Yi Qingzhi truly been reborn? If so, why would she harbor such resentment towards Chen Yuankai and seek to ruin his reputation? Yi Yongyuan stood in shock, while Yi Yingxue remained perplexed. Gu Man, however, was seething with rage. If Yi Qingzhi refused to enter the manor, all of her carefully orchestrated plans would be rendered futile. Her chest ached with frustration. This insufferable girl was proving to be exceedingly difficult, seemingly intent on thwarting her at every turn. As the members of the Yi family stood in stunned silence, Song Yishuan made his move. He swiftly approached Yi Qingzhi's carriage. Bowing respectfully to the guards as he called out, "I am Song Yishuan, a scholar from Yangzhou. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Miss Yi for her guidance regarding the Mingjin and for the generous gift of examination funds. Should I achieve success in the future, I shall repay this kindness 100-fold." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingzhi curiously lifted the curtain of the carriage, gazing at the unfamiliar Song Yishuan, pondering when, or if, the original owner of her body had ever bestowed examination funds upon him. She had just perused the original owner's memories, but found no recollection of such an event. According to the timeline he mentioned, the gift of examination silver should have occurred after the original owner's demise. Therefore, she possesses no memory of re-entering the Marquis' residence following the original owner's hanging. Upon careful reflection, Yi Qingzhi realized that this indeed was the case. This series of events was relayed to her by Rui upon her awakening from a high fever. "Observing your features, young sir, I believe you will surely succeed in your examinations. It would not be too late to repay the kindness once you secure an official position and a salary." Yi Qingzhi spoke gently. She was not merely offering auspicious words. She genuinely believed that this scholar from Yangzhou, Song Yishuan, was destined for success, likely ranking quite high, with the possibility of achieving the top honors. When asked how she knew, Yi Qingzhi could not articulate it, attributing it to a peculiar sixth sense. A glance at Chen Yuankai had similarly conjured the feeling that he could attain a third-class scholar status, though anything beyond that seemed unlikely. A peculiar sensation washed over Yi Qingzhi. Had her golden finger finally manifested? Yet, as a mere concubine in a Marquis' household, her so-called golden finger was neither a spatial spring of wisdom, nor mind-reading abilities, nor a system of palace intrigue, but rather a mere capacity to discern another's potential for success? How utterly underwhelming. However, it was certainly preferable to having nothing at all. In life, one should learn to be content. Upon hearing her words, Song Yishuan could not help but smile. "I appreciate your kind words, Mississippi. Henceforth, please refer to me as Inyang Yi." Yi Qingzhi gently interrupted him, mindful of propriety, and bid him farewell. She lowered the carriage curtain. As Song Yishuan gazed at the departing Marquis' carriage, a hint of melancholy crossed his features. Yi Qingzhi departed decisively, leaving the onlookers unsatisfied. Even as her carriage moved further away, they continued to discuss her, oblivious to the fact that while she was chastising her negligent father and summoning Chen Yuankai, she was simultaneously being stabbed in the back. Xiejin happened to witness this scene from a distance, observing her poised and regal demeanor, exuding authority without anger. Xiejin could not help but smile subtly. Were one unaware of her status, they might easily mistake her for the matriarch of a prestigious household. He discovered an intriguing aspect about her. He had anticipated that her return to the Yi residence would showcase an arrogant demeanor typical of the newly empowered, devoid of grace. Yet, apart from her customary sharp tongue, which deftly stripped away any pretense, leaving no room for gossip. Her other behaviors reflected decorum and cultivation. Notably, the traces of allure and seduction had vanished from her striking visage, replaced instead by a dignified grace. This sight stirred something within Jin. "Sir, this new concubine of yours seems quite formidable, not at all resembling a seductress. Indeed, the previous rumors about her were unfounded," remarked his subordinate, Jin, who was thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. Jin's expression turned cold, displeased with the discussion of Ye's character. "Silence him," he commanded. Upon noticing his anger, Jin swiftly slapped himself across the face. Jin did not pursue the matter further. Jin sighed in relief, recognizing that this Yingyang held a significant position and quietly vowed not to repeat his previous mistakes. Yi Yongyuan struck Gu Man sharply across the face. His voice filled with fury as he exclaimed, "Wretched woman, was it your vile suggestion that brought Chun Yuankai here today? Do you wish to see Qingzhi fall from grace?" Chapter 27. Perhaps she truly is the incarnation of a seductress. Alas, my lord, I have not done anything of the sort. I am too timid. Gu Man knelt on the ground, clutching his leg and weeping bitterly. "You must believe me. I'm not the kind of person who would act so foolishly. If you doubt me, you may inquire with Ingshue, who still hopes for Chun Yuankai's success in the imperial examinations. How could I possibly engage in actions that would tarnish his reputation? Father, today was truly a coincidence. It was a misunderstanding." Yi Ingshue interjected, harboring resentment towards Yi Qingzhi. "Even if my sister despises me for taking Chun Yuankai away, she should not have aired such grievances in public. Her actions have sullied his reputation, and one cannot help but wonder if it will affect his performance in the upcoming examinations. If you have the audacity to act in such a manner, you must be prepared for the consequences. How dare you complain?" Yi Yongyuan retorted sharply. "Thankfully, Qingzhi has entered the Marquis. Otherwise, with your temperament, the Marquis would surely disapprove, and you might even bring disaster upon the household." Yi Ingshue felt deeply ashamed, for his words struck a nerve, leaving her with a furious countenance. "Should I find out that you are scheming again, I shall divorce you," Yi Yongyuan concluded, kicking Gu Man as a final threat before departing. He was eager to send someone to the Marquis to gather intelligence. With Qingzhi's departure, what would become of the royal merchant's affairs or the official salt trade? Jiangyang Marquis that evening, Jin arrived at the Yanlu courtyard. However, it was quite late, approaching the hour of the boar, approximately 9:15 p.m. At this time, Yi Qingzhi had just finished her yoga practice and taken a bath, preparing for sleep, completely unprepared for the Marquis' unexpected visit. Moreover, Jin was still clad in the formal attire of the Imperial Guard as commander, having not changed in a casual wear, clearly having come directly from outside. "How intriguing. My lord, has something occurred?" Yi Qingzhi approached with concern. "Nothing amiss. In the future, keep a few sets of my casual attire here." Jin lifted her chin with his hand and pressed a gentle kiss on her lips. He had been thinking of tasting her sweetness ever since he spotted her earlier. After a couple of kisses, Jin deepened the embrace, leaving Yi Qingzhi feeling weak and relying on him for support. Upon releasing her, he chuckled softly at her dazed expression, playfully tapping her rosy lips with his finger. "Shall you partake in a late-night snack before your bath, my lord?" Yi Qingzhi, regaining her composure, finally spoke. "The chef you requested has arrived. He prepares excellent noodles. Shall I have him make you a spicy, oil-splash noodle dish?" Jin nodded, allowing her to proceed with the arrangements. After Yi Qingzhi had instructed Chunyu on the necessary matters, she returned to his side and smiled at him, remarking, "My lord, you look quite imposing in your formal attire. I can hardly tear my gaze away." "Flattery suits you well," Jin chuckled, then inquired, "I heard you visited the Yi residence today, but left without entering?" "Indeed, the Gu family and Yi Ingshue are undoubtedly plotting something nefarious. I had no desire to fall into their trap." Yi Qingzhi pouted, recounting the events that transpired at the entrance of the Yi residence. The Marquis must have certainly heard about it elsewhere. However, that was not the content of her report. Thus, some matters must still be addressed. "Marquis, let us dismiss the affairs of the imperial merchants and the official salt," Yi Qingzhi remarked. Jin raised an eyebrow, regarding her with an enigmatic expression. "Did you not say that this was your objective upon entering the mansion? Why abandon it now?" Alas, Marquis, human nature is inherently fickle. When good things are obtained too easily, one tends to take them for granted, Qingzhi lamented. What was once within reach has suddenly slipped away, and it pains the heart. Only through such heartache may one learn and realize that I am no longer someone they can easily manipulate. My actions are also for their benefit, to encourage them to mature quickly and become a financial asset rather than a burden to you, Marquis. Xiejin thought to himself that anyone who dared to call this woman foolish would receive a swift reprimand. For it was indeed the Yi family who often labeled her as such. Thus, he playfully tapped Qingzhi on the head, saying, "Look at you. This head of yours seems quite clever. Such intelligence, yet I have knocked some sense out of it." Qingzhi tenderly rubbed her slightly aching forehead and shot him a playful glare, pouting. "How did you come up with the idea of gifting exam money to Song Yishuan? Did you know him beforehand?" Ignoring her playful reproach, Xiejin continued to inquire, "Qingzhi, did you know him before?" She shook her head emphatically, feigning fear and lowering her voice, almost in a haunting tone. "You may not believe it, but I have no recollection of giving him money, nor do I remember ever meeting him." Xiejin raised an eyebrow, surprised. "It appears I was correct. You have indeed lost some memories." Qingzhi nestled into Xiejin's embrace, expressing her unease. "I feel a bit frightened. The sensation of someone suddenly recognizing me while I have no memory of them is unsettling. I truly fear that I may have forgotten some misdeed from my past. What could a young lady like you possibly have done wrong? Even if you were to commit murder, I would shield you." Xiejin teased her about her timidity and anxiety. "True, I now have the Marquis as my formidable protector. What is there to fear?" Qingzhi affectionately kissed Xiejin and, wrapping her arms around his neck, playfully requested, "Marquis, you must remember, even if someone were to commit a crime, you would still protect them. If a situation arises, you must not abandon them. Should you find yourself in trouble, remember that not every transgression can be shielded. When out and about, keep your wits about you," Xiejin advised, gently tapping her forehead. "Look at you, my dear Marquis. I am merely a lowly concubine, not involved in social circles. How could I have numerous opportunities to venture out? I would find it hard to get into trouble." Qingzhi yawned, uninterested in his admonitions. "Marquis, it is almost the second hour. Please finish your noodles quickly so we can retire for the night. You have an early court session tomorrow." Feeling fatigued, she wished to conclude her day and sleep. Yet Xiejin, seemingly invigorated by an unseen force, disregarded his meal and pulled her closer, insisting that she work overtime. Qingzhi, in a moment of irritation, resorted to employing the long and used 9-in white bone claw, raking it across his back several times. Subsequently, to assuage her minor grievances, Xiejin rewarded her with overtime pay, a box of exquisite jewelry. As Qingzhi gazed upon the ornate box, a smile graced her lips. It was not the jewelry that delighted her, but rather the realization that her standing in Xiejin's eyes had evidently ascended. Previously, when she exhibited her petulance, Xiejin would disregard her. Now, he had begun to lavish her with fine gifts. This suggested that she might soon revel in the privileges of his affection. The following day, a message arrived from the Yi residence, inquiring whether the matters concerning the imperial merchant and the official salt trade could still proceed. Rui visited a servant from the Yi household who had come to gather information and returned to report to Qingzhi. "Inform father that the despicable actions they undertook yesterday went unpunished by the Marquis, solely because I stood in their way. Should they continue to covet the imperial merchant's quota and the rights to the official salt trade, they are merely indulging in a daydream." Qingzhi's remarks were exceedingly blunt, aimed at shattering Yi Yongyuan's illusions and prompting him to recognize his current worth. Rui conveyed this message accordingly. Upon hearing this, Yi Yongyuan unleashed a furious tirade at Gu Man and Yi Yingshu, warning them against any further underhanded schemes. After reprimanding them, he hastily arranged for 1,000 taels of silver, 2 prime shops in the capital, along with some precious jewelry to be sent to Qingzhi. He had learned through inquiries that his daughter Qingzhi was indeed favored. Following the incident yesterday, the Marquis had not only visited her courtyard, but had also bestowed upon her a box of jewelry the next day. With such momentum, it was only a matter of time before his daughter became the kind of favored concubine who could easily sway the Marquis with a mere whisper. Yi Qingzhi's assertions were entirely accurate. The Yi family needed to align themselves with her and cease being a hindrance. Therefore, in addition to sending silver, shops, and jewelry to Yi Qingzhi, Yi Yongyuan dispatched someone back to the ancestral home in Jiangnan to bring her mother and elder brother over. It was evident that within the Yi household, due to Yi Qingzhi's favored status at the Marquis' residence, her mother, confined in the Gu family's temple, and her oppressed brothers had heard the gears of fate turning. Everything had irrevocably changed. Chapter 28. Aunt Yi is truly enlightened upon hearing this news. Gu Man was engulfed in a tumult of anger and panic. She could almost foresee her own tragic downfall within the Yi household, given Yi Yongyuan's relentless pursuit of self-interest. It was evident that he would abandon her and her 2 children without a second thought, unless he could discern greater value in them. Mother, do not be overly anxious. Thee is rife with peril. Even if Yi Qingzhi enjoys favor today, there's a high likelihood she may fall from grace by tomorrow, Yi Yingxue reassured Gu Man, speaking with unwavering confidence. In just a month and a half, the autumn examination will arrive. Once Yuan Kai achieves the highest honors, the situation will shift dramatically. Father will undoubtedly place greater emphasis on Yuan Kai's future, and our standing will improve accordingly. What shall we do in the meantime? Shall we merely endure in silence? Doing nothing? Gu Man pondered, feeling somewhat comforted by the thought of her future son-in-law achieving success, yet unwilling to accept such subjugation. Mother, patience is vital for grander schemes. Just a little over a month, what harm is there in enduring? Just observe, thee is teeming with schemers. Yi Qingzhi will soon lose her favor. Perhaps we won't need to endure even a month, Yi Yingxue asserted with conviction. In the ensuing fortnight, Xie Jin became increasingly occupied, only visiting the inner courtyard twice. Once to see the madam, and another time to visit Yi Qingzhi. Upon his return to Yanlu courtyard late at night, Yi Qingzhi was already asleep. She was abruptly awakened for an impromptu late-night session, and Xie Jin's treatment of her was unusually harsh. She suspected he had been drugged. The normally gentle man had shown no semblance of humanity that night. When morning arrived, if not for the lingering pain serving as a reminder of her outrageous late-night toil, Yi Qingzhi might have thought she had dreamt an absurd fantasy. Aunt, the Lord mentioned as he departed that you should rest in your chamber and not disturb the madam. A physician will come shortly to check on you, so you mustn't fall ill again, Rui said, unable to suppress a smile. The Lord is indeed concerned for you, even going so far as to summon a physician. Indeed, the Lord is exceedingly kind, Yi Qingzhi replied with a smile, internally rolling her eyes. If her current treatment did not change in the slightest, then her month of toil would be in vain. When the physician arrived, he examined Yi Qingzhi and left some ointment before preparing to depart. Yi Qingzhi requested him to brew a potion to prevent pregnancy. Aunt, the madam has not instructed you to drink it, and the Lord has not forbidden you from bearing children. Why would you choose to do so voluntarily? Do you not wish to have children right now? Rui could not help but inquire, while Chunyu and Xiachuan anxiously regarded Yi Qingzhi, fearful that her response might displease the Lord. It is not the right time to bear children, Yi Qingzhi replied, shaking her head. Once I have a child, I will be unable to attend to the Lord. While I am still young and beautiful, and the Lord holds affection for me, I wish to devote myself entirely to serving him. If I were to have a child and become a mother, my heart would surely be divided, and my devotion to the Lord would wane. In just 3 or 4 years, when my youth and beauty have waned, I shall implore the Lord for a son, or perhaps a daughter, to secure my old age. Bah! Who would be foolish enough to bear children? Yet, this stark truth is one I dare not utter. Thus, I must weave a tapestry of half-truths to render it more believable. Aside from dispensing with formal greetings and summoning the physician, Xie Jin also sent numerous other lavish gifts, all rare and exquisite items. From these presents, Yi Qingzhi discerned that Xie Jin possessed a modicum of conscience. Though scant, it was nonetheless present. Had he been a touch more benevolent, he would not have lost his senses the previous day, subjecting her to such relentless tribulations. With a hint of conscience, Xie Jin, after attending the morning court, found himself too occupied to return home, but still harbored thoughts of Yi Qingzhi. Hence, he dispatched Jin Bao to check on her health. In Xie Jin's mind, Yi Qingzhi was indeed fragile, and excessive exertion could leave her on the brink of collapse. Jin Bao was aware that his master had succumbed to temptation the night before. Not that it was entirely unexpected, as the revelry involved drinks that were openly served. There were prepared courtesans available, yet his master had disdainfully rejected them, insisting on returning home to seek out Aunt Yi. This incident only reinforced Jin Bao's conviction that his master harbored genuine, albeit peculiar, feelings for Aunt Yi. The master's demeanor toward her reflected how he approached his own responsibilities. Naturally, Jin Bao became increasingly attentive to Yi Qingzhi and personally visited the Yan Lu courtyard to convey Xie Jin's concerns. He then inquired among the hidden guards to ascertain if there were any new developments regarding Aunt Yi. Upon learning that she had requested to avoid pregnancy tonics and expressed a reluctance to bear children, Jin Bao was momentarily taken aback. He genuinely wished to commend Aunt Yi for her clarity of thought. After listening to Jin Bao's report, Xie Jin fell silent. It was the first time he encountered a woman unhurried about motherhood. Yi Qingzhi was always distinct from others, yet each interaction with her peers through to him, revealing her many contradictions and subtle intentions. Yet he remained irresistibly drawn to her. Due to Yi Qingzhi's absence from the morning greetings and her recent elevation in favor, the Lord had bestowed upon her numerous splendid gifts today, inciting envy among the other concubines, who began to conspire against her in the presence of the mistress. They whispered accusations of her arrogance and disregard for the mistress, suggesting she ought to be reminded of her place. Zhang Jingyi, however, paid them no heed. She harbored no resentment towards Yi Qingzhi's favor and instead reprimanded the other concubines. Her message was clear. Those lacking capability should know their bounds and refrain from devising malicious schemes. After a month of recuperation, Sun Yinyang had only just begun to rise from her bed, with fresh whip marks still visible on her back. Anyone wishing to become the next Sun Yinyang would surely meet their fate. The other concubines, cowed, ceased their murmurs, presenting a facade of submission despite their inner turmoil. "Mistress, are you not deliberately indulging Yin Yang, hoping to see her ascend only to fall harder?" After the other concubines had dispersed, Grandma Zhou could not restrain herself from speaking. Zhang Jingyi paused, then laughed softly, perhaps so, though in truth, it was not her intention. She harbored no resentment towards the Lord's affection for Yi Qingzhi. After all, if not for her, the Lord would bestow his favor upon another. As for Yi Qingzhi, her heart felt somewhat at ease, for Yi Qingzhi generously showered her and her 2 children with silver. It was the first time she received such valuable gifts from a concubine, despite having rewarded the other concubines over the years. Being a daughter of a lesser branch of the family, she had a keen awareness of the advantages that silver could bring, and she found no shame in enjoying Yi Qingzhi's filial piety. With a soft heart towards those who extend kindness, she naturally protected Yi Qingzhi. However, the favor that Yi Qingzhi enjoyed was soon overshadowed by another event. Madame Qin was pregnant. The situation unfolded as follows. While paying her respects to the mistress in the morning, Madame Qin unexpectedly retched twice, prompting the mistress to summon the house physician for an examination. Upon inspection, the physician announced that Madame Qin was indeed with child, approximately 1 month along. In an instant, the other concubines regarded Madame Qin with envious glares, wishing they could claim the child within her womb for themselves. "Congratulations, Madame Qin, for being able to bear the Lord's offspring," they exclaimed. Madame Qin was indeed fortunate. She had recently garnered the Lord's favor and was now expecting, unlike others who monopolized his attention daily without any sign of pregnancy. Yao Yinyin felt an overwhelming jealousy arise within her, and she could not help but cast a disparaging remark towards both Madame Qin and Yi Qingzhi. Yi Qingzhi rolled her eyes and retorted to Yao Yinyin, "Madame Yao, the reason my belly bears no signs of life is that I consistently consume herbal tonics to prevent pregnancy. I simply do not wish to have a child at this moment. It is not that I am incapable of bearing children. If I desired to conceive, with the Lord's capabilities, my belly would have swelled long ago." As for Yao Yinyin and the others, they pondered in disbelief. How could there be a concubine who did not wish to become pregnant? It is indeed audacious of you to speak so boldly, when it is you who suffers from the coldness of your own palace, rendering you unable to conceive. Yao Yinyin, incensed, tore at her garments. This piece of news had cost her considerable effort and money, as she had bribed a matron from the Yinyin courtyard to obtain it. Upon hearing this, Qingzhi narrowed her eyes. Although she had not deliberately concealed her condition of palace coldness, only a select few were privy to such information. A traitor had emerged within her Yinyin courtyard. Nevertheless, while the offspring of the Lord may not be numerous, they're certainly not scant. It is indeed the duty of the servants to ensure his lineage thrives. Lady Ye's perspective held merit, for it is arduous for a young woman to bear children, and postponing childbirth for a couple of years is reasonable. Zhang Jingyi interjected to quell their quarrel, speaking with a gracious and benevolent demeanor. Qingzhi could not help but feel a profound respect for the matron upon hearing her words. This, indeed, exemplified the poise expected of a matriarch from a prestigious family. Rather than one who incessantly schemed against concubines or plotted harm against illegitimate offspring. Only such a matron could command the respect and favor of the Marquis. Qingzhi felt fortunate to have encountered a commendable female leader. She resolved to bestow gifts upon her and her children to cultivate goodwill. Zhang Jingyi instructed Qing Xi to return and rest properly, rewarding her with a multitude of gifts before dismissing the assembly. Upon returning to her courtyard, Qingzhi instructed Rui, "From now on, let us hang a sign at the entrance of our courtyard stating that Aunt Qin and dogs are not permitted to enter." Rui and the others. "Aunt, are you serious?" Chapter 29. Is it our Lord's lack of effort? "Madam, are you still envious of concubine Qin's pregnancy?" Rui inquired. No. I fear for the well-being of the child in concubine Qin's womb, lest any misfortune befall it, and I be blamed, Qingzhi replied. "For now on, when you see concubine Qin, keep your distance to avoid attracting trouble." Qingzhi continued. "I have heard that the inner chambers of noble families can be quite ruthless when it comes to harming offspring. I genuinely dread being unjustly accused." "Do not worry, madam. Our household is not so tainted," Qingyu quickly reassured. "Since the birth of the legitimate son, our concubines have ceased taking the miscarriage-preventing medicine and can bear children freely. I have not heard of many cases of miscarriage. Then how is it that over 4 years, so many women have only given birth to 3 children for our Lord? Is our Lord not putting in enough effort?" Qingzhi queried. "Oh dear, my madam, please refrain from speaking so recklessly," Qingyu implored, attempting to cover her mouth. The hidden guard, upon hearing this, nearly lost his footing and fell from the tree. "Lady Yi, you truly dare to voice such thoughts," he remarked, astonished. "Such matters concerning offspring should be approached with utmost caution. We must not harbor ill intentions, yet we cannot foolishly accept blame. Do you understand?" Qingzhi reiterated. Rui and the others nodded vigorously, in full agreement with her sentiment. "By the way, investigate who leaked the news of my cold womb. We do not tolerate traitors in our Yinyin courtyard," Qingzhi declared coldly. Rui nodded indignantly, while Chunyu and Xiachan felt a chill down their spines, realizing the gravity of the situation. The servant who conveyed the message to Yao Yinyin was swiftly apprehended and delivered to the lady for punishment. Zhang Jingyi had the woman beaten 10 times and then sold off, causing a wave of silence among the maids and servants in the household. That evening, the somewhat conscience-stricken yet insufficiently diligent lord sought out Qingzhi to settle their accounts. Xiajin arrived at the entrance of Yinyin courtyard and noticed a sign hanging there that read, "Concubine Qin and dogs are not permitted entry." Xiajin's lips twitched at the sight, but he ultimately decided to leave it be. It was quite novel. Upon seeing Xiajin, Qingzhi immediately snorted softly, offering him a cold shoulder. This slight sound sent a shiver down Rui and the other spines, prompting them to retreat and leave the battlefield to the 2 masters. "What are you huffing about? I haven't punished you for taking the miscarriage-preventing medicine and slandering me about my lack of effort." Xiajin stepped closer, pulling her into his embrace and murmuring in her ear. Qingzhi thought to herself, this man, aside from being a dog that bites, is also quite pig-headed, adept at turning the tables on her. "Well then, punish me as you see fit, for I currently have no desire to bear children. I simply wish to engage in playful quarrels with you, my lord," Qingzhi replied with a nonchalant expression. Yes, indeed, I do not wish to bear children. So what? Punish me if you must. I am listening, she added provocatively. In the face of workplace manipulation, the most effective response is to embrace indifference and madness. The dialogue often unfolds as follows. Look at how beautifully dressed XX is, with such impeccable style. One should pay attention to their appearance at work. Why do you dress so atrociously? To which one might boldly reply, yes, I am indeed dressed atrociously, so hideous that it makes me nauseous. What do you think of that? This retort leaves the other party momentarily speechless, consumed by a desire to silence you. Xie, amused by her words, playfully pinches her cheek and tosses her onto the bed, proclaiming, all right, I shall indulge your request. No more contraceptive soup tomorrow. Afterward, as he caresses her damp, supple back, he speaks in a hushed tone, I am still young, fearful of death and difficult labor. I do not wish to bear children so soon. Qingzhi, still catching her breath, insists, albeit intermittently, even if it angers you, I absolutely refuse to have a child now. I do not wish for you to conceive at this moment either, Xie replies. Given your cold womb, it is already challenging for you to conceive. If you continue to take contraceptive soup, you may find that in a few years, you will be unable to bear children at all. Qingzhi is tempted to respond that perhaps that would be for the best. If she cannot bear children, it would simply be her fate. If I truly cannot have children, then so be it, she softly remarks, as if cloaked in melancholy. Xie furrows his brow, about to speak. When he hears her cheerful tone again, in that case, I shall raise a few cats and dogs instead. They can bring joy, perhaps even more so than children, and I need not worry about rearing a thankless child. Instantly, Xie feels rather foolish for having worried about her. Qingzhi had not experienced nightmares for several days. Yet today they returned. She dreamt of several indistinct boys standing before her while a voice declared, since you have entered this family without bearing children, choose one of these boys to adopt under your name. Time passed swiftly, and she watched as the child she nurtured grew into a young adult, excelling in his studies. However, at the celebration feast, he forced a bowl of poison into her mouth, demanding she yield her place to his biological mother. Qingzhi awakened in a fit of anger, feeling as though her mouth was filled with the bitter poison of betrayal, retching at the edge of her bed. This nightmare was even more suffocating than the last. Previously, she had merely faced abandonment, while her unworthy husband wed another on the day of her demise. This time, she was poisoned by the very child she had raised. The narratives of her dreams grew increasingly sinister. But why were there two distinct nightmares? As if the disreputable men within them had transformed, adopting different voices? Qingzhi found herself increasingly perplexed. Bring forth the physician, seeing her retch incessantly. Xie assumed she had fallen ill again. He poured a cup of tea and offered it to her, only for Qingzhi to react vehemently. Swatting the cup from his hands, Xie, for the first time in his life, attempting to serve a woman with tea, found himself met with such a response. Chapter 30. Pregnant? The crisp sound of the teacup shattering on the ground jolted Qingzhi awake from her nightmare. Lord? She lifted her pale face, her large, tearful eyes gazing at the equally troubled expression of Xie. What is happening? Am I with child? Xie furrowed his brow. Qingzhi shook her head, asserting that it was impossible for her to be pregnant. Her monthly cycle had just concluded during her recent leave. She felt as if she had ingested poison, leading to her nausea. I just had a dreadful dream. Was I tormented by a bully again? No, it was my own ungrateful child whom I raised, who poisoned me with a bowl of toxic brew. Qingzhi's teeth were clenched in anger. In her dream, she had been rather harsh on herself, leading to such a dismal conclusion. You tend to overthink. It must be because we discussed children yesterday that you had such a nightmare, Xie remarked, his irritation dissipating as he sat beside her, wrapping his arms around her with an unusual display of patience. Lord, I believe so too. Otherwise, how could there be such a foolish woman, nurturing another's child only to be poisoned by them in the end? Being told to yield her position to the biological mother? Qingzhi scoffed, her face etched with sarcasm, a sense of melancholy permeating her words. It was merely a nightmare. There is no need to dwell on it, Xie reassured her. Qingzhi closed her eyes, then opened them again, suppressing her tumultuous emotions as she nodded. She leaned in to kiss Xie, expressing her gratitude for his earlier comfort. I shall have Dr. Hu check your pulse and prescribe some calming medicine. Xie observed her pitiable state, cradling her delicate form and gently massaging her. Thank you, my lord. You are truly kind to me, Qingzhi said, her face brimming with gratitude, far superior to the scoundrel in my dream. With just that one remark, she felt that such a leader was worth cherishing. Xie had an early court meeting and could not linger with Qingzhi. He dressed swiftly and departed without delay. Qingzhi, wishing to indulge in a nap, found sleep elusive. Resolutely, she rose to practice yoga, seeking to calm her mind. After breakfast, and paying her respects to the lady of the house, Qingzhi summoned Chunyu and Xiachan to accompany her into the study. She retrieved a performance evaluation sheet and addressed them. It has been over a month, and your assessments have concluded. Based on your performances, Xiachan has scored 1 point higher and has been promoted to first-class maid. You both can read, so examine it yourselves. If you feel it unfair, do not hesitate to voice your concerns. Do not harbor resentment for the future. I wouldn't dare, Chunyu hastily replied. Although she felt a tinge of disappointment, she had prepared herself for the outcome of losing to Xiachan. Chunyu took the evaluation sheet, noting the detailed analysis of both her and Xiachan's temperaments, their skills, the contributions made over the past month, and the minor mistakes committed. Each point was exceptionally clear and precise. After reading, Chunyu felt deeply moved by the thoroughness with which the lady assessed them. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Such fair treatment seemed far beyond what they, as servants, could ever expect to receive. The fates of the maidservants have always been dictated by the whims of their mistress. The sole reason for her loss to Xiachan was her lack of attentiveness, leading to a minor mistake that cost her a few points. Her skills in hairstyling were, by no means, inferior, achieving the same score as Xiachan in needlework. Moreover, the evaluation sheet indicated that such assessments occur every 3 months, and the status of a first-class maidservant is not immutable, nor are the benefits unchanging. She would undoubtedly have ample opportunities to perform admirably and ascend to the rank of a first-class maidservant. In stark contrast to Chun Yu's enthusiasm, Xiachan felt an overwhelming sense of pressure upon reviewing the evaluation sheet, her earlier joy at the prospect of becoming a first-class maidservant dissipating instantly. The weight of expectation was daunting. Qingzhi remarked that feeling pressured was indeed warranted. This employee evaluation sheet was akin to a modern workplace's stringent regulations, irritating yet inescapable due to its undeniable efficacy. From this day forth, the responsibilities of the two would also be altered. Qingzhi reallocated their duties. Ru Yi, who lacked meticulousness, would now oversee her dowry and the small storeroom in the courtyard, along with some daily needlework tasks, while Xiachan would be responsible for her grooming, jewelry, and clothing coordination. Xiachan was taken aback. Was she really to manage the dowry? A pang of anxiety gripped her, fearing potential mistakes. Lady, if I oversee the storeroom, what will Sister Rui do? Xiachan worried that Rui might object. She will be in charge of gathering information from the outside. You need not fear Rui's objections. She has long wished to relinquish this task, Qingzhi assured. As her personal maidservant and most relied upon aid, their mental well-being was of utmost importance to Qingzhi. Thus, she patiently clarified matters, dispelling unnecessary misunderstandings and reducing workplace anxieties. Xiachan felt reassured indeed. Ensure a smooth handover of tasks, and do not forget to report to the mistress, Qingzhi reminded them. Chunyu and Xiachan promptly acknowledged her instruction. Truly, they had never encountered a concubine quite like the mistress, who genuinely treated her as a superior. Later that evening, after Chunyu and Xiachan had attended to Qingzhi during dinner, they brought their evaluation sheets to report to the mistress. Zhang Jingyi reviewed their forms, her eyes lighting up upon seeing the well-crafted documents, recognizing their considerable utility in managing the household servants. Much like the annual assessments of officials by the court, these evaluations served as a tool for gauging promotion potential. Although there might be many nuances behind the evaluations, they nonetheless provided a quantifiable measure. Lady Yi possesses both ingenuity and capability, and her diligence is commendable, Zhang Jingyi remarked, unable to find any fault. Mistress, observing Lady Ye's conduct this past month. It seems she truly has not concealed anything from you. Granny Zhou interjected, still somewhat incredulous. Zhang Jingyi was skeptical that a mere concubine could harbor no self-interest and genuinely be transparent with the head of the household. What responsibilities do you both currently manage? Are you overseeing her dowry ledger and storeroom? Do you have any idea how much silver is involved in Lady Ye's dowry? Zhang Jingyi asked pointedly. A concubine, lacking status and affection, survives solely on a monthly stipend of 20 taels of silver, rendering it nearly impossible to thrive in the opulent quarters of a noble household. Beyond her monthly allowance, the concubine receives only a meager allocation, akin to the standard for low-income families. To live with even a semblance of dignity, she requires additional funds. The demands are numerous: to adorn oneself with fine attire, to savor exquisite meals, to enjoy quality goods, to gather intelligence. All necessitate silver to pave the way. Madam, Miss Yi has entrusted me with the dowry and the storeroom, the maid stated. I spent the entire afternoon inventorying Miss Ye's dowry. Presently, the concubine possesses 7 shops in the capital, all renowned establishments, their reputations well known to me, suggesting substantial profits. Though there are not many items in the dowry, each is a rare treasure, particularly the silver, which amounts to an astonishing 115,000 taels. By the end of her recounting, Xia Chan's voice trembled with disbelief. 115,000 taels. It was her first encounter with such an overwhelming sum, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. Her hands shook as she counted the notes, requiring multiple attempts to arrive at the correct total. No wonder the concubine had constructed a shade pavilion and a small kitchen, utilizing such abundant ice daily, generously providing for both the madam and the young masters. Indeed, she possessed considerable wealth. 115,000 taels of silver. Granny Zhou was momentarily stunned, eventually murmuring, "No wonder she is the daughter of the wealthiest family in Jiangnan." While it was known that Miss Yi held wealth, the extent was truly astonishing. What does 115,000 taels signify? Even when a legitimate daughter of a marquis family marries, after accounting for the extravagant dowry meant to impress, the actual silver that enriches the bride's purse rarely exceeds 5,000 taels. Upon hearing of such riches, Zhang Jingyi's breath caught slightly, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. She had heard the Marquis mention that the Yi family had bestowed 200,000 taels upon him in securing a title for Yi Qingzhi as a favored concubine. In light of this 200,000 taels, she arranged for Yi Qingzhi to reside in the esteemed Yin Lu courtyard. It was a splendid estate featuring a main house, 2 rooms each in the east and west wings, a fully equipped small kitchen, a flower garden, and servant quarters, equivalent in standard to the legitimate young masters and mistresses of the household. The Yi family had invested such a considerable sum, alongside the dowry of over 100,000 taels for Yi Qingzhi, truly extravagant. Though the noble families appeared resplendent and unattainable, they paled in comparison to some affluent merchants. Being responsible for the household's finances, she understood this all too well. The annual income from the Marquis's various shops and lands amounted to merely 80,000 taels. While it seemed substantial, the household's expenses were even greater, leaving little surplus. Moreover, as the Marquis's young heirs matured and approached the age of marriage, the expenditures would escalate. Just the bride price and dowry alone could deplete half the Marquis's fortune with each new union. In a month's time, as the autumn examinations concluded, the eldest legitimate son of the main house, Master Xian Mingqing, would be seeking a match. Should Xian Mingqing succeed in his examinations, he could very well be courting a legitimate daughter of a duke's family, at which point the bride price would undoubtedly be considerable. Although the eldest son belongs to the primary branch, the bride price must be sourced from within the family, necessitating her vigilance as the lady of the Marquis in overseeing the procurement. This matter ought to be addressed without delay. Zhang Jingyi, of course, does not covet the dowry of a concubine, as she has already received considerable gifts from concubine Yi. Her thoughts drift to concubine Ye's maternal family, affluent merchants from Jiangnan, who manage numerous shops with a diverse array of goods. It stands to reason that procuring the bride price through the Yi family would afford her significant advantages. Moreover, Hosting banquets at the estate incurs substantial expenses, and Zhang harbors considerable dissatisfaction with the current procurement merchants, suspecting they have siphoned off a considerable amount of funds belonging to the family. These merchants have been in use since the time of the matriarch, and it is hard to believe there are no ulterior motives at play. Previously, she refrained from addressing this issue, opting for patience and restraint, so as not to press the primary branch and the matriarch too harshly. However, of late, Zhang has discovered that by adopting a more assertive stance, the matriarch and her associates can only watch helplessly, at best uttering a few disparaging remarks. Yet, they have made plenty of unkind comments in the past, and she has incurred expenses. Why endure such hardships? Chapter 31. Can I still command you? Am I worthy? As for utilizing the maternal family of Aunt Yi, it presents a mutually beneficial arrangement. Over the past month, Aunt Yi has already revealed her intelligence and loyalty to her. By appointing Aunt Ye's family to procure for the Marquis' household, she is not only granting Aunt Yi face but also ensuring that, given Aunt Ye's cleverness, she would not be tempted to pilfer from the household's coffers, even without any preferential treatment. If she could be offered some tangible benefits, the savings would be perfectly allocated for the Marquis' use, rather than for the main house. Days passed, and after consuming the tranquilizers prescribed by physician Qingzhi found her nights considerably more restful, free from nightmares. Since that day, Xiejin had departed the capital for business in distant lands. Qingzhi felt like applauding. She could finally enjoy a well-deserved respite without the anxiety of being summoned for late-night duties or overexerting herself. Of course, outwardly, Qingzhi feigned a sense of longing for Xiejin, sighing and dabbing at her non-existent tears. To enhance her pretense, she penned a passionate letter of longing, instructing her shadow guard to deliver it to Xiejin. When summoned, the shadow guard's expression was one of utter dismay, his usual poker face shattered, nearly paralyzed with fear. How had he been discovered? He was certain Aunt Yi lacked martial prowess, and wouldn't he notice his presence? Would this blunder lead to his demise at the hands of the master? Do not panic. I have no knowledge of your hiding place. I merely jest. It seems there truly is one. Qingzhi observed the shadow guard, who appeared utterly despondent and offered a lackluster consolation. The shadow guard replied, Aunt Yi, please refrain from speaking. The more you say, the more hopeless I feel, as if my shadowy existence is drawing to a close. Deliver this letter to the master. But do not read it, Qingzhi instructed, handing him the missive, concerned he might find its content offensive. I dare not, he replied respectfully, accepting it before inquiring. Does Aunt Yi have any further instructions? Can I still command you? Am I worthy? Qingzhi was taken aback. The shadow guard reassured her. There is no need for such self-deprecation. You are indeed worthy. The other concubines in the residence are not. This was due to the Marquis' prior directive to prioritize Qingzhi's safety and, when necessary, heed her commands. Xiejin feared that upon his return, he might discover that Qingzhi had inadvertently led herself to ruin, jeopardizing his cherished little warm bed companion. The shadow guard, due to his professional demeanor, had cultivated the habit of silently grumbling inwardly. You can, the lady can, while others cannot, he stated. Qingzhi suddenly felt a sense of elevated status, a hint of the favor bestowed upon a beloved concubine. This realization lessened her resentment towards Xiejin. Though he was insufferable, he was still manageable. Oh, I have no further commands. You may disappear. Qingzhi waved her hand dismissively. The shadow guard, puzzled, thought, what does disappear even mean? It sounds so peculiar. After addressing the demands of her esteemed master, that day, following the formalities, Qingzhi was once again retained by the lady of the house for a conversation. From her, she received a procurement list. Qingzhi glanced at the items and immediately recognized them as supplies needed for a banquet. Although she could not pinpoint how she knew, it felt as though she were accustomed to managing such affairs. Reflecting on the fact that the eldest son of the estate would be participating in the autumn examination this year, it was inevitable that a grand banquet would follow to celebrate his achievements. However, it would not merely be the Marquis' household hosting the event. Supplies for the banquet would surely be in high demand and likely sold out by then. Any experienced matriarch would understand that aside from the fruits and vegetables required for the day of the banquet, all other necessary utensils for a large gathering should be prepared at least a month in advance. I am considering replacing the current purchasing agent for the estate, but they are longtime associates of the old matriarch. To dismiss them, I would need a compelling reason to prove that their prices have consistently been inflated, thus siphoning the estate's funds. I would like your family to procure the banquet supplies this time, and I need you to provide me with a reasonable price that ensures you do not incur losses while maintaining high-quality goods. Zhang Jingyi spoke calmly, fixing her gaze on Qingzhi, inquiring if such an arrangement could be made. Madam, would it be possible for you to show me the previous procurement accounts of the estate? It would help me gauge whether I can handle this matter for you. Qingzhi asked with a smile. This is the account ledger for the banquet preparations. Take a look, Zhang Jingyi replied, having anticipated this request and promptly producing several volumes for her. Concurrently, her opinion of Qingzhi rose significantly. Had Qingzhi hastily agreed without consideration, Zhang Jingyi would have suspected her eagerness for credit and questioned her competence. However, the fact that she sought to review the previous procurement records indicated her prudence and her ability to handle affairs adeptly. Qingzhi perused the ledgers, and a wave of familiarity washed over her, despite it being her first encounter with such ancient records. It was evident that this was yet another blessing bestowed upon her by the original owner of this identity. After swiftly reviewing 2 volumes, she astutely identified several discrepancies. Madam, are the estate's ledgers always like this? Qingzhi inquired, rubbing her forehead, unable to suppress her curiosity. Truthfully, she sought to demonstrate to her superior that she possessed value and capabilities beyond merely serving the Marquis. Yet, she did not wish to appear overly ambitious or pretentious. Nonetheless, witnessing her superior being misled by subordinates was intolerable. Performing well in this instance could solidify her position as a trusted confidant of her superior, potentially serving as a pathway through the intrigues of the household. After all, gaining the matriarch's favor was one of her objectives. With the Marquis absent, it was wise to invest more effort in winning the Lady S support. What seems to be the issue? Zhang Jingyi inquired. The primary concern was that Qingzhi's sympathetic gaze towards the foolishness in the accounts was too conspicuous for Zhang Jingyi to overlook. Alas, madam, these ledgers were deliberately crafted to mislead you. They're utterly disheartening to behold. Qingzhi began to point out the areas of confusion within the accounts. Madam, the underlings have deliberately intertwined various entries in the accounts, creating a labyrinthine confusion, allowing them to conveniently omit certain questionable entries. Zhang Jingyi nodded, signaling her to continue. With no tangible items left to verify, the likelihood of reconciling the account books with the physical inventory seems almost non-existent. Zhang Jingyi's complexion darkened as she inquired, "Is there more?" "There's indeed an abundance," Qingzhi replied. "Many figures have been altered, and the discrepancies are rather crude. So I shall not present each one to you." She then pointed out several receipts and contracts affixed to the back of those account books, revealing numerous forgeries. With each revelation, Zhang Jingyi's expression grew increasingly grim, nearly losing her composure in a fit of rage. Yinyin, forgive my shortcomings. I truly lack the acumen for scrutinizing account books. Zhang Jingyi finally sighed, massaging her temples with a wry smile. It is not mandated that the lady of the house must be adept at examining account books. Such matters do not require your direct involvement. You are the esteemed Marquise, the matriarch. Delegate the responsibilities to trustworthy and capable accountants, and do not burden yourself with trivialities. Qingzhi's words flowed effortlessly, shifting the blame. Yet upon hearing this, Zhang Jingyi felt a wave of relief wash over her, as if a colossal weight had been lifted from her shoulders, granting her a sense of liberation. She realized how overly fixated she had been, even more so than Yinyin, regarding the management of the household. This was all rooted in her background as a concubine's daughter from the Duke's estate, where before her marriage, she had been subjected to the malice of her legitimate mother and had never been instructed on how to manage household affairs. In the past, the old Marquis, cherishing his affection for the Marquis, would never have chosen a concubine's daughter as his wife. He had sought her legitimate sister for marriage, leveraging past kindness. However, her sister, having her heart set elsewhere, looked down upon the Marquis, who was notorious for his debauchery. Thus, on the day of her sister's wedding, the Duke's estate orchestrated a swap, allowing the uncherished concubine's daughter to replace her sister and wed the Marquis. This act undoubtedly humiliated both the old Marquis and the Marquis himself. At that moment, she believed her fate was sealed. However, the Marquis, embracing the error, accepted her and granted her the dignity befitting a wife. 3 years later, to everyone's astonishment, the old Marquis bequeathed the title to the Marquis, elevating her to the status of the Marquis wife. Subsequently, as the Marquis gained the emperor's favor, he ascended from a royal bodyguard to the position of the commander of the imperial guard within a mere 2 years. Meanwhile, her status rose in tandem. Even her mother was elevated to a respected concubine in the Duke's estate, while she was recorded under her legitimate mother's name, becoming a recognized daughter of the Duke's household. Yet, those within her family were acutely aware of her origins, and the other sisters in the Duke's estate frequently derided her, insinuating that her inability to manage accounts was merely a stroke of luck that allowed her to become the head of the household and a fourth-rank lady. While others envied her fortune in becoming the Marquise, only she understood the precariousness of her situation and the arduous journey she had endured. The more one grapples with tasks that lie beyond their expertise, the more susceptible they become to ridicule, which in turn cultivates an obsession. The fervent desire to excel often leads to entrapment in a quagmire of one's own making. This aptly describes her struggles with managing accounts. Previously, no one had ever voiced such sentiments to her, nor had anyone advised her against burdening herself with responsibilities that ought to fall to the servants. She need not possess the knowledge or skill. As long as she understood how to delegate, that sufficed. It was as if a veil had been lifted, a revelation that resonated deeply within her. Zhang Jingyi exhaled slowly, her eyes shimmering with newfound clarity. Aunt Yi, you are absolutely right. I owe you my gratitude for enlightening me. Yi Qingzhi replied, as long as you are content, there is no need for such formality. The brightness in her gaze made Zhang Jingyi feel a flutter in her heart. Having perused the account books, Zhang Jingyi inquired, Aunt Yi, do you now have a strategy regarding the procurement? Yi Qingzhi nodded, indeed possessing a clearer understanding. She realized that by simply purchasing at the standard market price, without artificially inflating prices for discounts, she could save the lady of the house at least 2,000 silver coins for each banquet. Over the years, it was likely that a significant portion of the profits amassed by the merchants from the Marquis' estate had found their way into the old matriarch's coffers. Can it be executed successfully? Zhang Jingyi asked again, her eyes glimmering with eager anticipation. Chapter 32. Reduced to tears by one's own foolishness, Yi Qingzhi smiled lightly as she formally accepted the first task assigned by the matron. Madam has honored me greatly. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. She turned and instructed her attendants to send the procurement list to her family home, ensuring that her father would personally oversee the matter, guaranteeing the acquisition of the finest goods at the most favorable prices. Very well. Zhang Jingyi nodded and inquired, will I be able to review the accounts and items in 3 days? Certainly, Yi Qingzhi affirmed. I observe that Aunt Yi is quite adept at reviewing accounts. Perhaps we could revisit the older records. Madam, as a mere concubine, I am bound by the rules that prohibit me from meddling in the household's affairs. Should outsiders learn of this, the whole residence would undoubtedly be ridiculed, and your reputation would suffer. The matron urged her to find several accountants to conduct an investigation over the course of 2 days. Yi Qingzhi repeatedly declined, asserting, what could be more tedious and grueling than auditing accounts? Indeed, scrutinizing old records can be utterly exhausting. She would be a fool to engage in such menial work. Identifying a few discrepancies in 1 or 2 account books was the extent of her responsibilities. Beyond that, she would not entertain any involvement. Absolutely not. Seeing her firm resistance, Zhang Jingyi relented. It was absurd to think that a mere concubine could instruct her on the proprieties of the household. Madam, if you wish to dismiss the old suppliers, relying solely on antiquated records will not suffice, as there are ample loopholes for them to exploit. In the end, Yi Qingzhi offered a sound piece of advice. This procurement list should also be given to them for reference. With a clear comparison, It will be easier for you to assert yourself later. Agreed. Zhang Jingyi nodded, appreciating her insight and contemplating the possibility of having Aunt Yi around more often. Such a clever mind should not be wasted solely on serving the master. It would be wise to engage her in more significant matters. Yi residence. Yi Yongyuan received the procurement list from Rui, and after listening to Yi Qingzhi's admonitions, his face flushed with excitement. What a remarkable daughter I have. Quietly, she has accomplished such a significant task. Once completed, our Yi family will be the suppliers for the Ho residence. We shall not concern ourselves with the monetary gain. Rather, it is about prestige and status, which will facilitate our dealings under the protection of the Ho family. Rest assured, I will handle this matter with utmost diligence. Yi Yongyuan vowed earnestly. Rui, with a serious expression, cautioned, the lady and the second miss may inadvertently cause trouble. I hope the master remains vigilant. This procurement is of utmost importance and must not falter. Yi Yongyuan nodded firmly. If he were truly inept, easily manipulated by a woman from the inner chambers, the Yi family would not have attained such a substantial estate. 3 days later, Yi Yongyuan flawlessly reported back to Yi Qingzhi, having fulfilled her directives. He had also arranged for the accountants to prepare 2 ledgers, one reflecting the standard market procurement prices, which were nearly half of what Zhang Jingyi had previously paid. There exists an internal procurement price. The Yi family merely earns a modest profit, with the remaining gains allocated to Zhang Jingyi, thus indirectly paying homage to the Marquis and his wife. Yi Qingzhi instructed her servants to transport the goods to her courtyard and store them in her warehouse. She personally accompanied Xia Chan to count and inspect the quality of merchandise. Remarkably excellent. Zhang Jingyi also took the time to examine the goods, finding them superior to those she had previously utilized. After inquiring with Yi Qingzhi and realizing that, even at market price, the total expenditure amounted to merely 2,000 taels of silver, Zhang Jingyi fell silent. Ordinarily, such a transaction would have cost at least 5,000 taels. Regret filled her. She felt utterly foolish. Although she had been in control of the finances, she had continuously sent silver to the main house and the old matriarch. They feasted lavishly while filling their pockets, yet dared to accuse her of being stingy. How infuriating! Zhang Jingyi could hardly suppress the urge to confront them with the accounts, revealing their sordid faces and demanding the silver they had greedily hoarded over the years. Well done, Aunt Yi. You have truly accomplished a significant feat this time. Suppressing her resentment, Zhang Jingyi smiled at Yi Qingzhi and inquired, what reward do you desire? I do not wish for anything at the moment. Perhaps it would be better to save it with the mistress for later exchange, Yi Qingzhi thoughtfully replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingyi laughed, finding her demeanor reminiscent of a child, as her sister Yin often expressed similar sentiments. Very well, I shall note it down for you, Zhang Jingyi affirmed. Mistress, the 2,000 taels mentioned earlier reflects the market price. I also possess an internal procurement price, which requires only 1,500 taels to acquire everything. Yi Qingzhi then presented the internal pricing ledger to Zhang Jingyi, who, after perusing it, remarked with a smile, this ledger will no longer be maintained. As long as the mistress is informed, future accounts will adhere to market prices. However, our Yi family will collect based on internal pricing, and the surplus can be retained by you. After a moment of silence, Zhang Jingyi shook her head. Initially, I did consider this, but 2,000 taels is already below my psychological price point, and there is no need to covet the remaining 500. Should I proceed in such a manner, I would be no different from the old matriarch and the main house, ultimately leading to self-contempt. Since you have garnered the Marquis's favor, you must not lose face in your family. Your disgrace reflects upon the Marquis as well. Henceforth, there is no need for dual accounts. We shall follow market prices, ensuring the Marquis's household does not take advantage of your family. How magnanimous, mistress! Yi Qingzhi sincerely praised, reclaiming the internal pricing ledger, contemplating its destruction shortly. To have such a benevolent and generous matriarch is a blessing for them as concubines. Indeed, Zhang Jingyi departed with satisfaction, and Yi Qingzhi felt equally content, having forged a robust mutual interest with the mistress through this affair. Moreover, this incident indicated that her disreputable father was not beyond redemption. One cannot solely rely on suppression. A combination of a firm hand and gentle encouragement can facilitate psychological submission. Thus, Qingzhi instructed Rui to convey a message to the Yi residents, offering reassurance to Yi Yongyuan and affirming his recent achievements, while simultaneously painting grand visions for his future. For instance, becoming the purchasing agent for the Marquis' household, and eventually for the imperial palace, engaging in commerce with the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Such prospects are surely within reach. In that case, what official salt, what tea, what ironware could he not sell, except for those he dared not trade privately? The Yi family could ascend to the status of the foremost merchant in the Great Zhao, and even officials would have to show them some respect in the near future. After indulging in the lavish dreams painted by Qingzhi, Yi Yongyuan was brimming with joy, embodying the spirit of one who is elated by good fortune. Radiant with happiness, he inspected his shops with a newfound vigor. Upon encountering familiar merchants, he would insist upon sharing a few drinks, boasting of his daughter's favor with the Marquis' household. Upon returning home, he urged his servants to prepare the courtyard, ensuring it was adorned with splendid decorations. Qingzhi's mother and her brothers were already en route to the capital and would arrive within a month. Guman, observing Yi Yongyan's exuberance, was consumed with anxiety, eagerly awaiting news of Qingzhi's fall from grace. Unfortunately, rather than such news, she was met with reports of Qingzhi's continued favor. Moreover, it was not only the Marquis who cherished her. Even the matriarch bestowed her favor upon Qingzhi, allowing the Yi family to serve as the purchasing agents for the Marquis' household. This was utterly incomprehensible. How could the matriarch so easily be swayed by a mere concubine? Inxue, do we truly have no means of countering this? If we continue to endure, the Yi family will undoubtedly lose its standing. Gu Man, in her distress, could not refrain from seeking counsel from Inxue. Mother, the autumn examination is just around the corner. Do not be so impatient. Inxue replied, her patience wearing thin. Though she urged her mother to remain calm, she herself was equally unsettled, especially with the incessant news of Qingzhi's favor, even receiving acknowledgement from Zhang Jingyi. Unable to contain her anxiety, Inxue took a carriage to seek out Chen Yuankai. Just the thought of seeing him, knowing he was on the cusp of academic success and destined to become the future chancellor, soothed her troubled heart. However, upon finding him, she was met with the sight of him being ridiculed by his peers. Perhaps you are unaware that his fiancée is merely a merchant's daughter, reeking of commerce. He has long been involved with her, his morals tarnished, violating propriety. I disdain to associate with such a hypocrite, his reputation so sullied. He had lost the qualification to take the provincial examination in Jiangnan. Yet his future father-in-law had provided ample funds to secure him a place as an external student at the Imperial Academy. Now makes sense? No wonder he, a student from Jiangnan, chose not to remain in Jiangnan to take the provincial exam, but instead sought to seize a position in the capital. Alas, one can only say that the petty are indeed excessively arrogant. Upon hearing such derision, Inxue could no longer contain herself. She leaped down from the carriage and rushed in front of Chen Yuankai, positioning herself as a shield against the mocking students. She retorted fiercely, "You are nothing but narrow-minded, envious miscreants, seeking to tarnish another's reputation. Once Chen Yuankai triumphs in the imperial examination, you shall surely regret your scorn today." Triumphant in the examination? Very well. We shall wait and see. The jeering voices of a few students rang out, their faces adorned with mocking grins. Chen Yuankai had managed to endure until this moment. But upon hearing their words, his countenance flushed crimson, for he was acutely aware of his own inadequacies in the examination. Disregarding propriety, Chen Yuankai seized Inxue's sleeve, desperately pulling her away from this maddening scene. "Ouch! Chen Yuankai, let go of me." Once they reached a secluded alley, Inxue frowned and shook off his grip, rubbing her sore arm. "Why do you tolerate such humiliation? Why not retort? Is it your absurd rebuttal that you suggest? It would only invite greater ridicule." Chen Yuankai spat bitterly. "Inxue, it was you who insisted on entangling yourself with me. You who shattered my engagement to Qingzhi. you who sullied my name. How can you stand before others today and seek to belittle me further? What grudge do you harbor against me that you desire my ruin so desperately? No, no, no. I do not wish you harm. I am sincere. You can surely succeed in the examination. You must believe in yourself. Yi Yingxue fervently insisted, striving to instill confidence in him. On what grounds do you claim I shall succeed? You are merely a woman, utterly ignorant of the challenges of the imperial examinations. Your baseless assertions only serve to tarnish my reputation. You are utterly foolish. Chen Yuankai mocked disdainfully. I truly know. I dreamed of it. Yi Yingxue pleaded anxiously. And who is the examiner? What were the examination questions? Chen Yuankai inquired skeptically. The examiner seems to have the surname Kai, but I have no knowledge of the questions. They were absent from my dream. Yi Yingxue replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Yuankai let out a cold laugh, utterly unconvinced, and turned to leave. Yi Yingxue clutched her face in despair, lamenting the cruel turn of events. Chapter 33. A chance to take an afternoon nap in the Duke's residence. Zhang Jingyi's accustomed purchasing merchant, after much procrastination, finally took 6 days to gather the necessary items. Upon reviewing the presented accounts, Zhang Jingyi couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. 6,000 taels of silver? It used to be 5,000. How could the price have surged so dramatically? Madam, you may not be aware, but the 5,000 taels was last year's price. Many items have experienced price hikes. This one has increased by half a tael per pound, that one by 3 qian. In total, the costs have risen considerably. Wu, the steward reporting to her, said with a pained expression. Zhang Jingyi regarded his performance with a cold gaze, suppressing her immediate anger. She stood up, intent on inspecting the goods herself. Wu hastily attempted to dissuade her, claiming that the storage area was too chaotic for a lady of her stature to visit, suggesting instead that a matron be sent to inspect the goods. Zhang Jingyi kicked him with a fierce glare and reprimanded. I intend to inspect the goods myself, and your obstruction reveals your guilty conscience. Come, accompany me. I will scrutinize each item thoroughly. Startled, Wu stumbled to the side. Observing his cowardice, Zhang Jingyi coldly smirked, pulling him up from the ground and instructing him to watch closely, lest he later accuse her of bullying him before the old matriarch. Madam, please spare me. I was blinded by foolishness and made a grave mistake. I beseech you for another chance. I assure you I will rectify the inventory, Wu readily admitted, believing that confessing outright was preferable to being exposed by her inspection. He had been instructed by the matriarch of the main house to substitute inferior goods while omitting many essential items, knowing that when the banquet approached, the main house would seize the opportunity to challenge her authority as the housekeeper. He had insisted that the quoted price should not reach 6,000 taels, but rather remain at 5,000, which he deemed more appropriate. However, the matriarch insisted on a tighter budget, compelling him to find ways to cut costs. Now, the situation had escalated, and he feared the worst. Zhang Jingyi observed Wu's pleas for mercy, unmoved, only feeling a deeper sense of regret. Such a treacherous servant. If she had been more resolute, would have been quickly subdued. She reflected on her past weakness, which had allowed her to be oppressed for so long. Upon inspection, it became apparent that all the goods procured by Wu were of inferior quality. Should they be used for the banquet, the Duke's residence would surely become a laughingstock. Not only were the items substandard, but the inventory listed was also missing nearly half of the goods, particularly some scarce items. Failing to secure these essentials now would render them impossible to acquire when the banquet approached. How could this happen? Zhang Jingyi realized he had indeed attempted to pass off inferior goods, and that there might also be discrepancies in quantity. However, she never anticipated he would dare to go this far. Did they truly perceive her as such a foolish woman, one they could so easily trample upon? Zhang Jingyi trembled with rage, her eyes glinting like daggers as she fixed her gaze upon Steward Wu, whose words pierced through him with terror. I am well aware that the contracts binding your entire family lie in the hands of the matriarch. Even if I were to interrogate you, the truth would remain beyond your lips. Fear not. Even without such means, I possess the capability to extinguish your life with ease, should I so desire. Her voice, chilled to the core, echoed with icy determination. While I cannot touch the matriarch or the first lady, I can certainly derive satisfaction from eliminating pests like you. Madam, please spare my life. Yes, it was the first lady's idea behind this procurement. If you grant mercy to my family, I shall divulge everything. Steward Wu pleaded, bowing his head repeatedly, tears streaming down his face in desperate supplication. If you wish to secure the lives of your wife and children, you must provide me with something of value. Zhang Jingyi replied coldly. Yes, madam, I shall reveal all. He wept profusely. The sudden turn of events brought about by Zhang Jingyi, coupled with Steward Wu's betrayal, left the matriarch and the first lady utterly blindsided. In truth, all present were rendered speechless. Faced with irrefutable evidence, the matriarch and the first lady could only deflect blame onto their subordinates, vociferously denouncing their audacity and treachery. Desperately attempting to extricate themselves from the situation, yet finding themselves powerless to act further. The unfolding events were clear to all. Zhang Jingyi sought a new procurement agent, and they dared not voice a single dissenting word. In this instance, they had suffered a thorough defeat. With a triumphant posture, Zhang Jingyi left the Showan Hall, feeling as though she had finally rid herself of years of pent-up indignation. Upon her departure, the matriarch immediately turned her ire toward the first lady, scolding her for her short-sightedness. If it were not for your ill-conceived idea and your greed for silver, we would not be in this predicament. The first lady, chastised by her mother-in-law, could only endure her wrath in tears, repeatedly apologizing and acknowledging her faults, while feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice within. When she had proposed to manipulate the banquet affair, her mother-in-law had wholeheartedly supported her idea, even praising its ingenuity. Now, faced with the fallout, all blame had been heaped upon her. To whom could she voice her grievances? After enduring a tirade from the matriarch, the first lady faced further wrath from her husband, Xiaolin, upon his return home in the evening. While she bore the brunt of her mother-in-law's scorn, she was emboldened to stand her ground against her husband, engaging in a heated debate that was evenly matched. Am I not acting for the sake of our son, so that he may inherit the title and reclaim the marquisate from Xiajin? After the autumn examination, our son will surely excel. Our family's standing will rise within the estate. Should Zhang Jingyi falter at the banquet, my mother-in-law and I can join forces to wrest control from her. Once I have mastered the management of the household, I shall arrange a suitable marriage for my son, with a reputable family for his in-laws. Next year, he shall surely excel in the imperial examinations, formally entering the court as an official, thus paving his path to success. In a few years, the title of the marquisate will undoubtedly return to him. However, I have only just taken my first step when that woman, Zhang Jingyi, discovered my intentions. It's perplexing. After years of being so accommodating, she has suddenly grown so resolute. This time, she had evidently prepared in advance. Catching Steward Wu red-handed is truly infuriating. Xiaolin listened to her ramble for quite some time, gradually losing his temper. Regardless of managing the household affairs, has everything been arranged for the upcoming Mingqing examinations? Not yet. I have heard that spending 10,000 taels of silver can secure a better examination lodging for the candidates, complete with dedicated service for meals and personal needs, ensuring they're well taken care of. With a good lodging, the candidates will surely perform better during the exams. Yet, I am short on funds and have yet to gather the necessary 10,000 taels. Wang said angrily, the provincial examinations constitute 3 rounds, each lasting 3 days, with eating, drinking, and other needs confined to a small cubicle. After completing all 3 rounds, it can truly be exhausting for the candidates. It is not uncommon for the frail to perish in such conditions. If money can arrange for dedicated care, those with wealth will undoubtedly be willing to pay. That concubine Yao's father is an assistant minister of rights, responsible for matters of the imperial examinations. Securing a good lodging is merely a matter of a few words. Why waste that 10,000 taels? Xiaolin replied coldly. Summon concubine Yao and inform her that you will assist her in displacing the marquise, elevating her to the position of mistress. She will surely heed your words and diligently ensure the arrangements for the examination lodging are made. Indeed, how could I have overlooked concubine Yao? My lord, you are astute and know how to handle people. Wang's anger subsided considerably as she began to focus on how to manage the situation. Since concubine Yao entered the household, she has been quite domineering. I have heard that she has recently calmed down after a new concubine managed to outsmart her. She must be feeling particularly resentful. Now, if I flatter her and encourage her to confront Zhang Jingyi and that favored concubine Yi, it would certainly create chaos in Xie Jin's inner quarters. 2 days later, Xie Jin returned, weary from travel. As per custom, he first visited the Gue Exine courtyard. Upon seeing him, Zhang Jingyi immediately apologized, even kneeling in respect as she said, "My lord, during these years of managing the household, my lack of ability has led me to be deceived by petty individuals, resulting in the loss of at least 10,000 taels of silver each year to the old lady and the first room through their purchasing schemes. I have truly failed, disappointing your trust in me, and I humbly request your punishment. Rise and speak. You are my wife, not a subordinate." Xie Jin replied softly to Zhang Jingyi. "Thank you, my lord," she said, her eyes red and filled with emotion as she stood. "You have managed the inner quarters diligently and adeptly, and you have done quite well. Regarding the household matters, a small sum of silver is of little consequence." Xie Jin places great importance on Zhang Jingyi's discretion. The management of this assets and internal affairs is merely a trifling matter. Should the management be executed well, it is merely an embellishment, while a mediocre performance would not significantly alter the overarching situation. With his vigilance over the larger matters, even a lackluster execution would hardly lead to dire consequences. He himself is not in want of silver and holds little regard for the few thousand taels in the household. However, while he remains indifferent, Zhang Jingyi does care deeply. Xie Jin's gaze is fixed on the vast world beyond encompassing the court and the path of officialdom. In contrast, for Zhang Jingyi, her professional realm is confined to the inner quarters of A failure in managing the internal affairs would signify her gravest dereliction of duty. Respectfully, Zhang Jingyi articulated the changes regarding procurement, ultimately praising Yi Qingzhi. "My lord, Aunt Yi is indeed astute. I believe that if entrusted with the management of this mundane affairs and internal matters, she would undoubtedly surpass my own capabilities. Initially, I intended to have her assist in overseeing the household accounts, yet she steadfastly refused, citing propriety and her commitment to serving you. Such unwavering adherence to decorum is something I find rather disconcerting. She is not adhering to the rules. She is simply indolent." Xie Jin remarked incisively. He still bore the remnants of the lascivious messages delivered by her covert agents in mind. Anyone genuinely adhering to propriety would not possess a mind filled with such lewd notions while skillfully manipulating those around them. The thought of Yi Qingzhi stirred something within Xie Jin. Glancing at the sky, he noted it was still noon. The evening felt an eternity away. Perhaps he could seek her out for a leisurely afternoon repose. Chapter 34. The first time hearing such fresh and elegant invitations for affection that evening. As he called for Sister Yin and Mingyu to dine together, Xie Jin left after casually tossing out those words. The hurriedness of his steps indicated his impatience. Clearly eager to indulge in the company of Yi Qingzhi. "Mother, do you think he's gone to the Yanlu courtyard?" Zhang Jingyi gazed at Xie Jin's retreating figure, asking with a hint of melancholy. "Madam, Master has been increasingly attentive to concubine Yi," replied old Madame Zhou. "At this rate, might he?" The phrase favoring a concubine over the wife lingered on her lips before she swallowed it back. "I cannot say what the master will do, but as for that Yi concubine..." Zhang Jingyi recalled Yi Qingzhi's aversion to scrutinizing the accounts and the Lord's remark regarding her laziness, causing her to chuckle. "Mother, I assure you, concubine Yi is not one to aspire to be the main wife. If the master were to lose his head and propose such a thing, she would undoubtedly refuse." Old Madame Zhou shook her head, expressing disbelief. "Is there truly a woman in this world who does not want to be the main wife, but only wishes to be a concubine? Surely that is madness. Let's not dwell on the matter of concubine Yao. It is of little importance. We can discuss it during dinner," Zhang Jingyi murmured softly. In the Yanlu courtyard, upon seeing Xie Jin, Yi Qingzhi smiled at his unkempt appearance, his face rugged and weary. Previously, she had only seen him as the immaculate gentleman without a beard. And now, with his facial hair, he appeared entirely different, almost novel. "Master, have you just returned to the residence? You look so weathered. It truly pains my heart," she said, stepping closer to caress his face, teasing him. Xiejin pulled her into his embrace, capturing her soft lips that he longed for. When they finally parted, the intensity of their gazes was palpable. "Master, your beard is prickling. Shall I shave it for you? You seem to enjoy it despite your words," she teased. Xiejin lifted her, carrying her toward the bed, while the maids, blushing, discreetly withdrew as the couple reveled in their intimacy. After their playful encounter, Qingzhi felt utterly exhausted, having not worked for some time. The dreaded Monday, as they say. "Master, have you not dined yet?" she inquired, noting his haggard appearance, clearly worn from his duties outside. "That is compared to your leisurely days spent in the cool pavilion," Xiejin remarked, his hand gliding over her figure, noticing she had gained a little more fullness since their last meeting. "You put on weight," he observed. "Surely not," Qingzhi protested as she sat up, inspecting herself and feeling her body, acknowledging that she indeed appeared a bit plumper. "Holidays are the finest catalysts for weight gain. Master, the meal will take some time to prepare. Would you care to join me for some exercise in the meantime to shed a few pounds?" Xiejin. It was indeed refreshing to hear such an innocent and elegant invitation for affection, although he was more than willing to engage in some additional physical activity with her. Once they had satisfied their appetites on all fronts and reclined back upon the bed, Xiejin found himself in the mood to converse with Qingzhi. "I have heard that you assisted the lady in reviewing the accounts, uncovering numerous discrepancies, and even facilitated the removal of the avaricious steward Wu, replacing him with the purchasing agent from our Yi family," Xiejin remarked, gently pinching her cheek. "How is it that I have discovered you becoming increasingly astute and capable?" "Nay, I remain the same, filled with frivolous thoughts and nothing more," Qingzhi replied with a smile. "By the way, have you received the letter I sent you? Is that what you call a letter?" "You waste my carrier pigeon," Xiejin retorted. "Very well, if you dislike it so much. I shall refrain from sending you any more," Qingzhi replied, feigning a sorrowful expression. Xiejin playfully bit her, urging her to cease the charade. Unfazed, Qingzhi playfully nibbled him back, and as the playful banter threatened to escalate, she quickly shifted gears to a more serious topic. "Sir, with the autumn examination approaching, are there any betting pools regarding who might excel? Indeed, are you interested in placing a bet?" Xiejin inquired, noting her spirited demeanor. "A little wager for amusement. As we have time to spare, I am inclined to bet on Song Yishuan, the one I provided funds for to travel for the examination. I shall wager 1,000 taels of silver. Would you care to join me? You hold such confidence in him." Xiejin raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Qingzhi's expression, which concealed a myriad of unspoken emotions. The young scholar, Song Yishuan, hailing from Yangzhou, had been thoroughly investigated, revealing his remarkable intellect and his essays on governance. Originally, he was to participate in the provincial examination in Nanjing. However, due to a conflict with an academic official from Jiangnan, his student status was revoked, precluding him from competing there. Thus, he journeyed to the capital, securing a relationship with the esteemed Cai Shuirun, who recognized his talents and took him on as a disciple. With Cai's influence, he garnered a recommendation from the Imperial Academy, reinstating his eligibility for the provincial examination. It could be said that had Song Yishuan remained in Jiangnan, he would have been delayed for 3 years before his chance at the imperial examination. His arrival in the capital and successful mentorship under Cai Shuirun transformed his prospects significantly, for Cai was the chief examiner for this year's provincial examination. Cai favored practical officials, shunning ornate prose in favor of concrete strategies for governance. In essence, Song Yishuan was precisely the type of scholar he held in high esteem. Provided he performs well in the initial examinations of the 4 books and 5 classics, as well as in the classics, it is entirely plausible that he could emerge as the top scholar. What intrigued Xiejin the most was that Qingzhi not only provided Song Yishuan with the means to travel for the examination, but also suggested his audacious decision to come to the capital and seek mentorship under Cai. He learned these details by having Song Yishuan apprehended and thoroughly interrogated. "Do you know the esteemed scholar Cai Shuirun?" Jin asked Yi Qingzhi, the esteemed scholar. How could a merchant's daughter like me possibly know him? Yi Qingzhi shook her head halfway, then suddenly paused, cautiously inquiring, Master, should I be acquainted with him? Jin fixed his gaze upon her, observing every nuance of her demeanor and expression. If she indeed recognized Kai Shuirun, but pretended not to, her performance was nothing short of remarkable. I inquired with Song Yishuan, who stated that not only did you provide him with the examination funds, but you also recommended him to join the service of Lord Kai, assuring him that Lord Kai would certainly accept him, and that Lord Kai was the chief examiner for this provincial examination. Jin spoke with measured calmness, his eyes never leaving Yi Qingzhi's reactions. Wait, Master. Allow me a moment to gather my thoughts. Yi Qingzhi realized that the original owner must have experienced a rebirth after her first suicide by hanging. It was then that she began to scheme. Song Yishuan was merely a pawn she had laid down, altering his fate, bestowing upon him a distinguished mentor, a promising future, and immense wealth. However, the original owner had met her demise the very next day after entering the Marquis's residence, pushed into a pool by Yao Yinyin and drowned. Such a pitiful manner of death. If I were the original owner, I would surely be infuriated upon awakening. Master, do you suppose I might be a high-ranking spy for some clandestine organization, skilled in various arts, orchestrating plans in the shadows, effortlessly causing chaos? Yi Qingzhi raised her hand and made a rather pretentious gesture. Jin remarked, I see you are a fool. He flicked her forehead in annoyance, all suspicions quelled by her foolish antics. Indeed, if any high-ranking spy behaved like her, constantly revealing their secrets, it would be a different kind of skill altogether. Furthermore, he had meticulously examined her physique. She possessed no inner strength, no martial prowess, and there were no signs of any training. Sighing deeply, Yi Qingzhi then brightened, smiling as she said, Master, sometimes it's not so bad to be a bit muddled in life. Perhaps one day the truth will reveal itself. For now, let us place our bets and earn some silver, wagering on Song Yishuan to achieve the highest rank. Agreed, Jin replied with a smile. Just then, someone outside announced that Wang Mama, a confidant of concubine Yao, sought an audience, claiming that concubine Yao had important matters to report to the master. Concubine Yao is trying to intercept like concubine Qin, hoping for a grand outcome. Yi Qingzhi remarked playfully, but master, even if you were to visit, it seems you would be powerless. Jin replied, what a captivating enchantress. Although Jin had departed from the Yanlu courtyard, he did not visit Yao Yinyin. His disdain for her was profound, and he had no desire to engage with her. Mama, has the Marquis not arrived? Yao Yinyin, now donned in revealing attire, anticipated an intimate encounter with the Marquis. Madam, the Marquis has just returned. He is undoubtedly quite busy. He is busy, yet he finds time to indulge with that wretched concubine Yi for hours on end. I commanded you to personally invite him, and he still refuses to come. Yao Yinyin cried out in despair. Why is the Marquis so heartless towards me? How can he be so cruel? Wang Momo, filled with compassion, continuously urged her until Yao Yinyin finally ceased her tears. Momo, do you understand? When the Lord arrives, I intend to inform him of the attempts by the main house to win me over. The main house has always been at odds with the Lord. How could I possibly ally with them? That would be an act of betrayal against him. Yao Yinyin sniffled, her eyes glimmering with a hatred born of love. Yet, the Lord is unwilling to even enter my courtyard. If I cannot have the Lord, then no other wretched woman shall have him either. What do you think of my proposal to join forces with those from the main house, to first eliminate that vile concubine, Aunt Yi, and then deal with the madam? Would that not be prudent? Oh dear, my lady, do not heed the words of Madame Wang from the main house. She merely seeks to exploit you. Wang Momo hurriedly cautioned, our Lord is not so easily deceived. If things go awry, our fate could very well mirror that of Aunt Sun. Chapter 35. Auntie Yi is like a hedgehog, no, more like a turtle. This time, I have become wiser. I shall employ a strategy of luring the tiger to swallow the wolf, ensuring that the main house eliminates that despicable Yi. Do they not desire a favorable examination number? How can they expect to gain without any sacrifice, expecting me to approach my father for mere words? Am I truly that foolish? Yao Yinyin scoffed. With only half a month remaining until the provincial examination, I am not in a hurry. I refuse to believe the main house is not anxious. Ani, although your strategy of luring the tiger to swallow the wolf is indeed clever, should the main house fail and expose you, it would be disastrous. Wang Momo anxiously continued to persuade her, hoping to dissuade her from such perilous thoughts. Then they can forget it. I do not believe that after so many years of competing with the madam, the main house, well acquainted with every corner of the residence and possessing numerous capable servants, cannot even quietly eliminate a mere concubine. Yao Yinyin was resolute. She must find a way to eliminate Qingzhi. The Marquis currently dotes on her alone. If she is gone, the Marquis will once again notice me, no longer entranced by that wretched Qingzhi. At the Yi residence, Qin Yuan Kai was taken aback upon learning that the examiner's surname was indeed Kai. Was it merely a coincidence, or had Ying Shue truly foreseen something? Unable to contain his curiosity, Qin Yuan Kai sought her out at the Yi residence for clarification. She claimed she could achieve the highest honors, if true. His heart ignited with fervor. You mentioned the other day that you dreamed I would achieve the highest honors. Is it true? Upon meeting Ying Shue, Qin Yuan Kai asked directly. Of course it's true. By next year's palace examination, you will be personally appointed as the top scholar by the emperor. Ying Shue nodded vigorously, her excitement palpable. Qin Yuan Kai shared her enthusiasm, yet he retained a sense of self-awareness. My studies in classics are commendable. With proper execution, I may achieve excellence. Yet my essays have always been my weak point, often approaching topics from the wrong angle. Could it be that this examination allows me to strike the examiner's fancy? By the way, was Song Yishuan your dream? How'd he fare? Qin Yuan Kai hurriedly inquired. As for Song Yishuan, I have no idea what fortunate turn of events he encountered, for he has become a disciple under Lord Kai, the very examiner. In my dream, he was not present in this examination, but 3 years hence, he will be the top scholar in the next one. Brother Yuan Kai, you must be cautious. He has always been your adversary. Ying Shue poured her heart out to Qin Yuan Kai, yet she lamented her ignorance regarding the imperial examinations, exclaiming, "It is all Qingzhi's fault." She meddled, providing Song Yishuan with examination funds, allowing him to travel to the capital and secure a place to compete. A top scholar? Song Yishuan truly possesses the talent. Qin Yuan Kai paid little heed to Ying Shue's complaints, merely lost in thought. He had to admit that his knowledge, particularly in essays, was leagues apart from Song Yishuan's. If Song Yishuan were to enter the examination, he certainly would not surpass him. Brother Yuan Kai, let us devise a plan to ensure that Song Yishuan is unable to participate in the upcoming examination. Breaking an arm or giving him a thorough beating would be rather easy to accomplish, Ying Shue proposed at that moment. Qin Yuan Kai, upon hearing this, cast a contemplative glance at Ying Shue, recognizing that executing such a scheme was not as simple as it seemed. Leave it to me, Brother Yuan Kai. I will find someone to see it through. You need only focus on your studies, Ying Shue assured him confidently. To ruin a scholar from a humble background, it merely requires a bit of silver and a few ruffians. Surely, this is not a difficult task. Qin Yuan Kai couldn't help but chuckle, replying to Ying Shue, "I shall not disappoint you in the future." Overcome with emotion, Ying Shue impulsively embraced him, blushing as she declared, "I await the day when you become the top scholar and come to marry me next year." At the Ho residence, Madame Wang of the main house realized that she had indeed underestimated Yao Yinyin. The audacity of Yao to suggest eliminating Qingzhi, believing that by doing so she could secure a favorable position for herself, was astounding. Yet, she reasoned, a mere concubine, despite her favored status, could easily be disposed of. Madame Wang agreed to the plan. However, 3 days later, she discovered the folly of her assumptions. She had grossly oversimplified the situation. That concubine was akin to a hedgehog. No, a tortoise. Her people could not find an opportunity to act against her. You would only venture out to pay her respects to the lady of the Ho in the morning, always accompanied by 3 maidservants and 2 matrons, effectively surrounding her and leaving no chance for an attack. Once her visit was concluded, she retreated to her quarters, going nowhere else. Attempting to poison her was futile. As she maintained her own small kitchen, rendering the outside world unable to interfere with her meals. Bribing those within her courtyard proved equally ineffective. Upon hearing of a plot against Yi, her servants resolutely refused to comply, regardless of the sum offered. Moreover, they did not owe their servitude to Madame Wang and were thus impervious to threats. In fact, they turned the tables, reporting back to Yi Qingzhi that someone was plotting against her. This only served to alert Yi Qingzhi and Xiejin, making it even more challenging to eliminate her. Madame Wang listened to her servants' reports, feeling a tightening in her chest, struggling to breathe. How could a mere concubine be so difficult to deal with? In the Yinlu courtyard, Yi Qingzhi furrowed her brow upon hearing the two sweeping maidservants' disclosure, then remarked, Xiaochan, reward Xiao Chui and Xiao Hong with 10 taels of silver, and from now on, increase their monthly stipend by 1 tael to be sourced from my own funds. Thank you, Madame Yi, for your generosity. Xiao Chui and Xiao Hong joyfully expressed their gratitude, further convinced of the correctness of their choice. They had been instructed to poison the tea of the concubine, but the promised reward was merely 20 taels. Should they be discovered, it would mean their demise. Yet, they had reported the plot to the concubine, who generously rewarded them with 10 taels of silver and increased their wages. Their mistress was indeed exceedingly gracious. Being loyal to such a benevolent and favored master was the rightful path. With silver in hand, Xiao Chui and Xiao Hong left in high spirits. Meanwhile, Ru Yi, filled with both fear and anger, questioned, Madam, who is it that seeks to harm you? Due to the encounters with Xiao Chui and Xiao Hong, the individuals involved have taken special precautions, rendering their identities unclear. Consequently, the mastermind remains a mystery. However, Yi Qingzhi is unperturbed. She leisurely reclines on the concubine couch and instructs Rui, please summon the master shortly, informing him that someone intends to harm me, and request his intervention. Such matters undoubtedly require the attention of a superior, as one ought not to novelly endure hardships alone, pretending to be independent and resilient. That is neither strategic nor clever. It is simply foolishness. Rui, eager to act, hurriedly seeks out the Marquis, concerned for her mistress, unable to delay even for a moment. Xiejin, occupied with official duties in his study, is not particularly rushed. Upon hearing Rui's report, his expression darkens, and he swiftly makes his way to the Yinlu courtyard. Unbeknownst to Xiejin, his concern for Yi Qingzhi has deepened significantly, evolving beyond mere curiosity. Master, there are malicious individuals seeking to harm me. You must protect me well, for I do not wish to meet an untimely end, Yi Qingzhi exclaims, rushing into his embrace, playfully clinging to his neck. Xiejin's heart softens as he envelopes her in his arms, planting a gentle kiss on her lips before inquiring, what is the matter? Who wishes to harm you? How adept she is at being endearing? I am uncertain, Yi Qingzhi replies, recounting Xiao Chui's words to Xiejin. After a moment of reflection, she adds, lately, I have felt an unsettling sensation of being watched, prompting me to request Rui and the others to accompany me while I pay respects to the madam. I never anticipated that someone truly intended to do me harm. As long as you remain within the estate, no one can take your life, Xiejin assures her. This promise reassures Yi Qingzhi, who smiles and kisses him again, sweetly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, master. I shall not wander about aimlessly. Perhaps you could confine me further. I shall forego my visit to the madam for now. Preserving my life is paramount. You seem to be seeking an excuse to be idle. Xiejin teasingly points out her ulterior motive. One must not strike a person's face nor expose their shortcomings. Yi Qingzhi giggles, openly acknowledging her ploy. I have learned that from you, Xiejin replies, playfully pinching her cheek. Yet, while he engages in banter, his heart simmers with indignation. The audacity of those who would act against him under his very nose is intolerable. He is eager to uncover who possesses such boldness. Master, since there are threats against me, I have suddenly thought of something important, Yi Qingzhi states with a serious demeanor. If it is convenient for you, please assign someone to protect Song Yishuan. We must ensure nothing happens to him before his examination, or our 2,000 taels will be in vain. They have wagered on Song Yishuan's success in the imperial examination, each risking 1,000 taels. Why Why do you believe someone would target Song Yishuan? Xie Jin inquires. Should you seek my reasoning, I cannot provide a clear answer. I can only say it is a woman's instinct, a sixth sense, which can sometimes prove remarkably accurate. Qingzhi spoke half-truths and half-lies, asserting that it is prudent to take precautions, especially since they had wagered money on him. Safeguarding their racehorse was indeed necessary. She was certain that Ying Xue had been reborn and speculated that Ying Xue would notice some of her changes, likely concluding that she too had experienced a rebirth. To avoid jeopardizing Chun Yuankai's career, Ying Xue might take action against Song Yishuan. The master has always sent someone to follow and protect him, Xie Jin remarked. I knew my worries were unfounded. Qingzhi replied with a smile. With the master keeping watch, I can indulge in food and drink without concern, and later, I shall count the silver. Observing her indolent demeanor, Xie Jin felt that she was far too complacent. However, to expect ambition from a woman, especially a concubine, was indeed a flaw of his own. Yet, seeing her languid posture made him want to tease her endlessly, to rouse her from her lethargy, indulging in playful banter. You came here to savor the pleasures of life. Xie Jin would not deprive himself. He lifted Qingzhi and tossed her onto the bed, fulfilling his desires. After relishing his feast, Xie Jin did not linger in the Yinlu courtyard, but instead instructed the hidden guards to investigate who was scheming behind the scenes. Within half a day, he received the results of the inquiry. It was revealed that Yao Yinyin had conspired with individuals from the main house. Xie Jin's expression turned cold. This Yao Yinyin could not be spared. He had initially taken her, and due to her incessant pestering and the pressure from her noble father and a favored consort in the palace. However, since entering the residence, she had been restless, tormenting one and eliminating another. Xie Jin had previously been indifferent to the lives of those concubines, unconcerned by their rivalries. But now he felt somewhat affronted. Keep a close watch on them, he instructed the hidden guards. We shall deal with them all at once. Chapter 36. How could it be her? Change the conditions. Killing Aunt Yi is out of the question. That woman is like a tortoise, evading any chance for me to strike. Mrs. Wang expressed her frustration towards Yao Yinyin. How can you be so inept? You cannot even eliminate a mere concubine. No wonder you were easily outmaneuvered by Zhang Jingyi. Now, you have lost all opportunity to amass wealth. Yao Yinyin, consumed by unrequited love and insatiable desires, had descended into a frenzy, snapping at anyone within her sight. Mrs. Wang, exasperated by her antics, began to doubt the wisdom of enlisting Yao Yinyin as aid. This matter remained unresolved, yet her discontent had already escalated. I heard your father recently declared he would no longer acknowledge you as his daughter. Do you truly think you can assist me in securing the examination quota? You aren't deceiving me, are you? Mrs. Wang thrust a sharp remark towards Yao Yinyin, fearing she might be the one ultimately deceived, ending up with nothing to show for her efforts. She genuinely lacked the funds. Otherwise, she would not be clinging to Yao Yinyin so desperately. My father merely spoke in anger. He is no longer upset, Yao Yinyin replied. Her face flushed as she sought to regain her dignity. My sister dotes on me greatly, and my father will certainly heed her wishes. He would never neglect me. I only asked him to remind someone to look after the eldest son of the household. It is a small favor that he will certainly grant. Hearing her reasoning, Mrs. Wang felt reassured and pressed further, then proposed another condition. What must I do for you to assist me in this matter? Yao Yinin's eyes glinted with malice as she contemplated. Since we cannot deal with that wretched Aunt Yi, let us instead eliminate her maid, Rui. I want to make her life utterly miserable. Mrs. Wang had gathered enough information over the past few days to know that the maid Rui often ventured out, making her an easier target. Very well, within 3 days, I shall present you with results. You must inform your father beforehand. The examination is fast approaching, and I cannot have my plans jeopardized. With that, Mrs. Wang rose to leave, having cautioned Yao Yinyin once more. The two had chosen to converse in a garden pavilion, a location open and spacious, with trusted maidservants stationed nearby to prevent eavesdropping. However, unbeknownst to them, their covert guard were already being monitored, undeterred by such minor obstacles. Their conversation was nonetheless overheard by the hidden guards, who promptly reported back to Xie Jin. Continue surveillance and, if necessary, rescue that maid Xie Jin commanded. If Rui were to perish, that delicate you would surely be devastated. I cannot bear to witness her in such sorrow. I prefer her wicked, languid smile over her weeping visage. Moreover, should her devoted maid meet an untimely end, he would find it difficult to engage with her in the bedroom, and she would undoubtedly lack the inclination to serve him. While he was indifferent to Rui's fate, Xiejin deemed it necessary to protect a maid for his own sake. Yao Yinyin was reluctant to lose the alliance with the first house, so after conspiring with Madame Wang, she immediately instructed Grandma Wang to return to her family, to urge them for a precise message. By the time dinner arrived, Yao Yinyin finally welcomed Grandma Wang back and eagerly inquired, "Grandma Wang, what did my father say? Can the matter regarding the good quarters be settled? It can be arranged." Grandma Wang replied, exhaling with relief and smiling as she added, "The master said that our household and the whole residence are indeed related by marriage. Since the first house has come to us for assistance, we must extend this courtesy. When the provincial examination begins in a few days, arrangements will be made for the eldest son to have a spacious and well-cared-for quarters, far from the privy." "Wonderful!" Yao Yinyin clapped her hands joyfully, slowly releasing the pent-up frustration within her, and remarked with a smile, "My father still cherishes me." "Of course." Grandma Wang reassured her, "Madam, you have such a distinguished family. Unlike those despicable women, as long as you do not err, the Ho will certainly grant you favor." "Grandma, what I seek is not just favor, but the affection of the Ho." Upon mentioning this, a wave of resentment surged within Yao Yinyin, causing her previously good mood to plummet. "Madam, the Ho is merely momentarily enchanted by those little vixens. Soon." Grandma Wang attempted to console her further. However, Yao Yinyin was already impatient with such reassurances. Weary of hearing them, she, Yao Yinyin, had a father of high rank and an elder sister serving as a concubine in the palace. She could no longer remain in the courtyard like those lowly women, merely waiting for the Ho's affection. She yearned for the Ho to recognize her status anew, to ally with the first house, to exert pressure on him, compelling him to shower her with affection. "Madam, it is not so hot now that evening has come. Why not take a stroll?" Grandma Wang suggested, noticing her change in mood. "Stroll? To be devoured by mosquitoes?" Yao Yinyin retorted, though her body rose obediently. Confined indoors for too long, she felt stifled, and a walk outside might lift her spirits. Perhaps she would even encounter the Ho. As Yao Yinyin recalled the romantic tale she had read, her imagination began to wander. However, after wandering for a while and lingering near the Ho's courtyard, she still did not encounter him. As dusk approached, she reluctantly turned to return. Yet, as she passed behind a decorative rockery, she suddenly heard a woman's soft gasps and a man's muffled groans emanating from within. "My lord, be gentle, be careful of the child." Yao Yinin's face changed dramatically, and she hurried to investigate which lowly woman was enticing their master. "My lord," she recognized, must surely be the master of the first house. Xiaolin, with her alliance with Madame Wang. If she could gather more leverage, it would serve her well in future dealings with Madame Wang, particularly in matters of love, especially clandestine affairs. It would provide her with a potent means of manipulation. "Hush!" Granny Wang swiftly restrained her impulsive demeanor, guiding her into the thicket of flowers to conceal themselves. In a hushed tone, she cautioned, "Madam, refrain from being rash. Let's first ascertain who it is." Yan Yinin could only stifle her breath, enduring the bites of mosquitoes alongside Granny Wang. Before long, her skin and face were marked by several welts, each itch intensifying her discomfort. Despite her urge to scratch, she feared that doing so would mar her appearance further, aggravating her frustration. Meanwhile, the amorous couple behind the rockery showed no signs of concluding their rendezvous. In fact, their revelry only grew more exuberant. The woman, already a mother, exhibited such brazen behavior. As Yan Yinin listened to the cacophony, her lips tightened and a tumult of emotions brewed within her, none of which were pleasant. Why wouldn't those wretched mosquitoes direct their wrath towards them instead? Her anger mounted to the point where she contemplated departing outright. It seemed futile to apprehend the couple. She simply could not endure remaining there as mosquito fodder any longer. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, the lascivious pair concluded their tryst. Ugh! It was hardly a lengthy affair. What a worthless man. Yin Yinyin muttered under her breath, prompting Granny Wang beside her to nearly roll her eyes in exasperation. Madam, must we offer commentary on such matters? When they finally observed Xiaolin emerging from behind a rockery, glancing about to ensure the coast was clear, he departed with a flourish, fanning himself with an air of self-importance. Shortly thereafter, Yin Yinyin beheld the woman emerging from the shadows, her countenance shifting dramatically as her eyes sparkled with disbelief. How could it be her? No wonder the voice had sounded somewhat familiar. Granny Wang, equally astonished, widened her eyes in disbelief, gasping in shock. How could it be Qingzhi? How could it possibly be her? With the master? Good heavens! If this scandal were to surface, the Ho residence would become the laughingstock of the capital. Not only would the master be scorned by society, but their lord would also lose face for allowing his concubine to don a green hat. Merely knowing of such a disgrace was enough to induce a sense of unease and apprehension. Granny Wang lamented her decision to take a stroll. Yet, Yin Yinyin was exhilarated, undeterred by the 4 mosquito bites adorning her face. She grasped Granny Wang's hand tightly, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Granny, I truly believe fortune is smiling upon me. Today, I have uncovered a scandal that offers me immense opportunity. Oh dear, my little ancestor. Granny Wang gasped at her words, increasingly alarmed. She quickly implored, Miss, please, just inform the Lord of this matter. Do not entertain any fanciful ideas. If we tell the Lord, utilizing this incident to demonstrate your intentions, he will undoubtedly be moved and favor you. Upon hearing this, Yin Yinyin felt her heart stir. What she cherished most was Xie Jin's affection. If this incident could compel the Lord to notice her and visit her courtyard, she would need not engage in any other schemes or collaborate with the first wife. Granny, let us return. The mosquitoes here are relentless. They're driving me mad. In a buoyant mood, Yin Yinyin began to act coy, tugging at Granny Wang's arm as they made their way back. The accursed mosquitoes threaten to mar my beauty. Dear grandmother, look at the red welts they have left upon my skin. Will applying ointment suffice to diminish their appearance? I long to meet the Lord this evening. Upon returning to her chamber, Yao Yinyin gazed into the mirror and felt tears welling up. She appeared utterly unappealing. She pondered whether rouge and powder could conceal such blemishes. Wang Mama hurried to console her, assuring her that the red spots could indeed be masked, and with the dim light of the evening, they would not be so apparent. She urged the maidservants to assist in her adornment, promising that she would still appear a ravishing beauty. Mama, I shall prepare myself. Please summon the Lord swiftly. Lest it grow too late, Yao Yinyin urged with enthusiasm. Wang Mama readily agreed, departing with a light heart. She was resolute in her mission to ensure the Lord's presence, determined not to disappoint her mistress. 15 minutes later, Wang Mama awaited outside the study for Jinbao to convey her message to Xie Jintong. However, after a brief wait, Jinbao instructed Wang Mama to leave, stating that the Lord would not meet her, nor would he visit Yao Yinyin. Without hesitation, Wang Mama knelt, pleading earnestly, My lady truly has pressing matters to discuss. I implore you to persuade the Lord to grant her an audience. If Lady Yao has something of importance, she may first address it with the madam, who will relay it to the Lord. Jinbao replied coldly. How could that be the same? Wang Mama's expression shifted, and she sought to plead further, only to hear Jinbao's dismissive tone. Wang Mama, the Lord has no desire to see Lady Yao. Further entreaties will be futile. Return at once, lest I summon someone to escort you out, and you shall lose all dignity. My lady is deeply infatuated with the Lord, pouring her heart into him. Why must he treat her with such indifference? Wang Mama could not suppress her indignation on behalf of her mistress. How disheartened Lady Yao would be upon discovering the Lord's absence. Why would the Lord not even spare her a glance? Not even a perfunctory acknowledgement? Jinbao maintained a facade of indifference while inwardly scoffing at the situation. Your mistress may profess her sincerity to the Lord, yet she harbors malice towards others. Given her disposition, it is remarkable that the Lord has tolerated her for this long. Chapter 37. What use is this mind? It only thinks of you having completed her grooming. Yao Yinyin awaited the arrival of Xie Jin with joyous anticipation. However, she was met instead by the pallid visage of Wang Momo. Momo, is the Lord not in a manner? Yao Yinyin inquired, her heart trembling. Madam, the Lord is preoccupied with matters and cannot come. He will certainly visit tomorrow. Wang Momo replied, forcing a smile in an attempt to soothe Yao Yinyin. The truth was evident to Yao Yinyin. The Lord could not even muster the courtesy of a perfunctory response. Momo, my heart aches. Yao Yinyin murmured, clutching her chest, her gaze vacant, and this time, she shed no tears. Madam, Wang Momo was at a loss for words in her attempt to console. Yao Yinyin managed a grim smile. Perhaps this is for the best. I have resigned myself to the truth. Meanwhile, Jin Bao returned to the study to report to Xie Jin. While a shadow guard approached with news regarding Yao Yinyin's discovery of Qin Yinyang and Xie Lin's affair, confirming that all proceeded according to plan, Xie Jin gestured for him to withdraw and continue his surveillance. Once he concluded his official duties and opened the hidden compartment to inspect the letters, he found 2 missives from Qingzhi. After a moment's hesitation, he unfolded them. He was already intimately familiar with the contents. The first letter was self-evident. The second missive, limited in its wording due to the paper's scarcity, contained but a single line. Master, what use is this mind? It only thinks of you. Xie Jin returned the letter to its hiding place and proceeded to the Yanlu courtyard. Upon his arrival, he found Qingzhi practicing yoga on her bed, clad in a specially tailored yoga outfit made by Xia Chan. The soft, stretchable fabric, a crop top and shorts, offered comfort and coolness. Qingzhi considered the attire rather proper. Yet to Xie Jin's discerning eyes, it appeared immodest, as though she sought to entice him. Ah, you have arrived, master. I am exercising and shall not rise to greet you, she said, her face flushed and breathless from exertion. Such diligence? Xie Jin inquired, moving closer to her. I have gained weight and cannot afford to be lazy. Otherwise, I would be unappealing and you might find me wanting, she replied, panting. I shall exercise with you. This sounds rather familiar. Qingzhi mused. After an intense workout, Qingzhi found herself utterly exhausted, struggling even to catch her breath. Xie Jin embraced her, both of them cleansing themselves before returning to the now tidy bed. Feeling fatigued, Qingzhi lay down and began to drift into slumber. At that moment, she heard Xie Jin pose a question. If you were to encounter a couple in the garden engaged in a secret tryst, would you wish to observe? Qingzhi replied, is this something one can witness for free? Surely there would be a price to pay. She had no desire to watch. She performed such roles daily. There is nothing to see. I would promptly leave, for lingering might invite trouble. Qingzhi remarked, however, if a crowd gathers to watch the spectacle, I too shall partake in the amusement. You truly have a clear understanding. Xie Jin slid his fingers gently across her exquisite back, unable to suppress a chuckle. She was undeniably astute and possessed a remarkable ability to safeguard herself. The girl who had been cast into the water upon entering the manor was a stark contrast to the current version of herself. Otherwise, the residents of the main house would have found it challenging to seize an opportunity to target her. 2 days later, Rui, as was her custom, ventured out of the manor to procure goods, while simultaneously seeking news of any recent happenings to share with her aunt upon her return. However, scarcely had she departed when she was struck unconscious and abducted. Upon regaining consciousness, she overheard several nefarious individuals plotting to violate and subsequently eliminate her. Rui was paralyzed with fear, pleading for mercy with tears streaming down her face. Yet her desperate cries only served to heighten their excitement. Ha ha! Truly a gem from a noble family. Even a mere maid possesses such allure. By heavens, behold this skin, so fair and tender. Ha! Today we shall indulge, brother. Let us not be hasty in ending her life, but rather take her back to the village and keep her for our amusement a while longer. One of them lewdly wiped his mouth and began to reach for Rui. Please, I will give you silver. Spare me, and I will offer you 1,000 taels. Rui shouted in despair. 1,000 taels held a considerable weight of influence for these impoverished ruffians. Their haste began to wane, but just as they hesitated, the door swung open. Dark Guard 6, observing the scene within, inwardly exhaled in relief. Thank goodness they had arrived just in time. She was still alive. Otherwise, it might have been his own demise. What a blunder in his professional career. He had merely intended to traverse beneath a higher eve. And in the blink of an eye, Rui had been taken. These scoundrels had nearly cost him dearly. Thus, Dark Guard 6 did not bother with pleasantries. With a chilling demeanor, he dispatched each one with a throwing dart, ensuring they met their end. Although Dark Guard 6 possessed a vast array of weaponry skills, his preference and expertise lay with the dart. Thank you, Rui uttered, recognizing him from a previous encounter, her memory vividly etched. His sudden appearance to rescue her left an even deeper impression. After he tidied himself, Six coldly remarked, "Compose yourself," before turning to exit and waiting outside. Rui hastily wiped her tears and quickly arranged her disheveled attire and hair before stepping out. Inside, several bloodied corpses lay with eyes wide open, refusing to close. She trembled in fear. Dark Guard 6 glanced at her. Although she still appeared somewhat disheveled, she no longer bore the look of humiliation. He then turned away. "Dark Guard, where are you going? Please do not leave so swiftly. Wait for me. How did you suddenly appear to save me? Did my aunt send you?" Rui implored, unable to restrain her tears once more. She had narrowly escaped a fate of disgrace. "Do not weep," he advised. As the classmate of Wei Lu rubbed her forehead and observed her still weeping, she gently inquired, "Shall we return and continue crying?" Rui could not help but chuckle softly. Her emotions gradually stabilized, and the urge to weep diminished. However, upon returning to the Yin Lu courtyard and seeing her own aunt, Rui instantly broke down again. "Woo-woo, Auntie Miss. I nearly didn't make it back. What happened?" Qingzhi asked gravely, noticing her disheveled appearance. "Woo-woo, someone wanted to kill me and disgrace me. It was the Dark Guard brother who saved me." Rui sobbed as she recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Qingzhi understood immediately. The hidden adversary, unable to strike at her directly, had turned their malice towards Rui instead. To eliminate a frequently venturing maid was all too simple. Ultimately, Rui had suffered such torment because of her, nearly losing her life. Had it not been for the Lord's prior preparations, Rui might never have returned. A surge of wrath welled up within Qingzhi. Since her arrival in this realm, whether in her interactions with Xie Jin or managing affairs in the Yi household, she had maintained a demeanor of casual amusement. Yet this time, genuine anger consumed her. "Chunyu, please attend to Rui. Prepare some warm water for her to bathe and change her clothes." Qingzhi commanded coldly. "Yes, Auntie," Chunyu promptly replied, equally pained by Rui's ordeal, reflecting a shared sense of dread. However, as trusted maids, they were inherently connected to their mistress. When their mistress faced peril, they too would suffer. It was entirely normal for those who harbored malice towards their mistress to target them as well. Xiachan, seek out several strong, robust women, offering 20 taels of silver each. Qingzhi instructed further. "Auntie, what do you need them for?" Xiachan trembled as she asked, sensing her aunt was about to undertake something significant, instilling fear within her. "Do not inquire. Simply follow my instructions." Qingzhi shot her a cold glance. Xiachan dared not ask further questions and hurried off to gather people. After making her rounds, the mention of 20 taels of silver attracted a throng of individuals eager to enlist. Ultimately, Xiachan selected 6 of the most robust women to bring back to the Yin Lu courtyard. Qingzhi inspected them and instructed Xiachan to distribute the silver immediately. Before any work had commenced, the heavy coins were in their hands, eliciting joy mingled with apprehension among the women. What sort of grim or laborious tasks could warrant such generous compensation? "I am heading to Aunt Yao's place to make a scene. Once there, your sole responsibility is to block the women and maids. You need not do anything else. Understand?" Qingzhi stated. "Those who are frightened may step forward, return the silver, and leave." The women exchanged astonished glances. Yet none were willing to relinquish the 20 taels of silver. They had only just received it. Moreover, they were merely to obstruct the maids, not to physically confront Aunt Yao. After all, Aunt Yu would be there to shield them. What was there to fear? Even if penalties are imposed afterwards, possessing these 20 taels of silver is still worth the trouble. Should you face punishment, be beaten, or even sold off later, I shall compensate you with an additional 50 taels of silver, Qingzhi declared. Madam, shall we depart now? An impatient maid could hardly contain herself. This task is indeed exceedingly easy. How fortunate to serve such a magnanimous mistress as Lady Yi. Let us set forth, Qingzhi exclaimed with a smile, gesturing to take the lead. Suddenly recalling her unfamiliarity with the route, she added, Xiaochan, lead the way. Xiaochan, who is she? Where is she going? What purpose does she serve? Has our mistress lost her senses? Is this truly a task befitting of her? Miss, wait for me. Upon finishing her grooming, Rui, seeing the departing figures of Qingzhi and the others, hastily grabbed the bewildered Chunyu and rushed to catch up. Chapter 38. Have you lost your mind? Yao Yinyin heard the maid announce that Qingzhi had stormed into the courtyard with a throng of people. Before Yao Yinyin could comprehend the unfolding situation, Qingzhi had already materialized before her. Yanni, what do you intend to do? Have you gone mad? Yao Yinyin exclaimed, a mixture of anger and fear lacing her voice. If you dare to lay a finger on me today, I swear I will not let you off lightly. Qingzhi signaled to the matrons, who swiftly moved to block the fleeing maidservants from calling for help, preventing the anxious Wang Momo and others from intervening. Qingzhi stepped forward, seizing Yao Yinyin by her collar and swiftly delivering 4 or 5 resounding slaps that left her dazed. Once Yao Yinyin fell to the ground, Qingzhi placed a foot upon her. Yao Yinyin, heed my words. Should you dare to harm anyone close to me again, I shall not restrict my retaliation to your face. Overcome with humiliation and fury, Yao Yinyin screamed, how dare you? I will make you pay for this. Rui, Chunyu, come here and bind her up. Silence her. She is far too loud. Ye Vingzi commandit. Rui eagerly approached, ready to comply. Chunyu, appearing resigned to her fate, never imagined she would witness such a day. Their aunt was truly tyrannical, capable of inciting her own demise. Xiaochan, search this room for anything that could be used against me. Qingzhi ordered once more. Xiaochan numbly began her search, her mind racing with thoughts of whether she would meet a fate of punishment or be sold off. Then, she spotted 2 small dolls, each adorned with silver needles. Beside the pillow, one belonged to their aunt, while the other, astonishingly, belonged to the madam. Xiaochan gasped in surprise and joy. With this discovery, her life could be spared. Thank you, Aunt Yao, for your recklessness, she whispered, handing the dolls to Qingzhi. Wang Momo, feeling faint, realized their young lady was truly in peril this time. Had there been only the doll belonging to Yanni, they might have stood a chance. But with the madam's doll in play, their fate was sealed. Yao Yinyin, you never fail to surprise me, Qingzhi remarked, examining the dolls with no hint of astonishment. These women of the inner chambers rely only on such trivial schemes, stories that have been exhausted in novels. Wrap it up, Qingzhi declared, rising and casting a glance at the unconscious Yao Yinyin before striding out with an air of confidence. The sturdy matrons followed her, their faces betraying a sense of unfulfilled anticipation. That was too swift, far too swift. I didn't get to enjoy it enough. I shall seek the madam's forgiveness. Disperse now, and you may follow me to see how the madam will deal with you, Qingzhi instructed the matrons. The servants were entirely obedient to their aunt, displaying utmost respect with not a trace of dissent. Qingzhi smiled faintly. She understood that it was not her allure, but her wealth that captivated these women, binding them to her will. However, that was of little concern. The riches belonged to her. Gue Xin courtyard. Zhang Jingyi glanced at the 2 small figures adorned with needles, then turned her gaze to the serene-faced Qingzhi. After a moment of silence, she inquired, did you receive word of Aunt Yao's sorcery before confronting her? Were you aware she was casting spells to curse us? Not all, Qingzhi replied candidly. It was merely that she meddled with my maid. My intent was solely to vent my anger. These 2 were purely unexpected gains. You are quite forthright, Zhang Jingyi retorted with a disapproving glare. Regardless of Aunt Yao's actions, your behavior this time has been exceedingly reckless. Typically, you are quite composed and reserved. Why resort to such means now? Was it merely to relieve your grievances? Qingzhi, I perceive you have grown arrogant, emboldened by the support of the Marquis, to the point of losing all sense of propriety. Indeed, madam, your reprimand is justified. I acknowledge my faults and accept my punishment. Qingzhi lowered her head, adopting a demure demeanor, refraining from any argument. Returned to the Yinlu courtyard for self-reflection. Zhang Jingyi shot her another fierce look, declaring that the Marquis would determine the outcome of this matter. Oh, then I shall take my leave. Qingzhi rose to depart. After taking a few steps, she turned back and remarked, Madam, do not take the curse of those small figures to heart. It is not reliable. Zhang Jingyi's expression softened slightly, yet her words remained icy. Your attempt to curry favor only further indicates your deliberate recklessness. The nature of your actions is even more egregious. Should I fail to teach you a proper lesson this time, you will only become more overbearing in the future. Yes, you are entirely correct, madam. Ye vingzi nodet dismissively. Go on, quickly leave. Zhang Jingyi, aggravated by her lackadaisical attitude, waved her hand impatiently. Ye vingzi departet hastily. Anger had been vented, but trouble had been stirred, and now she would require the assistance of Madame and the Marquis to clean up the mess. She would need to earnestly reflect on her actions in solitude. Chapter 39. Acting on a whim, Qingzhi, accompanied by a throng of maidservants, stormed before Aunt Yao and delivered a fierce beating. This shocking news swiftly reverberated throughout the inner quarters, regardless of the reasons behind Qingzhi's sudden outburst. Those who heard the tale unanimously declared that Aunt Yi had become as arrogant and overbearing as Aunt Yao had once been, if not more so. It was a case of dogs biting dogs, and many wished for them to tear each other apart, hoping for a peaceful resolution in the household. However, when it emerged that 2 dolls filled with silver needles had been found in Aunt Yao's possession, one of which was even a likeness of the lady of the house, the atmosphere turned somber. They could not deny that when it came to self-destruction, Aunt Yao was the more audacious. While Qingzhi's confrontational approach, albeit somewhat domineering, was straightforward, the duplicity involved in using voodoo dolls was far more detestable. Although Qingzhi had acted improperly, Aunt Yao's misdeeds were deemed far worse. Speculation about the potential repercussions for both women ensued, but the final judgment rested with the Lord. When Xiejin received the news, he had just emerged from the Jinyui prison, his attire still tinged with the scent of blood from recent interrogations. Upon hearing of Qingzhi's actions, he paused in surprise before breaking into a smile as he returned home. This little vixen had certainly gained confidence under his patronage. To his amusement, he found himself not angered, but rather entertained, prompting an eagerness to see Qingzhi's charming visage and hear her sweetly crafted justifications for her actions. Xiejin rode swiftly back to the Jiangyang Marquis' residence, making his way to the Yinlu courtyard instead of the Madame's Ixen courtyard. Master, you have returned, Qingzhi exclaimed, leaping into his arms with fervor, her gratitude overflowing as she beamed. Thank you for having the dark guards protect Ru Yi. You are truly wonderful to me. Taken aback, Xiejin playfully pinched her cheek, having expected her rush to him to involve complaints or apologies. Instead, she was expressing genuine appreciation. A flicker of unspoken emotions stirred within him, and he coughed lightly to mask his response, feigning irritation as he remarked, I hear you've taken a group to smash Aunt Yao's quarters. Was it in defense of Ru Yi? Do you presume I won't hold you accountable for this mischief, given my support? I admit, I have been a bit too indulgent, Qingzhi replied, leaning against him, her eyes sparkling as she playfully chided, But master, your kindness has made me a little proud. I simply could not endure such grievances. Even knowing you would surely stand by me, I just wanted to slap her a few times to vent my frustrations. You certainly have the courage to act on your convictions, Xiejin said, biting gently at her tender neck. Master, how do you intend to punish me? Qingzhi trembled slightly at his touch, her voice growing ever more sultry. What punishment could there be but physical discipline? It's merely part of the role, one with which you are quite familiar. However, this time, Qingzhi was truly taken aback. Xiejin did not punish her. Instead, he merely admonished her to learn the rules properly before departing. He simply left. Auntie, is the Lord angry? Rui inquired anxiously, feeling particularly guilty. After indulging herself, Rui was deeply moved by how Auntie defended her. Yet she was greatly concerned that this might lead to Auntie losing favor. It was evident from the example of Auntie Yao that the Lord favored gentle and obedient women, unlike those who were arrogant and domineering, such as their previous aunt. Should Auntie fall from grace, Rui felt that her own life would be forfeit in atonement. It's all right. The Lord is not angry. Though surprised that Xiejin left without partaking in any sustenance, Qingzhi remained untroubled about losing favor. Even if she did, she could strive to regain it. And if she truly could not, so be it. After all, there was still the matriarch to rely on, albeit her leg was slender. It could still be clung to in desperation. That very evening, Madame Zhang Jingyi dispatched someone to convey the decision regarding the matter to Qingzhi. Auntie Yao, having employed sorcery to curse the matron, was demoted to a lowly concubine and relocated to dwell with the other concubines, accompanied only by an elderly nurse named Wang. Furthermore, she was placed under house arrest for 3 months, mandated to consume a vegetarian diet and transcribe scriptures as penance. As for Qingzhi, her punishment was to learn the rules, with a month of study mandated. Should she fail the assessment, her studies would continue. During this period, she too would be confined. Only after successfully passing the examination after a month would her confinement be lifted. Qingzhi was exceedingly pleased with this punishment, especially so. In contrast, the other maids and servants who had accompanied her were each fined 3 months' wages and received 3 heavy lashes, without any further compensation. This punishment, when compared to the 70 taels of silver Qingzhi had dispensed, was utterly trivial. The other unselected servants, upon hearing of this, could not help but feel envious, even wishing for Auntie Yi to cause an even greater uproar, hoping to be chosen as well. At the Yi residence, the news of Qingzhi being confined for a month to learn the rules had reached them, as Yi Yongyuan had been consistently sending people to inquire about the happenings at the Marquis residence. Ha ha! This little wretch is indeed too audacious, daring to engage in such antics. She must surely have fallen from grace now. Gu Man exclaimed joyfully upon receiving the news. Yi Yingshu also laughed gleefully, shaking her head. It seems sister has become so enamored by her momentary favor that she has lost her way, engaging in such overbearing behavior. When one is favored, how can one remain grounded? Gu Man scoffed lightly and continued, "Let us not dwell on that little wretch. Her fate is already sealed. In 2 days, the provincial examination will commence. How is Yuan Kai preparing? He seems quite confident. It should be fine." Yi Yingshu replied, brimming with anticipation. Mother, await the good news. Yet, before that, she had one more task to undertake, to find someone to give Song Yishuan a thorough thrashing, ensuring he would be unable to participate in the imperial examination. She had already arranged everything, and the funds were adequately prepared. The provincial examination was set for the day after tomorrow, and they were likely to make their move tomorrow. However, Yi Yingshu did not receive the anticipated good news. Instead, she was met by the officials sent to apprehend her. "Why are you arresting me?" Yi Yingshu cried out in panic. "You hired someone to harm the scholar Song Yishuan during the provincial examination. We have both witnesses and evidence. Come with us." The official replied coldly, "If you resist, we shall not be courteous." Upon hearing this grave accusation, Yi Yingshu felt her strength drain away, leaving her unable to resist. Gu Man, having heard the news from a servant, hurriedly emerged, hoping to bribe the officials with silver to secure her release, pleading for leniency. "Ha! This is a case handed down from the Jinyui. You think you can bribe us? You are sending yourself to your doom." The official angrily hurled the silver at Gu Man, causing her to cry out in pain. "Mother, quickly seek father, beg him to save me." Yi Yingshu lamented as she was taken away. Gu Man wiped her tears, seething, "Why is nothing going right now?" At the Marquis' residence, Qingzhi had been confined for a month, and she was to endure another month of learning etiquette, which somewhat alleviated the resentment the concubines harbored towards her. Everyone understood that learning etiquette was a form of torment. Thus, when they learned that Granny Zhang had gone to the Yinlu courtyard to begin instructing Qingzhi, they eagerly awaited the spectacle. In the Yinlu courtyard, Granny Zhang, with a stern expression, greeted Qingzhi and informed her that starting today, she would study etiquette under her guidance for a full 4 hours a day. 4 hours equated to 8 hours of work, a rigorous schedule indeed. "Granny, where do you come from? Are you the etiquette instructor of our Marquis' residence? The moment I laid eyes on you, I felt such warmth," Qingzhi said, stepping closer and affectionately linking her arm with Granny Zhang, her demeanor brimming with enthusiasm. "Lady, please release me. This is not proper etiquette." Granny Zhang's stern face momentarily softened. "My apologies, I did not mean to offend. I simply felt an immediate kinship upon seeing you, and could not help but draw near." Qingzhi retreated a couple of steps, still smiling brightly, her eyes radiating warmth and joy. It was not mere pretense. Qingzhi genuinely liked Granny Zhang, feeling as though she had encountered a long-lost relative. She even wished to snuggle up to her and act a bit coy. Could it be that this Granny Zhang was a person from the original's past life, perhaps someone with whom she shared a particularly close bond? Yet, the impact of this realization felt overwhelmingly significant. Qingzhi chose not to dwell on it, preferring to follow her whims. Granny Zhang, confronted with such a warm and endearing smile, found it difficult to harbor any irritation. Could this be the reason for Lady Ye's favor? Stealing herself? Granny Zhang resumed her serious demeanor and asked Qingzhi, "What etiquette or women's virtues have you learned previously?" Chapter 40. Do not undermine the depth of affection. Having acquired a modicum of understanding, Qingzhi smiled at Zhang Mama, expressing, "By the way, Mama, what dishes do you enjoy? I will instruct the kitchen to prepare a few dishes to your liking. My favorite is guobao rou. Do you partake in it?" "Madam Yi, I am merely a servant. My preferences are of little consequence. As long as there is food to consume, that suffices," Zhang Mama replied with a softened gaze. Though her words remained stern. "I have a hunch that your favorite dishes must be shepherd's purse dumplings, purslane with eggs, and dandelion salad. Am I right?" Qingzhi inquired with a smile. "Madam Yi, I am here to teach you the rules, not to engage in frivolities," Zhang Mama replied, suppressing her surprise and adopting a more austere demeanor. "Very well, let us commence in earnest," Qingzhi said cheerfully, having engaged in light conversation to ease the atmosphere. "If I have caused any offense, I hope you will forgive me." Zhang Mama, maintaining her stern expression, merely nodded, resolutely ignoring her idle chatter. She instructed her to remove her outer garments, leaving only her undergarments, and to stand tall. Qingzhi complied obediently. As Zhang Mama scrutinized Qingzhi, she noted that the latter displayed no signs of humiliation or shyness despite the disrobing for inspection, which left her somewhat perplexed. Typically, a woman subjected to such an examination would exhibit considerable reaction, yet Qingzhi appeared unfazed, even inquiring if she should continue undressing. "No need," Zhan's Mama replied. With a serious countenance, she meticulously examined Qingzhi from head to toe, disregarding the traces of intimacy upon her skin. "Manga, I have heard that the selection of consorts for the palace is conducted in this manner. Is that true? Must one be completely undressed for inspection?" Qingzhi asked curiously, her large, sparkling eyes reflecting an innocent thirst for knowledge. Very innocent, indeed, Zhang Mama thought, responding coolly yet patiently for the selection of consorts for the emperor. The standards are considerably more stringent, requiring meticulous examination of every inch of the body. I have asked you to remove your outer garments solely for the convenience of assessing your form, which will aid in future corrections. "Oh," Qingzhi exclaimed, her admiration evident as she complimented, "Mama, you are even assisting with the correction of form? Wow, you are truly remarkable." Zhang Mama, regaining her composure, continued with her serious demeanor, "Congratulations, Madam Yi. Your posture is beautiful and well-proportioned. No effort is required in that regard. Mama, you think my figure is splendid. Do you not? Besides my natural beauty, I have also put in considerable effort. I practice yoga daily, which is excellent for physical training," Qingzhi declared excitedly, seeking praise. Zhang Mama, raising her voice slightly, maintained her authoritative tone. "However, Madam Yi, your back is too relaxed and your posture lacks sufficient straightness. This may lead to an overly alluring demeanor, detracting from your grace and dignity." "Indeed, Mama speaks wisely." Qingzhi smiled and remarked, "However, as a concubine, why should I be overly dignified? That would only annoy the master. Do you know Aunt Qian? I heard she hails from the 100 Flowers Pavilion and was once a celebrated courtesan, possessing unparalleled beauty and charm. Yet, upon entering the residence, she began to adopt the demeanor of a refined lady, adhering to all the decorum. The master has grown disenchanted with visiting her courtyard. Why bother when she has lost her original allure in the pursuit of an unrecognizable image? Zhang Mama pressed her forehead, feeling an urge to silence Yi Yinyang. Truly, she had never encountered a concubine like her. It wasn't that she was overbearing, nor did she disdain others. In fact, her demeanor was quite amiable, treating her with warmth and even engaging in gossip as though she were an elder. Having spent most of her life in the inner quarters, Zhang Mama had cultivated a discerning eye, capable of discerning sincerity from pretense. Yi Yinyang's kindness seemed genuine. If it were otherwise, she must be an exceptional actress. Zhang Mama found it impossible to harbor ill will toward someone who treated her with such sincerity. And she discovered that she couldn't even muster anger in Yi Yinyang's presence. Only a headache. Whatever she said, Yi Yinyang would chatter on with gleeful enthusiasm, awaiting her response. Madam, I cannot say whether the master finds Aunt Qian's excessive decorum off-putting, but these are the rules a woman ought to observe. And they're what you must learn, Zhang Mama admonished sternly, her expression grave. Yes, I shall heed Mama's words, Yi Qingzhi replied with a bright smile, appearing both obedient and understanding. Zhang Mama maintained her serious demeanor, nodding in agreement as she began to instruct Yi Qingzhi on the first lesson: how to perform greetings, how to pay respects, how to walk, sit, and recline, among other manners. Madam, pay close attention to my movements. I shall demonstrate each action only once, Zhang Mama stated, showcasing the proper etiquette while explaining the essential elements of each gesture. Yi Qingzhi observed intently, feeling an uncanny familiarity with emotions. They seemed far from difficult. This sensation was all too familiar, clearly indicating that she had inherited the blessings of her predecessor. Madam, please demonstrate the greeting and respect, Zhang Mama prompted after outlining the key points. Yi Qingzhi earnestly executed the actions. Mama, what do you think? Is it proper? You are quite astute, madam, Zhang Mama replied, unexpectedly nodding in approval, feeling a sense of relief. Yi Yinyang's intelligence and eagerness to learn made her task easier. However, as the lessons progressed, Zhang Mama began to sense something amiss. Yi Qingzhi grasped every rule with remarkable ease, her movements impeccably refined. Moreover, whenever she desired, her posture while walking, sitting, or reclining radiated elegance and grace, akin to those young ladies and noble women who had long ingrained these customs into their very being. In summary, as long as she wished to adhere to propriety, Yi Qingzhi hardly needed to learn the rules anew. Madam, since you have mastered the etiquette, why not inform the mistress and the master? Zhang Mama inquired with a furrowed brow, expressing her dissatisfaction at the prospect of being embroiled in the rivalries of the inner court. Madam, the truth is, my memory is rather poor, and I do not recall having learned these rules, Yi Qingzhi responded. Madam Yi, are you deliberately toying with me? Granny Zhang's irritation intensified. Please, do not be angry. Have some of this watermelon smoothie to cool off, Yi Qingzhi sweetly offered her. I would never jest with you, Granny. I have sought death twice, and, after narrowly escaping, I have indeed forgotten many things. Upon hearing her mention her near-death experiences, Granny Zhang couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow as she gazed at Yi Qingzhi's radiant smile. It reminded her of her own mistress. Had she lived, she too could have survived perilously and been saved. In her youth, the mistress had a similar laughter to that of Madame Yi, but alas, Madame Yi, the Marquis's favor is not everlasting. The Marquise is a magnanimous matron. Beyond vying for affection, your foremost duty is to win her approval. If you can earn her tolerance and protection, that is your true skill. It is commendable for you to provide the Marquise and the young masters with cool shelters and refreshments. However, when grievances arise, retaliating directly against others is excessive. In the future, you must seek the Marquise and the Marquis to advocate for you, rather than taking matters into your own hands. Granny Zhang felt compelled to share her heartfelt advice with Yi Qingzhi. Granny, rest assured, I understand these principles and will not lose my way. Yi Qingzhi reassured her in return. Yet, while she comprehended the reasoning, acting upon it was another matter entirely. Granny Zhang suppressed her odd sensations and continued, Madame Yi, since you have mastered the rules, I shall fulfill my duties to the Marquise tomorrow and 1 tea return. That is unacceptable. Granny, learning these rules is a form of punishment for me. I must study them for a whole month. Qingzhi immediately objected. Moreover, although I am familiar with most of these rules, it is only through your guidance that I can recall them. Without your prompts, I would forget. You must consider a review of sorts, and all teachings must be reiterated. Granny Zhang found her reasoning valid and acquiesced. After all, it was merely a month. Granny, what duties do you perform in the estate? In which courtyard? And who is your master? Qingzhi inquired earnestly. I am surrounded by young maidservants with limited understanding. I am in dire need of an experienced elder like you to offer guidance. Would you consider coming to my side? Qingzhi wished to draw Granny Zhang closer to her. Though she could not discern the reason, it was evident that her feelings for Granny Zhang were exceptional. And Granny Zhang was indeed a capable individual, exactly the kind of seasoned age she lacked. Granny Zhang was momentarily taken aback by her desire for her companionship. Shaking her head in refusal, I am not suited to serve you, madam. Is my status as a concubine unworthy of your service? Madam Yi inquired with sincerity. Yuyist, madam, I am but a servant, while you are the mistress, Granny Zhang replied with a smile, not wishing to elaborate further. She simply rose and bowed to Qingzhi, saying, I take my leave. Wait, Granny, you have worked hard today. Chunyu, please give Granny 10 taels of silver, Qingzhi instructed. Granny Zhang was momentarily stunned, accepting the 10 taels and kneeling to express her gratitude before departing. Qingzhi watched her departure. Rui, please go and inquire about Granny Zhang's whereabouts. The more detailed the information, the better. Do not hesitate to spend silver. Qingzhi instructed Rui as she turned around. Miss, do you truly wish for Granny Zhang to serve by your side? Rui inquired. Just gather the information first. Qingzhi waved her hand, uninterested in further explanation. It was not difficult to gather news about an elderly woman. As long as one refrained from slandering their master and offered a bit of silver to the servants in a manner, one could obtain a wealth of information. Moreover, despite being punished, Qingzhi was indeed favored, and when Rui walked about, the maidens would greet her as Sister Rui, while the matrons would address her as Miss Rui, all quite courteous. In less than half an hour, Rui returned with a plethora of news regarding Granny Zhang. Auntie, it appears that Granny Zhang's background is rather complicated. Rui teased before accepting an ice grape that Qingzhi handed her, her face lighting up with joy as she continued. Auntie, Granny Zhang is not actually from our West Garden. She hails from the Pingnan Marquis in the East Garden. The Pingnan Marquis? Qingzhi repeated, a sense of familiarity and unease bubbling within her. Suddenly, she pondered, was she truly unwell, or was her connection to this body somehow flawed, causing inexplicable reactions? What was it about the Pingnan Marquis that stirred her? Did it relate to the original owner of this body? She had yet to untangle matters concerning Yi Ingxue and Chen Yuan Kai. Indeed, Annie, you must be aware that our Jiangyang Marquis and the Pingnan Marquis share a common ancestor, residing side by side, with a wall between them that has been breached, leaving a side gate for the ease of servants' passage. When discussing the two manors, we refer to ours as the West Garden and theirs as the East Garden, Rui remarked, almost wanting to pat her aunt's head, astonished that such common knowledge had slipped her mind. Tell me more about the Pingnan Marquis, Qingzhi inquired. Rui, disregarding her aunt's oddity, began to elucidate the history of the two manors. 50 years prior, during a time of turmoil under the foolish emperor of the previous dynasty, when the people suffered, the great ancestor rose in rebellion, and the CF family closely followed, aiding him in the establishment of the current Zhao dynasty. Due to his efforts in quelling the southern insurrection, the elder of the CF family was conferred the title of Pingnan Marquis, while the younger brother was granted the title of Jiangyang Marquis for reclaiming Jiangyang. Now, both of those esteemed gentlemen had long since passed, yet their aged mother lived on. The matriarch, now 88 years old, was the true ancestor and the steadfast support of both manors. Years ago, she had extended a gracious meal to the yet-to-be-ascended great ancestor and shared a unique bond with the current emperor. On the 1st and 15th of each month, the women of the manor, excluding the concubines, would pay their respects to the matriarch. On ordinary days, they refrained from visiting to avoid disturbing her tranquility, as everyone hoped for her longevity and well-being, serving as a protective shield for the safety of both manors. Currently, the Pingnan Marquis, seemingly, although of a comparable age to the Jiangyang Marquis, Xie Jinyin, stands a generation apart in terms of lineage. Seemingly must address Xie Jinyin as uncle. This disparity arises from the fact that Xie Jinyin is the late Marquis's child born in his twilight years. In the eyes of society, the old Marquis engaged in countless absurd endeavors for the sake of this late-born son. Xie Jinyin's biological mother was merely a favored concubine who passed away shortly after giving birth to him. The old Marquis did not place Xie Jinyin under the name of his legitimate wife. Instead, he submitted a military commendation to the emperor, requesting that Xie Jinyin's mother be honored as a formal wife, thus elevating Xie Jinyin's status to that of a legitimate son. Subsequently, the old Marquis took it upon himself to raise Xie Jinyin, inciting the old lady's intense resentment towards him. Even more astonishingly, 7 years ago, the old Marquis submitted a memorial to bequeath his title to Xie Jinyin, bypassing his legitimate eldest son, Xie Lin. In a fit of despair, the old lady threatened to take her own life, compelling the old Marquis to reconsider, resulting in a great uproar, and the emperor did not immediately approve the memorial. However, not long after, during the autumn hunt, Xie Jinyin saved the emperor, earning significant merit, and thus the title was conferred upon him. Consequently, the relations between Xie Jinyin and the old lady's 2 sons from the main and secondary houses soured considerably, marked by animosity. Following the old Marquis's demise, the old lady, leveraging her status as the legitimate mother, continuously sought to provoke him, channeling her deep-seated resentment. Yet, she opted for subtlety, orchestrating minor grievances with the Marquis's wife, Zhang Jingyi, often serving as a shield. Over the years, Xie Jinyin has risen to prominence as a favored figure beside the emperor, holding the esteemed position of a third-rank commander of the Jinyui, while the old lady's sons languish in lesser ranks, one at the 5th and the other at the 6th. Lacking royal favor. On the side of the Pingnan Marquis, the first-generation Pingnan Marquis, who is Xiemingli's grandfather, perished on the battlefield 7 years ago, leaving his father severely injured and bedridden, thereby passing the title to his legitimate grandson. Unlike his grandfather and father, Xiemingli chose not to pursue a military career, but rather devoted himself to scholarly pursuits from a young age, ultimately achieving the rank of the 3rd-place scholar in the imperial examination. Coupled with the ancestral blessings of the Marquis, he has ascended the ranks to become a 4th-rank official, currently serving as the Deputy Minister of Revenue. Whom does that old nanny serve? Inwirit Ye Qingzhi. Indeed, she was the attending nanny of the late Pingnan Marquis's wife, also serving as a wet nurse. Has the Pingnan Marquis's wife passed away? Qingzhi further questioned. The late Pingnan Marquis's wife was named Lin Qingwan, the legitimate daughter of the Anil Marquis. She succumbed to illness last year. It is said that when she passed, the Pingnan Marquis was hosting a joyous banquet in the front courtyard for the current mistress, Lady Lan, to celebrate her formal marriage rites. Rumor has it that upon hearing the news of her demise, the Pingnan Marquis, dressed in celebratory attire, spat blood on the spot, plunged into despair, and the joyous feast instantly transformed into a funeral, leaving the guests utterly bewildered. Qingzhi also found herself momentarily dumbfounded. This narrative seemed eerily familiar, reminiscent of the nightmares she had endured. Due to the sensational nature of the matter, Rui continued with great enthusiasm, and, after the passing of the Lady of Pingnan Marquis, the Marquis sought to bestow upon her a 1st-rank posthumous title. The Empress Dowager also issued a decree praising the late lady as a paragon among noble women, and a renowned scholar even composed an elegy in her honor. Now, the world claims that the Marquis harbors deep affections for his late wife. It is truly lamentable that she, frail in health, departed this life prematurely, leaving all to mourn her. Let's not belittle the phrase deep affections, Qingzhi scoffed, her tone laced with sarcasm. What good is belated devotion? The Lady of Pingnan Marquis has truly suffered misfortune, being tied to such a worthless man. Upon finishing her statement, Qingzhi rubbed her chest, which ached from frustration, feeling utterly disoriented. Observing Chen Yuankai's anger, she comprehended his sentiments entirely. Yet, how could the death of the lady of Pingnan Marquis, a woman of noble birth and one with whom she had no connection, evoke such a tempest of emotions within her? Moreover, there was the venerable Zhang Momo, who had served as Lin Qingwan's wet nurse and was also part of her dowry entourage. The mere sight of her felt as comforting as encountering a long-lost relative. How perplexing! Oh, dear aunt, tread carefully. That individual is the Marquis of Pingnan. He is not someone we can afford to offend. Rui hastily covered her aunt's mouth, worrying that her unguarded words might one day invite disaster. Qingzhi brushed Rui's hand aside and exhaled slowly, alleviating the pent-up frustration within her. Rising from her seat, she approached the window and gazed upon the lush scenery of the courtyard. In her eyes, aside from a hint of confusion, there was the usual indifferent detachment towards life's games, mingled with a glimmer of sharp insight she had not yet recognized in herself. What was truly happening here? Lady of Pingnan Marquis, Lin Qingwan, who are you, and what connection do you share with me? Chapter 41. At the very least, the madam stand by her side. Madam, do you wish to continue hearing about Zhang Mama? Rui inquired. Yes, please proceed. Qingzhi nodded. After the passing of the lady of Pingnan Marquis, Zhang Mama took charge of managing her former residence and the dowry that remained. This time, the madam summoned Zhang Mama to instruct the concubine in the rules, likely to provide Zhang Mama with some face. It is said that the madam had a close relationship with the late lady of Pingnan and often cared for the servants left behind. However, since this matter pertained to the eastern courtyard, our madam could not intervene too much. For what you say, those old servants of the lady of Pingnan are not faring well? Qingzhi furrowed her brow and asked. Indeed, they are not. With their master gone, there is no one to support them, and they are left to be trampled upon, came the response. The new lady of the Marquis is the recently elevated Lady Lan, who assigns the old servants of the lady of Pingnan to menial and laborious tasks, with many sent to the estates, leading to a miserable existence. It is only due to Zhang Mama's status as the late lady of Pingnan's wet nurse that she enjoys a different standing. The Marquis often converses with her, and thus, Lady Lan dares not openly mistreat her, though her subtle schemes have not ceased. Regardless, with Zhang Mama's standing, it would be inappropriate for you to bring her to your side, Annie. It simply would not be fitting. What subtle schemes? Qingzhi disregarded Rui's final remark and asked earnestly. Rui, glancing helplessly at her aunt, continued, I have heard that Lady Lan frequently summons Zhang Mama for discussions, only to deliberately leave her waiting for at least an hour upon her arrival. Furthermore, since Zhang Mama manages the former residence of the Lady of Pingnan, Lady Lan does not assign any maidservants to clean the courtyard. It is all left to Zhang Mama. Such a large courtyard, cleaned daily in this sweltering summer, is indeed exhausting. I have also heard that Zhang Mama has collapsed from exhaustion twice. Otherwise, the madam would not have sent her to teach you the rules, likely hoping to lighten Zhang Mama's burden. As Qingzhi listened, her expression grew increasingly somber, solidifying her resolve to bring Zhang Mama to her side. However, considering Zhang Mama's position, it would be rather inappropriate to have her serve at a concubine's side while still managing her late mistress's residence. Yet, how could one know without attempting? At the very least, the madam is on her side. Meanwhile, in the Guoxing courtyard, Zhang Mama was reporting to Zhang Jingyi. Madam, that lady Yi has learned the rules exceptionally well. She claims to have studied them before, but has forgotten them. I have verified this, and it is indeed true. I had initially thought I would not need to go tomorrow, but Lady Yi insisted that this is the Marquis's punishment, and she must learn for a full month. Zhang Jingyi was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. Lady Yi had provided her with a small surprise. Nonetheless, as Rui had mentioned, her intention in having Zhang Mama teach the rules was to assist her. Even if Lady Yi excelled in learning, she would still need to be instructed for a full month. Madam, ever since Yi Inyang began to serve the master, her actions have been rather conspicuous. If she were to learn the rules for just a day without earnest commitment, it would surely incite even greater envy among others. Zhang Jingyi gazed gently at the aged Zhang Momo and softly advised, You are a wise individual, Momo. I trust you comprehend the deeper intention behind my request for you to teach the rules. I can only protect you to this extent, and I hope you do not disappoint my goodwill. I also wish that Qingwan, in spirit, does not blame me for my inadequacies. Upon hearing her mention the deceased mistress, sorrow surged within Zhang Momo, and she knelt down to express her gratitude. Thank you, madam. I shall obey your command. However, in just a month and a half, it will be the anniversary of my mistress's passing. I can only teach Yinyang the rules for a month at most. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Momo. Zhang Jingyi replied. Once Zhang Momo departed, Zhou Momo could not help but lament, "Ah, how wonderful it would be if Lady Lin were still alive." Zhang Jingyi pressed her lips together, sharing in the melancholy, as good souls often meet with brevity in life. Before long, Chunyu arrived to report. Zhang Jingyi welcomed her and inquired about Yinyang's progress in learning the rules. Chunyu recounted every detail. Our Lady has taken to Zhang Momo with great familiarity, displaying an unusually affectionate demeanor. She is diligent in her studies, exhibiting remarkable intelligence, mastering everything with ease. Furthermore, she wishes for Zhang Momo to remain by her side, and as soon as Momo departed, she instructed Rui to gather information about her. Zhang Jingyi listened in astonishment, and Zhou Momo was equally taken aback. Yinyang's actions are consistently unpredictable. Just after confronting Yao Yinyin and accomplishing something significant, she is now intent on another venture. She wishes for Zhang Momo to serve her. Zhang Jingyi, still in disbelief, could not resist asking again. Indeed, Our Lady holds an extraordinary fondness for Zhang Momo, Chunyu confessed, almost revealing a hint of jealousy herself. At noon, Our Lady even had the small kitchen prepare dishes favored by Zhang Momo. When Momo left, she presented her with 10 taels of silver. Xiachan also received a reward of 10 taels, yet she has never been bestowed such a favor. Our Lady is already aware that Zhang Momo was the wet nurse of the late Lady Lin, yet she still desires her presence. Yinyang expressed her wish for the mistress to take a stand, asserting that she knows the mistress also wishes to assist Zhang Momo in leaving the eastern courtyard. You are united in this endeavor. Yinyang declared that the mistress could allow her to create a stir, to lavish silver, or even to seek help from the Marquis. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingyi found herself speechless for a considerable time. After a moment's pause, she finally spoke. This matter must first gain the Marquis's consent. If it does not agree, any effort will be futile. I shall return to inform Our Lady, Chunyu replied, eager to relay the message. Madam, Yinyang's actions truly elude understanding, Zhou Momo remarked, furrowing her brows. Bringing Zhang Momo to her side will only invite trouble, offering no benefits whatsoever. Zhang Jingyi shook her head, equally perplexed. Nevertheless, Yinyang was indeed correct. Regarding Zhang Momo, they shared a common objective. Since Aunt Yi is willing to pay the price for this matter, why not cooperate with her for once? Chapter 42. This time, truly fallen from favor in the Haitang courtyard, Yao Yinyin had been demoted to a lowly concubine and had already spent 3 days in her new quarters. During these 3 days, she endured relentless mockery and torment from several other concubines, who employed various petty tactics to belittle her. These included intercepting the hot water meant for her room, seizing the ice and food delivered to her, and carelessly discarding refuse at her door. They would often sit outside her room, cracking seeds and hurling derisive comments, ridiculing her with their sarcastic remarks. Although these were merely trivial acts, their impact was profoundly humiliating. Yao Yinyin, a woman of noble birth, had always held herself in high esteem, looking down on others since her arrival at the residence. Similarly, Wang Momo, who had been raised in a prestigious household, valued decorum and face-saving. Neither had ever been subjected to such humiliating tactics characteristic of common street women. In just 3 days, they had been driven to tears on several occasions, nearly suffocating under the weight of their indignation. Oh, Momo, I wish to return to my family. I regret it. I truly regret it. Yao Yinyin lamented. Alas, who is it that weeps so pitifully? Came the voice of concubine Su, always crying, how unlucky. No wonder the Marquis avoids our courtyard. Concubine Su, hailing from a background as impoverished as that of a thin horse in Yangzhou, had little refinement. Initially, when Yao Yinyin entered the household, concubine Su sought her favor, but Yao Yinyin, disdainful, had harshly mocked her, leaving Su with a grudge that festered. For the past 3 days, Su had taken to sitting right outside Yao Yinyin's door, eager to eavesdrop and then shout loudly at the slightest sound. It was a case of a villain needing to be tempered by someone equally base. Yao Yinyin loathed her with a passion, wishing she could strangle her. "Madam, let me go and drive her away." Wang Momo could no longer contain her irritation and seized a broom, ready to confront Su. "Enough, Momo." Yao Yinyin gently restrained her, shaking her head. "If you strike her, it will be you who suffers the consequences. You are the only one by my side. If you are punished or driven away, I will truly be left with no one to rely on." Wang Momo felt a pang of sorrow mixed with comfort upon hearing these words. The ordeal had evidently fostered growth and understanding in her mistress. "Momo, go and find Madame Wang. Deliver a message from me," Yao Yinyin whispered into Wang Momo's ear. Upon hearing this, Wang Momo's expression shifted, and she softly advised, "Madam, let us avoid trouble. Let us endure for a while. Once consort Li gives birth to a dragon son and elevates her status, she could intercede on your behalf, absolving your misfortunes and restoring you to your former position. Would that not be splendid? Splendid, you say? That wretched Yi brought people to humiliate me, binding me and subjecting me to disgrace. Yet the Marquis merely punished her with a month of lessons in etiquette and restricted her steps. It is utterly inconsequential. And I? The Marquis has demoted me to a lowly concubine. Were it not for the support of my father and sister, I might have been brutally silenced. Grandmother, how can I maintain any sense of loyalty towards the Marquis when he has treated me with such cold indifference? I shall create turmoil in this marquisate, ensuring that the inner residence remains in disarray, and I will bring disgrace upon the Marquis and his household, turning them into a laughingstock throughout the capital." Yao Yinyin shouted, her face contorted with hatred. "Oh dear, my lady, lower your voice. Lower your voice," Wang grandmother urged, covering her mouth, for there was indeed an eavesdropper, Aunt Su, lurking outside. Aunt Su pressed her ear against the door, but all she could discern were fragmented phrases about love, concubines, and derogatory remarks. Failing to grasp the entirety of the conversation, she curled her lip in disdain, thinking Yao Yinyin was likely venting her ire against the favored concubine Yi, which struck her as rather dull. Resolutely, she returned to her quarters, knowing that as long as Yao Yinyin remained in Haidang courtyard, she would not allow her a moment's peace. Since discovering that Rui was not dead, and with the recent troubles surrounding Yao Yinyin, the days of Madame Wang had also become fraught with anxiety. She feared that Yao Yinyin would implicate her, and she dreaded the possibility that Xie Jin might take action against her over a favored concubine, leaving her utterly humiliated. More so, she was apprehensive that because of Yao Yinyin's predicament, her son's examination prospects might be jeopardized, potentially losing not only a favorable position, but facing deliberate sabotage in the arrangements. With the provincial examination looming tomorrow and the entrance procedures set for tonight, she found herself without any means to gather information. In her state of distress, Wang's grandmother arrived. Madame Wang quickly donned a smile, courteously inviting her to sit and inquiring about Yao Yinyin's situation, offering to facilitate her comfort. Wang's grandmother maintained a stern demeanor, providing only succinct replies, ultimately stating, "My lady can rest assured. The message has been relayed to her family regarding the examination arrangements. Since it has been confirmed, it shall not be altered due to any shortcomings in your dealings. The matter with the maid Rui was indeed my oversight, which has inadvertently affected concubine Yao." Madame Wang managed an awkward smile, suppressing her irritation as she responded, "I am grateful for concubine Yao's magnanimity. Regarding the examination arrangements, thank you. My lady wishes to inquire. While it is understandable that concubine Yi, as a favored maid, is beyond your reach, it is unacceptable for a mere concubine to bully my lady. Can we not arrange for her to be ill for a few days?" Wang's grandmother suggested. "Certainly, a mere concubine. This is simple enough," Madame Wang replied decisively. "Thank you, my lady." Wang's grandmother departed from Madame Wang. Fuming, Madame Wang slammed a teacup, gritting her teeth. The only solution is to eliminate Yao Yinyin. Endlessly constrained by her, wielded as a tool, it was truly stifling. After leaving Madame Wang, Wang's grandmother paid a visit to concubine Qin. After exchanging only a few words, concubine Qin, pale and tearful, bid her farewell. My lady, what did Wang grandmother mean just now? Is she holding your secret over you, compelling you to use your unborn child against concubine Yi? Chunxing asked, trembling with fear. Madame Qin's expression was icy as she wiped away her tears, showing no trace of the earlier breakdown. Instead, her lips curled into a mocking smile as she scoffed, just a foolish simpleton. Yao Yinyin believed herself to be an astute strategist, thinking she could stir up chaos, unaware that she had already become a mere pawn, trapped like a fish in a barrel. Within a couple of days, Madame Su fell ill, suffering from a high fever accompanied by vomiting and diarrhea. The physician of the manor attended to her and diagnosed her condition as a result of consuming something unclean. Despite taking medicine, Madame Su's condition did not improve. She lay weakly in bed, devoid of strength to confront Yao Yinyin further. On the other hand, Yao Yinyin no longer confined herself to her room. She visited the quarters of one concubine after another. Although Yao Yinyin had made her mistakes and had been relegated to the status of a lowly concubine, she still had the backing of her family, which kept the other concubines courteous towards her, despite their resentment. That day, Xiejin, who had not visited Haidang courtyard for a long time, finally made his appearance and stayed in Madame Qian's quarters. That night, none of the other concubines in Haidang courtyard could find sleep. Furthermore, after serving Xiejin throughout the night, Madame Qian was astonishingly elevated to the status of a favored concubine the following day. This news spread like wildfire throughout the inner quarters. Upon hearing the news, Madame Qian was overwhelmed with joy, expressing her gratitude for the lady's favor, and happily moved into her new residence, Yinyu Courtyard. Madam, something has happened, a significant event, exclaimed Chunyu. Yesterday, the Lord stayed with Madame Qian, and today she has been promoted to a favored concubine. Chunyu had gone around the manor and overheard the discussions, which made her face pale with anxiety. She hurried back to inform her mistress of the news. Since being confined to learn the rules, it had been half a month without a single visit from the Lord to see his primary consort. Meanwhile, he had seemingly spent time with all the other concubines, bestowing his affections evenly. Yet, the most conspicuous was Madame Qian, who had been elevated in status. It was evident that she had pleased the Lord immensely. Chunyu grew increasingly agitated, noticing that the other concubines appeared unconcerned and showed no eagerness to vie for the Lord's affection. They claimed to be learning the rules daily, yet, at most, they dedicated half an hour to it before lounging comfortably on their sumptuous couches, indulging in snacks and chatting with the old matron Zhang. How leisurely and content they seemed. Indeed, Chunyu had never encountered anyone more adept at enjoying life than her mistress. Compared to the lady, the other concubines appeared to be models of labor, never having a moment's respite. Can you believe it? Madam, did you hear? Madame Qian has been promoted to a favored concubine. Are you not concerned? Rui could not help but repeat herself. What is there to be anxious about? The Lord favors her and appreciates her service. It is only natural for him to grant her such honor. Yi Qingzhi replied, glancing at Chunyu with a calm demeanor. Madam, if this continues, you will lose all face to others, Chunyu said urgently. It is all my fault. I should have stopped you from venting your anger on Yao Yinyin. Our esteemed Lord holds a profound disdain for overbearing women. As Rui began to blame herself, tears welled up in her eyes. Madam, perhaps I shall take my leave for today. Let us conclude our lessons on etiquette here. At this moment, Granny Zhang rose respectfully and spoke. In this household, Madam must rely on the Lord's favor to live comfortably. There is no need for you to be overly concerned about learning etiquette. Ye Qingzhi. She had merely been absent from her duties for half a month. The people around her were growing increasingly anxious. However, the Lord had restricted her movements and insisted she learn the rules, which was essentially a call for self-reflection. Even if she yearned for him, she ought to suppress her feelings and wait a month before seeking his affection. Yi Qingzhi bit her lip, her expression somber as she spoke. She truly was a clever little thing, crafting such a pitiable persona. This perfectly illustrated why she refrained from vying for attention and endured her circumstances, because she was in a period of introspection. Oh, madam, the Lord merely wishes for you to learn the rules and has restricted your movements. but he hasn't forbidden you from serving him. Chun Yu immediately interjected. Indeed, indeed. Madam, please write a letter. I shall deliver it to the Lord. Ru Yi hurriedly added, the Lord adores the letters you write. Once you compose one, he will surely come. Madam, shall I assist you in dressing up? When the Lord sees you, radiant as a flower, he will surely shower you with affection, Xia Chan chimed in. Yi Qingzhi. Listening to their enthusiastic banter, she wished she could be promptly packaged and delivered to Xie Jin's bed. Alas, the joyous holiday was coming to an end. An extended respite was not advisable, and 2 weeks was the limit. For resting too long resulted in loss of face and status, leading to being bullied. The burdensome attributes of a concubine were exceedingly vexing. Moreover, matters concerning Granny Zhang could no longer be postponed. Very well, Chun Yu, prepare my attire. Ru Yi, instruct the kitchen to prepare a bowl of mung bean ice, and Xia Chan, have my clothes ready. Granny, we shall conclude our lessons for today. Yi Qingzhi commanded. One by one, the maids cheerfully set off to prepare. Granny Zhang also took her leave. Jin Bao, upon seeing Ru Yi approach, hurriedly greeted her with a smile. Miss Ru Yi, has Madam come to deliver food for the Lord? He is in the study. I shall take it to him right away. Thank you, Brother Jin Bao. Ru Yi quickly pressed some silver into his hand and quietly added, I would appreciate it if you could speak a few kind words on behalf of my mistress in front of the Lord. Thank you. Jin Bao accepted the silver and promptly reported, does Lady Yi still require his praises? In truth, the Lord has been thinking of Lady Yi all along. The Shadow Guard. Lu Yi visits daily to relay Lady Ye's words and actions to the Lord. He has never seen anyone who occupies the Lord's thoughts as much as Lady Yi. Currently, Xie Jin was feeling somewhat vexed. After learning of Yi Qingzhi's desire for Granny Zhang, he had deliberately refrained from visiting the Smoke Willow courtyard these days, hoping to gauge Yi Qingzhi's level of impatience. 5 days elapsed, and Yi Qingzhi remained unperturbed, refraining from sending anyone to vie for his affection. Yet, he found himself yearning for the taste of her body, longing for her sharp, sweet tongue, and reminiscing about her abundant charm, eager to behold her delightful expressions. Xie Jin felt a sense of frustration, as if Yi Qingzhi held him in her grasp. After all, she was merely a woman, a vessel for his desires. Nothing more. Thus, in his vexation, Xie Jin sought solace with other women in the courtyard. He had no shortage of companions and need not concern himself excessively with Yi Qingzhi. However, after 10 nights, he conceded that the disparity between her and the others was indeed substantial. Consequently, rather than finding joy, Xie Jin felt increasingly troubled. Furthermore, he learned from his shadow guards that, despite Yi Qingzhi's efforts to adhere to propriety, no one could revel in enjoyment quite like her. She would recline on the imperial concubine's couch for the better part of the day, indulging in sweet delicacies and gossiping with Granny Zhang, displaying no inclination for his attentions whatsoever. My lord, concubine, Yi has sent Ru Yi to deliver a bowl of mung bean ice and a letter. Came the respectful voice of Jin Bao from outside. Let me brought in, Xie Jin replied after a brief pause. Chapter 43. The utmost allure of Yi Qingzhi. Jin Bao pushed the door open and placed a bowl of mung bean ice on the desk, then respectfully handed a letter to Xie Jin. Upon receiving the letter, Xie Jin detected a faint yet familiar fragrance, the signature scent often associated with Yi Qingzhi. Please leave, Xie Jin said coldly to Jin Bao. Without any further instruction from his master, Jin Bao had no choice but to withdraw, joining the anxious Ru Yi in waiting. Xie Jin held the letter without haste, instead bringing it closer to his nose, reminiscent of a voyeur indulging in the scent of a woman's garments. After a moment, as though realizing the impropriety of his actions, Xie Jin's expression darkened further. Upon unfolding the letter, he was somewhat surprised to find it did not contain the lewd words he had anticipated. Instead, it was a particularly decorous greeting. Even the expression of his longing was conveyed in a subtle manner, using poetry to express feelings. Unbeknownst to him, the corners of Xie Jin's mouth began to lift, and even such a letter, devoid of vulgarity, brought him a sense of delight. Had she changed her approach? Had she truly transformed from a mischievous sprite into a refined young lady? Xie Jin recalled the dignified and poised Yi Qingzhi he had seen outside the Yi residence. He yearned to witness her charming face donning an air of propriety while engaged in less decorous endeavors. Merely contemplating this ignited a flame within him. He picked up the bowl of cooling mung bean ice and took a bite. Despite its refreshing chill, the sensation from his tongue to his stomach did little to extinguish the fire within. With a shadowed gaze, he placed the letter into a hidden compartment and stepped outside. It was time to assess how well Yi Ani had mastered her lessons. In the Yinlu courtyard, Yi Qingzhi rose upon hearing the announcement, greeting Xiejin with proper decorum. "Esteemed lord, may you enjoy longevity." Xiejin observed her composed and elegant demeanor, noting her graceful and practiced movements, and thought to himself that she had indeed learned the rules well. The moment he laid eyes on her, the fire within him blazed even more intensely, nearly overwhelming his reason and compelling him to pull her into his embrace. Her attire today had struck a chord deep within him, teasing at his desires. Was this a meeting of minds? What he wished for, she had conveniently presented. "Rise," Xiejin said, stepping forward to assist her. He gazed into her beautiful face and murmured, "It seems you have learned the rules well." It is a testament to Zhang Momo's teachings. Yi Qingzhi smiled gracefully, her voice soft as she asked, "My lord, shall I assist you? Would you like me to help you change?" "Yes, do assist," Xiejin replied, finding her demeanor fresh and intriguing, willingly engaging in her performance, eager to see how long she could maintain her role as the dignified matron. As Yi Qingzhi helped Xiejin change, she furrowed her brow with concern, saying, "It seems you have lost some weight in these past 2 weeks. Even amidst your busy affairs, you must take care to eat and rest well. It is imperative not to indulge excessively. Your health is paramount." Her tone was remarkably serious, devoid of any hint of seduction. These matters and words, if spoken by another, would elicit no particular sentiment from Xiejin. It would be entirely ordinary. However, when uttered by Yi Qingzhi, he felt an unusual sense of novelty, finding it particularly intriguing. How refreshing it was that the fox-like concubine, who typically drained him of his energy, was now expressing concern for his well-being. Her admonition against excessive indulgence seemed to carry a veiled sarcasm, hinting at his past indiscretions over the past fortnight. Xiejin found himself captivated, eager to hear more, wishing to witness her continue her performance. "My lord, I have been diligently learning the rules these past 2 weeks and have not allowed Rui to gather any news. Has the autumn examination concluded? Has something happened with Song Yishuan?" Yi Qingzhi inquired earnestly, as though they were an elderly couple sharing their lives. "The autumn examination ends tomorrow, and indeed, something has transpired with Song Yishuan." Xiejin responded with equal gravity. "Your half-sister has bribed a few ruffians to break Song Yishuan's arm. The Jin Yi apprehended those thugs, and your half-sister has also been detained by the officials of Jingzhaoyin. Such a thing has occurred." Yi Qingzhi exclaimed in surprise, nearly losing her composure, but she managed to maintain her poise and furrowed her brow, asking, "What of her now? Is she still imprisoned? Or has she used silver to secure her release? Without my word, who would dare release her?" Xiejin gazed down at the composed Yi Qingzhi, a look of ambiguity in his eyes as he inquired, "Do you wish to plead on her behalf?" Yi Qingzhi gently shook her head, her voice soft, quite the contrary. "I believe it is for the best that she remains confined, and I have no desire to intercede." As she spoke, Yi Qingzhi had already stripped Xiejin down to his undergarments. With a perfectly measured blush gracing her cheeks, she declared, "I shall await you on the bed, my lord." With that, she slightly lowered her head and briskly approached the bed, climbing onto it and drawing the curtains. After a brief pause, Xiejin approached the bed, lifting the curtain to find Yi Qingzhi reclining within, draped casually with luxurious silks, exuding an enchanting yet perilous allure. His throat constricted as he gazed upon her, akin to a predator fixated on its prey, eager to consume her. Yi Qingzhi looked at him shyly, and, as he drew near, she hesitated just a moment before wrapping her arms around his neck, whispering sweetly in his ear, "I implore you, my lord, to cherish me." Afterward, Xiejin held her tightly in his embrace, placing a gentle kiss upon her brow. He did not release her immediately, holding her for a considerable time before finally letting go to summon the maids to prepare a bath. "My lord, may I request a favor from you?" Qingzhi asked softly. Speak, Jin replied, amused by her continued performance. My lord, do you think I have learned the rules well? She inquired. Excellently. Jin praised without reservation, thoroughly pleased with her earlier display. My proficiency in the rules is due to Granny Zhang's guidance. I felt an immediate rapport with her, as she reminds me of my own wet nurse from childhood. I would like to ask for a favor on her behalf, Qingzhi expressed. At this moment, Qingzhi's plea was marked by an impeccable decorum, exhibiting an unwavering seriousness. What favor do you seek? Jin had already discerned her intentions. Although it involved some degree of face-saving, it was not impossible for her to have Zhang Mama by her side. He could grant her this concession and support her request. I wish for you to free Zhang Mama from her status as a servant, restoring her autonomy, and subsequently appoint her as the governess of the household, specifically to instruct the young ladies and concubines in proper conduct. Qingzhi spoke softly. Jin was taken aback. Did you not desire her to serve you directly? Chapter 44. Your mind seems to have grown sharper at first. I indeed had such intentions and even sought the lady's opinion. However, according to her perspective, this matter was somewhat troublesome. After discerning who Madame Zhang's master was, I realized that having Madame Zhang serve by my side might compromise the dignity of the Pingnan Marquis, which would place the Marquis in a difficult position. Qingzhi's delicate face was tinged with worry and hesitation as she continued to candidly express her thoughts. I contemplated not wanting to create difficulties for the Marquis, yet leaving Madame Zhang in the Eastern Garden proved to be arduous, and her days there were fraught with hardship. After pondering for half a month, I devised a compromise. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching in 5 days, I wondered if the Marquis would permit me to attend the family banquet of both households. At that gathering, amidst the scrutiny of all, my demeanor, conduct, and adherence to etiquette would be evident. I am confident that my understanding of these customs is commendable, and anyone observing would surely commend me. Thus, during the banquet, the Marquis could leverage Madame Zhang's guidance and etiquette to grant her freedom from servitude, which would not only honor Madame Zhang, but also uphold the dignity of the Pingnan Marquisate. After all, Madame Zhang's prowess stems from having a commendable mistress, the esteemed Madame Lin, a paragon among noble women. This arrangement would ensure mutual satisfaction. What do you think, my lord? The Marquis remarked. It seems that after a few days apart, your intellect has flourished. He playfully ruffled her hair, teasing her. Her proposal was indeed impeccable, addressing every aspect with thoughtful consideration. It was evident that she possessed a discerning mind, and her actions depended entirely on her dedication. Clearly, she had invested considerable thought into Madame Zhang's situation. Is your concern for Madame Zhang merely because she resembles your wet nurse? The Marquis inquired, a hint of jealousy creeping into his tone, as he felt that she did not extend such care towards him. Not entirely. I have heard about the situation in the Eastern Garden and genuinely wish to speak out for the late Madame Lin, to do something for her people. Qingzhi replied earnestly. Please do not fault me for meddling in matters beyond my station. I do not wish to intrude, yet at times, certain matters are simply unavoidable. I cannot help but feel restless if I do not act. With a sigh of frustration, she expressed her feelings. The Marquis, exasperated, flicked her forehead playfully. You, a mere concubine, seek to advocate for the mistress? Do you truly believe you have a right? I live far more happily as your concubine than she did as the late Madame Lin. Qingzhi retorted boldly. With your protection, I lead a blissful life, free from early demise. Thus, I certainly have the right to voice my grievances. The Marquis was amused by her spirited defense and chose not to dwell on the matter further. Reflecting on the late Lin Qingwan, the Pingnan Marquis's wife, the Marquis's most vivid memory was of her pale neck, which was always visible whenever she bowed her head to greet him as uncle, never daring to meet his gaze. What he remembered was not her face, but that strikingly white neck, which left a lasting impression. It is regrettable that Lady Lin passed away too soon. Jin remarked that had she been in charge of the Pingnan Marquisate, it might have advanced further and several promising offspring could have emerged. Qingzhi silently scoffed, reflecting that an early death could lead to a swift rebirth, liberating her from the servitude of managing the Marquisate's inner affairs. A delightful turn of fate, indeed. What is there to lament? A man of such disgrace as the Pingnan Marquis is hardly worthy of her. The autumn examination concluded, freeing Chun Yuankai from the confines of the examination hall, filling him with a sense of liberation. However, upon remembering that Yi Yingxue remained imprisoned in the jail of Jingzhaoyin, a cloud of gloom enveloped him once more. He believed that, given Yi Yingshue's expectations of him, she would never betray him regarding the assault on Song Yishuan. Yet, no one should languish in a dungeon indefinitely. After all, she is a delicate lady. After tidying up at the inn and donning a fresh set of clothing, Chun Yuankai hurried to the Yi residence to inquire about the situation. The moment Gu Man saw him, she burst into tears. "Oh, Yuankai, you must think of a way to rescue Yingxue. She acted as she did solely for your sake. You cannot abandon her. Aunt, please do not say that." Chun Yuankai quickly distanced himself from any blame and comforted her softly. "Rest assured, I will find a solution and will not neglect her. However, is it not merely a matter of silver to secure her release? Is it that uncle is unwilling? Not at all. We have invested quite a sum. Yet the Jingzhaoyin refuses to release her, claiming it is a case advised by the Jinyui." Gu Man replied, her voice laced with bitterness. "It must be Yi Qingzhi who is scheming within, deliberately preventing Yingshue's release." Upon hearing the mention of the Jinyui, a chill ran down Chun Yuankai's spine. That Siejin of the Jiangyang Marquis is indeed the commander of the Jinyui. It is likely he has intervened in this matter, perhaps at the behest of Yi Qingzhi. Is it not said that she is currently favored? With a mere whisper, she could sway the outcome. And, to untie the bell, one must seek the bell ringer. Rather than appealing to others, we should approach the Jiangyang Marquis directly, Chun Yuankai advised. Let us set aside our grievances for now. Our primary concern is to rescue Yingxue from that dungeon, a place unfit for a lady. Gu Man wept again at his words. Yet she recognized the wisdom in Chun Yuankai's counsel. "I shall send someone to try again. Recently, that wretched girl has been confined as well, having lost her favor. I do not know if she can still exert any influence." Chun Yuankai's eyes flickered with hope, wishing for Yi Qingzhi to be in disfavor. By the time he triumphs in the imperial examination next year, Yi Qingzhi would likely have lost her standing entirely, struggling to survive within the Jiangyang Marquis. At that moment, he would seize the opportunity to humiliate her thoroughly, ensuring she regretted not granting him the respect he deserved. In the Yinyu courtyard, "Madam, the Yi residence has sent word, requesting you to intercede with the Marquis and secure the release of the second Mississippi." Upon receiving this news, Rui conveyed it to Yi Qingzhi. In pursuit of Yu Rui's safety, Yi Qingzhi refused to allow her to venture outside the residence alone to gather information. Instead, she requested a footman from Siejin to relay messages on her behalf. After all, there was nothing she needed to conceal from Siejin. It was far better to employ his servant, who proved exceptionally useful without the concern of potential workplace injuries. "You may convey a message back to them. If they desire my assistance in rescuing Yi Yingxue, I require Gu Man to voluntarily renounce her position and return to being a concubine," Yi Qingzhi instructed Rui. Should they fail to accomplish this, they may as well prepare for Yi Yingxue to languish in prison or await my complete loss of favor. Rui cast an admiring glance at her mistress, filled with excitement as she hurried off to deliver the message. Upon receiving the news, Gu Man was incensed, hurling objects throughout the room in her fury. To suggest that I should voluntarily relinquish my status? Nonsense, what a daydream. She still had hopes pinned on her future son-in-law, who was destined to excel in the imperial examinations. In a few days, once Chun Yuankai achieved the highest honors, she would exert pressure on her husband, confident that he would find a way to rescue Yingxue. Chapter 45. She has passed away, yet he seeks to make amends. How ironic. In the Gue Xian courtyard, Zhang Jingyi was busy preparing for the mid-autumn festival banquet. Since it was a family gathering, there was no need to entertain guests, making it considerably simpler. However, it was not entirely a private affair, as they were to host the celebration in conjunction with the Pingnan Marquis from the East Courtyard. Though they shared a common ancestry and the matriarch was still alive, they were ultimately two families, and with that came the necessity for coordination, especially with a sizable number of participants. Moreover, The matriarch's presence at the banquet mandated that everything be organized meticulously to avoid any offense against her. Madam, Jean Bao just conveyed a message that the Marquis has permitted concubine Yi to attend the mid-autumn banquet, announced Mama Zhou, entering the room. Zhang Jingyi, having heard of the Marquis's visit to the Yinlu courtyard the day prior, was somewhat prepared for this news and was not taken aback upon hearing it. Recently, some of the concubines had rejoiced over concubine Ye's decline in favor, yet she noticed that the Marquis seemed to be more attentive to her instead. This was evidence enough. Very well, I understand, replied Zhang Jingyi calmly. She then pondered aloud, concerning Mama Zhang. I have yet to hear any updates from concubine Ye's side. Has she decided to give up? It would be quite natural for her to relinquish her claims. Perhaps concubine Yi, upon grasping the situation, understood the difficulties involved and feared further disfavor from the Marquis due to this matter, leading her to shy away from pursuing Mama Zhang. Mama Zhou scoffed slightly, remarking that it would be more reasonable for concubine Yi to retreat rather than willingly seek out her own troubles. Zhang Jingyi felt a twinge of disappointment, as she had harbored high hopes regarding this situation. Just then, a maid announced that Chunyu sought an audience. Upon granting her entry, Chunyu quickly relayed the matters concerning Mama Zhang as instructed by Yi Qingzhi. Very well, I understand. Please return and inform concubine Yi that I shall cooperate fully. Zhang Jingyi responded with a smile. Seeing the lady in good spirits, Chunyu felt reassured and happily returned to report. Mama, did you hear that? Her idea is quite brilliant. Our concubine Yi is truly astute, Zhang Jingyi remarked with admiration. Mama Zhou responded quietly, but noticing the lady's continued delight, she could not help but caution, Madam. Do keep your wits about you. Be wary lest this concubine Yi turn her attention towards you and the two young mistresses. Zhang Jingyi furrowed her brow and shook her head, about to speak, when another maid entered with news that Mama Qin, the steward from the neighboring Pingnan Marquis, saw an audience. Quickly, please invite her in. Zhang Jingyi composed herself and straightened her posture. Old servant pays her respects to the Marquis's wife. Mama Qin greeted Zhang Jingyi with utmost respect upon entering. Please, rise, Mama Qin, Zhang Jingyi replied warmly. Have you come regarding the mid-autumn banquet? Not solely for the banquet. We are also approaching the anniversary of my late lady's passing, Mama Qin clarified. The mid-autumn banquet is indeed a family affair, merely a gathering of two households for merriment, with rather simple arrangements. However, my lord wishes to commemorate my late lady's anniversary with grandeur, but since Lady Lan is unwell and unable to oversee the preparations, our matriarch must shoulder this responsibility. However, the old lady still needs to care for the old Marquis and, feeling somewhat fatigued, thought that since our two families are essentially one, she would send the old servant to request the lady's assistance in reviewing the guest list for the banquet, so that no one is overlooked and propriety is maintained. As Qin Mama spoke, she produced the guest list and handed it to Zhang Jingyi. Is it true that Lady Lan is unwell? Wasn't she just fine a few days ago? Zhang Jingyi inquired, her brow furrowing in displeasure as she refrained from accepting the list. Indeed, she is genuinely ill, Qin Mama replied softly, her body bending slightly lower. With such a significant occasion as the anniversary memorial, if Lady Lan were to feign illness and neglect her duties, our Marquis would be the first to disapprove, and it is quite possible he would strip her of her authority. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingyi reflected on the myriad of heartfelt gestures the Pingnan Marquis had displayed since Qingwan's passing and ceased to dwell on the matter. She accepted the guest list from Qin Mama and, upon reviewing it, was transported back to the funeral of Qingwan a year prior. The guests remained the same, with no changes or new relatives to account for over the year. Time has indeed flown. It has been nearly a year since Qingwan's demise. Zhang Jingyi closed the list, a look of melancholy washing over her as she sighed. Since Qingwan's departure, I have lacked a companion with whom to converse. Moreover, disturbances have arisen in your household, which were orderly when Qingwan was present. Qin Mama sighed in agreement, saying nothing further. She was but a servant and could not dare to speak ill of her masters. Yet, it was undeniable that since the passing of their Lady Lin, the inner quarters of the Pingnan Marquis' estate had descended into chaos, and two shops in the outer district had closed their doors. The current Lady Lan is wholly inadequate for her role and does not deserve to be the matron of such a prestigious household, rendering the Pingnan Marquis' estate a laughingstock in the capital. Speaking of Lady Lan, her maiden name is Zhao Xinlan, the Marquis' cousin, and they were childhood friends. Had the Zhao family not fallen from grace, the Marquis would likely have wed her. Subsequently, the Marquis married a legitimate daughter from the Anil Marquis family, their late matron, while Zhao Xinlan married a minor official and moved away. Who would have imagined that 6 years ago, the Marquis would bring her back, claiming compassion for her widowhood and childlessness, granting her the title of a favored concubine for her comfort in old age? Later, when Zhao Xinlan's elder brother achieved notable military success, the Zhao family's status was elevated once more, prompting the Marquis to bestow upon her the rank of a primary wife. Ironically, on the day of the matron's death, the Marquis' household was in the midst of preparing a celebratory banquet for Lady Lan, congratulating her elevation from concubine to primary wife. Since Lady Lan's arrival, it was widely believed that the Marquis harbored deep affections for her, never forgetting his childhood companion and showering her with affection. However, who could have anticipated that on the day of the matron's passing, the Marquis, adorned in festive red robes, would, upon receiving the news of her death, abruptly spit blood? The guests present were astonished, unable to comprehend the depth of his feelings for the late lady. If his affections were indeed profound, how could there be a Lady Lan? Even the servants in the household were baffled. Regardless, since that day, the Marquis has not sought solace in the company of any other women in the inner quarters, choosing instead to reside in the room of his late wife for the past year. Madame Lan has become the greatest source of ridicule within the household. Although the Lord has entrusted her with the management of the estate, the servants show her little respect, engaging in treachery and deceit, and the number of those embezzling silver has increased. What grandeur does your Lord intend to orchestrate? Is there any established protocol? Zhang Jingyi inquired of Mama Qin. The specifications for the annual memorial differ. Aside from the guests, the required offerings also vary. Whatever splendor is to be arranged, it shall be done accordingly. Mama Qin recounted meticulously. The Lord intends to invite the esteemed scholar Tang Yinxiu and to compose a memorial for Madame. Master Lian from the State Religion Temple has been summoned to recite the scriptures for the deceased. And Lord Hao from the Astronomical Bureau has been consulted regarding a burial site of exceptional feng shui for the relocation of Madame's grave. Zhang Jingyi interjected, "How meaningless it is! For what is the value of grandeur and sentiment once a person has passed? When Qing Wan was alive, how coldly did Xiemingli treat her? The concubines in the household would have delighted in trampling her underfoot. During Qing Wan's difficult labor, which resulted in a stillbirth, he offered her little solace. And merely 3 years later, he compelled Qing Wan to adopt a child from the clan as his legitimate heir. Subsequently, he took his widowed cousin as a favored concubine, reducing Qing Wan to a mere laughingstock within the elite circles. With her demise, he seeks to atone. How ironic. I feel profound sympathy for Qing Wan, standing up for her plight." Aunt Yi aptly remarked that belated affection is as worthless as grass. A woman as exceptional as Qing Wan could only find herself in such misfortune by marrying the Duke of Pingnan. Chapter 46. How to Remain in Favor for Long. On the eve of the Mid-Autumn Feast, Xiejin once again graced the Yinlu courtyard with his presence. This time, Yi Qingzhi did not don the guise of a dutiful noble matron to greet him, nor did she approach him with the fervor of a mischievous sprite to ensnare his attention. Instead, she languidly reclined on the imperial couch, a book in hand, and merely lifted her eyelids upon his entrance, offering a languid greeting, "You have arrived, my lord." After acknowledging him, she returned her focus to her reading, casually indulging in the sunflower seeds that Chunyu had previously shelled for her convenience, relishing the moment without a care for Xiejin. Naturally, Xiejin was displeased by her indifference. He approached the couch and inquired in a low voice, "What book has captivated you so? Are you feeling jealous, my lord?" Yi Qingzhi responded with a smile, setting her book aside to look at him. "Jealous of what?" Xiejin was taken aback by her question. "Of the book's allure. Of course. I'm so engrossed in my reading that I did not rise to welcome you. Is that not jealousy?" Yi Qingzhi asserted with boldness. "Your tongue is quite eloquent, yet you neglect your duties and cast the blame upon jealousy." Xiejin, with a hint of irritation, pinched her delicate lips. But the flare of his annoyance dissipated, and he chose not to dwell on her earlier slight. However, I am indeed feeling a bit petulant. I do not wish to serve you today, she added mischievously. Jin narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that she was becoming a trifle too presumptuous. He contemplated reprimanding her, yet his irritation waned, replaced by curiosity regarding her mood. Was it because he had recently favored other women? She had not behaved this way before. Before he could voice his inquiry, Qingzhi surprised him by daring to place her delicate foot upon his face. Have you forgotten your manners in just a few days? Jin grasped her pristine foot, gritting his teeth in frustration. If you prefer well-behaved companions, then seek out Qianying. After all, she is your favored servant. Why must you come to endure my defiance? Qingzhi withdrew her foot and turned away, adopting a petulant stance. Your jealousy is directed at Qianying, then? Jin raised an eyebrow at her back, noting that she was merely a concubine, unable to surpass Qingzhi in his affections. Ha! Qingzhi scoffed coldly. Do not speak to me with such sarcasm. It only encourages you. Speak plainly. Jin, not one to tolerate insolence, found his patience wearing thin after having his face trampled. Observing his demeanor, Qingzhi decided to temper her antics, adopting a look of feigned sorrow, turning her head to gaze at him with a look of grievance. Speak. Though Jin's tone remained firm, a hint of softness began to creep in. I'm not envious of Qianying's rise in status. As you have said, she is merely a favored concubine, not beyond my station. I do not demand your exclusive affection. I am not foolish enough to think I deserve it. However, I am well aware that I possess a somewhat petty disposition, and my greatest aversion is being regarded as a mere substitute. What substitute? Jin became increasingly perplexed. Are you suggesting that you are Qianying's substitute? Indeed, ever since the master favored Qianying and elevated her status, the other concubines have sought to emulate her, dressing with utmost propriety and exhibiting decorum in their conduct, all of them transforming into versions of Qianying. Upon discovering this, I suddenly understood, several days ago, when a marquis expressed satisfaction with my service. It was merely an appreciation for the essence of Qianying. To be candid, I felt quite uncomfortable and no longer wished to adhere to any decorum or pretend to be a refined lady. If the master prefers this essence, he should seek out Qianying. Do not spend the night with me, nor demand that I become her, even if this results in my fall from favor. I refuse to lose my identity. Jin, upon hearing her words, initially thought her concerns trivial and considered her overly dramatic. Yet, upon meeting her aggrieved and resolute gaze, he felt a twinge of something different within him. How could she possibly be a mere substitute for Qianying? No woman could be as versatile as she, nor would any be bold enough to demean him as she had. Furthermore, his elevation of Qianying was not due to her superior service. There were other reasons at play. Jin deemed it beneath him to explain such matters to her, a lowly concubine unworthy of his clarification. Was this trifling matter truly worthy of tears? He perceived her as someone who relied on her favored status, unaware of the vastness of the world beyond her. With a reprimand, he chastised her, yet secretly reached out to wipe her tears, stating, I do not regard you as Qianying's substitute. She pales in comparison to your capabilities. If anything, she could be deemed your substitute. Upon hearing this, I felt a wave of relief. Qingzhi immediately smiled. Jin, playfully pinching her, asked, Are you done with your theatrics? Qingzhi obediently shook her head, leaning into his embrace like a gentle and charming kitten. Having achieved her aim, she decided to cease her antics. In the past few days, she pondered how to maintain his favor for the long term. One must understand that to thrive in a company, avoiding layoffs and not being overshadowed by the upcoming generation is essential. Beyond enhancing one's professional skills, one must possess a unique core competency. Regardless of one's authenticity, through careful presentation, one must strive to be perceived as distinctive and irreplaceable in the eyes of leadership. In the future, other young and beautiful women will undoubtedly surround Jin, perhaps possessing more charm and allure than she does. When that time comes, What will she rely on to secure her place in his heart? Children? She had no intention of bearing children, and the truth is, children are not a reliable means of securing affection. Without the Marquis's favor, having children would serve no purpose, only leading to a more miserable existence. In such a scenario, it would not just be her at the mercy of others, but both mother and child, amplifying their suffering. Using a child to vie for affection? That would require her to bear an extraordinary prodigy capable of composing essays by the age of 5. Regardless, the path of motherhood is currently unviable for her. Thus, she must establish her presence firmly in Xie Jin's heart, and the only way to achieve this is through her audacious and fearless attempts to probe his limits. She must continually assert her uniqueness, her individuality, distinguishing herself from those women who merely cling to him, seeking to please and revere him. Just like today, when she boldly placed her foot upon his face. While this could be perceived as a playful intimacy in the bedroom, if Xie Jin harbored no genuine feelings for her and regarded her merely as an instrument for his desires, it would be a flagrant humiliation for him. This deliberate display of affectation today is sure to leave an indelible mark in Xie Jin's mind. She dares to assert that among the women in the courtyard, none would dare to act in such a manner towards Xie Jin. What the future holds, she cannot predict, nor does she concern herself with it for now. In this moment, she is irreplaceable. She must make Xie Jin recognize this truth. She is no mere substitute for any woman, nor can any other woman take her place. Chapter 47. Is the Lord planning to elevate Aunt Yi to her demise? The following morning, as it was the Mid-Autumn Festival, the court declared a day off, and there was no need for an early morning assembly. Xie Jin, too, did not rise early. After awakening, he indulged in a tender moment with Qingzhi, then languidly reclined, allowing her to assist him with his morning ablutions and attire. Still drowsy, Qingzhi, ensconced in the blankets, was reluctant to rise, murmuring, "My lord, it is a rare day off. Let us sleep a while longer." Xie Jin, exasperated, coaxed her from the warmth of the bed, playfully pinching her rosy, delicate face. He admonished her, "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. You must pay your respects to the matriarch. The ladies from both households will be present, and should you act in any manner unbecoming, you can forget about the affair with Granny Jean." "I must also pay my respects to the matriarch," Qingzhi replied, suddenly more alert, although she added, "I thought as a mere concubine, I lack the qualification to do so. You need only bow in the courtyard. Heed the lady's instructions and adapt accordingly," Xie Jin advised. "Mind your words. Do not bring shame upon me. My lord, you can rest assured. I understand my place." Ye Qingzhi replied civitly, displaying her obedience. Xie Jin felt a certain confidence in Qingzhi. When she donned a facade, she excelled at it, and she adhered to decorum in public. However, within his quarters, she seemed to abandon all restraint. Contemplating this, he playfully nibbled her lips, chastising her for her arrogance born of favoritism. Qingzhi pushed him away, covering her mouth, and chastised him with a playful glare. "My lord, I still need to meet others today. Please refrain from biting. It would be quite embarrassing to leave a mark." Xie Jin shot her a look, then summoned a maid to assist with his morning preparations. After refreshing themselves and finishing breakfast, Qingzhi donned her attire for the day and seated herself before the vanity, allowing Chunyu to style her hair. Naturally, her appearance needed to exude grace and composure. Xie Jin, appearing quite leisurely, did not depart after breakfast. Instead, he picked up a book and sat nearby, reading while awaiting her completion. As Qingzhi caught glimpses of him in the mirror, she pondered whether he intended to accompany her to the lady's courtyard. If so, he bestowed upon her sufficient prestige, and the potential for envy was substantial. Fear of envy did not deter Qingzhi. After all, she was currently favored, and as long as she bore no fault, Xie Jin would shield her from any ire. With Xie Jin present, Chunyu felt immense pressure, meticulously attending to Qingzhi's grooming, treading with utmost caution and refraining from the usual banter. Once her hair was elegantly arranged, and she chose a simple jade hairpin, foregoing the ostentatious gold pins or hair ornaments. "I am ready now. I apologize for making my lord wait," Qingzhi said, approaching Jin and performing a respectful bow. Jin set aside his book, raising his gaze to scrutinize her, nodding in satisfaction. "Very well, let's be off." "Thank you, my lord, for granting me such esteem," Qingzhi expressed, bowing once more in gratitude. Seeing her so obedient and serene, Jin couldn't help but recall her unruly and carefree demeanor from yesterday. It can only be said that this woman truly excels at pretending. Today, he has the opportunity to bestow upon her the honor she deserves. It remains to be seen whether she can bear it. Gue Xin courtyard. When Jin and Qingzhi arrived, the other concubines from the various courtyards had already gathered, along with several of Jin's children. A dozen concubines, adorned in vibrant attire, flitted about like songbirds, accompanied by a few infants and a throng of maids, creating a lively atmosphere. However, the cacophony of laughter and chatter in the courtyard faded into silence the moment Qingzhi and Jin entered. All eyes swiftly turned towards Qingzhi. Without the need for mind reading, she could discern their thoughts merely by observing their gazes and expressions. Isn't that little wretch supposed to be confined and learning decorum? How could she possibly be here? Having been granted permission by the Marquis to attend the mid-autumn banquet was one thing, but her arrival alongside him was quite another. "Are you all fools? Haven't you heard? The Marquis spent the night in her courtyard yesterday. It's hardly surprising they arrived together," someone remarked. Madame Yi is truly favored, while Madame Yao was not permitted to join the mid-autumn festivities. Just moments ago, Madame Qian had been beaming, but now her expression had soured. Though the Marquis has elevated her status, he only visited her for a single night. Qingzhi was well aware that her appearance alongside Jin would undoubtedly draw attention. Yet she never anticipated such an explosive reaction. Alas, these people truly lacked worldly experience. Had they never encountered a favored concubine before? Regardless of the jealousy simmering within them, the other concubines bowed in unison, each adopting a delicate tone in hopes of catching Jin's eye. "Please rise," Jin said, not even glancing at the throng of women on the ground. He spoke with an air of indifference and proceeded directly into the residence. Qingzhi followed closely behind, maintaining her composure with grace and elegance, embodying decorum. Upon witnessing the Marquis enter alongside Qingzhi, Zhang Jingyi's expression momentarily faltered. After greeting Jin respectfully, she managed to maintain her smile as she addressed them. "Ah, Madame Yi has also arrived. What a fortunate encounter outside." Qingzhi respectfully greeted Zhang Jingyi and succinctly recounted the events of the previous night, explaining that the Lord had stayed at her residence, allowing him to rise later in the morning and enjoy breakfast in her courtyard before they came together. Zhang Jingyi offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond, as a pang of bitterness lodged in her throat. Upon meeting their father, they were joined by Jin's children, who politely bowed to him and extended their greetings to Qingzhi, calling her Aunt Yi. Their impression of her was quite favorable, as she had not only constructed a shade structure in their courtyard and provided them with ice to ensure a comfortable summer, but she also frequently brought them delightful treats and entertaining diversions. They were aware that their mother harbored no particular disdain for Aunt Yi, fostering a sense of closeness towards Qingzhi in their hearts. Mingyu, being the youngest, adored the climbing frame in the courtyard. Having received numerous toys from Aunt Qingzhi, he affectionately shared with her, "Aunt Yi, I have solved the 9-linked rings you sent me last time. Wow, our young master is truly remarkable, exceptionally clever. I struggled with it for days without success." Qingzhi immediately crouched down, smiling as she praised him, while also complimenting Zhang Jingyi, Jin, and Miss Mingyan. The Marquis and Madame are indeed outstanding individuals, and their children are exceptionally bright. Their guidance has instilled in the young master such wisdom and decorum at such a tender age, while the young lady has already developed the grace of a true lady, earning admiration from all who encounter her. It is indeed a blessing for me to serve the Marquis, the Madame, and their esteemed children. She meticulously lauded the entire family without omitting anyone. Her eloquence eased the bitterness in Zhang Jingyi's heart, as a mother who would not relish hearing praise for her children. Furthermore, Qingzhi, despite her favored status, maintained her proper position, speaking of her service without diminishing Zhang Jingyi's dignity. Even when Zhang Jingyi felt a pang of jealousy, she found it difficult to express her ire towards her. Comparatively, she was rather relieved that it was Qingzhi who enjoyed such favor. In contrast, concubine Qian, having recently been elevated to a favored concubine, was already becoming somewhat haughty, seeking to undermine her authority as the principal wife. The two children, too, felt a touch of shyness from Qingzhi's praise. Only Jin regarded her with an inscrutable glance, thinking to himself how adept she was at feigning modesty. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they realized it was getting late, and the group made their way to the matriarch's courtyard to pay their respects. The matriarch's residence, known as Fushou Garden, is situated between both families, though it leans more towards the Pingnan Marquis side. Thus, Jin led his entourage of wives and concubines through the side gate of the two estates. It is worth noting that only favored concubines like Qingzhi and those of equal status were permitted to pay their respects to the matriarch. Lower-ranking concubines were not afforded such privilege. Although Qingzhi had been in the household for over 2 months, much of that time was spent in confinement, and during the hotter days, she was reluctant to venture outside. She had not even explored the gardens of the inner courtyard. However, as they passed through the side gate and ventured deeper, Qingzhi's heart began to stir with unease, as if she had traversed this path before, the scenery invoking a vague sense of familiarity. With her previous experiences, her attentiveness to Granny Zhang, and her disdain for the late Pingnan Marquis, Qingzhi no longer found it strange and chose to dismiss it. What did it matter to her what connection she had with the late Madame Lin Qingwan of the Pingnan Marquis? After all, she was simply Qingzhi, a concubine of Jin. She wished only to live her life well, and when she had the leisure and energy, she would ponder those matters later. As always, her guiding principle was to follow her heart's desires. After approximately 15 minutes of walking, they finally arrived outside Fushou Garden, where a considerable number of people had already gathered. The members of both households, from various chambers and courts, came to pay their respects to the venerable matriarch. Even excluding the concubines, the number was considerable. Indeed, it exceeded 100. This exemplifies the flourishing branches of a large family and the profound heritage of its progeny. Qingzhi, adhering to decorum, unobtrusively followed Jin and Zhang Jingyi into the courtyard. She lacked the qualifications to enter the inner chambers and, following the instructions of the attending matron, stood with the favored concubine Su Ranin and the esteemed concubine Xianyang, bowing in respect to the matriarch within. After performing the customary bow, Qingzhi rose and continued to wait by the side, anticipating the emergence of Lady Zhang Jingyi, after which they could depart together. After a brief moment, a young maidservant emerged from within and inquired who was Lady Yi. Qingzhi stepped forward, offered a respectful bow, and identified herself. The maidservant replied, "Please, Lady Yi, follow me inside. The matriarch wishes to see you." Qingzhi responded affirmatively, maintaining her composure and dignity as she followed the maidservant into the room. Su Ranin cast her gaze upon Qingzhi for the first time, her eyes glimmering with a hint of dark emotion. The looks from Xianyang and the others were rife with envy and jealousy, even bordering on resentment. Why should she, a mere concubine, have the privilege of being acknowledged by the matriarch? Was it not the Marquis who conferred her this honor? At such a moment, the Marquis's favor towards her seemed to signal a desire to elevate a concubine above the wife. They could hardly believe that, despite such circumstances, the lady would continue to tolerate Lady Yi as before. In truth, Zhang Jingyi was not envious of Qingzhi's recognition or the matriarch's summons. Rather, she was concerned that Qingzhi might falter under pressure. If she were to mishandle the situation, not only would Granny Zhang's plans be thwarted, but both her and the Marquis's reputations would also be at stake. She was genuinely taken aback when Jin proposed at this moment to grant Granny Zhang her freedom and praised Qingzhi for her exemplary manners. Her intention had been to casually mention this matter toward the conclusion of the mid-autumn banquet, avoiding any disturbance to the matriarch. Yet the Marquis seemed intent on showcasing Lady Yi before all the esteemed guests gathered from the Pingnan Marquis, including the Marquis, Lady Lan, and the venerable old Marquis. Zhang Jingyi could see their astonished expressions and their anticipation of the unfolding drama. Sigh. Zhang Jingyi sighed heavily within, pondering whether the Marquis intended to elevate Lady Yi to a point of peril. She truly could not fathom his intentions. Just as her heart was filled with unease and restless thoughts, Qingzhi emerged alongside the maidservant. Zhang Jingyi scrutinized her every move, observing that she conducted herself with impeccable grace and poise, flawlessly fulfilling the formalities of greeting, which allowed Zhang Jingyi to relax her taut nerves somewhat. She could discern that, in the face of such a spectacle, Lady Yi exhibited no signs of trepidation, displaying a calmness that even surpassed her own as the head of the household. With a sense of relief washing over her, Zhang Jingyi felt assured that Lady Yi would not err. The gazes of others, too, were inevitably drawn towards Qingzhi. However, the men in the residence, to some extent, sought to avoid suspicion, diverting their gazes after a mere glance. After all, she was but a concubine of Xiejin. The women present scrutinized her with a critical eye, their disdain palpable, as many harbored a desire to witness Zhang Jingyi's embarrassment. They believed that Xiejin's act of granting such attention to a minor concubine was tantamount to a slap in the face for Zhang Jingyi. The unpleasant expression on Zhang Jingyi's face only served to confirm this notion. The old matriarch and Wang, the wife of the first wife, were particularly delighted, with the matriarch even contemplating how Xiejin, a product of a concubine, engaged in such unbecoming conduct, no matter how well this minor concubine had mastered the rules. She remained an inconsequential concubine. Should she falter under such scrutiny, there would be ample amusement to be had. Xiejin, the instigator of this affair, appeared utterly indifferent, merely casting a fleeting glance at Qingzhi upon her entrance, as if entirely unconcerned. This demeanor was hardly befitting that of a favored concubine, prompting the assembly to reconsider their earlier assumptions. Qingzhi, however, was not preoccupied with such matters. Her sole focus was to diligently complete her task and navigate through this process. The complex, inexplicable emotions stirring within her were promptly disregarded. She knelt on the ground, never once lifting her gaze to the matriarch, for that would be a breach of decorum. With her head bowed, she awaited inquiries. Yet, she heard the matriarch's quavering voice from above. "Qingwan, why do you come and kneel in silence? It has been so long since you last visited your great-grandmother. Is it because I failed to advocate for you before?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Chapter 48. She is my esteemed concubine. What do you intend to do? The words of the matriarch struck the hearts of those present like a thunderclap. In an instant, all eyes turned to the kneeling Qingzhi, filled with astonishment and scrutiny. Among them, the reactions of the Pingnan Marquis and Madame Lan were particularly intense. Madame Lan gasped, her gaze toward Qingzhi tinged with a hint of fear. Clutching the armrests of her chair tightly, she fought against the urge to collapse, yet waves of dread washed over her. With merely 21 days to go until Lin Qingwan's Memorial Day, could it be true that she had returned? She had heard tales of souls reincarnating through another's body. Could this concubine Yi be Lin Qingwan's new identity after such a miraculous return? Madame Lan's heart raced at this unsettling speculation, her eyes piercing into Qingzhi as if she wished to peel away her skin to uncover whether the essence within was indeed Lin Qingwan. Meanwhile, the Pingnan Marquis stood and approached Qingzhi, fixating on the delicate curve of her neck revealed by her lowered head, his emotions inscrutable. "Raise your head," seemingly commanded in a low voice. Xiejin's expression darkened immediately. Qingzhi was his concubine, his woman. Seemingly, due to the matriarch's careless words, had the audacity to issue such a command publicly, which not only humiliated her, but also himself. Seemingly, Xiejin's anger flared, moving to stand in front of Qingzhi to shield her from Xiemingly's gaze. He warned, "She is my esteemed concubine. What do you intend to do?" The fire in Xiemingly's eyes dimmed, and he bowed slightly to Xiejin, apologizing. "My apologies, little uncle. I was thoughtless just now and overstepped." As for Qingzhi, she was merely a concubine. Even though she was the one being humiliated, she was unworthy of the Pingnan Marquis' apology. Jin showed no intention of having seemingly apologize to Qingzhi either. Perhaps, if Qingzhi held a greater significance in his heart, things would be different. But at present, it was evident that she did not. Having traversed this world for so long, Qingzhi felt for the first time the stifling sensation of being a concubine without rights. Had Jin not intervened, she might have lost control and slapped seemingly, hurling a scathing rebuke at him, regardless of the consequences that might follow. Now that Jin had stepped in, she could only suppress her indignation and set aside thoughts of that despicable, regretful man for the time being. This disgrace would be repaid when the opportunity arose. The matriarch, having been reminded by her maidservant, began to understand her earlier folly. It was indeed her own confusion that led to the mistake. This was the concubine Jin had mentioned, who had learned the rules well, not her great-grandson's wife, Lin Qingwan. Her careless remark had nearly incited a confrontation between the two men, threatening to tear their familial bonds apart. It appears I have been somewhat forgetful, having overlooked the passing of Qingwan. Just moments ago, upon seeing this Yingyang entering from outside, I was momentarily convinced I had laid eyes on Qingwan. Alas, the old matriarch squinted her eyes, lost in melancholy, and chose not to continue her thoughts, instead releasing a deep sigh. At this juncture, Qingzhi finally lifted her head, addressing the matriarch seated at the main position, saying, "Every aspect of my conduct has been learned from Zhang Mama, who is both the wet nurse and educator of Lady Lin. Therefore, if the esteemed ancestor has mistaken me for Lady Lin, it only attests to the fact that I have mastered my manners exceedingly well. I am profoundly grateful for the honor you bestow upon me, esteemed ancestor." As she spoke, Qingzhi bowed deeply, prostrating herself before the old matriarch. Jin cast a glance at Qingzhi before returning to his seat. This woman possesses a deft tongue, effortlessly defusing the earlier commotion with a remarkably plausible explanation, while also flattering the matriarch. "What a good child! Rise and speak," the matriarch remarked, her voice tinged with amusement. Upon hearing this, she smiled gently and beckoned Qingzhi closer. "Come forward a bit. My eyes are failing me." Qingzhi hastened a few steps forward, standing obediently by the matriarch's side, allowing her to observe. "What a well-mannered and lovely young lady you are. Yet your adornment is far too modest for one of your age. You ought to wear beautiful jewelry and present yourself more vibrantly," the matriarch observed, her fondness for Qingzhi evident in her grip on the girl's hand. As one ages, there is a tendency to favor the bright and colorful, as if such things could rekindle a sense of vitality. "Esteemed ancestor, I hail from a merchant family and am not lacking in silver or splendid jewelry. I merely thought it fitting to present myself before you today unadorned, as I wish to bow and pay my respects. Otherwise, when I bow, the tassels of my headpiece would sway and shine, which would be quite uncomfortable." Qingzhi responded with a bright and earnest tone, instantly bringing joy to the old matriarch. "Ha ha, indeed, that is quite true." With the matriarch's laughter, everyone present, regardless of their inner thoughts, joined in mirth. However, Xiaming Li, the Marquis of Pingnan, remained somber, feeling a tinge of disappointment. With Qingwan's disposition, she would never engage in such playful banter. "This person is certainly not Qingwan." Zhang Jing exhaled a sigh of relief, genuinely admiring Qingzhi for her ability to speak so charmingly and naturally in such a setting. No wonder she garners admiration. After today, the matriarch will surely remember her, perhaps even grant her additional favor. Although the Marquis may no longer dote on concubine Yi as he once did, should the matriarch occasionally think of her, or even invite her to Fusho Garden for conversation, it would significantly improve concubine Ye's circumstances within the household. "Esteemed ancestor, might I beseech you for a favor on behalf of Nurse Zhang, to grant her freedom from servitude and restore her autonomy, so that she may serve as the household's nurturing matron." Qingzhi knelt down, her hands affectionately resting gently on the matriarch's knee and with a slight upward gaze. She inquired, "What brings you to such a thought?" The matriarch asked, puzzled. "In principle, a concubine of the Jiangyang Marquis should not concern herself with the affairs of the Pingnan Marquisate. even if Granny Zhang imparted her knowledge of propriety. It was merely in deference to the mistress's arrangements. To entertain such thoughts was a transgression, perhaps one that ought not to have arisen at all. Responding to the old matriarch's words, Granny Zhang bore a striking resemblance to the wet nurse of my youth, evoking a sense of familiarity within me. Upon learning that she was now managing the former residence of Madame Lin, tirelessly sweeping the courtyard each day, an endeavor that had left her exhausted on several occasions, I could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Alas, Granny Zhang was indeed advanced in age. Even if she wished to honor her former mistress, such arduous tasks seemed unnecessary. I suggested she find an alternative way to commemorate her old master, yet she was reluctant. Thus, I devised a clever stratagem to ensure that she would be unable to sweep the courtyard in the future. Once Qingzhi had spoken, the eyes of the assembly turned once more to the Pingnan Marquis and Madame Lan, particularly to the latter, their gazes rife with disdain. All were experienced in the art of domestic intrigue, and Qingzhi's eloquent discourse on tea revealed the crux of the matter to them. Granny Zhang was being subjected to torment by Madame Lan, compelled to clean the courtyard alone. What a truly unseemly method to harass the departed wet nurse of the late Madame Lin. The Pingnan Marquis shot a dark glance at Zhao Xinlan, as though he wished to strip her of her very skin, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Is this what you call kindness? Very well. From this day forth, you shall no longer oversee the household provisions." After his outburst, seemingly knelt before the old matriarch to plead for forgiveness, vowing to handle Granny Zhang's affairs with care and kindness. Zhao Xinlan, already in poor health, was further startled by the commotion, unable to recover her composure. Upon hearing Qingzhi's report and witnessing Xie Mingli's anger leading to the revocation of her authority over household matters, her heart surged with dread, reaching its zenith. It was she, surely it was she, who had returned to exact vengeance. With a roll of her eyes, Zhao Xinlan fainted. In an instant, chaos ensued as people rushed to carry her out and summon the physician of the household, while others sought to appease the old matriarch. After such a tumultuous episode, and having spoken for quite some time, the old matriarch, feeling fatigued, instructed everyone to withdraw, promising to reconvene for the mid-autumn feast shortly. Before dismissing them, she graciously granted the favor Qingzhi had sought. "May you, esteemed ancestor, enjoy blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity like the southern mountain," Qingzhi fervently expressed as she knelt, offering her heartfelt wishes. The old matriarch's kindness filled Qingzhi with genuine gratitude, and she sincerely hoped for her longevity. "Good child, do come and chat with me when you have the time. It would alleviate this old woman's boredom." The matriarch smiled at Qingzhi. "Esteemed ancestor, I am but a lowly concubine, without the responsibilities of managing the household, raising children, cultivating connections, or preparing banquets. I find myself rather idle. Were it not for the fear of disturbing your rest, I could entertain you daily," Qingzhi replied with eloquence. "Should you feel weary, simply send a maid to summon me, and I shall be at your service." "Very well." The old matriarch smiled and responded, instructing a maid to present a box of jewelry as a reward to Qingzhi. "Do come again next time. There's no need to kneel and bow. Dress more flamboyantly. We are not afraid of the jingle of hairpins." Qingzhi knelt to express her gratitude for the matriarch's generosity, but a deep sense of bitterness unexpectedly welled up within her. The subsequent mid-autumn banquet was rather unremarkable, conducted with all decorum and propriety. However, following the morning's events at the Fusho Garden, Qingzhi became the center of attention, with many curious eyes fixed upon her, eager to glimpse the favored concubine of the matriarch. Yet, she appeared rather unremarkable, with her downcast eyes and modest demeanor, failing to stand out in any intriguing way. Meanwhile, concubine Xian and her cohorts were consumed with jealousy, lamenting how all the good fortune seemed to fall upon Qingzhi. Once the mid-autumn banquet concluded, Zhang Mama approached Qingzhi to express her gratitude. "Thank you for your immense kindness, Aunt Yi." Zhang Mama knelt, overwhelmed with emotion. Qingzhi had not given her any prior indication of the day's events. The revelation of what transpired at Fusho Garden left her utterly astonished and deeply touched. "There is no need for such formality," You have also contributed to my success. Today, I earned a matriarch's favor thanks to the rules you taught me and the blessings of your household. I owe you my thanks as well, Qingzhi replied, gently lifting her up with a smile. Upon hearing these words, tears streamed down Zhang Mama's cheeks. Throughout her time spent with Qingzhi, despite their contrasting temperaments, Zhang Mama found herself growing increasingly fond of her. The news that the matriarch had mistakenly identified Aunt Yi as her true mistress, Lin Qingwan, struck a chord within Zhang Mama, enlightening her. Although Qingzhi could not possibly be the reincarnation of her mistress, there was an undeniable connection, and henceforth, she resolved to regard Qingzhi as a new mistress. During the moon-viewing banquet at their residence that evening, Zhang Jingyi specifically praised Qingzhi for her poised demeanor, which had garnered the matriarch's approval, thus enhancing the reputation of both herself and the Marquis, along with bestowing upon her numerous gifts. Concubine Qian and her companions failed to comprehend the lady's sentiments. They wondered how Lady Yi, having so brazenly gained favor, could incite no jealousy or ire from her. However, they soon discerned the lady's intentions. She was likely orchestrating a subtle downfall for Aunt Yi. By elevating her to such heights, she would inevitably expose her flaws, leading to her downfall. They awaited the spectacle of Qingzhi's potential arrogance. Nevertheless, Qingzhi remained composed in her gratitude, quietly seated at the table, relishing her meal without any desire to compete for favor. Even when the lady encouraged the other concubines to perform, Qingzhi merely sat back, showing no inclination to partake. She appeared entirely disinterested in vying for attention. As she enjoyed her meal and watched the performances, she felt an immense sense of contentment. Only a fool would take to the stage to perform. Jin cast several glances in her direction, noticing that she seemed to derive more enjoyment than he did, stirring an inexplicable sense of dissatisfaction within him. Why did it feel as though his concubine had failed to please him while instead delighting herself? She was supposed to be there to amuse him, yet she remained utterly still. Jin's frustration grew increasingly intense, his gaze towards Qingzhi smoldering with a fiery desire to provoke her. However, it was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and he was obliged to stay in his wife's quarters. After draining his cup, he stood up disinterestedly and abruptly dismissed the gathering. Aunt Qian, who had been performing a dance, halted her graceful movements, her complexion pale and pitiable, her delicate form teetering on the brink of collapse. How could the Lord treat her with such disdain? Just a few days prior, he had allowed her to serve him and had even elevated her rank. As Aunt Qian caught the eyes of onlookers, her humiliation intensified, stoking her anger. There was no need for her to overthink. The Lord was merely weary from a long day and wished to retire early, rather than disliking her dance. Zhang Jingyi offered a few words of comfort and bestowed a gift upon Aunt Qian before also departing the banquet. Though Aunt Qian feigned gratitude, she felt deeply insulted by the lady's remarks, which only fueled her resentment. Having not witnessed the entirety of Aunt Qian's performance, Qingzhi rose with a sense of regret. Truly, as a courtesan, she danced exquisitely, light as a swallow and as spirited as the wind, her movements ethereal. It was a spectacle she wished she could have savored longer. How could Jin be so callous, showing no appreciation for such a remarkable display? It was typical of a leader to leave abruptly. Feeling fatigued herself, Qingzhi stood and stifled a yawn, preparing to return for a bath and sleep, relishing the holiday atmosphere of the Mid-Autumn Festival without the burden of work. Lady Yi, please wait, called Qin Yinyang, approaching her. Stop, Qingzhi interjected, noting Qin Yinyang's delicate condition. You are with child. It would be prudent for you to maintain your distance. Let's converse from here. As they maintained a respectful distance of about a meter, Qingzhi extended her hand towards Qin Yinyang. Chapter 49. The Marquis's Happiness, Madam Yi. I have merely taken a marquis from you once, and even became pregnant as a result. There is no need for you to harbor such resentment towards me, treating me like a ferocious beast to be feared, Qin said, halting her steps, her expression laden with displeasure. It was said that at the entrance of the Smoke Willow courtyard, a sign hung that read, "No entry from Madam Qin or dogs." Though she had not seen it with her own eyes, Being so reviled and likened to a dog filled her with a profound sense of humiliation, igniting a grudge against Qingzhi. Aside from this, Qingzhi basked in favor and possessed a substantial amount of silver to her name, allowing her to construct pavilions and small kitchens, as well as present gifts to the lady, the young master, and the young miss. No woman in the entire rear courtyard enjoyed a life as comfortable as hers. Observing this, and recalling her own arduous existence since entering the Marquis's residence, how could she not feel envy, especially now, as she found herself a woman without a future, a mere pawn in the Marquis's game, her life and that of her unborn child hanging by a thread. In contrast, her jealousy towards Yi was consuming. She longed to drag Yi down with her. Coincidentally, Yao Yinyin threatened her with secrets regarding her and the Marquis, compelling her to use her unborn child to bring Qingzhi low, framing her for plotting against the heir of the Marquis. Tempted, she readily acquiesced to Yao Yinyin's scheme, believing it would not conflict with the tasks assigned to her by the Marquis. A twofold gain. Before her demise, she intended to take as many down with her as possible, with Qingzhi being her prime target. How unfortunate it was that Qingzhi enjoyed such fortune, beloved by the Marquis, favored by the lady, and now even receiving the esteem of the matriarch. Initially, she had thought to approach Qingzhi, but the latter's demeanor was as forbidding as a venomous serpent, making it impossible for her to draw near. If you're a venomous beast, I might still have the chance to strike you down, but you are far more terrifying than a serpent or beast. Not only can I not strike, I cannot even touch you. If anything were to happen to your child, the blame would fall upon me, and I would be finished. It is too dreadful, Qingzhi remarked, fear evident on her face as she patted her chest, urging her, "What do you wish to say? Hurry up. Let us not waste each other's time. I have no leisure to feign sisterly affection with you." Qing's anger made her belly ache. How was Qingzhi like a hedgehog, leaving no room for approach? Realizing there was no opportunity for confrontation, Qing feigned congratulations on Qingzhi's favor from the matriarch and took her leave. "Madam, I can't shake the feeling that Madam Qing was deliberately trying to engage, as if harboring ill intentions," Ruei remarked, furrowing her brow as she watched Qing's retreating figure. "Keep her at bay. We must guard against her. If she is plotting mischief, it will only serve to entrap herself," Qingzhi replied coolly. Ruei and the others could not help but give their aunt a thumbs up. Perhaps it was the stimulation from a mid-autumn banquet during the day, but that night, Qingzhi found herself dreaming once more. This time, however, it was not a nightmare involving a scoundrel. Instead, she experienced a warm dream of being with family, enjoying the moon and sharing mooncakes. Although she could not distinctly see their faces, she recognized them as her parents, her brothers, sisters-in-law, and her nieces and nephews in the dream. A family engaged in light-hearted banter, their words imbued with mutual concern and playful teasing, creating an atmosphere of joy and liveliness. They later spoke of her forthcoming marriage and dowry, jesting about bestowing upon her the finest possessions from their household, reassuring her that if she faced difficulties in her new home, her brothers would stand by her side. This time, Qingzhi awoke in tears, no longer consumed by hatred, but rather overwhelmed with sorrow and longing for her family. "Madam, what troubles you? Did you have another nightmare?" In the stillness of the night, Chunyu, who was keeping watch, heard her sobs and abruptly awoke, rushing to her side. Seeing her tear-streaked face and sorrowful expression, she felt a pang of concern and quickly suggested, "Madam, perhaps we should beseech the Marquis to summon a physician for some calming medicine, as you have finished the last batch and are once again plagued by nightmares." Listening to Chunyu's words, Qingzhi gradually detached her emotions from the dream. "It's nothing. I won't take any more medicine. It's too bitter." She waved her hand dismissively and lay back down. "It's merely a nightmare. There is no need for alarm." "Madam, I can't shake the feeling that your dreams are different from others. While most forget their nightmares, your reactions are quite pronounced each time," Chunyu remarked, genuinely concerned. Unable to hold back, she continued, "Why don't we ask the madam or the marquis for permission for you to go out? We could visit the state monastery to pray and light incense, and perhaps obtain a talisman for protection against malevolent spirits." Ye Vingzi replied, You might as well find a high monk to chant scriptures and exorcise this malevolent spirit from me, once and for all. There is no need to trouble the Marquis and Madame over such trivial matters. There are pressing issues at court. With preparations for the Grand Young Master's autumn examination banquet and the anniversary memorial for Lady Lin. It's quite chaotic. I advise you all to refrain from going out unnecessarily. After firmly refusing, she once again instructed Chunyu and then turned to curl up under her blanket, seeking solace in sleep once more. When Qingzhi finally awoke again, her spirit remained low, languidly reclining on the imperial concubine couch, neglecting books, snacks, and even playful gossip with her maids, lost in a daze. Chunyu and Xiachan, noticing her despondent demeanor, exchanged worried glances, feeling compelled to inform the madam, suggesting that if the physician could not be summoned, perhaps the household doctor could take a look. Chunyu made her way to the Gue Xin courtyard. Upon arrival, she was surprised to find the Marquis present and hurriedly knelt to pay her respects. "What ails madam? Is there a matter at hand?" Zhang Jingyi inquired. The Marquis seldom visited, and even if they only discussed household affairs or matters concerning their children, Zhang Jingyi did not wish to be disturbed. However, with Chunyu seeking an audience regarding Qingzhi, an issue that piqued the Marquis's interest, Zhang Jingyi reluctantly permitted her to speak, though feeling a twinge of jealousy. After inquiring further, she glanced at Xiejin, who had also ceased reading to pay attention to Chunyu, clearly invested in the matter. The pang of jealousy deepened within her. "Your Excellency, Madam," Chunyu addressed them, "my lady had another nightmare last night, awakening in tears, and now sits in a daze, silent and lost. I am quite worried and wish to request that you summon a household doctor to attend to her." Upon hearing these words, Xiejin's gaze deepened, suppressing his impulse to immediately visit the smoky willow courtyard to check on Qingzhi. With her many troubles, no woman in the courtyard appeared as delicate as she did. Even a nightmare could leave her soul adrift. Xiejin coldly expressed his disdain. Chunyu trembled slightly, regretting her impulsive decision to come here. The matron had clearly instructed them not to burden the Marquis with such trivial matters. What if the Marquis deemed the matron's nightmares inauspicious and chose to neglect her? The thought of the matron falling out of favor would bring her to tears. Zhang Jingyi also looked at the Marquis in surprise, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, she overheard him express dissatisfaction with the ineffectiveness of Dr. Hu, contemplating a change of physician for Qingzhi. Zhang Jingyi thought to herself, as long as the Marquis is content. Chapter 50, A Death of the Spirit Yet. Xiejin still ventured to the Yanliuan. The thought of not going gnawed at him, as if he were ensnared by a hook, rendering him restless and uneasy. It would be far better to witness firsthand how that woman had lost her spirit, and whether she had become devoid of all charm. What a pity it would be if she were to fall ill and perish. He had not yet grown weary of this delicate flower. After experiencing a tumultuous wave of emotions, Chunyu followed the Lord back to the Yanlian, scarcely daring to breathe, fearing the Lord's capriciousness might lead him to change his mind. Upon arriving, Xiejin immediately spotted Qingzhi, languid and lost in thought upon her couch. He frowned, displeased by her lifeless demeanor. "Auntie, the Lord has arrived," as Ru knelt in greeting. She hastily reminded Qingzhi. When her words seemed ineffective, she anxiously tugged at Qingzhi's sleeve, finally rousing her from her stupor. "Greetings to the Lord." Qingzhi responded slowly, turning her gaze toward Xiejin with a bewildered blink, and then, after a moment's hesitation, she rose from the couch and properly bowed in respect. Xiejin observed her dazed, sluggish movements, his frown deepening. Taking 2 steps forward, he enveloped her in his embrace, pivoting to sit with her on the couch, pinching her cheek as he inquired, "What kind of nightmare have you experienced? Last time it was being poisoned. This time, have you had your soul ensnared? How does the Lord know that I have been haunted by nightmares? Shouldn't you be at court at this hour?" Qingzhi retorted. But then, realizing her own slow reaction, she glanced at Chunyu and the others who had taken liberty, her heart filled with discontent. Yet, she did not express her anger, merely offering further explanation to Xiejin. "My lord, I did not have a nightmare last night. I dreamt of celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival with my family. I have been yearning for my parents and brothers, which has cast a shadow upon my spirits. I fear I have troubled you with such trivialities, making you come and visit me. Is this pallid visage merely due to longing for your family? I had thought you truly lost your soul, Jin remarked, his skepticism evident. Alas, I genuinely miss my family, yet I cannot fathom why I suddenly feel so devoid of energy, as if everything has lost its meaning. Qingzhi sighed deeply, her melancholy sincere. Having endured a series of nightmares, she now found herself in a different dreamscape, one imbued with the warmth of familial affection, an atmosphere to which she was completely vulnerable. This shift overwhelmed her, and her emotions threatened to unravel. She longed for home, for her family from her past life. In a tragic twist of fate, she had perished in a car accident, leaving her parents to grieve for a child lost too soon. She could only imagine their sorrow. Thankfully, she was not an only child. She had a pair of twin brothers, both married, and her parents had already welcomed grandchildren. The presence of nieces and nephews would surely provide them some comfort. Otherwise, they would surely falter under the weight of grief. Yet, she too was the cherished princess of her family, doted upon by her parents and adored by her brothers, with kind sisters-in-law and beloved nieces and nephews. Alas, such thoughts were best left unthought. A sense of despair washed over her, leading her to contemplate the finality of death, perhaps to return and reunite with her parents. As for the tender scene of moon-gazing in her dreams, Qingzhi suspected it was not a memory of the original owner, but rather linked to Lin Qingwan. She recalled the words of Zhang Momo, who mentioned that although Lin Qingwan was the legitimate eldest daughter of the Annal Marquis, she had 5 elder brothers, 3 by birth and 2 by a different mother. However, the latter 2 had lost their mother and were raised under the care of the Marquis's wife, fostering a close relationship that resulted in their special affection for Lin Qingwan. Qingzhi pondered why she frequently dreamt of Lin Qingwan and why certain aspects of her life triggered her emotions. Upon waking that morning, a terrifying thought struck her. Could Lin Qingwan's soul have somehow merged with her own? The mere notion sent her into a state of shock, leaving her spirit diminished. How could it be that, upon starting her new role, her predecessor still lingered in her position, undermining her ability to work in peace? Whose territory was this, after all? With unclear responsibilities and undefined roles, it was a grave transgression in the workplace. In summary, overwhelmed by a myriad of distressing thoughts, Qingzhi felt an overwhelming desire to resign from her position, even if it led to dire consequences. She found it utterly pointless. Jin frowned, feeling particularly displeased. Since her arrival at the manor, apart from the incident where Yao Yinyin had pushed her into the water, no one had truly wronged her. If she had faced any injustice, she would have reacted immediately. Was her current distress due to being mistaken for Lin Qingwan and humiliated by the Pingnan Marquis? Qingzhi was aware of Xie Jin's discontent, yet her desire to resign overshadowed her willingness to serve him. In his anger, she chose to cry, indifferent to the consequences. "Stop crying," Xie Jin said, somewhat brusquely wiping her tears away, yet his words softened. "Your mother and brothers will arrive in the capital in 2 days. You shall see them then." Qingzhi's sobs momentarily subsided, but fresh tears streamed down her face. Though they were family, they were the original owneress kin, not hers. The prospect of meeting them filled her with awkwardness. She wasn't too sure how to connect with them. The weight in her heart only grew heavier, prompting her to cry anew. Is it because of yesterday's humiliation by the Pingnan Marquis? Xie Jin inquired again. Qingzhi paused in her weeping, then, through her sobs, replied, "He is the Pingnan Marquis, and I am but a lowly concubine. How could I expect him to apologize? Moreover, you defended me yesterday. I am grateful." Hearing her words, Xie Jin felt a surge of indignation. He recognized her tendency to be petty and hold grudges. Her declaration of contentment was clearly a falsehood. He resolved to confront the Pingnan Marquis at a later date, but chose not to voice his thoughts at that moment, as he too was irate about the previous day's events. However, upon being questioned by Xie Jin, Qingzhi found herself unable to continue crying. Her emotional outburst had waned. Suddenly, she felt an uncomfortable sensation below, as if something was surging forth. This feeling, her menstruation had arrived. Yet, she was still seated on the Marquis's lap, her clothing rather thin. Qingzhi instinctively covered her face in horror. This was mortifying, utterly shameful. No wonder her spirits were so low, both gloomy and irritable. When faced with setbacks at work, the thought of resigning emerged. It turned out that her menstrual cycle was approaching, exacerbating her emotional turmoil. Once Qingzhi discerned the cause of her sudden sensitivity, her mood settled significantly. Her mind regained its clarity. It seemed that in ancient times, a woman's menstrual period was regarded as impure, and men not only avoided the subject but also considered it inauspicious. Yet now, she might have inadvertently sullied the attire of the Lord with her menstrual blood. The thought was mortifying. She could potentially fall out of favor entirely. Did her impending menstruation wish to assist her in resigning? However, with her emotions now under control, the desire to resign dissipated, presenting a quandary. Qingzhi hastily attempted to free herself from Xie Jin's grasp, yet he held her firmly. "My lord, please let me down. My monthly visitor has arrived, and I risk staining your garments," she implored anxiously. At that moment, Chunyu and the others were struck with fear, dropping to their knees. Chapter 51. Is this the beginning of a rift with my lady? Xie Jin released Qingzhi, allowing her to rise, only to notice the stains of blood upon her backside. He glanced down at the crimson blotches upon his own brocade robe, momentarily rendered stiff with shock. Although he was accustomed to the sight of blood from interrogating prisoners, this particular woman's blood was a first. Xie Jin's expression soured considerably. "My lord, I beg your pardon for soiling your garments. Please exact punishment upon me," Qingzhi implored, her eyes reddened and glistening with tears, her face pallid, as she knelt and beseeched him in a hoarse voice. Her pitiful demeanor was heart-wrenching. "Quickly assist your lord in changing attire. Prepare water. He requires a bath." Ignoring Qingzhi, Xie Jin barked at Rui and the others with barely contained frustration. Rui and the others hastily scrambled to their feet, one of them supporting Qingzhi back to the room to clean her up, while the others prepared bathing essentials and fresh garments for Xie Jin. Xie Jin, shedding his outer robe, let fall to the ground. That garment could be burned without a second thought. There was no need for laundering. He then instructed Jin Bao to issue a gag order regarding today's events, declaring that anyone who dared to speak of it would face immediate execution. This was not an overreaction on Xie Jin's part. The ramifications of such news spreading could be distorted beyond recognition. Regardless of the narrative's evolution, it would only serve to bring disgrace, tarnishing Ye's reputation without any benefit. Furthermore, should rumors escalate too fervently, he might be compelled by societal norms to punish her, demoting her to a mere concubine. Then came the pressing dilemma. Would he continue to indulge her? To refrain would bring him discomfort, as he was undeniably attracted to her form and the myriad of delights she offered. He felt he had not yet had his fill. However, to continue his favor would paint him as a fool in the eyes of others, a man who favored a concubine over his wife, thus tarnishing his reputation. Since every option seemed detrimental, he resolved to extinguish this potentiality at its inception, not out of concern for Qingzhi, but for his own interests. Once Qingzhi was suitably cleaned up, she emerged from the room to seek Xie Jin once more for forgiveness. Having resolved not to resign, she could no longer evade the issue, despite the embarrassment weighing heavily upon her. "My lord, I am truly sorry." Qingzhi approached Xie Jin, her demeanor pitiful as she earnestly apologized once again. "You may punish me as you see fit. I willingly accept any retribution, but I beseech you not to let this incident cause you to disregard me henceforth." Xie Jin regarded her with a stern countenance, reluctant to engage in conversation. Qingzhi grasped the edge of his sleeve, tugging gently. Noticing him glance down, she swiftly adorned her face with a charming smile. Yet her tone remained serious as she asserted, "My body's natural functions are merely normal physiological phenomena. Those vile and ominous interpretations are truly nonsensical." Xie Jin, he had no desire to debate the propriety of her natural state. "Silence," he retorted, shaking off her grip as he proceeded to bathe. Qingzhi found herself genuinely perplexed by her lord's demeanor. Did he intend to dismiss her after all? Soon, she learned that the servants in the courtyard had been sworn to secrecy under a stringent edict. Any who dared to speak would face dire consequences. Qingzhi was momentarily taken aback before she couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared her superior not only intended to keep her in their good graces, but also aimed to shield her from the repercussions of today's events. Such a leader, willing to take the fall for her, was indeed commendable. Once her menstrual leave concluded, she vowed to work diligently to repay this kindness. After Xiejin had completed his bath, he departed from the Yanlu courtyard without lingering, having been too perturbed to engage in conversation with Qingzhi. He intended to impart a lesson. However, it was not long before the physician Wang, whom he had summoned, arrived. Although adept in various ailments, Wang was particularly skilled in gynecology, specializing in the health of women. Upon arrival, he took Qingzhi's pulse and declared her suffering from severe coldness in the uterus, warning that if not properly treated, it could lead to great difficulty in bearing children. He prescribed a multitude of remedies for her to take regularly. Qingzhi was puzzled. Wasn't he supposed to be providing her with soothing tonics? Yet, this body of hers experienced excruciating pain during her menstrual cycle, a torment she had already endured in the past. In her previous life, her periods were rather benign, merely causing mild discomfort. She barely paid them any mind. But now, the onset of cramping had begun, and the pain would only intensify tomorrow. Living in this ancient time, there were no ibuprofen or similar pain relievers to alleviate her suffering, rendering it all the more unbearable. The thought of enduring such torment monthly was overwhelming. She had heard that the coldness in her uterus was the culprit, prompting her to consider nurturing her health. Though she had no desire to conceive, she also wished to avoid the monthly agony. How vexing! Heeding the doctor's advice to avoid cold foods, Qingzhi recalled her indulgence in chilled fruits throughout the summer, realizing she had brought this discomfort upon herself. In her previous life, she had indulged in ice cream without consequence during her periods. How naive she had been. Oh, how frustrating. This body was indeed fair in appearance. Yet it harbored significant burdens. She was not the only outsider in this life, for there was also Lin Qingwan. The mere thought of her left Qingzhi breathless. She contemplated visiting the Xianghua temple to pray, seeking solace from a venerable monk, uncertain whether she was merely inviting trouble or if it might help quell her roommate's spirit and lessen her nightmares. When the anniversary of Lin Qingwan's passing approached, she resolved to burn more joss paper for her, perhaps even donate a longevity lamp at the temple. After all, her skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as various customs, were likely inherited from Lin Qingwan. It was essential to remember not only the nightmare she caused, but also the blessings she had bestowed. In the Guixin courtyard, Zhang Jingyi inquired of Granny Zhou, "How is Aunt Yi faring? Has the Marquis departed from her chamber?" The Marquis has left, but the happenings within the courtyard remain shrouded in mystery due to the Edict of Silence. All I know is that the Marquis departed in a changed attire, his countenance rather grim. Shortly after his departure, physician Wang arrived. Madame Zhou, with a stern expression, spoke up, "Madam, it is undoubtedly that concubine Yi has displeased the master. However, the master has imposed such a strict silence to protect concubine Yi wholeheartedly, even keeping it from you, which is a means of distancing himself from you. Madam, it seems the Marquis's affection for concubine Yi goes beyond mere fondness. You can no longer be so lenient with her." Zhang Jingyi tightened her grip on her handkerchief, her heart swelling with bitterness and suspicion. Even though concubine Yi had always behaved impeccably, treating her with respect, the fact that the Marquis dotes on her, providing her with confidence, and even going so far as to favor her over his legitimate wife, weighed heavily on Zhang Jingyi's mind. In that moment, she lost her inclination for anything else, furrowing her brow as she instructed Madame Zhou to summon concubine Yi. She needed to personally inquire what had transpired. If concubine Yi were to confide in her, she might still extend her previous leniency. However, if she were to conceal the truth, then all the declarations of loyalty she had previously made would become a mere jest. Madam, calling for concubine Yi at this juncture to set her up for failure may very well provoke the Marquis's disdain, Madame Zhou warned, her concern evident. Zhang Jingyi frowned, feeling an inner turmoil. Just then, a maid arrived to convey that Chunyu sought an audience. "Let her in," Zhang Jingyi commanded, her eyes brightening, her spirits lifted at the prospect. Chapter 52. Aunt Yi is indeed Lin Qingwan. As the spring rain entered the room, she first respectfully greeted Zhang Jingyi. Zhang Jingyi, feeling impatient, urged her to rise and, with a hint of anxiety, inquired what message Aunt Yi had sent. Madam, it is as follows. Just now, the Lord went to visit Aunt Yi, but she happened to arrive at an inopportune moment. Unaware, she leaned against the Lord, inadvertently soiling his garments, which displeased him greatly. Consequently, he issued a gag order, forbidding the servants from disseminating this matter. With her head bowed, Chunyu recounted the events succinctly. In truth, the maids believed that since the Lord had already imposed a silence, there was no need to inform the madam. After all, this was an exceedingly disgraceful incident. No matter how it was spun, it would reflect poorly on their Aunt Yi, who had shamelessly competed for favor and caused a scandal. If the madam became aware, she could justifiably wield her authority to reprimand Aunt Yi. However, Aunt Yi insisted on having this reported, declaring that such a matter could not be concealed from the madam, leaving Chunyu with no choice but to comply. Chunyu cautiously raised her gaze to glance at the madam, and upon noticing that she did not appear to be enraged, she felt a slight sense of relief. Zhang Jingyi, upon hearing this, was taken aback. So this was the situation. No wonder the Lord had issued a gag order. Indeed, it would tarnish his reputation. Upon learning the truth, her feelings towards Aunt Yi's voluntary disclosure became increasingly complicated. Aunt Yi had, as expected, not disappointed her. Even if merely for appearances, she had expressed her loyalty. Zhang Jingyi exhaled softly. Does your aunt have anything further to say? She inquired after a moment of silence. Chunyu nodded vigorously and hurriedly conveyed Aunt Yi's instructions, stating that while the matter was concealed from others to protect the Lord's reputation, it must not be hidden from the madam. For the madam and the Lord were one entity. The madam would only be more concerned about the Lord's standing and would wish for his well-being. Whatever punishment the madam deemed fit for Aunt Yi, she would accept, acknowledging her mistake in this affair. Aunt Yi further expressed her desire that the madam not misconstrue the Lord's gag order as a sign of estrangement. That was unequivocally untrue. My aunt has said that her peace in the inner quarters is thanks to your protection, madam. She harbors only the heart of a concubine and would never aspire to the position of the rightful mistress. Aunt Yi emphasized repeatedly that only a woman of noble birth, who is virtuous and submissive, deserves to be the mistress, and the Lord, being an astute and exceptional head of the household, would never indulge in romantic folly, favoring a concubine over his wife. Upon hearing Aunt Yi's fervent declarations of loyalty, Zhang Jingyi felt a profound sense of relief, and her previous grievances began to dissipate. She mused to herself how splendid it would be if all the concubines in the inner quarters possessed the same insight and skill in flattery as Aunt Yi. It would certainly ease her burdens. Alas, such talent is rare, and finding someone like Aunt Yi is indeed a challenge. Zhang Jingyi reaffirmed that Aunt Yi's favored status was far superior to that of other women. Recently, the Duke has been preoccupied with concubine Yi, causing the women in the rear courtyard to quiet down significantly. Even when disputes arise, they mostly aim their ire at concubine Yi. However, Zhang Jingyi, recalling Yi Qingzhi's vigilant defenses and her sharp tongue that spares no one, could not help but smile wryly. She truly resembled a hedgehog, making it difficult for anyone to approach her. Last night, she had heard about concubine Qin's ill-fated attempt at conversation, which ended poorly for her. Well, the lady is already aware of it. It would be best to allow concubine Yi to rest peacefully for the next few days, to regain her strength before attending to the Duke once more. Zhang Jingyi felt her spirits lift and smiled as she spoke. Regarding any punishment, naturally, there was none to be imposed. Chunyu respectfully acknowledged this and added, Madam, my mistress has one more request. She wishes to donate a longevity lamp to Lady Lin at Xianghua Temple and seeks your permission to visit there. However, if it is against the rules, she has stated she would refrain from going in person and ask that you arrange for it instead, assuring that the fund for the offering will be prepared by her. Zhang Jingyi was momentarily taken aback, frowning as she inquired, What prompted your mistress to donate a longevity lamp to Lady Lin? Chunyu replied, My mistress says that it is thanks to Lady Lin's blessings that she has gained the favor of the matriarch. She feels indebted to Lady Lin and wishes to repay this kindness. Otherwise, her heart shall remain unsettled. Let her go to Xiangwu Temple. But she must wait until her monthly cycle has passed before venturing out. Zhang Jingyi felt a stir of emotion. Pleased that concubine Yi could express such gratitude towards Lin Qingwan. Yet, she sensed that concubine Yi sometimes acted rather recklessly, so she made a point to remind her. Chunyu nodded in understanding and took her leave to return to the Yanlu courtyard. In the rear courtyard of the Pingnan Duke's residence, Zhao Xinlan, having recovered from a fright, found herself gravely ill after a night filled with nightmares, unable to find peace in her slumber. Her complexion was ashen, her eye sockets dark, bloodshot eyes betraying her distress, and her lips had taken on a bluish hue, presenting a rather alarming sight. "Madam, Granny Qin has returned." Her close maidservant offered her a sip of water before continuing. "Quickly, let her in." Zhao Xinlan's eyes brightened, her frail body gaining a semblance of strength as she eagerly awaited Granny Qin's entrance. "Granny, what have you discovered regarding concubine Yi? Tell me every detail, without omission." "Madam, there's indeed something peculiar about concubine Yi. It is said that prior to entering the Jiangyang Duke's residence, she once attempted to take her own life by hanging. After surviving, her temperament changed significantly. She who once refused to be a concubine now willingly accepts the role." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinlan's face filled with terror. She felt no further doubt. This concubine Yi must be the reincarnation of Lin Qingwan. The notion of borrowing a corpse to return to life may sound absurd, yet she had indeed heard of such things. A woman as disciplined and decorous as Lin Qingwan, willing to become a concubine for Xiejin, indicated that she was prepared to go to any lengths for revenge. Zhao Xinlan was filled with regret. She should not have reveled in her triumph, flaunting her schemes to Lin Qingwan just before her demise, mocking her for being so naive as to raise her son for so many years without awareness. Ultimately, she had driven Lin Qingwan to her grave. At that moment, she felt a sense of exhilaration upon witnessing Lin Qingwan choked with rage to the point of spitting blood. Yet now she was engulfed in deep regret. However, upon reflection, even if Lin Qingwan were to rise again, what of it? She was merely a lowly concubine now. When she was the lady of the Marquis, she could have easily brought about Lin Qingwan's demise. This time, it would be even simpler to ensure her death. "My lady, this concubine Yi is currently enjoying great favor. The Marquis of Jiangyang is particularly protective of her. I have also learned of an intriguing incident. Not long ago, the daughter of the Minister of Rights, driven by concubine Yao's desire for concubine Ye's life, could not find an opportunity to strike and instead targeted her maid, who was ultimately rescued. In light of this, concubine Yi boldly confronted concubine Yao, slapping her face and even binding her, displaying a truly ostentatious arrogance. Yet in the end, concubine Yi was merely punished to learn proper conduct, while concubine Yao was demoted to a lowly concubine. Zhao Xinlan was left in stunned silence, questioning whether this audacious and overbearing concubine Yi could truly be the Lin Qingwan known for her self-restraint and adherence to propriety. Chapter 53. Your face must be swollen, Qin Mama. Continue to investigate the affairs of concubine Yi. It is imperative that you ascertain her preferences, temperament, and habits. Ideally, we should be able to win over a maid or a matron from her courtyard, so that we may receive timely updates. Zhao Xinlan pondered for a moment, still uncertain whether concubine Yi was indeed Lin Qingwan, and then commanded in a low voice. Nevertheless, regardless of whether this concubine Yi was the resurrected Lin Qingwan, a grudge had already been formed between them. This was due to her meddlesome act of removing Zhang Mama's slave status, and her insidious complaints to the matriarch during such a significant occasion as the Mid-Autumn Festival, which led to her losing her authority as the housekeeper. Qin Mama assumed that the lady had someone watching concubine Yi because of the matter concerning Zhang Mama's authority. Thus, she harbored no doubts regarding her mistress's intentions. After Qin Mama departed, the second house's mistress, Jiang Ro, arrived accompanied by the steward Lu Mama from the inner courtyard. Jiang Ro had come to request the housekeeper's keys, account books, and the seal symbolizing the authority of the head housekeeper. Seemingly, the Marquis of Pingnan had forcibly stripped Zhao Xinlan of her authority the day prior. Since he had not taken another wife, and the old matriarch was too frail, the authority naturally fell to the second house. The second house was also of direct lineage. Yet the second master, Yin, had only mediocre academic prowess, barely passing the provincial examinations, and having failed the imperial examinations twice. He was now merely a sixth-rank errant official in the Ministry of Personnel. Though his position was lowly, he was sheltered by the great tree of the Marquis of Jiangyang's estate, and thus was not afraid of being oppressed in the bureaucratic realm. Second Mistress Jiang Ro, the legitimate daughter of the Earl of Changyang, found herself in a rather diminished state, which made her marriage to the second master of the Marquis, Yin, an equally matched union. 6 years prior, when Jiang Ro entered the household, Lin Qingwan was in good health and not confined to her bed. The two, being sisters-in-law, often interacted and shared pleasant conversations, fostering a strong bond. Among those who cared for Lin Qingwan and the Marquis of Jiangyang's estate, Jiang Ro undoubtedly ranked at the forefront. Hence, she held Zhao Xinlan in particularly low regard, frequently resorting to sarcasm whenever she encountered her. Now that she had the opportunity to manage the household, she was even less inclined to miss the chance to humiliate Zhao Xinlan. What did I say? It was never yours. No matter how you scheme, it will ultimately amount to naught. Jiang Ro smiled sweetly at the pallid Zhao Xinlan, feeling particularly gratified as she continued. You must have thought that after making my sister-in-law gravely ill and being elevated to the status of a legitimate wife, you would finally bask in the glory of being the Marquis's consort, It would be utterly laughable if you could fathom that upon her demise, my brother would suddenly awaken to his true feelings, realizing that he loved my sister-in-law. How absurd, indeed. Your face must be bruised from the blows of reality. From that moment on, Zhao Xinlan had become a source of ridicule among the highborn ladies. Zhao Xinlan, exposed so directly and insulted, felt her vision darken and trembled with rage. Indeed, who could have anticipated this? That upon Lin Qingwan's death, seemingly would come to clarity regarding his heart, spiraling into regret and seeking to make amends, desperately tracing the remnants of Lin Qingwan's past, unable to endure any disparagement aimed at her. Though she has ascended to the position of the Lady of the Marquis, wielding authority over the household, she has become nothing more than a figure of ridicule. After a decade of scheming, she finally attained this status. She believed that with Lin Qingwan's demise, she could rise to power, reclaim her son, and enjoy the joy of being called mother once more. She envisioned a blissful life with Xiemingli and her son, a harmonious family of 3. Yet, Xiemingli dealt her a crushing blow. What kind of life is she leading now? It is worse than that of a pig or a dog. Despite Lin Qingwan's death, she must still serve her memorial tablet with utmost care, burning incense and bowing daily. She can only engage Xiemingli in conversation by mentioning Lin Qingwan, always flattering and worshipping her memory. A single misstep in her words would provoke Xiemingלי's wrath, leading to scorn and disdain. Just one incident involving Zhang Momo was enough for Xiemingli to strip her of her managerial authority. If he were to uncover her clandestine deeds, Zhao Xinlan shivered with dread, vowing never to let Xiemingli find out. She has sacrificed so much and plotted for so long, even through tears and pain. She cannot let go of Xiemingli, nor abandon her position as Lady of the Marquis. At the Jiangyang Marquis's residence, in the Haidang courtyard, upon hearing that the Marquis not only permitted Yi Qingzhi to attend the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet, but also garnered the favor of the matriarch, Yao Yinyin was consumed with jealousy. How could all these fortunate events befall that wretched woman? Meanwhile, she remained confined, forced to transcribe scriptures. The stark contrast was maddening. Yao Yinyin felt compelled to take action. Otherwise, she could not endure another day. Momo, go find Madame Wang. Have her procure some venomous snakes, scorpions, and insects to throw into Ye's courtyard. Even if they do not bite or kill her, they must frighten her severely, Yao Yinyin declared with a malicious glint in her eye. Oh, dear, my lady, this is unacceptable, Momo Wang exclaimed, alarmed. Since the autumn examination concluded, I have approached Madame Wang twice, and she has been dismissive. She will not agree to your request. Yao Yinyin seethed inwardly, fully aware that her worth had diminished in Madame Wang's eyes since the conclusion of the examination. Yet, she possessed a more formidable leverage. She was confident that Madame Wang would heed her. Momo, go back to her and threaten her with the affair between the eldest master and concubine Qing. Demand that she comply with my orders, or I will make this scandal public. Momo Wang wished to offer further counsel, but upon meeting her mistress's frenzied gaze, she fell silent. Today marks the day of the autumn examination results. Not only the first branch, but also the matriarch sent servants to observe the announcement. And Zhang Jingyi dispatched her own messengers. The women of the household gathered in the Showan Hall, awaiting news. After an hour, several young servants burst in with exuberance, exclaiming that the eldest master had passed the examination. The eldest master had succeeded. Unable to enter the inner courtyard, the servants relayed the news through maids and matrons. The ladies of Shawantang were graced with smiles upon hearing the delightful news. He did it. He truly succeeded in the imperial examination. How many places did he secure? Madame Wang, brimming with joy, inquired eagerly. The young master ranked 17th. The maidservant joyfully reported. Excellent. Next spring's palace examination surely holds promise for him to achieve the title of Jinshi. Look at this. The matriarch interjected, delighted as she rewarded them with silver. Congratulations, sister-in-law. What a remarkable achievement from Ming Qing, bringing you great honor. Others joined in the chorus of congratulations. Zhang Jingyi also offered her well wishes with a smile, though inwardly she scoffed. Just 17th place. He is neither the top scholar nor among the top 3. What is there to celebrate? A minor slip in the upcoming examination could very well prevent him from attaining the Jinshi title altogether. She was acutely aware of the first house's desire for Xian Mingqing to inherit the title, and she wished to convey 2 words to them. No chance. For words, a pipe dream. The Lord has a legitimate son. Henceforth, only her son shall inherit the title. Chapter 54. The resigned descendants, Madame Wang, having taken her leave from the old matriarch, returned to her courtyard with a beaming smile, rewarding her servants with a silver coin each. In an instant, the air was filled with auspicious words of congratulations, enveloping the courtyard in a festive ambience. Once inside, Madame Wang savored a comforting sip of tea as she contemplated organizing a grand banquet for her son. After all, the expenses would be covered by the family treasury, and this banquet was to be extravagant, serving as a platform to bolster her family's standing in anticipation of future titles. However, shortly thereafter, a maid arrived to announce that Granny Wang requested an audience. Madame Wang furrowed her brow, initially inclined to decline the visit, but ultimately relented, wary of appearing overly dismissive. Yet, to her astonishment, Granny Wang wasted no time on pleasantries and struck with a revelation that left Madame Wang utterly stunned. How dare you speak so recklessly? Madame Wang exclaimed, her mind buzzing with disbelief as she processed the scandalous affair involving her husband and concubine Qing. The room swayed before her, threatening to engulf her in darkness as she struggled to maintain her composure. It was true, undeniably true. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to confront her husband, her heart racing with fury. How could he engage in such shameless behavior? The potential consequences if Xie Jin were to discover this. Drawing a deep breath, Madame Wang endeavored to regain her composure, addressing Granny Wang with steely resolve. Very well, I understand. Let your mistress prepare for what is to come. She shall not be disappointed. But regarding her claims, rest assured, she will remain tight-lipped. Granny Wang responded softly before taking her leave. Fetch my husband, immediately. Madame Wang commanded through clenched teeth, her voice trembling with indignation. An hour later, Master Xiaolin returned to the residence, his demeanor radiant, buoyed by his son's recent academic success. He assumed his wife's summons was due to this joyous occasion. However, upon entering their chamber and witnessing her darkened countenance, he sensed something was amiss. What troubles you? Xiaolin inquired. What is the nature of your relationship with concubine Qing? Madame Wang demanded, her eyes aflame with fury. A chill ran down Xiaolin's spine, and his legs wavered slightly as he took a seat, asking, How did you come to know? You believe you have concealed it well, yet the threat looms at our doorstep. Madame Wang thundered, her wrath boiling over. If this scandal erupts, Our son's promising future will be tarnished by the indiscretions of a father entangled with his brother's concubine. After all, she is merely a concubine, a fleeting dalliance. Xia Lin retorted defiantly. Yet what of the child she bears? Is it not yours? Madame Wang pressed further. Xia Lin nodded, a hint of smugness creeping into his demeanor. The thought of having fathered a child with Xie Jin's concubine ignited within him a twisted sense of vindication against Xie Jin. Xie Jin, the commander of the Jinyue, undoubtedly has countless spies at his disposal. Do you truly believe you can keep this from him indefinitely? Madame Wang reprimanded sternly, insisting that you must sever all ties with concubine Qin, forbidding any further meetings, not even once. Fine, I understand. Xia Lin nodded impatiently, then coldly declared that Yao Yinyin cannot be allowed to remain. We must find a way to eliminate her. Do I really need to tell you this? Madame Wang retorted irritably. Not only that Yao Yinyin, but also concubine Qin. Neither can be left unaddressed. In the Yinyin courtyard, Madam, I bring splendid news. Rui exclaimed joyfully as she rushed in, approaching the bed with sparkling eyes. Madam, young Master Song has truly achieved the top rank in the provincial examination. It's really him. Haha, I heard that some noble families nearly tore each other apart to secure him, and he narrowly escaped their clutches by proclaiming he was already married. That scene must have been quite amusing. Alas, I missed it. Upon hearing this, Qingzhi smiled at the thought of the spectacle and lazily commanded, That's excellent. I did not misjudge him this time. My 1,000 taels will transform into 8,000. When you receive the silver, take 2,000 taels to young Master Song and inform him that the funds I previously provided for his examination need not be repaid. I have already profited sufficiently from him. Madam, you are indeed generous, giving away so much at once. Rui remarked, gazing at her in admiration. Is 2,000 taels too extravagant for a future top scholar? Qingzhi frowned, not due to Rui's words, but because of a twinge of discomfort in her abdomen. How burdensome these days can be. So vexing, she muttered, pressing on the makeshift hot water bag against her stomach, finding slight relief from the pain. Indeed, with young Master Song's talent, he is bound to secure the top position next year. Rui replied cheerfully. Madam, the lady and the eldest and third young masters have already arrived in the capital today. Aren't you eager to see them? In a couple of days, we could visit the Xianghua temple to pay our respects and send a message for them to join us. We could meet there. Very well, you may send a message. Qingzhi nodded, contemplating the necessity of the meeting, even though it might be somewhat awkward, as she felt little emotional connection to the original matriarch's family. Rui, noticing the madam's lack of enthusiasm, was puzzled but chose not to dwell on it. Instead, she continued, Madam, can you guess how many ranks Chun Yuankai achieved in the examinations? Her tone was laced with schadenfreude. Last place. Yingzi Gisa disinterestedly. It surely can't be very high. Madam is astute. He is not in last place, but he is quite close. He ranked third from the bottom. Rui exclaimed with gleaming eyes. I heard that before the examination, the second miss boldly declared that Chun Yuankai would achieve the top rank, belittling those scholars who could not recognize true talent. But now that the list has been released, seeing him in third from the bottom has sent those scholars into fits of laughter. There exists a malevolent individual who has taken it upon themselves to rally several young beggars, vociferously proclaiming such matters, thereby subjecting Chun Yuankai to humiliation, to the extent that he dares not even venture out of the inn's entrance. As Qingzhi contemplates this scene, she feels a suffocating sense of sympathy for Chun Yuankai. This is indeed the pinnacle of social demise intertwined with a tragic elevation. The arrogant fools, Yingxue and Chun Yuankai, require no intervention from her. They're effectively orchestrating their own downfall. My lady, the news of the Gu family's son-in-law's shattered dreams has reached her. The only way to rescue Yingxue from her incarceration is for her to heed the lady's counsel and voluntarily renounce her position. Rui gives a thumbs up to Qingzhi, exclaiming, Annie, your foresight is truly remarkable. Every step has been masterfully calculated and executed. Qingzhi responds, Please, no need for flattery. I merely went with the flow. Chapter 55. Aunt Yi is quite the charmer and one of the eldest young master in that estate. Has he succeeded in his examination? Qingzhi inquired thoughtfully. Indeed, he has achieved a commendable rank, placing 17th on the list. As I made my way from the front courtyard, the joyous tidings were being celebrated with great fanfare, replied Rui. Upon hearing this, Qingzhi pondered, recognizing the eldest young master possesses genuine talent and learning. Although his position is merely above average for a scion of a noble family, it is quite impressive. With the guidance of a renowned tutor and a fervent effort in the final months, he could certainly excel in the upcoming imperial examination in the spring, securing a place as a successful candidate. Should he perform exceptionally well, and with his noble lineage and the emperor's favor during the palace examination, it is not beyond possibility for him to be among the top 3. In summary, his future is bright, and prospects are promising. However, this promising young master poses the greatest competition for their own young master in inheriting the title. The madam must surely be somewhat troubled by this matter. It would be difficult not to be concerned. After all, if the eldest young master achieves the title of Jinshi next year and embarks on a political career, the fortunes of the main branch will surely flourish. Among this generation, the eldest young master, Xie Mingqing, holds the advantage of being the legitimate heir with a bright future, thus increasing the calls for his succession. Rui, cease your efforts to procure delightful treats and amusements for the young master. I recall that within my dowry, there exists a fine set of ink and brush, as well as an exquisite copybook. Please deliver these to the madam shortly, stated Qingzhi with a serious demeanor. In light of this, she must also adjust her approach to gift-giving. Previously, offering novel toys to please the young master was harmless. He enjoyed them, and the madam was pleased in turn. However, once the madam begins to focus on the young master's academic performance and encourages diligent study, presenting frivolous items will no longer be seen as a thoughtful gift, but rather a misguided attempt to foster resentment. Not only will the madam fail to appreciate your goodwill, but she may also suspect you of leading the young master astray towards a life of indulgence, which could render you unwelcome. Gifting, particularly to those in positions of authority, is best conducted proactively rather than reactively when seeking favors. One must consistently cultivate the relationship. Therefore, when gifts are to be given, they should reflect careful consideration, not mere expense. The aim is to resonate with the recipient, flatter them appropriately, and thus ensure they remember your kindness. After a moment's reflection, Rui concurred with the aunt's reasoning and responded, the young master is undoubtedly gifted and will excel in his studies. Speaking of which, I recall another matter. The young master adopted by Lady Lin from the Pingnan Marquis entered the child's scholar examination at the age of 9 and secured first place. Despite his tender years, he not only excels in the 4 books and 5 classics, but also possesses remarkable insight and crafts exceptional essays, earning him the title of child prodigy. It is said he is preparing to sit for the scholar examination this year, and with just over a month remaining, he is certain to succeed, perhaps even as the top candidate. Is that child by the name of Xie Xiuhan? Qingzhi inquired. Indeed. And is there an issue? Rui asked. No, nothing at all. Qingzhi dismissed her inner turmoil with a shake of her head. She recalls her first nightmare, which must have been during Lin Qingwan's final moments. She had summoned a servant to call for the young master, presumably the adopted Xie Xiuhan, yet despite several calls, he never arrived. Even when it came to bidding farewell to Lin Qingwan, his biological mother, he was unwilling to attend. No matter how gifted he may be, he is still a heartless wretch, unlikable in every regard. In Guixin courtyard, today the young master Xie Mingyu returned from school, only to be summoned into the room by Zhang Jingyi. She meticulously inquired about his studies, asking what the teacher had taught, whether he understood, and what assignments had been assigned. Her questions were far more detailed than those posed previously. Whenever Xie Mingyu struggled to respond, Zhang Jingyi couldn't help but furrow her brow, her expression darkening, which instilled a sense of fear in him. At that moment, a maid arrived to announce that Rui wished to see him, stating that Aunt Yi had sent her to deliver something to the young master. What delightful surprise awaits! Xie Mingyu's eyes lit up, brimming with excitement. Zhang Jingyi's brow furrowed once more, filled with discontent. She contemplated reprimanding Aunt Yi, for she could not allow her to send such frivolous toys to Mingyu any longer. Upon entering the room, Rui respectfully presented the gift box to Granny Zhou and knelt, saying, I have come on behalf of Aunt Yi to present the young master with a set of writing materials and a calligraphy book. She wishes that once the young master's calligraphy begins to take shape, he would grace her with a piece of his artwork to hang on the wall. Aunt Yi believes that seeing it daily will help her conceive a child as intelligent as the young master. Rui's face flushed as she spoke, finding it somewhat difficult to articulate. Truly, Aunt Yi could flatter the young master in such an exquisite manner. Is it truly so? Can my writing hold such significance? Siam Mingyu exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder and charm. Indeed, it is true, Rui asserted with certainty. Aunt Yi said it is through constant exposure and nurturing that one develops a certain power of thought. Siam Mingyu beamed, suddenly feeling quite extraordinary. However, given his current clumsy handwriting, he felt it was unworthy of display. Mother, I shall practice my calligraphy at once, he declared, filled with motivation, turning to Zhang Jingyi. Go on, Zhang Jingyi replied with a smile, gesturing for Granny Zhou to have the gifts carried by the young master as personal attendant, to be put to use upon their return. Rui, having delivered the gifts, took her leave, adhering to Aunt Ye's instructions, not uttering a word of self-congratulation. Granny, if anyone is truly considerate, it is Aunt Yi, Zhang Jingyi remarked, unable to contain a smile directed towards Granny Zhou. Granny Zhou found herself at a loss for words, only able to comment on how adept Aunt Yi was at charming others. Not only did the Marquis protect her with unwavering loyalty, but the lady also praised her whenever she was mentioned. In recent days, Aunt Qian had frequently sought an audience, bringing along handmade lip balm, handkerchiefs, and other trifles. She lavished attention on the lady, even insisting on personally styling her hair. However, the lady found these gestures tiresome, feeling that Aunt Qian was intruding upon her time to work or rest. A few days after Aunt Qian's arrival, the mistress became reluctant to see her. How vexing! In contrast, Aunt Yi, with just a few coins and thoughtful gifts, has managed to ingratiate herself without any effort at all. And yet the mistress holds her in high regard. Nurse, I find Aunt Ye's methods of charming the children to be refreshingly unique. It appears that Mingyu not only does not resent her, but seems rather eager. My usual strictness has only bred resistance in Mingyu, making her increasingly reluctant to practice her calligraphy and study. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Jingyi lamented, I must learn from her. Aunt Yi is truly astute, especially gifted in the art of persuasion. She should take the time to lower her pride and seek counsel from her. Nurse Zhou, O mistress, she is not merely your intimate friend, but rather a concubine of the household. Chapter 56. The withered tree meets spring outside the Duke's residence. Chen Yuankai could no longer find solace in the inn. The establishment was teeming with patrons, and even cocooned in his blanket. He could hear the raucous laughter and spirited conversations outside. They spoke of who had achieved success in the imperial examinations, exchanged congratulations, and erupted in hearty laughter as if they had just heard the most amusing jest. Each bout of laughter pierced his heart, leaving him feeling as though the world was mocking him, tightening the grip of shame and discomfort within him. A bitter resentment began to brew within Chen Yuankai. He loathed Yingxue for bringing him to such a disgraceful state. Had she not so fervently assured him that he would surely achieve the highest honors? He would not be enduring such public humiliation now. Initially, he had merely aspired to become a successful candidate. Achieving the rank of scholar would have elevated his status, commanding respect from merchants and even courtesy from minor officials. Instead, he found himself in a position where, despite having passed the examinations, he was treated like a pariah, derided and scorned by all. It was all Yi Yingshue's fault. That wretched woman had ruined him. In the capital, there was no refuge left for him. Yet before his departure, he resolved to sever ties with her, to rid himself of her once and for all. No, that was not right. He could not simply break the engagement. That would only benefit that vile woman. He intended to marry her, only to torment her slowly. At the Yi residence, following the announcement of the examination results, Chen Yuankai was consumed by shame and fury, directing his wrath towards Yingxue. Gu Man was utterly stunned. The son-in-law she had longed for, the top scholar, had instead placed third from the bottom. This revelation nearly drove her mad. What would become of her beloved Yingxue? Was she now forced to humiliate herself by requesting a divorce, thereby allowing that wretched Qingzhi to gloat? Qingzhi had not fallen from favor. Rumors indicated that she had captured the attention of the esteemed elder during the mid-autumn banquet at the duke's residence. The master of the house, upon hearing this news, was elated, practically floating with joy, his smile unyielding. For days, Gu Man had relied on the anticipation of Chun Yuankai's success to sustain her hopes. But now that support had crumbled, leaving her feeling as though the sky had fallen. Even more despairing for Gu Man was the arrival of Yi Qingzhi's mother, Mu Nianxiu, along with her elder brother Yi Junfeng and younger brother Yi Junyi, just on the day of the announcement. This left her with no choice but to make a swift decision, even if she did not voluntarily seek a divorce. The momentum behind Yi Qingzhi would likely compel her husband to elevate Mu Nianxiu to a position of prominence. Weighing her options, Gu Man rushed over to them as they settled down for tea, tears streaming down her face. "Sister, you have finally arrived. The master and I have been eagerly awaiting you." Her sobs halted abruptly as she beheld the woman before her. The lady appeared beautiful, exuding a serene and gentle demeanor, radiating an aura of tranquility and detachment from worldly concerns. Was this truly the same Mu Nianxiu, once perceived as dull and timid? She had been confined in the ancestral hall for so many years. Why had she not transformed into a lifeless old crone? Instead, she exuded a tranquil charm reminiscent of ancient lamps and Buddha. Gu Man, momentarily struck dumb, forgot her purpose for visiting as she beheld Mu Nianxiu, consumed by overwhelming jealousy. Mu Nianxiu merely nodded subtly at Gu Man, neither harboring resentment nor feigning intimacy. This air of indifference only served to elevate her stature, embodying both the ethereal and the divine. It was not just Gu Man who was rendered speechless. Yi Yongyuan, too, found himself taken aback by the presence of his original wife. However, being a man, his astonishment was soon replaced by admiration. Witnessing Mu Nianxiu in such a state caused his heart to race, and he felt himself drawn to her. As Gu Man rushed in, frantically and chaotically, Yi Yongyuan's displeasure grew. He frowned and admonished her, crying and creating a ruckus. "This is utterly unbecoming. If there is nothing of import, depart at once and do not disturb Nianxiu's tranquility." Upon hearing his affectionate mention of Mu Nianxiu and seeing the fervent glances he cast her way, Gu Man's heart filled with resentment. How dare this little wretch gain favor through her beauty, and now this old crone seemed to have found her springtime again. Vying for affection? "Oh, my lord, upon learning of my sister's return, I realize I am unworthy to occupy the position of wife and humbly request to withdraw from this role." Yi Yongyuan was well aware of her scheming and understood that Chun Yuankai was of little use. Although he had passed the imperial examination, he held no hopes of advancing further, forcing Gu Man into such a predicament. However, with his daughter Yi Qingzhi flourishing and Mu Nianxiu now captivating him anew, he was inclined to go along with the current. "Very well, your realization is commendable. I shall send someone to handle matters with Ing Shue and arrange for her early release." In their merchant household, there were no rigid protocols or the need to involve clan members in decisions about discarding a wife or appointing a primary spouse. It was merely a matter of his declaration. "My lord, are you serious?" Mu Nianxiu inquired, her expression one of surprise, her beautiful eyes widening slightly. In her youth, Mu Nianxiu had been an extraordinary beauty. Otherwise, she would not have borne a daughter as lovely as Yi Qingzhi. Yet, her gentle disposition and somewhat dull approach to affairs lacked the cunning of Gu Man 10 years prior. Mu Nianxiu had fallen victim to Gu Man's schemes, becoming embroiled in false accusations regarding her offspring, leading Yi Yongyuan to cast her aside and confine her to the ancestral hall. After a decade of vegetarianism and reciting Buddhist texts, her days were serene, free from labor, and her inherently simple mind prevented her from aging prematurely, instead bestowing upon her a quiet, elegant beauty. Had it not been for Yi Qingzhi's sudden rise, Yi Yongyuan might have almost forgotten his original wife. Upon seeing her today, the sense of awe lingered, and he found himself increasingly enchanted by Mu Nianxiu's newfound grace and elegance. "It is indeed true," Yi Yongyuan said gently, smiling at Mu Nianxiu. "I previously wronged you. I apologize. I hope you can forgive me, and from now on, you shall take on the role of the head matriarch." Moon Yinxiu quickly expressed her unworthiness, bowing her head in a manner both obedient and graceful, accompanied by the faint scent of sandalwood, which stirred Yi Yongyuan's heart with an uncontainable yearning. He averted his gaze and turned to his elder son, who sat in a wheelchair, as well as his younger son. Speaking gently, "You have traveled a long way. Please return to the courtyard to freshen up and rest. We can discuss matters later this evening." "Yes, father," they replied in unison, ignoring Guman, who was still sobbing beside them. Yi Yongyuan had intended to personally escort Moon Yinxiu back to the courtyard, hoping to cultivate a closer bond. However, Guman, in tears, clutched at his sleeve, expressing a desire to speak with him. Yi Yongyuan furrowed his brow, compelled to remain behind and watch as Moon Yinxiu and the others departed. On the path to the backyard, Moon Yinxiu gently furrowed her brow, unable to suppress her worry as she remarked, "I wonder when I will have the chance to see Qingzhi again. I also worry about how she is faring in the Ho residence." Chapter 57. Only uniqueness can leave a lasting impression in the future. There will be opportunities to meet again. There is no need for mother to worry. My sister will undoubtedly thrive in the Duke's residence. Without her support, we would not have been brought to the capital by father, Yi Junfeng gently reassured. Throughout the journey, he had offered such comfort numerous times, yet Moon Yinxiu remained anxious. It was only upon distinctly sensing the shift in Yi Yongyuan's demeanor that she realized things had indeed changed. "I lack intelligence. I was unable to protect you in the past, and I owe you both an apology. From now on." Moon Yinxiu could not suppress her desire to express her intention to learn how to be a competent matriarch, to provide support for her children. Although she was utterly bewildered and had lost track of what a matriarch should do, for the sake of her children, she possessed a heart eager to learn and improve. "Mother, it is best if you remain as you are, focusing on your spiritual practices and leaving worldly matters aside." Yi Junfeng interrupted her lofty aspirations with unwavering determination. "Is it truly unnecessary to concern myself? Will father bear any resentment?" Moon Yinxiu's beautiful eyes, clear yet perplexed, further accentuated her ethereal and detached essence. Yi Junfeng smiled and shook his head, assuring her once more that there would be no blame, and that she was doing wonderfully as she was. Yi Junyi also chimed in, stating, "Mother, you witnessed father's attitude just now. He clearly prefers you in your current state. I have aged, and yet he finds it more appealing." Moon Yinxiu furrowed her brow, unable to comprehend. The thought of serving men, in addition to managing the household, did not sit well with her. She had grown accustomed to a solitary existence, and the sudden expectation to attend to a man and engage in the rituals of propriety filled her with reluctance. Yi Junfeng and Yi Junyi exchanged a glance, both recognizing the sense of helplessness in each other's eyes, yet neither spoke further. Discussions of preference and aversion were not something sons could openly express, even if they held certain sentiments. They understood that after years of dedicating herself to spiritual practices, Moon Yinxiu had developed an ethereal grace and purity, setting her apart from the vast majority of women in the world. Only uniqueness can leave a lasting impression. If mother were to adopt the ostentatious adornments of other women, engaging in petty rivalries over her husband and managing trivial affairs, she would inevitably fall into the mundane, which would be rather uninteresting. Very well, Moon Yinxiu chose not to insist further, focusing on spiritual practices, remaining detached, and avoiding mental exertion were her greatest joys and strengths. At the evening banquet to welcome guests, Guman chose not to attend, feeling disheartened and unwilling to face the envy-inducing visage of Moon Yinxiu. Yi Yongyuan gazed at Moon Yinxiu with a heart full of warmth and joy. After further instructing his eldest and youngest sons, he discovered their keen intellect in business matters, which only heightened his delight. Incredibly, the eldest and the youngest surpassed the second. The second was Yi Junxian. Born of Guman, Yi Yongyuan felt a twinge of regret. For so many years, he had not shown sufficient concern for Moon Yinxiu and her 3 children, allowing Guman to undermine them without realizing their exceptional capabilities to support the Yi family. It was all the fault of that wretched concubine, Guman, who was adept at deception, keeping him in the dark. After dining, Yi Yongyuan escorted Mu Ningxiu back to her chamber, embracing her with an eagerness to proceed to the bed. "My esteemed lord, I am not yet prepared for such indulgences," Mu Ningxiu protested, her delicate brows furrowing in discomfort as she gently pushed him away. The stench of alcohol emanating from him made her feel nauseous, prompting her to evade his advances. Upon hearing her words, Yi Yingyuan's intoxication diminished considerably, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Yet, upon observing her ethereal beauty, he recognized his own impatience had crossed the line. "Ningxiu, then I shall allow you to rest this evening, and in a few days, I will return to your quarters," Yi Yongyuan declared. A sigh of relief escaped Mu Ningxiu as she bid him farewell, feeling troubled as she sat upon her bed. Soon after, she grasped her prayer beads and, as was her custom, began to quietly recite Buddhist scriptures, casting her worries aside. 2 days later, at the Marquis' residence, Qingzhi finally felt liberated from her discomfort. Her pains had subsided, and she felt rejuvenated once more. The servants of the Yinlu courtyard also sensed the cessation of the rain, and with the sun shining, they too felt revitalized. They were relieved to no longer witness their mistress's despondent state, which had stirred both empathy and concern within them. The last time the Marquis departed, he had done so in a fit of anger, and they feared that their mistress had truly fallen from favor. Now that her malaise had passed, it was time to contemplate resuming her duties and vying for the Marquis' affection. Before Qingzhi could announce her return to work, her eager staff was already poised to assist her in achieving remarkable results. "Madam, I have crafted several garments based on your previous designs. Do you find them satisfactory?" Xiaochan presented a selection of brand new outfits to Qingzhi. "Madam, the 8,000 taels won by the Marquis have yet to be delivered. Shall we seize this opportunity to invite him over?" Rui proposed eagerly. "Madam, the kitchen has devised a new spicy and refreshing dish that the Marquis is sure to enjoy. Shall we send it to him?" Chunyu added. Leading such a motivated and harmonious team, Qingzhi felt compelled to devote herself to her duties without distraction. "Rui, please gather information on the Marquis' whereabouts. Is he at the residence?" Qingzhi instructed. Rui promptly replied with a smile, "Madam, I just inquired, and the Marquis is enjoying a day of leisure today, remaining in the back courtyard study." "Excellent. Here's a silver tael for you. A commendable employee. You took the initiative without needing direction," Qingzhi praised. "Chunyu, prepare my attire. Instruct the kitchen to prepare the new dish, and I shall personally deliver it to the Marquis." After her previous confrontation with her superior, which had left her in an awkward position, it was imperative for her to apologize and reaffirm her loyalty. Presenting herself at his door would convey sincerity far better than waiting for him to seek her out. Qingzhi glanced at the sundial in the courtyard, estimating that by the time she was ready, it would be nearly the third watch of the evening, just in time for dinner. Delivering a dish to the Marquis while sharing a meal together would provide an excellent opportunity for a post-dinner stroll, benefiting both their physical and mental well-being. Outside the study, Jean Bao's eyes sparkled upon seeing Qingzhi accompanied by a group of maidservants. He promptly approached her to pay his respects, greeting her as Aunt Yi. "Has the Lord had his dinner yet? I've concocted a new dish in my little kitchen and brought it for him to taste." Qingzhi replied with a smile, adding, "I would appreciate it if you could convey this to the Lord." Upon saying this, Rui immediately handed a golden bean to Jean Bao, who accepted it with a grin and hurried to the study to deliver the message. When Jin learned that Qingzhi had sought him out and brought food, he chuckled softly and invited her in, instructing Jean Bao to set the table. After receiving Jean Bao's announcement, Qingzhi approached the study and knocked gently on the door. Once granted entry, she lowered her head respectfully and greeted him softly. "This humble servant pays her respects to the Lord." After lying down for several days, "You seem to have lost even more weight," Jin remarked, observing her delicate features and noting that her cheeks lacked their previous plumpness. "Your complexion does not appear as rosy as before." Upon hearing this, Qingzhi seized the opportunity to draw closer to him, her eyes welling with tears as she leaned against his arm, lamenting, "These past few days, I've been drinking bitter medicine daily. My stomach aches, and I have no appetite at all. If you don't believe me, you can taste it yourself. I feel as though I'm suffused with bitterness." As she spoke, Qingzhi stood on her tiptoes, wrapping her arms around his neck and offering her lips for him to sample the bitterness she claimed to possess. After they parted, her cheeks flushed, and she stubbornly asked him if she truly tasted bitter. Jin, with a hint of annoyance, pinched her cheek, unable to discern any bitterness, yet feeling his irritation dissipate. "You little vixen, always so adept at enticing others." Suddenly, he lifted her and placed her on the desk, ready to indulge in her. Qingzhi quickly stopped him, her face flushed with embarrassment as she shook her head, saying, "My lord, this is the study. If we were to do this here, people would surely accuse me of shamelessly seducing you and engaging in scandalous behavior. You would have to issue a gag order. How troublesome. When did you ever care about your reputation? It's either people calling you a vixen or praising you," Jin retorted, using her own words against her. "I may not care for my own reputation, but I certainly care about yours," Qingzhi said, leaning in to embrace him tenderly, her voice filled with affection. "Last time, when I stained your clothes, you did not scold me, but rather protected me wholeheartedly. I was so moved, I no longer wished to embarrass you or cause you trouble." Seizing this moment, she realized it was time to cultivate an image of someone who was deeply affectionate yet obedient and sensible, rather than merely a flirtatious little enchantress. Men, after all, relish being adored passionately, while also appreciating a partner who is docile and patient, awaiting their affection and favor. Chapter 58. Sweet words flow freely. Qingzhi's gentle demeanor and the affection evident in her eyes undeniably delighted Jin. He was not in a hurry to create a scene in the study. Instead, he tidied her clothing and hair before they departed to enjoy dinner in the main hall. In gratitude for her superior's prior kindness, Qingzhi was particularly warm towards Jin, resulting in a rather lively meal. After dining, they retreated to the bed to engage in post-dinner activities. Afterward, Qingzhi, breathless and fatigued, felt her stamina waning, unable to keep pace with Jin's vigor. She resolved to practice upon returning, determined not to diminish her core capabilities. Jin, on the other hand, was quite satisfied, relishing the tranquility of the moment. "My lord, I wish to request a favor," Qingzhi said, breathily. "The day after tomorrow, I would like to visit Xingwu Temple to light incense and seek a talisman for peace, hoping to lessen my nightmares. I also wish to donate a longevity lamp to Madame Lin and visit my mother and family." Although Qingzhi believed that Jin was already aware of her intentions, she felt compelled to articulate them, wishing to appear obedient and considerate without concealing anything from him. Jin responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, granting her request. "Thank you, my lord. While I am away, I fear encountering unforeseen circumstances, so I kindly ask you to assign more guards for my protection." Qingzhi turned towards him, drawing closer, and playfully added, "My life rests in your hands, so you must take care of me." Jin couldn't help but chuckle as he pinched her cheek, finding joy in her playful demeanor. He teased her, saying, "I have never encountered anyone as fearful of death as you. You constantly lament not wanting to die young, yet you indulge in mischief. In truth, you seem a tad spoiled by affection. If I were to die, I would no longer see you, my lord. I could never bear that," Qingzhi replied, her words flowing effortlessly, devoid of deep emotion. It was merely a performance. Sincerity was unnecessary, as long as her persona remained intact. Jin scoffed softly, harboring doubts about Qingzhi's genuine feelings, yet he cared little for it. Once a woman becomes emotionally invested, lost in love yet unmoved by a man's power, that is when the real trouble begins. After indulging in each other as company for a while, Qingzhi grew drowsy. When a suggestion arose to return to the Yinlu courtyard, she felt reluctant to move. "My lord, may I sleep here tonight?" she asked, leaning against him, her weariness evident. Jin had no intention of sending her away, readily agreeing, "Sleep well." "My lord, you are truly kind," Qingzhi said, nuzzling his arm and unable to suppress a smile. She was not particular about her sleeping arrangements and quickly drifted off. However, not long after, a commotion erupted outside, followed by urgent knocking at the door. Jin Bao's anxious voice called out that there was trouble. Startled from her slumber, Qingzhi, still groggy, saw that Jin had already donned his clothes and was opening the door. Upon seeing him, Jin Bao immediately began to report, "My lord, many venomous snakes and insects have been thrown into the courtyard where the concubines reside, particularly in the Haitang courtyard. Concubine Qin has been bitten by the creatures and, in her fright, has threatened her pregnancy. She has already summoned the house doctor for assistance. In the Haitang courtyard, Aunt Yao has been bitten by a venomous snake and is now in a state of unconsciousness. Over at the Yinlu courtyard, there are also numerous poisonous snakes and insects. However, it seems that the premises have been treated with insect repellent, causing the serpents and pests to flee. Fortunately, the maids and servants in the courtyard have not sustained any injuries." Xie Jin's expression darkened as he commanded the guards to capture the snakes and insects in the rear courtyard and also summoned doctors to attend to the maids and servants who had been bitten. Jin Bao hastily departed to execute the orders. Upon hearing that someone had intentionally released the venomous creatures to harm them, Qingzhi shuddered with fear, her body trembling uncontrollably. She harbors an intense aversion to snakes and insects. Merely witnessing a snake slithering on the ground sends chills down her spine. If an insect were to land on her, she would leap 3 feet in fright, perhaps even emitting a shriek in response. Due to her phobia, coupled with the prevalence of mosquitoes and occasional snakes during summer, she had taken the precaution of scattering ample insect repellent around the courtyard and the vicinity of her home. Little did she expect that it would prove effective today. However, had she remained in the Yinlu courtyard, she would have been terrified, regardless of whether she was bitten or not. Thankfully, she had come to work today. It seems that the heavens favor diligent workers. Who, pray tell, could be so malicious as to unleash venomous snakes in such a cruel manner? It terrifies me, for I am most afraid of such creatures. When Xie Jin returned to her side, Qingzhi immediately clung to him, trembling. "Your courtyard is safe," he reassured her with a smile, playfully pinching her cheek. "It appears you are quite adept at safeguarding your territory." "Of course. I fear for my life and dread taking the blame," she replied, then added sweetly, "I shall assist you with your attire. I just heard that Qin has been bitten and has experienced complications. The Marquis should go and check on her. And let us not forget about Yao Yinyin. I hope she hasn't been bitten to death. Yao Yinyin has attempted to harm you on numerous occasions, putting you in peril. Do you not wish for her demise?" Xie Jin inquired, his gaze piercing and profound. Chapter 59. Merely a concubine. Yet you endure such injustice. To be candid, I have never regarded Yao Yinyin with any seriousness. Her foolishness is truly remarkable. Her cunning is limited, and with my lord's protection, she poses no threat to me. Qingzhi deliberately displayed a trace of contempt, continuing, "Although she lurks like a venomous serpent, constantly plotting to strike at me, it is rather tiresome. However, her connections, a father who serves as an assistant minister of rights and a sister who is favored within the palace, grant her a certain leverage. If she were to perish today, her father and sister would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards my lord, effectively transforming potential allies into adversaries within the court and harem, which would be a most regrettable outcome. Thus, it is in my lord's interest that she remains alive. Her existence holds greater value than her demise." Listening to her words, Xie Jin observed the increasing brilliance in her eyes and was not surprised. He recognized the profound intelligence of this woman. Her cleverness was not merely superficial, as she possessed a broad perspective that even bested his own strategies in their games of chess. "Do you know who released the venomous serpent?" Xie Jin found himself inclined to engage her in light conversation, broaching the topic. "Who? The whole residence is firmly under my lord's control. I am genuinely curious to know which fool is attempting to play their petty tricks. Such audacity is akin to the longevity of a tortoise hanging itself," Qingzhi replied, amused by the unfolding intrigue. Seeing her interest piqued, Xie Jin continued, "It is someone from the main house. The last time an attempt was made on your maid's life, it was orchestrated by Lady Wang." Qingzhi blinked in surprise, confusion evident in her expression. "Lady Wang wishes to eliminate me because I assisted in replacing the purchasing agent within the residence? If that is the sole reason, her temperament seems rather petty and excessively bold, not giving my lord his due regard. Moreover, if it were indeed Lady Wang, then I have wronged her during my confrontation with Aunt Yao. Yet Aunt Yao's demeanor did not suggest that I had misjudged her. She is beholden to Yao Yinyin. Jin hinted. Qingzhi's understanding deepened. Is it related to the eldest young master's imperial examination? Surely not. Could it be that he engaged in malpractice? No, it cannot be that severe. Perhaps he merely seeks a favorable examination number? Astute, Jin replied, his delight evident as he lightly tapped her forehead. You grasp the essence quickly. Conversing with an intelligent person is indeed a relief. Qingzhi, however, felt increasingly perplexed, her thoughts swirling. The examination had concluded, and the eldest young master had succeeded. Even if any irregularities were to be revealed regarding the examination number, it would not nullify his results. Such occurrences are commonplace, a tacit understanding within the imperial examination system. Lady Wang would have no justification for eliminating Yao Yinyin, unless Yao Yinyin possessed a significant and potentially devastating secret concerning the main house. Today, besides her and Yao Yinyin, Qin Xi was also attacked by a venomous snake, and she may have suffered a miscarriage. As these thoughts intertwined in her mind, Qingzhi suddenly experienced a moment of inspiration, leading her to entertain a bold and scandalous suspicion. Could it be that Qin Xi child is not the Marquis? Upon realizing this, Jin observed the ever-changing expression on her face and inquired with curiosity. Please don't be angry, my lord. Qingzhi replied with an innocent smile. It was you who compelled me to speak. I was merely pondering, and my mind sometimes wanders, often thinking of you and other trivial matters. Get to the point. Jin interrupted her rambling with irritation. I suspect that Qin Xi may have been unfaithful, and the child she carries is not yours, but rather the eldest master's. Ye Qingzhi hastily conjured. She bit her lip, cautiously gauging Jin's reaction. Noticing his calm demeanor, devoid of any visible emotion, she suddenly understood. My lord, so it is true. You were already aware, she said, a thrill of excitement coursing through her. Colleague Xiao Qin, you are indeed very bold. You dare to seek another suitor while still employed. In ancient times, such actions could lead to dire consequences. Jin snorted softly. Qingzhi carefully analyzed his mood, concluding that while he was not overtly angry, his spirits were undoubtedly low. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy, though she dared not show it. Instead, she voiced her concerns. Although you and the main house are at odds, and there is a struggle for titles, you are still of the same surname, Xie, and part of the same family. If this matter were to become public, it would not only tarnish the eldest master's reputation and hinder his career, but also cast a significant shadow on the Marquis and the entire household. The scandal of moral decay and chaos within the inner residence would be inescapable, becoming a laughingstock in the capital. It could lead to impeachments by the censors and perhaps even inquiries from the emperor. Moreover, such shameless behavior would render it impossible for the young masters of the household to find wives, and it would complicate the marriage prospects of the young ladies as well. My lord, regardless of your feelings toward the main house, do not consider exposing Qin Xi indiscretions for mutual destruction. Use this information to control them instead. Immersed in her thoughts, Qingzhi rambled on until she realized that Jin was gazing intently at her, his expression inscrutable. A pang of anxiety struck her, prompting a nervous laugh. My lord, I was merely putting myself in your shoes and spoke a great deal that I ought not to have. It was indeed presumptuous of me, and should it get out, I would be the subject of ridicule. I beg you to forget it, as if you never heard it. Qingzhi felt a mix of frustration and self-reproach. What right did she, a mere concubine, have to concern herself with the matters of the main wife? The reputation of the Marquis' household, the marriage prospects of the young masters and ladies, were none of her business. Why did she even think about such things? After chastising herself, she could not help but reflect on how smoothly her words had flowed earlier. She had spoken without a second thought, as if it were entirely natural. Her thoughts and musings were entirely those of a matriarch. Could it be that she had just been possessed by Lady Lin? It was said that during her lifetime, Lady Lin was particularly strict with etiquette and decorum, and after her passing, she was lauded as the epitome of a noble matron. Qingzhi trembled in fear. Why are you shaking? I have not expressed any blame towards you, Jin said, gently embracing her and planting a soft kiss on her lips. His tone was tender, yet the words he uttered caused Qingzhi to tremble even more. With such exceptional talent as yours, it is a mere injustice to be relegated to the status of a concubine. Qingzhi vehemently shook her head and exclaimed loudly, "No, my lord. I desire nothing more than to be a concubine. I am not aggrieved in the slightest." Jin, taken aback, thought, "Why shout so loudly? My ears feel as though they have been numbed by her outburst." Chapter 60. The script prodigy Jin found himself at a loss against Qingzhi, who had left him exasperated. After repeated confirmations, he concluded that she was merely a woman with ample bosom yet devoid of ambition, destined to be entangled with a concubine's life. He had never encountered such a woman before. "My lord, regarding how to deal with Aunt Yao and the main house, I have a small suggestion. Would you permit me to share?" After reiterating her loyalty as a concubine, Qingzhi felt it insufficient. She yearned to demonstrate her multifaceted abilities, such as her capacity for grudges, her knack for mischief, her talent for concocting schemes, and her skill in whispering sweet nothings. These traits were essential for a favored concubine, yet undesirable for the main wife. They suited her perfectly. "Speak," Jin replied, intrigued and even somewhat expectant. If the lord wished to avoid a public rift with the main house, he needed to suppress the matter concerning Qingzhi. However, suppressing it would allow the main house to feel unthreatened, emboldening them to act without fear. Believing that the lord would not expose their misdeeds for the sake of the Ho residence's reputation, no matter how enraged he might be. With this thought, Qingzhi felt a sense of injustice, believing that the main house had gotten off too easily. They had already made 2 attempts against her, and her nature was not one to forgive so readily. As she spoke, she clenched her fists and ground her teeth, resembling someone poised to confront a rabid dog. Jin raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. "And how do you propose to proceed?" "Naturally, we must instill fear and trepidation in them, making them wary of my lord, so they will not dare to create chaos in the near future. My lord, you know how a cat, after catching a mouse, does not devour it immediately. Instead, it keeps the mouse pinned beneath its paw, playing with it, letting it go only to catch it again, ultimately toying with it until it dies. We should be like the cat, treating the main house as our mouse, toying with them, and making them fully aware that the Ho residence is under your control, thereby shattering their morale psychologically. Enough with the vague rhetoric. Speak plainly of your intentions," Jin admonished, irritated by her roundabout discourse. While her words held a semblance of truth, they were utterly impractical. He could not fathom where she had learned such bureaucratic jargon, as it was filled with empty platitudes, none of which bore any utility. Seeing her attempt at persuasion falter, Qingzhi pressed on. "My lord, allow me to present a script for you. The backdrop is as follows. Aunt Yao is infatuated with you, unable to bear the thought of anyone else being favored. The lord dotes on me, even casting Aunt Yao into the pool out of affection for me, which only fuels her hatred towards me. She longs to eliminate me, but lacks the means to act. Coincidentally, due to the autumn examinations, the main house seeks Aunt Yao's assistance regarding the matter of the school. Aunt Yao seizes this opportunity to coerce the main house into doing her bidding, urging them to rid themselves of me. However, I do not perish. Instead, I expose Aunt Yao's sorcery in cursing the madam, leading to her demotion to a lowly concubine, living in utter misery. After suffering repeated setbacks, Aunt Yao's love turns to hatred, and she now seeks revenge against both the lord and the Ho residence." Upon hearing this, Jin's expression turned impatient. Her script was merely a recounting of past events. Qingzhi, undeterred by Jin's disdainful expression, continued to stroll with an air of inscrutability, hands clasped behind her back. "Madame Yao has begun to incessantly threaten the main residence regarding the matter of the number house, persecuting those within the estate and causing unrest. The main residence, weary of her intimidation, has unleashed venomous snakes in an attempt to silence her. After being rescued, upon learning that the main residence sought her demise, Madame Yao, in a fit of rage and madness, slandered Qin Yinyang, claiming an illicit affair with Lord Xiaolin, even asserting that the child she carries is his. Her aim is to tarnish Lord Xie's reputation and transform the inner quarters of the Marquis' residence into a den of filth, making it the laughingstock of the entire capital. This is Madame Yao's revenge. Upon hearing this, Jin displayed a flicker of interest, vaguely grasping her intent. Such matters of infidelity must be captured in the act. Yet rumors can be far more damaging. Madame Yao's vile accusations, aimed at vindicating herself, pushed Qin Yingyang to the brink of despair, though it appeared merely theatrical. While Lord Xie vehemently swore his innocence, this was insufficient. Further evidence was needed to demonstrate that Madame Yao was the one besmirching the Marquis' household. In essence, it was imperative for Madame Yao to unveil her own shame, yet frame it as her slander and retribution. Given her previous actions, it was entirely logical and reasonable for her to be implicated in such misdeeds. In the aftermath, considering Madame Yao's father and sister, the Marquis opted to spare her life, thus allowing them to owe him a debt of gratitude while directing their ire towards Madame Yao for the calamity she wrought upon the household. They would feel guilt towards the Marquis, redirecting any resentment towards the main residence for their attempt to silence her. This uproar would inevitably expose the dealings of the Number House, tarnishing the reputation of the eldest son and obstructing his career. Furthermore, the insinuations of infidelity would instill fear within the main residence, coupled with the resentment harbored by Madame Yao's father and sister. The main residents would certainly find themselves in a precarious position. Marquis, what do you think of this script? Will it tarnish the Marquisite's reputation? Far superior to those sordid tales you have penned, Jin remarked. Receiving no precise evaluation and feeling belittled, Qingzhi suppressed the impulse to roll her eyes, urging him towards the door. You must hurry, sir. The lady is surely anxious, awaiting your presence to oversee the situation. She refrained from inquiring whether he would heed her counsel. And you? Jin queried. I shall be sleeping, not venturing out to create further chaos for you and the lady. Qingzhi replied, blinking innocently and appearing most understanding. Jin. His response was utterly predictable. He decided against further attempts to probe this woman. It was futile and ultimately led to his own embarrassment. Meanwhile, aside from Jin's courtyard, which remained tranquil, chaos reigned throughout the estate, filled with the terrified screams of maids and servants. Zhang Jingyi, awakened by the commotion, immediately dispatched someone to fetch her sleeping daughter and son to her side for their safety. Upon seeing them unharmed, she finally had the presence of mind to inquire about the well-being of the others in the residence. Where's the Marquis? Have we sent word to him? Zhang Jingyi anxiously inquired of Granny Zhou, wondering if there existed any woman devoid of fear towards venomous snakes and insects. Yet, as the matriarch of the household, she could not afford to display her trepidation. She must uphold the dignity of the Lady Ho. Thus, she steeled herself against her fears. The Lord had already issued orders for the guards to capture those serpents and pests from the inner courtyard. Madam, please be patient. In just a moment, all will be resolved, Granny Zhou reassured her. Are the children all right? Which concubines have been injured? Zhang Jingyi further pressed regarding the welfare of the legitimate sons and daughters, as well as the minor wives. All the young masters are safe. The news we received indicates that concubine Yao has been bitten by a venomous snake, with the poison taking effect and her life hanging in the balance. Concubine Qin has also been attacked, and it seems her child may not survive. The physician has gone to attend to concubine Qin first, Granny Zhou reported. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingyi furrowed her brow. We cannot allow concubine Yao to perish. As for concubine Qin, do what you can, Granny. Please send a few people to ensure concubine Yao's safety. After receiving her orders, Granny Zhou turned to leave when Zhang Jingyi called out, by the way, what concubine Yi? Is she unharmed? Concubine Yi is currently residing in the Lord's quarters and has thus evaded danger, Granny Zhou replied softly. That is well, Zhang Jingyi murmured, suppressing the bitterness within her heart, and gestured for Granny Zhou to carry out her duties. After a short while, Jin arrived. Have Yinner and you been frightened? He inquired, immediately concerned for his children. No, upon hearing of the incident, I dispatched someone to bring them here, Zhang Jingyi replied, feeling somewhat relieved, and then asked, what of concubine Yi? Has she not come with you? She is still asleep. No need to worry about her, Jin said nonchalantly. Zhang Jingyi, in that fleeting moment, found herself inexplicably envious of Qingzhi. At this very hour, she likely was the only one in the entire inner courtyard, who could still find peace in slumber. Pressing her fingers to her temples, Zhang Jingyi then asked, Lord, was this incident instigated by the first house? Xie Jin nodded in affirmation. What do you intend to do about it? Zhang Jingyi further probed. What do you think? Xie Jin retorted, his thoughts turning towards comparison. Chapter 61. The struggles of the working class, my lord, regarding the matter of the main residence harboring venomous snakes and insects. We must administer a stern reprimand based on family law. However, the incident concerning concubine Qin, once exposed, would severely tarnish the reputation of the Marquis and adversely affect the marriages of other members of the Marquis's household. It would be prudent to keep this matter discreet and only privately discipline the main residence. Zhang Jingyi spoke softly. Isn't it rather frustrating to conceal this from the main residence? Xie Jin inquired. It is not for the sake of the main residence, but rather to safeguard the reputation of the Marquis and the household, Zhang Jingyi emphasized with a furrowed brow. Xie Jin remained silent, harboring a tinge of disappointment within. His legitimate wife was dutiful and composed, never prone to jealousy, always prioritizing him. This was indeed her virtue. Yet, being born of a concubine and having endured years of trials under her legitimate mother, even after becoming the Marquis's wife, she still bore an inherent timidity. Lacking in the grace and dignity expected of her position, she often preferred to yield and endure, and though she diligently managed the household for many years, her limited talent and lack of guidance left her somewhat inept, merely scraping by in her role as the lady of the house. Previously, he had not held her to high expectations. Her devotion and understanding were sufficient. However, with the presence of the astute Qingzhi, comparisons began to stir discontent within Xie Jin. My lord, is what I said incorrect? Zhang Jingyi asked anxiously. Your observations are valid, Xie Jin replied, choosing to move past the topic and addressing her. Last time you mentioned that the Yi family excels in accounting. Starting tomorrow, let her assist you in reviewing the household accounts from the past 7 years to clarify the funds misappropriated by the main residence and ensure they return what is owed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingyi felt no shame about the concubine's involvement in household management. Instead, her heart brimmed with joy. She eagerly confirmed with Xie Jin, is the Lord serious about appointing Aunt Yi as the accountant? Indeed, Xie Jin nodded. Very well. I shall instruct Aunt Yi to commence the account review first thing tomorrow morning, Zhang Jingyi said with a smile, her eyes glimmering with excitement. Although she had sought advice from Aunt Yi previously and consulted several accountants, none had matched the brilliance Qingzhi brought forth. Each time she struggled to comprehend the ledgers and listen to the accountants explain the accounts, she found herself yearning for Qingzhi. Finally, she could have Qingzhi assist in the accounts. Previously, she had always evaded this responsibility under the pretense of serving the Marquis. Now, with the Marquis's directive, she had no excuse to shirk her duties. The following day, Qingzhi awoke comfortably from her slumber, only to find the room somewhat unfamiliar. After a moment of disorientation, she recalled that this was Xie Jin's chamber, where she had stayed after work the previous day. She wondered what commotion had transpired the night before. Qingzhi called out, and Rui and Chunyu entered with their toiletries. Where is the Marquis? Did he not return last night? Qingzhi asked as she donned her clothing. The Marquis spent the latter half of the night in the lady's chamber and left early for court, Rui relayed, eager to share the news she had gathered. Concubine Qin has passed away. How did she die? Qingzhi paused her movement of putting on shoes and raised her head to inquire of Rui. In truth, she could surmise the fate of Aunt Qin. Bestowing infidelity upon the Marquis could only lead to one inevitable conclusion, death. It was said that last night, the venomous snakes and insects were unleashed from the residence of the primary wife, and the Marquis apprehended the witnesses, summoning the old matriarch and others in the dead of night. He then cast those captured serpents and insects before Madame Wang and the eldest son of the primary household, nearly instilling mortal terror in them. Moreover, Aunt Yao had gone mad last night, shouting accusations that Aunt Qin and the eldest son had engaged in illicit relations, even claiming that Aunt Qin was carrying the eldest son's illegitimate child. Upon hearing such disgraceful news, Aunt Qin, unable to bear the humiliation, dashed herself against a pillar to prove her innocence, and perished as a result. Rui's voice carried a blend of sympathy and trepidation. Qingzhi's hand trembled slightly as she bit her lip and asked, "And what of Aunt Yao? Is she still alive?" It was rumored that she had narrowly escaped a fatal blow from the enraged old matriarch Cain, only to be whisked away by the Marquis to the ancestral temple that very night. Rui, with a gleeful tone, remarked, "Aunt Yao truly courted death. How dare she tarnish the reputation of the Marquis and his household? Her survival is solely due to the influence of her maternal family." This clearly illustrated that a formidable maternal family serves as a woman's safeguard. Qingzhi sighed, "Please send word to the Yi residents, informing them that I shall visit the Xianghua temple tomorrow to offer incense, and request that my mother and the others accompany me, so that I may see them. The Yi household could not serve as her support, yet it must not hinder her either." Qingzhi intended to decide her course of action after meeting with her closest kin, whether to elevate the Yi family or maintain a measured distance, perhaps even severing ties altogether. Rui complied and excitedly added, "Madam, just now the lady sent someone to convey that you are to have breakfast in the Gui Exine courtyard. She mentioned that the Marquis has asked for your assistance in auditing the accounts. Madam, you are truly helping the lady manage the household." With a sputter, Qingzhi, upon hearing this disheartening news, spat out the mouthwash she had in her mouth. Wiping her lips, she incredulously asked, "Why is there any matter concerning me? Why must I audit accounts? What accounts?" It felt as though her good days were slipping away. "The maidservant knows not," Rui replied, "Madam. Please sit down and allow Rui to assist you with your grooming. We must not keep the lady waiting." The very idea of a concubine being involved in the household accounts was a remarkable honor. Rui felt elated for her mistress. The Marquis indeed pampered her greatly. Yet, they feared that the lady might harbor resentment and make things difficult for them. Thus they must tread carefully and show utmost respect to the lady, ensuring she had no cause to find fault. After preparing herself, Qingzhi, feeling disenchanted, ventured to report to the lady's courtyard. She found herself facing a significant crisis in her professional life. She had been reassigned. She was transferred to another department, a decision made by her superior, leaving her with no grounds to protest. Although both the lady and the Marquis were her superiors, their responsibilities were entirely distinct. The crux of the matter was that while she worked for the lady, she could not neglect her duties to the Marquis. Receiving the same salary, yet facing double the workload. Who would be willing to endure such a fate? The plight of the working class was indeed arduous. Upon arriving at the Gui Exine courtyard, Qingzhi observed the lady of the house's weary countenance and gently remarked, "Madam, you seem rather fatigued from last night's turmoil. Perhaps you should retreat for a brief respite." She too desired a moment of leisure. "Indeed, I shall attend to the matters at hand, and then indulge in a nap." Zhang Jingyi replied with a warm smile, her demeanor serene. "Given your appearance, it seems you rested well last night. It is an opportune moment to review the accounts." Qingzhi sensed a hint of disquiet. "Madam, what accounts are we to review?" she inquired. "The Marquis has instructed a thorough examination of the purchasing records from the past 7 years to uncover any embezzlement by the main house and demand restitution," Zhang Jingyi stated, her expression radiating satisfaction. This task aligned perfectly with her desires, especially as it alleviated her from the burdens of account auditing, with Aunt Yi being quite capable in such matters. Qingzhi, however, made a final plea, her brow furrowed with concern. "Madam, as merely a concubine, it is improper for me to engage in such affairs. Should word of this leak, it may lead others to mock our Marquis for lacking decorum and propriety. Furthermore, there may be misunderstandings regarding the Marquis's intentions to favor a concubine at your expense, potentially undermining your authority as the steward." The smile faded from Zhang Jingyi's face. Chapter 62, I truly adore this. It evokes a feeling akin to past transgressions. "Aunt Yi, there is no need for you to test my resolve." Zhang Jingyi spoke in a solemn tone. "Our lord is not the sort of frivolous young master who lacks discernment. Matters within the inner residence are entirely under his control. While you all may engage in your trivial squabbles, it is of no consequence to him. However, as you are aware of last night's events, should you cross his threshold, a tempest will ensue, leading to ruin." The fact that he has entrusted you with the task of auditing the steward signifies his recognition of your capability and your nature as a compliant individual who harbors no aspiration for the position of the main wife. I acknowledge your intelligence, and for the time being, I trust in your loyalty. Therefore, I shall assure you, as long as you harbor no ill intentions towards me, I am willing to extend you the same favor as the Lord and protect you. In my view, your favor from the Lord surpasses that of the other women in the inner residence. Aunt Yi, to serve me, you must earn the Lord's affection. Help me secure my position as the main wife, and assist you in inheriting the title in the future. I can also promise you that once you bear a child, you shall raise them, but they will be registered under my name, granting them a legitimate status. How does that sound? Qingzhi, what a grand offer. Truly, the madam is generous enough to bestow her child with legitimacy while still allowing her to retain custody. Any concubine hearing such a promise would likely be filled with gratitude, dedicating herself wholeheartedly to the madam. Yet, she is a professional worker, her greatest skill being the ability to receive such grand offers from her superiors with a smile, all while remaining vigilant to secure tangible benefits for herself. Previously reluctant to accept the proposal due to a lack of visible advantages, now that the madam has clarified her stance and revealed the rewards, discussions can resume. As the saying goes, as long as the compensation is adequate, there is no task a diligent worker cannot undertake. Her workplace ambition is to win the heart of the Lord and conquer the madam, ensuring that both leaders provide her with protection, allowing her to live a life of ease. To achieve this goal, hard work is essential. One cannot expect high rewards without effort. Such bargains do not exist in this world. Feeling the madam's regard deeply, she vowed to serve her. Qingzhi smiled as she spoke. However, I must admit that I am rather lazy and despise monotonous tasks. Perhaps you could excuse me from my daily greetings? Such tedious meetings are loathed by workers, and if attendance can be avoided, it should be. That is acceptable. But if there is a matter at hand, you must not refuse to come. Zhang Jingyi granted her permission. The dignity of her position does not require such formalities with Qingzhi. In truth, she too finds the daily tea gatherings with the other concubines rather tiresome. Indeed, Qingzhi replied with a smile, I will assist the madam in auditing accounts to deal with the primary wife, should the old lady become enraged. The madam must not turn against me or cast me aside. Rest assured, as long as you remain useful and loyal to me, I shall not engage in treachery against you. Zhang Jingyi earnestly promised. Madam, I wish to visit Xiangwu Temple tomorrow and have informed the Lord. Is that permissible? Qingzhi inquired once more. Not an issue, Zhang Jingyi replied. Zhang Jingyi patiently nodded and inquired if there were any other requests. Investigating 7 years' worth of accounts would be an exhausting endeavor if undertaken solely by herself. Qingzhi, having reached a satisfactory point, refrained from voicing further demands and shifted her focus to the matter of account auditing. She expressed the need to meet with the accountants under the lady's command, asserting her authority to question the household managers. Furthermore, should the accountants prove inadequate, she foresaw the necessity of enlisting external assistance from the Yi family. Very well, these matters pose no issue, Zhang Jingyi replied, pleased to delegate authority. Such cooperation from the lady inspired Qingzhi to exhibit her professional acumen diligently. Her expertise stemmed from the blessings conferred upon her by the original owner and Madame Lin, which rendered her adept at scrutinizing accounts. Additionally, her innate project management skills proved invaluable. In large-scale auditing endeavors, effectively managing subordinates outweighed the need for personal involvement. Before the lady, Qingzhi shed any semblance of the delicate demeanor she displayed before the Marquis, instead embodying a poised and efficient professionalism. After enjoying a light breakfast and in the company of the lady, she met with the 3 accountants and several household managers, where she formally transferred responsibilities and authority. Subsequently, she returned to the Yinlu courtyard with both personnel and ledgers in tow. Upon her return, the first order of business was to secure the courtyard. Until she granted permission and the accounts were thoroughly examined, the accountants and several capable managers were forbidden from leaving. Any communication was to be relayed through the maids. She instructed the maids to prepare 2 side rooms as makeshift offices for the upcoming days, along with a designated area for rest and sleep. Furthermore, Qingzhi commanded Chunyu to have the small kitchen prepare some snacks, while meals would continue to be sourced from the main kitchen. She planned to allocate some silver to enhance the rations for her team, intending to seek reimbursement from the lady afterward. Despite having a personal treasury, she recognized that this was a work project and all expenses should be accounted for. She could not afford to be seen as an easy mark. Madame Zhao, as someone trusted by the lady, I will need you to oversee their accounting efforts at my Yinlu courtyard for the next few days. Qingzhi stated after arranging the workspace and logistical support. At your service, Madame Yi, Zhao Mama replied respectfully. She had already received guidance from the lady to heed Qingzhi's commands, and given Qingzhi's favored status, adeptness, and resourcefulness, Zhao Mama held a genuine respect for her. The other concubines in the household did not enjoy such privileges. Come with me, esteemed accountants, Qingzhi instructed. She casually selected 3 ledgers, perused them thoroughly, and grasped the issues within. Then, she proceeded to assess the accountants based on these ledgers. After the evaluation, she felt satisfied. The lady had indeed chosen capable accountants. The trio, having undergone her scrutiny, recognized that this particular Madame Yi was no ordinary figure. She was a master of accounts, not someone they could easily deceive, which invigorated their spirits. It is essential for you to understand that serving as an accountant under the esteemed lady is indeed a stroke of fortune. As long as you remain loyal to her and execute your duties diligently, not only will you reap benefits, but you will also ensure the well-being of your descendants. This opportunity to audit the accounts is a splendid chance for you to demonstrate your capabilities. If you excel, rewards will certainly follow, and you may find yourselves entrusted with greater responsibilities in the future. However, failure to perform adequately may lead to repercussions. The 3 accountants, feeling the weight of the moment, promptly knelt down to express their loyalty. After delivering her motivational address, Qingzhi proceeded to assign tasks, clearly outlining how the accounts should be examined, where to begin, and the method for reconciling them. Once the duties were delegated, Qingzhi did not simply abandon her oversight. She casually perused several ledgers, taking breaks to enjoy snacks when fatigued, and indulging in a brief nap when drowsy. Though her schedule was not as leisurely as before, it was far from exhausting. She could easily manage the workload. After the evening meal, she reviewed the progress and outcomes of the accountant's work throughout the day. Upon concluding her review, Qingzhi expressed her dissatisfaction, criticizing their sluggish work pace. However, she was not the type of leader who merely complained without contributing. She took it upon herself to demonstrate the proper procedures for auditing and summarizing the findings. This hands-on approach proved enlightening for the accountants, earning their respect and motivating them to work with greater fervor. Noticing their willingness to work overtime and burn the midnight oil for the audit, Qingzhi generously rewarded each with a coin for their extra efforts. Furthermore, she arranged for late-night refreshments, which deeply moved the 3 accountants, invigorating them to labor tirelessly until the early hours. As a mere project manager, after inspecting the progress, Qingzhi prepared a succinct report for the lady. Once completed, she entrusted it to Mama Zhao for delivery, intending to retire for the night. However, just as she lay down, the Lord arrived. Qingzhi. This, indeed, encapsulates the fulfillment and joy of working doubly hard. It is a sensation I have come to cherish, reminiscent of past transgressions. Chapter 63. Another day of irresistible yearning for the Lord, although Qingzhi did not anticipate that the Marquis would seek her out for companionship that evening. His arrival compelled her to embrace the moment. Should she toil endlessly only to receive a meager salary, the thought alone would bring her tears. Thus, motivated by the promise of bonuses and benefits, despite her inner grumbling, Qingzhi joyfully welcomed the Marquis upon his arrival, embracing him warmly and ultimately bestowing a kiss upon his lips. The sequence of her actions flowed seamlessly, executed with remarkable finesse. Xiejin appreciated her ardor, holding her close for a lingering moment before releasing her. Captivated by her enchanting demeanor, he playfully nipped at her lips, eliciting a delicate protest from her. Ye Qingzhi, covering her slightly pained mouth, shot him a mock glare, yet gently grasped his hand, expressing her gratitude. My lord, Thank you for bestowing upon me such honor, allowing me to assist the lady in auditing the accounts. I genuinely appreciate you, and I have not harbored any resentment for the tasks you assigned. Jin pinched her cheek, teasing her. Of course not. Even though you may be a tad indolent, you possess enough awareness. Leaning against him, Qingzhi smiled sweetly and said, Today, the lady mentioned that if I perform well and remain loyal to both you and her, without harboring ambitions for the position of the main wife, she would grant my child the status of legitimate offspring and allow me to raise him, or her, personally. My lord, is this truly possible? I can hardly believe such fortune could befall me. Contemplating the notion of motherhood, she realized that, despite her current reluctance, she was still quite young. 8 years hence, she would merely be 25, an age that aligns with the prime years for childbirth. Life offers but a few spans of 8 years. Who knows what uncertainties may arise? Perhaps she might not endure to see that time. If she were to survive those 8 years, and should she successfully win the lady's unwavering loyalty, yet fail to captivate the Marquis entirely, for he would undoubtedly attract new beauties, while she would inevitably succumb to the ravages of time, it would be natural for her to fade in comparison to youthful maidens. In such a scenario, the demands of her profession might compel her to consider motherhood, as the value of a mother is often elevated by her children, allowing her to secure a life of reliance on her offspring in her later years. Therefore, the prospect of her child being recognized as a legitimate heir must be solidified with the Marquis. My lord, since the lady has made such a promise, it must indeed be genuine, Jin affirmed. With Ye's intelligence, the child she raises shall undoubtedly flourish. If my wife is willing to extend such grace to Yi, I must certainly acquiesce, for that would be my progeny. Thank you, my lord. I am truly overwhelmed with emotion, Qingzhi exclaimed, enveloping him in her embrace and showering his face with playful kisses to convey her joy. Jin chuckled, evading her affectionate yet clumsy display of affection, lifting her and placing her upon the bed, tenderly leaning over her as he said, Then let us consider bringing forth a child now. I am not foolish, my lord. I shall not bear a child at this moment. Once I am with child, our intimate moments shall cease. Qingzhi playfully teased, when the time comes. You'll think of me every day and gaze at me, yet I won't be able to savor my desires. How could I possibly resist? Jin, both amused and exasperated, covered her mouth, briefly indulging their shared whims. After their playful antics and a refreshing cleanup, Qingzhi was still preoccupied with thoughts of bonuses and benefits, showing no sign of fatigue as she pulled Jin into further conversation. My lord, has the news from our residents spread yet? What are people saying outside? Do they truly believe that Lord Xin has entangled himself with concubine Qin, or do they think this is more of a retaliation from concubine Yao? She inquired curiously. Having risen early, she had only heard from Rui about the situation in the household, and with a day spent busy reconciling accounts, she hadn't had a chance to gather more information. Knowing that Jin had heeded her audacious suggestion filled her with excitement, for she was but a common worker, thrilled when her ideas were acknowledged by her superior. Yet, she harbored fears that her bold notions might tarnish the reputation of the Marquis as household. However, the fact that the Marquis would visit her in the evening indicated his affection and perhaps reassured her that all would be well. Am I merely a messenger for you? I lack the patience to indulge all your queries. If you're truly eager to know, send a maid to inquire tomorrow, Jin replied, playfully pinching her rosy cheek. In response, Qingzhi playfully nipped at his throat, chiding him for not sharing anything of substance and merely teasing her instead. Jin, feeling a fire ignite within him from her playful bite, pinned her beneath him, sharing the information she sought. For instance, he had ensured that the prevailing narrative leaned towards concubine Yao's retaliation. Any insinuations of impropriety within the Marquis's household were swiftly suppressed, with offenders apprehended and imprisoned to protect their reputation. Additionally, after the morning court session, Yao Yinin's father, Yao Wanyun, approached him, shamefaced, offering apologies and condemning his daughter for causing unrest in the inner quarters, grateful that Jin had spared her life. Furthermore, due to his indulgence of his wife's chaotic behavior, Lin's prospect for promotion at the year's end had diminished, leaving him vulnerable to marginalization. Mingqing, entangled in issues regarding his examination performance, faced the risk of disqualification, as discontented scholars had petitioned the court for a thorough investigation and appropriate penalties to honor those who had suffered due to the foul conditions of the examination halls. Qingzhi, overwhelmed by Xie Jin's fervor and his serious discourse, found it difficult to concentrate, her thoughts drifting. Those spies who use beauty to extract information have it tough as well, she mused. The plight of the working class is never easy. All labor is arduous and grim. Meanwhile, in the main house, Xie Lin bore the distinct marks of 2 slaps across his face, delivered in a fit of rage by the elderly matriarch. Madame Wang wept inconsolably, her eyes swollen like walnuts. Oh, Xie Jin is too ruthless. He must have known all along. We were foolish, believing we had concealed our actions, when in truth, Xie Jin had been keeping watch the entire time. Right under our noses, Madame Wang wept incessantly, her heart filled with both hatred and fear towards Xie Jin, along with a profound perplexity. If Xie Jin was indeed aware of her previous subtle maneuvers, why did he not intervene? Was he merely biding his time, planning to strike them down in one fell swoop? Oh, Xie Jin's mind is exceedingly deep and insidious. Upon hearing his wife's lamentations, Xie Lin's countenance darkened, his features contorting with a tumult of emotions: fear, resentment, regret, and a desperate yearning for retribution. Alas, my son Miqing has suffered so terribly. His promising future has been utterly ruined. How could he be burdened with such a wretched father? After cursing Xie Jin, Madame Wang unleashed a torrent of invectives upon Xie Lin. Xie Lin's gaze was profound, lost in thought, and he remained silent in the face of her vitriol. Oh, what shall become of Miqing, who may very well have his examination results annulled? If that were to happen, must he wait another 3 years for the next autumn examination? Yet, what would Miqing do in those 3 years? He has done nothing wrong. He is an innocent victim of circumstance. After venting her frustrations, Madame Wang, seeing Xie Lin's continued silence, angrily struck him, exclaiming, "Are you a corpse? You have created this mess. What do you propose we do about it? I care not what means you employ. Even if it costs you your position, you must not allow Miqing's career to be so irrevocably tarnished. Step aside. Do not lose your wits." Xie Lin, his expression grim, pushed her away and stood up, declaring, "I shall seek grandmother's intervention to safeguard Miqing." Seek grandmother? Madame Wang paused, momentarily taken aback, then shook her head vehemently. No, no. If grandmother were to learn of your misdeeds, it would surely infuriate her to the point of illness, and your transgressions would multiply. Even the emperor would not spare you then. What would you have me do? I merely took a concubine, yet he orchestrates such a grand spectacle that it might jeopardize Miqing's future. Is his position not of less worth than that of a mere concubine? Does he even regard the Jiangyang Marquis? Xie Lin retorted angrily. At this rate, to secure his son's inheritance, he may very well ruin the futures of both our primary and secondary branches. This is a threat to the very foundation of our Jiangyang Marquis. No one can rein him in but grandmother. I must divulge this to her. Upon hearing Xie Lin elevate the matter to the prospects of the family's heirs and the foundation of their lineage, Madame Wang found his reasoning compelling. Then, you must visit Fushou Garden early tomorrow to pay your respects, but do not speak too provocatively. We must not provoke grandmother into any ill consequences. After a lengthy admonition, Madame Wang, still uneasy, added, "I shall accompany you. If grandmother falls ill, it is due to Xie Jin's destruction of Miqing's future, not because of my taking a concubine, nor due to our minor transgressions," Xie Lin asserted with unwavering conviction, placing all blame squarely upon Xie Jin. Madame Wang reflected. If there were a championship for deflecting blame, her husband would undoubtedly hold the title. Yet, in all other respects, he was utterly inept. The longing for a day when a father would leave behind a son was becoming nearly unbearable. Chapter 64. Mother, have you been transcended too? As dawn broke the following day, Qingzhi awoke to find Xie Jin still lying beside her, prompting her to blink in disbelief, questioning her own vision. "Grandfather?" She murmured sleepily. "What time is it? Don't you have to attend the morning court?" "Today is a rest day," Xie Jin replied, noticing her lingering drowsiness. He playfully pinched her rosy, adorable face, and upon seeing her squirm in discomfort, he released her and summoned the maidservants to assist with her morning routine. Fully roused by his playful gesture, Qingzhi shot him a feigned glare. "Next time, you should wake me with a kiss, not a pinch. My breath is foul in the morning." "Indeed," Xiejin remarked with a hint of disdain. "You're absolutely right." Qingzhi nodded vigorously, and as the maidservants entered with water, she donned her clothing and descended to wash up. "How is the examination of the accounts progressing?" Xiejin casually inquired after completing his own morning ablutions. "Do you wish to hear the truth?" Qingzhi spat out the salt water from her mouth before responding casually. "Well, what do you think?" Xiejin shot her an irritated glance. "The truth is merely a collection of forged and shoddy accounts, utterly devoid of any necessity for scrutiny. It would be far more efficient for you to have the responsible overseers and managers of procurement apprehended, threatening their families to extract the genuine records. Such a straightforward approach." Qingzhi conveyed with an impassive expression. "Then why orchestrate such a grand spectacle?" Xiejin raised an eyebrow in question. "It is for the sake of the lady and others to witness. Otherwise, how could I demonstrate my capabilities? Although those accounts are poorly executed, they serve as a perfect educational tool for the lady to observe how the subordinates deceive their master." She laughed lightly, reminiscing about some of the entries within the accounts. "What are you laughing about?" Xiejin asked, perplexed. "Do you know, my lord, that eggs are worth 10 when per gene, yet they dare to record 500 when per gene? A single dish costs merely 51, yet they audaciously write one tael of silver. I truly wonder how much silver they claim in the accounts shown to the old lady and the primary wife. Do they consider the lady and the Marquis to be naive, or do they initially have grander appetites, seeking silver from the old lady?" Though Xiejin was not in need of silver, he despised being deceived by those beneath him. Consequently, his expression darkened upon hearing her words. "Continue the examination of the accounts, and ensure to document what you just mentioned," he commanded coldly. Qingzhi acquiesced, and then turned to Xiejin, saying, "My lord, I plan to visit Xiangwu Temple today to offer incense. Will you send a few people to protect me?" "6," he replied, noticing her displeasure as she pouted. "Is that all? When the lady ventures out, she typically has no fewer than 8 guards. Do you wish for me to have a mere trivial escort? Then let the hidden guards in my courtyard accompany me," Qingzhi boldly insisted. "Since I will not be in the courtyard, their presence is futile. They might as well join me." Xiejin playfully tapped her forehead, indulging her whims. Ultimately, he did not refuse her request, nor did he reveal that he had discreetly dispatched additional guards to follow her. Such a charming concubine, one cannot bear to see her perish or suffer. Xiejin had partaken of a light breakfast at Qingzhi's residence and departed shortly thereafter. After arranging today's tasks for several accountants, Qingzhi set out for Xiangwu Temple accompanied by Rui and Xiachan, leaving Chunyu behind to keep watch. This marked Qingzhi's second outing since her arrival. Although the Marquis's carriage was indeed quite luxurious, it was still less stable and comfortable than a small electric rickshaw. With such travel conditions, should the Marquis ever decide to take her along on a distant journey, she would need substantial reimbursement for the expenses to reluctantly agree. Otherwise, might she feign travel sickness as an excuse? Perhaps she could even manage to be ill after disembarking the carriage? Qingzhi's mind wandered through such trivial thoughts, and chatting with Rui and Xiachan made the time pass swiftly. After half an hour, having exited the city and traveled a little further, they finally reached the summit of Qing Mountain where Xiangwu Temple awaited. The temple was bustling with activity, a popular venue for matchmaking, attracting both noble daughters and commoners alike seeking to meet potential suitors. Xiachan and Rui were the first to alight from the carriage, while Qingzhi donned her veil and followed suit. In truth, the etiquette of the Great Zhao dynasty was not overly stringent, and women were not subjected to harsh restrictions. Otherwise, there would be no concept of dowries for favored concubines. Thus, it was common for women from noble families to venture out without much concealment. Nevertheless, Qingzhi felt that her alluring appearance warranted some discretion in such a crowded place as Xiangwu Temple to avoid unnecessary troubles. Upon entering the temple, Rui began to scan the surroundings in search of the eldest young master and his wife. Despite the throng of visitors, the presence of the young master, who required a wheelchair, was quite conspicuous, and they quickly spotted him. "Miss, the eldest young master is over there." Rui pointed to the right and smiled at Qingzhi. Looking in that direction, Qingzhi could not discern much due to the distance and her veil, only vaguely recognizing a gentleman seated in a wheelchair. Soon after, she noticed his attendant pushing the wheelchair towards them. Having met the eldest young master, Rui greeted him with delight. Yi Junfeng waved her off from formalities and turned to Qingzhi, speaking gently. "Sister, how do you fare?" "Quite well, ever since entering the Marquis' residence. Both the Marquis and the matriarch have treated me exceptionally well. Surely, I must have accrued substantial merit in my previous life to serve the Marquis and his wife." Qingzhi expressed her loyalty with ease, maintaining her persona without faltering. Yi Junfeng was momentarily taken aback, his gaze lingering on Qingzhi, sensing a change in her demeanor since entering the Marquis' household, making her seem increasingly unfamiliar. "That is good to hear." Suppressing his surprise, Yi Junfeng smiled and continued. "I have taken on some responsibilities from our father, and I will now oversee the purchases for the Marquis' residence. Should you wish for anything, simply relay the message to me, and I shall ensure it is taken care of." Upon hearing this, Qingzhi raised an eyebrow, finding a favorable impression of her elder brother, who seemed discerning and genuinely caring towards her. "A matter requires my elder brother's assistance. I seek to borrow a few accountants from our household." Qingzhi briefly recounted the task of auditing. Yi Junfeng stared in astonishment, his eyes widening at the revelation that his sister had become involved in the affairs of the Ho residence, his heart heavy with concern that she might be thrust into a perilous situation. The old accounts of the Ho family are not easily scrutinized. They are entangled in the rivalries of their masters. "Do not worry, elder brother. I shall not be made a scapegoat." Qingzhi discerned his unease and offered him a comforting smile. "The lord and lady truly treat me with exceptional kindness." "That is reassuring," Yi Junfeng replied, though his heart remained laden with doubt, which he chose to suppress for the moment. As they conversed, a youth and a woman adorned with a veil hurried toward them from a distance, accompanied by two maidservants. "Qingzhi," the woman approached, lifted her veil, and exclaimed with joy upon seeing her. Qingzhi gazed at the elegant and ethereal beauty before her, whose presence bore no resemblance to the pitiful, weeping figure from her memories. The disparity was striking. "Mother, have you also transcended?" Chapter 65. The charming mother, Qingzhi, lifted her veil, scrutinizing the enchanting figure of her mother before her. The more she observed, the more she found herself puzzled, as it seemed her mother had transformed considerably. Nevertheless, her mother greeted her with warmth, clasping her hand, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes as she spoke tenderly. "Qingzhi, I am so sorry. It is my inadequacy that compelled you to become a concubine at the Marquis' residence." Qingzhi immediately connected this to the gentle, fragile mother she remembered. It turned out that her mother had not undergone a fundamental change. Rather, after years of devout living in simplicity, she had cultivated a refined and ethereal demeanor. Without uttering a word, her mother exuded an aura of tranquility that was almost celestial, captivating in its essence. Yet, upon speaking, the illusion somewhat faded, revealing the same soft-hearted, tearful mother. However, even a weeping, delicate figure radiated a unique charm, distinct from her own alluring and cunning nature. "Mother, I'm doing splendidly at the Marquis' residence. Look at my complexion. Do I appear to have suffered any grievances?" Qingzhi affectionately linked her arm with her mother's, smiling as she spoke. Who does not adore beauty, especially one as serene and elegant as her mother, who possessed a unique grace? Regardless of the original owner's relationship with her mother, Qingzhi found herself drawn to this exquisite woman and wished to grow closer. "You appear well, my dear, but I am rather clumsy and cannot discern from your complexion whether you have truly been wronged." "You have a knack for deceiving me," Moon Yinqiu remarked, her beautiful eyes fixed on Qingzhi, her brows slightly furrowed with a hint of distress. Qingzhi, her mother, was rather endearing. However, such a simple, sincere, and perhaps somewhat naive disposition made one wonder how she could thrive in the complexities of the inner chambers. It was no wonder she had fallen victim to slander and spent over a decade confined in the ancestral hall. Mother, let's not dwell on me for now. Qingzhi quickly shifted the topic, inquiring, how has father treated you since your return? Has that Gu family caused you any trouble? If she remains unruly, I shall ensure the Marquis does not release Yingxue. The Gu family has taken their leave, and your father has reinstated me as the primary wife. He treats me quite well now, albeit with a touch of excessive enthusiasm, Moon Yinxiu replied, her brow slightly knitted, revealing a mix of concern, disdain, and helplessness. Ye Vingzi. She observed her mother's fervor and pondered how much more a man, especially a legitimate husband, would yearn to shower her mother with affection. What a transgression it would be to jest about matters concerning the elders. Sister, Yingxue was released yesterday under your father's name, Yi Junfeng interjected. That is of no consequence. If she misbehaves, she can easily be taken back. Yi Qingzhi responded nonchalantly, her words dripping with the authority that comes from a position of power. Yi Junfeng paused, then smiled more broadly, realizing that his sister had indeed been faring well at the Marquis' residence. As Yi Qingzhi reminisced with her mother and others, she made her way towards the grand hall of the temple. She intended to kneel and offer her prayers to the Buddha, seeking a divination, followed by consulting the renowned Master Liyin for an interpretation of her fortune. The outside world buzzed with rumors that the master was an enlightened monk, renowned for his accurate divinations. Yi Qingzhi, curious to ascertain his abilities, sought to discover whether he could discern any issues with her soul. The temple was crowded, and in the moment that Moon Yinxiu lifted her veil, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe fixated on her, his eyes reflecting astonishment and an undeniable desire to possess. Even after Moon Yinxiu lowered her veil, he continued to gaze at her until she and her companions ventured further into the grand hall. Investigate which noble house the woman in the blue dress belongs to. The man commanded his attendant in a low voice. Yes, your highness, the attendant replied, departing promptly. The man intended to turn away, but noticed the esteemed Prince Xiamingli approaching him, so he chose to remain and wait. Your highness, Xiamingli exclaimed upon recognizing the prince, hastening to bow respectfully. No need for formalities, the prince replied coolly. Is it true that you have come to the state temple for the anniversary of your late wife? Indeed, Xiamingli nodded, sorrow evident on his countenance. Choosing not to elaborate further, I extend my condolences, Master Xie, the prince said with a detached expression, a hint of disdain and mockery flickering in his eyes. Your wife has passed. Lamenting her loss is futile. It would be wiser to cherish those present. The prince, being the 13th brother of the emperor, shared the same mother and was deeply trusted by the emperor, commanding a formidable army of 100,000 elite troops. In recent years, he had been engaged in battles at the borders, and following last year's Sy River conflict, the Great Zhao had finally repelled the formidable and watchful Great Yin, leading to a decade-long truce. Thus, the prince returned to the capital. Among his ranks was a renowned general named Zhao Kongping, who had slain a vanguard general from the Great Yin during the Huai River battle, securing a significant victory that revitalized the Zhao family's fortunes and elevated his sister to the position of a legitimate wife. However, the outcome had become a source of ridicule due to Xiamingli's sudden remorse and deepening affection for his deceased first wife, casting the Zhao family in an unflattering light. The prince held Zhao Kongping in high regard, and upon seeing Xiamingli, he seized the opportunity to subtly admonish him to show some consideration for the Zhao family, urging him not to make their situation too embarrassing. Xiamingli's face darkened as he complied, inwardly resenting the prince for meddling in his domestic affairs. It seemed the prince had been overly influenced by his time on the Huai River, encroaching far too much into his private matters. Meanwhile, Yi Qingzhi and Moon Yinxiu entered the grand hall, where Yi Qingzhi gazed at the gilded statues of the Buddha, unable to discern their identities, and arbitrarily chose one to kneel before in prayer. After concluding her supplications, Yi Qingzhi opened her eyes and observed the beautiful lady beside her, diligently reciting Buddhist scriptures. Her professionalism was truly commendable. It appeared the lady genuinely embraced a life of piety rather than merely pretending. Noticing that the recitation would continue for some time, Yi Qingzhi refrained from interrupting and instead sought a divination. As she generously intended to donate 5,000 taels of incense money to the temple, her request was promptly granted, and she was introduced to the master, who personally interpreted her divination, a testament to her financial influence. Upon encountering the esteemed master, Yi Qingzhi noticed his long, white eyebrows, which lent him an air of ethereal grace. Regardless of his abilities, such a demeanor naturally instilled a sense of reverence. With genuine respect, Yi Qingzhi bowed to him and spoke. "Esteemed master, I have recently been plagued by nightmares, visions that seem to depict another's life, filling me with fear and anxiety. Might you offer some guidance? What path lies ahead for me? The road is beneath one's feet." Ye Qingzhi. Chapter 66. Unlocking the plot of forceful acquisition. Do not worry, dear benefactor. Your arrival here is fated, and when your fate is fulfilled, you shall find your own place. Yi Qingzhi furrowed her brows. This vague prophecy sounded as empty as it was, leaving her feeling deceived. Were it not for the esteemed monk's status and her own sense of dignity, she would have demanded her silver back. What fate is this? Is it karmic bonds, fortunate ties, romantic destinies, or blood relations? Master, please elucidate further, Yi Qingzhi insisted. The best way to expose a charlatan is to demand specifics. Though your romantic ties may have weakened, your fortune is profound. A future of immeasurable wealth awaits you. As for your karmic entanglements, since they have faded, do not cling to the past. Look forward instead. There is little more this humble monk may reveal, for the secrets of heaven are not to be divulged. Yi Qingzhi thought, "You are quite skilled at this, master." She could not help but feel somewhat swayed, convincing herself that the 5,000 taels of silver were not entirely wasted. "Please show me the fortune you have drawn." "Dear benefactor," the master continued. Yi Qingzhi handed it over. The writing was cryptic, though she recognized each character. The meaning eluded her. "This is an auspicious omen, dear benefactor. What you seek shall come to pass," Master Liao Yin remarked with a smile. "Do you truly know what I desire?" "My wish is not easily fulfilled," Yi Qingzhi asserted, showcasing her stubbornness. "It shall indeed be realized," Master Liao Yin replied, still smiling, showing no sign of irritation. The young monk beside them began to shoot her disapproving glances. Having never encountered such an unreasonable benefactor before, did she believe that the amount of silver she donated entitled her to such capriciousness? Yi Qingzhi frowned, contemplating that she was merely seeking peace of mind, and she did not truly believe in this. "Why not write another character? I shall interpret it for you," Master Liao Yin suggested, noticing her continued discontent and maintaining an exceptionally courteous demeanor. After a moment's thought, Yi Qingzhi pinned the character for return on the paper provided by the young monk. She wished to go home, to leave this place. This character best encapsulated her state of mind. Master Liao Yin gazed at the character for a moment, then looked at her warmly, saying, "Dear benefactor, this character has two mouths, symbolizing the cycles of fate and return, past ties and present resolutions. It represents both a beginning and an end. Though the two mouths appear separate, they are intrinsically connected. You mentioned suffering from nightmares. Perhaps this is a form of resonance and revelation. Moreover, return also suggests twists and turns, rebirth. Dear benefactor, take heart. All shall unfold to your satisfaction." Upon hearing this, regardless of its veracity, Yi Qingzhi found herself kneeling before Master Liao Yin. The 5,000 taels felt justified. Even the deception seemed worth it. She even contemplated offering a token of appreciation. "Thank you, Master, for your enlightening words." Yi Qingzhi sincerely bowed. Then she bid farewell to Master Liao Yin and returned to the main hall, where she noticed her enchanting mother had also risen from the mat and was engaged in conversation with others. Upon closer inspection, it was a stranger, a middle-aged man. Fortunately, he was accompanied by an elder brother and a younger brother, which mitigated the potential breach of etiquette. Yi Qingzhi approached, and before she could inquire, the composed elder brother interjected, "Sister, this is Prince Su. Quickly pay your respects." "I have met the prince." Yi Qingzhi suppressed her astonishment and respectfully bowed to Prince Su. "No need for formalities," Prince Su replied in a calm tone, then turned to bid farewell to Mu Ningxiu, saying, Thank you, madam, for your enlightenment. This is a token of my gratitude." As he spoke, Prince Su removed the jade pendant from his waist and presented it to Mu Ningxiu. Her expression slightly changed as she declined, but he insisted on placing it into her hands before turning to leave. In that moment, alarm bells rang in Qingzhi's mind. What on earth was happening? "Elder brother, it is said among the people that Prince Su is valiant and fearless, the god of war for our great Zhao. I never imagined him to be so approachable and unpretentious." At that moment, the younger brother, Junyi, spoke with admiration, completely captivated by Prince Su. "Indeed, I did not expect Prince Su to be so affable." Jun Feng chimed in perfunctorily, his eyes filled with concern. He glanced at their mother, then at the jade pendant in her hand, his brow furrowed, letting out a silent sigh. The prince was a figure of great stature, while they were merely lowly merchants. The power of the throne was overwhelming. "Mother, what is happening? Why did Prince Su thank you just now?" Qingzhi inquired. Prince Su asked about the meaning of a few Zen verses from the Buddhist scriptures that I was reciting, Mu Ningxiu replied. Qingzhi's expression soured. There were plenty of monks in the temple. Why must he approach her beautiful mother for such inquiries? It was evident that his intentions were far from innocent. Qingzhi felt overwhelmed. How had a simple outing turned into a harbinger of potential abduction? If Prince Su was intent on her mother, it was likely her father would willingly send her mother to him. The power of the monarchy was absolute. It would be but a mere word to take not just a wife, but the lives of an entire family, with a convenient excuse found afterward. This was distressing, exceedingly distressing. What should I do? Elder brother, mother, younger brother, let us return home, Qingzhi declared, her desire to linger dissipating. Initially, she had intended to enjoy lunch here, as the vegetarian fare at Xianghua Temple was quite renowned, but now she had no inclination to stay any longer. After all, their affairs were settled. They had met with the master, donated the longevity lamp, and her family was in a position to be dealt with. On the way back, Qingzhi suggested that her mother share a carriage with her so they could converse. Mu Ningxiu gladly accepted, feeling that their time together had been too brief, with many conversations yet to be had. Mother, upon our return, you should seek a divorce from father, Qingzhi stated decisively. A divorce would grant her freedom. Even if Prince Su were to forcibly claim her mother as a concubine, it would be preferable to being delivered to him while still bound to her father. Why? Mu Ningxiu asked, slightly taken aback. Because Prince Su has clearly developed an interest in you today. That jade pendant is sufficient evidence of his intentions. Qingzhi understood her mother's simple thoughts and spoke candidly to her. Mu Ningxiu's face turned pale, and she fell silent. Though not particularly clever, she grasped the implications. Would it be feasible for mother to enter a nunnery? Mu Ningxiu inquired. It seems unlikely, Qingzhi replied, her heart aching for her beautiful mother. She continued softly, since the Duke of Su knows that you are already someone else's wife, yet still acts in this manner, it indicates his domineering nature and disregard for propriety. Even if you truly became a nun, he would likely not relent. Then mother has only the path of death left, Mu Ningxiu uttered quietly, her demeanor reflecting a nonchalant acceptance of life and death. Nonsense, mother. How can you say such foolish things? Qingzhi hastily grasped her hand. It's not such a big deal. It can't be that serious. When it comes to reputation, can this matter be dismissed as trivial? Mu Ningxiu felt it was a monumental issue. In the face of life and death, everything can be seen as insignificant, including reputation. It is not of great importance. Mother, after so many years of reciting the sutras, how can you still be so attached to worldly concerns? Then what do you propose we do? Should mother submit to him? Mu Ningxiu found it hard to accept. Qingzhi hesitated, unsure of how to persuade her, fearing that she might lead her beloved mother astray. After all, their thoughts spanned a millennium of generational gaps. If 3 years created a chasm, how much wider would 1,000 years be? Chapter 67. Guilt and regret in Qingzhi's perspective. Given the harsh realities of ancient society, resistance against imperial authority seemed futile. Thus, she resolved to detach her emotions, resigning herself to the circumstances while employing every means to secure the most advantageous position, along with a desirable salary and benefits. After all, it was merely a change of employer. If her mother, the beautiful lady, were to switch allegiances, obtaining a recognized status as a favored concubine of the Su Wang would be preferable to remaining an inconspicuous mistress. In terms of social standing, it might even be perceived as a promotion compared to being the wife of a merchant. However, while she could entertain such thoughts, her mother, an ancient woman who held her virtue in the highest regard, could not possibly entertain similar notions. She could not urge her mother in this direction, for it might seem as though she were compelling her to become a concubine to the prince. Qingzhi, tell me honestly, if I were to yield to the Su Wang, would it benefit you, or would it tarnish your reputations? Moon Yinxiu inquired softly. If it would bring you advantages without causing harm, I would consider it. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingzhi shook her head vigorously, saying, Mother, please do not think of sacrificing your dignity for our sake by submitting to the Su Wang. It would only bring you suffering. Moreover, your constant worry and sorrow may inadvertently offend the Su Wang, and if he were to retaliate, we would suffer the consequences of your perceived insensitivity. This would truly be a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers, working hard yet offending others, resulting in an overwhelmingly unfavorable situation. Moon Yinxiu pondered her daughter's words and recognized their truth. She had previously offended her husband, leading not only to her own confinement in the ancestral hall for over a decade, but also causing her children to suffer neglect and hardship in the household. Now, facing the wrath of a powerful prince, she feared that her children would face dire repercussions should she incur his displeasure. Perhaps it would be better if I were to perish, bringing an end to my troubles. Moon Yinxiu sighed, feeling utterly cornered. Mother, that line of thinking is far more perilous. Yi Qingzhi adopted a serious expression, her tone grave. Consider this. If you were to die and the Su Wang did not possess you, he would not only covet you more, but would also be filled with rage, believing that your death was a defiance of imperial power. What would become of my brothers? He would undoubtedly unleash his fury upon them, subjecting them to exile at best, or even execution at worst. Yi Qingzhi's warnings were not mere exaggerations. Her concerns were entirely plausible. Moon Yinxiu, pale with fright at her daughter's words, quickly replied, Qingzhi, you are wise. I shall not entertain thoughts of death. However, serving the prince with genuine joy may prove challenging for me. Moon Yinxiu was indeed distressed. She found it difficult to feign happiness, to smile when angered, to laugh when she wished to cry, and she certainly could not flatter a man in bed. Many years ago, Yi Yongyuan had chastised her for being as lifeless as a fish in their intimate moments, dampening the mood. Regardless of how she viewed it, it felt like an inescapable dead end. Tears began to well up in Moon Yinxiu's eyes as she grasped Yi Qingzhi's hand, succumbing to feelings of guilt. I am truly sorry, Qingzhi. I have burdened you once again. I never anticipated that at my age, I would still attract the attention of the prince. Is there something wrong with him? Hearing these words, Yi Qingzhi felt a pang of sympathy for her mother, yet found the situation somewhat amusing. Her mother truly lacked awareness of her own allure. Furthermore, she was hardly old, at 35, after years of nurturing her health. Her elegance and grace made her appear no older than 30. The fact that the Prince of Su had taken an interest in her mother did not surprise Yi Qingzhi in the least. She believed that for a man as domineering as the prince, her mother's naive charm might resonate with him even more, rendering her even more endearing. Observing her mother's furrowed brow, Yi Qingzhi pondered on how to alleviate the situation. Sometimes, a mere shift in perspective could transform an unwelcome task into a willingly embraced one. It was essential to view problems from a different angle in order to broaden one's path. Overwhelmed with worry, Moon Yinxiu took up her prayer beads, silently reciting scriptures to calm her mind. In that moment, an idea struck Yi Qingzhi, and she grasped her mother's hand, speaking earnestly. Mother, you believe in the Buddha, who teaches that all beings suffer and must aid both themselves and others. Consider this. The prince has fought for the great Zhao for over a decade, his hands stained with the blood of countless souls. While he has protected the people, he has also committed acts of violence. His disregard for propriety in seeking you reflects a deep-seated greed. He bears numerous faults and sins, destined for the depths of hell after death. Why not perceive your submission to the prince as an opportunity to assist him? accompany him, recite scriptures for him, and pray for his absolution. After all, he is a guardian of our great Zhao. We too must contribute to his protection. Mu Ningxiu was taken aback, uncertain yet profoundly moved by this perspective. Is that truly possible? She asked, her intrigue piqued. Absolutely, Qingzhi asserted with unwavering conviction. Just consider, if you were to approach him with this mindset, would you be able to face him with tranquility? Embrace your true self without the need for flattery or resentment. Instead, treat him with an attitude of compassion. Accepting his flaws, Qingzhi observed her mother's bewildered yet earnest expression and felt a twinge of guilt for leading her into such convoluted thought. Forgive me, she thought. She did not wish to manipulate her mother into a workforce mentality, but perhaps this way of thinking could bring her mother some peace. Life is but a fleeting journey. It is essential to release oneself from burdens, to find solace even in a challenging existence devoid of fortune, and to seek out illusory goals and values that might bring joy. Seeing it this way does indeed feel much better, Mu Ningxiu admitted, her resistance fading, though she still feared offending the prince. Fear not, mother. Rest assured, I shall teach you some communication techniques that will ensure you navigate your encounters with the prince with ease. Qingzhi felt a sense of relief as she witnessed her beautiful mother being successfully influenced, yet she was also overwhelmed with a twinge of shame and deep concern. Alas, she pondered, would her mother be able to navigate life peacefully within the confines of the Prince of Su's residence? It all hinged upon how much of his attention the prince would allocate to protect her. Even a modicum of care would suffice to ensure her safety. After all, he had shown a keen interest, even going so far as to gift her a treasured jade pendant. Surely, he would offer her some measure of protection. When the carriage returned to the city and it was time to part ways, Qingzhi instructed her mother to return to the carriage heading to the Yi residence, and summoned her elder brother to discuss their mother's situation. She recognized her brother as astute and reliable. Qingzhi shared her plans with Yi Junfeng, who was both astonished and impressed by her handling of the matter, softly assuring her that he would cooperate fully. With that, Qingzhi refrained from further elaboration and boarded the carriage bound for the Marquis' residence. At the Xiangwu Temple, after bidding farewell to Master Liao Yin, Xiamingli approached, eager to speak with the master. With the anniversary of Lin Qingwan's passing approaching in 7 days, he wished to request Master Liao Yin to recite the sutras for her, a matter that naturally required his personal involvement due to the master's esteemed reputation. Although Master Liao Yin graciously agreed, he cautioned, Lord Xie, do not cling to the past. Grant yourself forgiveness and let go of the memories of your departed wife. Xiamingli offered a wry smile, confessing, it is I who wronged her, committing numerous mistakes that left her with a heart full of resentment at the end. My actions are a means of atonement. Master Liao Yin sighed lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. I wish not to disturb the master, but would like to engage in a game of chess and converse, Xiamingli added. Master Liao Yin gestured for him to proceed, and a young monk hurried to fetch the chessboard while discreetly collecting the paper Qingzhi had just written on. Wait. Xiamingli's gaze fell upon the character written on the paper, and his expression shifted dramatically as he involuntarily exclaimed, Show it to me. Chapter 68. Qingzhi encounters a crisis. Xiamingli nearly seized the piece of paper from the young monk's hands, his gaze fixated on the familiar character inscribed upon it, causing his hand to tremble involuntarily. It was undoubtedly the elegant handwriting of Qingwan. Over the past year, he had perused countless letters and manuscripts left by her, becoming intimately acquainted with her script. The character she penned was particularly distinctive. The outer strokes were rigid and precise, while the inner strokes flowed smoothly and gracefully. Much like her own character, externally poised and proper, yet inwardly soft and gentle. This had to be written by Qingwan. But how could this be possible? Qingwan had already departed from this world. Master, who authored this? Xiamingli, despite knowing the improbability, asked with palpable excitement. Ba, Master Xie, do not fall into delusion. The monk Liao Yin sighed, opting not to answer but rather to counsel. Who left this paper? Xiamingli turned sharply to the young monk, his gaze piercing and commanding. Under the weight of his imposing presence, The monk felt a shiver run down his spine and reluctantly replied, "This was written by a lady of the Jiangyang Marquis household. She donated 5,000 taels of silver to the temple and lit an everlasting lamp for Lady Lin." Upon hearing this, Xiaming's breath momentarily caught in his throat. He immediately recognized the identity of the writer. It was that concubine of Xiejin, the one mistakenly identified as Wan'er by his great-grandmother during the mid-autumn banquet, Mistress Yi. While surprised, Xiaming also recalled the events of the banquet, rendering the revelation less shocking. There must be some connection between Mistress Yi and Wan'er. He carefully tucked the paper away, ceased his game with Master Liao Yin, bid farewell, and hurriedly departed. Master Liao Yin watched his retreating figure, letting out a soft sigh. "Umipa, at the Jiangyang Marquis' residence, madam. You have finally returned. Just now, the Marquis sent word that if you returned, you were to proceed immediately to Fusho Garden." Chunyu rushed to greet Yi Qingzhi upon her entrance, her voice laced with urgency. "Fusho Garden? The matriarch wishes to see me? Do you know the reason?" "Well, madam, is she aware of this matter?" Before Yi Qingzhi could catch her breath, she was abruptly informed of yet another summons, this time from the matriarch, necessitating her utmost attention. A flurry of speculations filled Yi Qingzhi's mind, prompting a rapid succession of questions as she sought foundational information to assess the situation at Fusho Garden. Chunyu had been by Yi Qingzhi's side for 2 months, her abilities commendable, having already utilized her resources to gather pertinent information. "Madam, I have learned that the primary house has gone to Fusho Garden to lament to the matriarch, claiming that our Marquis intentionally sabotaged the eldest master's imperial examination results, jeopardizing the future of the household's offspring and undermining the foundation of the Marquis' estate. The primary house is attempting to cast a large shadow upon our master. We cannot allow them to succeed." Upon revealing the disgraceful actions of the primary house, the matriarch was so infuriated that she fainted. 2 physicians from the imperial hospital have come, and they have yet to depart. The lord of the household have also gone there and are now waiting outside Fusho Garden. Yi Qingzhi pondered the absurdity of being summoned by the upper echelons of the company, where the board members were embroiled in a conflict. What purpose could they have in calling upon a mere department head like her? Was it to vent their frustrations upon her? She reflected on the unsavory affairs involving Yao Yinyin and the principal family, of which she was, regrettably, one of the catalysts. It was said that after the matriarch was roused from her slumber, she remained somewhat disoriented, calling out for Lady Lin. However, Lady Lin was no longer present, which led to discussions of the concubine resembling her. They opined that if she could win the matriarch's favor, she should attend to her ailments, hoping to hasten her recovery. Yi Qingzhi was not a divine healer, nor did she possess the remarkable ability to save lives. Additionally, she was not a bride meant to bring joy, capable of instantly restoring the matriarch's health. If, by some miracle, her care could indeed expedite the matriarch's recovery, she would gladly undertake the task, enduring any hardship for the sake of gratitude and potential rewards. Yet, the matriarch was 88 years old, of venerable age in ancient times, and truly fragile. The thought of her inadvertently causing the matriarch's demise weighed heavily on her. She did not wish to harbor ill wishes toward the elderly lady, but the harsh realities of life loomed large. If she were to attend to the matriarch, and fate took a turn for the worse, her own prospects would be irrevocably tarnished. This task was fraught with peril, and the stakes were exceedingly high. Moreover, she found herself devoid of the means to refuse. Even if she were a lady of the house, the obligation to attend to the matriarch could not be sidestepped. Yi Qingzhi could only turn her thoughts to the heavens, or rather, to the Buddha, praying for a modicum of divine intervention after having recently donated 5,000 taels of silver. After a brief refreshment, she donned a simple yet elegant outfit and proceeded to the Fusho Garden, accompanied by her maids. The atmosphere was thick with tension as the matriarch lay unconscious, and numerous members of the households had gathered, each accompanied by their own retinue of servants, making the space exceedingly crowded. Yi Qingzhi entered the room under the scrutiny of many, akin to a star amidst a constellation, yet she felt the weight of disdainful gazes from various noble families. She could only imagine how a person with social anxiety might succumb to the overwhelming pressure. Upon stepping inside, She spotted her two direct superiors and breathed a sigh of relief. "Greetings to the Marquis and the Madam." Qingzhi respectfully saluted. "There's no need for formalities," Zhang Jingyi replied, her expression complex as she regarded Qingzhi. With a slight sigh, she leaned closer and whispered, "Lady Yi, the matriarch's condition is dire. We have called upon you to attend to her, because you are astute and favored by our ancestor. You must dedicate yourself wholeheartedly. Should anything happen to our ancestor, I will do my utmost to protect you." The last part was spoken softly, meant for only their ears. Hearing this, Qingzhi could not help but smile. Her routine offerings to the madam were not in vain, nor was her expenditure of silver wasted. After imparting her words of caution, Zhang Jingyi stepped back, allowing the Marquis to converse with her. "I have an urgent matter to discuss with the Marquis," she stated. Qingzhi stepped forward and whispered to Jin. "Today, at Xiangwu Temple, we encountered Prince Su, who fell in love with my mother at first sight and gifted her a personal jade pendant. My mother, aware of her inability to decline Prince Su's affection, has resolved to part ways with my father and submit herself to him, aspiring not to be a mere concubine, but to secure a position as a favored wife." Jin raised an eyebrow in surprise and inquired, "What do you wish to seek from me?" "I seek nothing in particular," she replied with a smile. "Today, I prayed for an auspicious sign at Xiangwu Temple, and Master Liao Yin assured me that my desires would be fulfilled and all would go smoothly. Thus, my lord, rest assured, I shall attend to the ailing, and surely our esteemed ancestor will awaken swiftly. Master Liao Yin, I am not intending to lead you astray. This is simply the matter at hand. Therefore, you must also ensure our ancestor's safety, for if this news were to spread, it would tarnish your reputation." Chapter 69. Suffering cannot be self-inflicted indeed. Since Master Yin has declared you to be fortunate, your care for grandmother will surely bring her blessings and longevity. Jin gazed at Qingzhi, a smile illuminating his eyes, his words evidently elevating her status. The underlying implication was that a person as fortunate as Qingzhi attending to grandmother would bear no blame if the elderly lady were to falter. Any fault would lie with the family that caused her distress. Such commendation from Lord Xie is overwhelming. Qingzhi expressed her gratitude with a courteous bow. "It is not mere flattery. It is a testament to the trust placed in Master Yin," Jin emphasized. "Ye vings se demenor delighted jiving," even surprising him with its brilliance. In today's circumstances, she found herself thrust into the spotlight, directly linked to the well-being of her grandmother. Should anything befall the elderly matriarch, Jin could scarcely conceive a means to ensure her safety. Yet, unexpectedly, it was through her own actions that she extricated herself from a precarious situation. Had she not visited Xiangwu Temple today, she would have lacked the perfect justification that indeed proved her fortune. If not for the inappropriateness of the moment, Jin would have been tempted to embrace her, to revel in her good fortune. Meanwhile, Zhang Jingyi, upon hearing of Qingzhi's auspicious fortune and Master Yin's words, could not help but beam with delight. She glanced at the old matriarch and the others present, Zhao Xinlan and Jiang Ro, and raised her voice cheerfully, "Aunt Yi, I always knew you were a person of great fortune. Your visit to Xiangwu Temple today has truly validated that. With the usual caregivers by grandmother's side, you need not concern yourself with direct assistance. Avoid any clumsy mishaps that might inadvertently harm her. Simply keep her company with some light-hearted conversation to lift her spirits and facilitate her recovery." Qingzhi was profoundly appreciative of her lady's guidance, grateful for the supportive environment that spared her the burden of direct care. Regardless of the outcome, the fact that both the lord and lady had risen to protect her offered her solace. She felt less troubled by the day's events. At long last, her attendance had not been in vain. Both leaders were indeed compassionate. The demeanor of Jin and Zhang Jingyi prompted Jiang Ro to scrutinize Qingzhi for the first time, with a captivating beauty that ensnared the affections of her uncle. Jin, she was unsurprising. However, the fervent efforts of even the wife of Marquis Jiang to safeguard her hinted at something extraordinary. Zhao Xinlan, too, observed Qingzhi with a gaze tinged with suspicion and resentment. She must be Lin Qingwan. Zhang Jingyi likely possessed some knowledge of the past. as she had shared a cordial relationship with Lin Qingwan during her lifetime. Otherwise, it would be unfathomable for a matron to bestow such favor upon a favored concubine, unless she were gravely ill. As Qingzhi approached the inner chamber and stood by the bedside, her heart ached at the sight of the frail, white-haired matriarch, whose breath was shallow. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Ye Qingzhi, Sikhit Inyardli. Reflecting that Lin Qingwan must have regarded the matriarch as family. Otherwise, witnessing the elderly lady in such a weakened state would not have stirred such profound feelings of anger and sorrow within her. Qingzhi sat by the bedside, gently grasping the hand of the elder matriarch. The attending Mama, Xiao, stirred her lips, but ultimately refrained from intervening. Elder ancestor, I am Qingzhi, she spoke softly. Today, I visited Xianghua Temple to offer incense, where Master Lin proclaimed that I possess profound blessings and shall surely have my wishes fulfilled. I believe these words pertain to you, dear ancestor, for I have longed for your swift awakening and enduring longevity. Rest assured, I shall remain here by your side, guarding you from any malevolent forces. When you have rested enough, please open your eyes and gaze upon me, if you would be so kind. Upon finishing her heartfelt declaration, she noticed a slight movement in the elder matriarch's fingers, indicating that the matriarch was conscious and could hear her words. Mama, did you see that? The elder's fingers moved. She can hear me. Qingzhi exclaimed joyfully to Mama Xiao. Indeed, Aunt Yi has won the elder matriarch's favor. You are truly fortunate. From the moment you arrived, the elder has been pleased. Do converse more with her, Mama Xiao replied, her gaze towards Qingzhi softening, no longer filled with suspicion. Elder ancestor, I understand why you are upset. Although I may lack the right to counsel, my heart aches for you. And I am reminded of a similar tale from the countryside that I wish to share. In a certain village, there lived an old matriarch named Gua, surrounded by a multitude of descendants. Among them were those who thrived and those who were disappointments, often bringing her distress. Frequently, the unfilial grandchildren caused her to faint, leaving her in despair. One day, after yet another episode of distress, she fainted and found herself in the netherworld, standing before the king of hell. Upon reviewing her life record, he declared that her lifespan was not yet concluded. She still had 10 years to live, but she was destined to die in vain. The old matriarch wept bitterly, lamenting her ungrateful descendants, and implored the king of hell to return her to the land of the living. Moved by her maternal affection, the king agreed to send her back, but cautioned her. Descendants will have their own fortunes. Do not toil endlessly for them. One's fate cannot be forced. No matter how bitter the circumstances, do not allow yourself to suffer. Elder ancestor, perhaps I have yet to experience parenthood and do not fully comprehend the worries of a parent. Nevertheless, I find great wisdom in those words and wish to share them with you. Before Qingzhi could finish, she noticed the elder matriarch opening her eyes, gazing at her with tenderness and faintly uttering, "Well said. Elder ancestor, you are awake." Qingzhi exclaimed in delight, nearly leaping with joy as she clasped her hands together in reverence. Thank you, Buddha, and thank you, Master Lin. You are truly remarkable. I shall no longer speak ill of you. In a flurry, those waiting outside heard of the elder matriarch's awakening and rushed in, surrounding the bed with expressions of concern and inquiries. Qingzhi found herself pushed to the periphery, willingly retreating as she had no desire for accolades. You performed admirably, Xiejin remarked, approaching her side with a smile of praise. Qingzhi returned the smile, quickly grasping his hand before releasing it, whispering, "In truth, I am quite anxious. My palms are sweating." Xiejin also sensed the dampness of her palm, and upon hearing her words, his heart softened involuntarily. His gaze upon her became unprecedentedly gentle, and his voice turned tender as he said, "It's all right, just wait here for a while, and I will take you back shortly." "All right," Qingzhi replied with a charming smile, obediently. When the matriarch awoke, the court physician assured that she was unharmed but required a period of quiet recuperation, prompting everyone to take their leave. Before departing, Qingzhi approached the bed to pay her respects to the matriarch. The matriarch smiled at her with great affection, and due to her lingering weakness, she could not converse extensively. She merely instructed Xiao Momo to procure more fine gifts for her. After expressing her gratitude, Qingzhi departed with an array of bestowed treasures, accompanying the Marquis and his wife back to the Western Garden. Once the visitors had left, the matriarch inquired of Xiao Momo, "What of the eldest son?" He received a severe beating from the seventh master and is now confined to the ancestral hall. Xiao Momo replied softly. The seventh master referred to none other than Xiejin. "What a pity for that child." Mingqing, the matriarch, lamented weakly. Years ago, the late Marquis insisted on bestowing the title upon the seventh master. It seems he was indeed wise and farsighted, for the eldest son has proven to be somewhat reckless. Incapable of upholding the family name, Xiao Momo remarked. He is undoubtedly talented, yet the matriarch sighed lightly. This modest Marquis cannot contain him, nor should it. Chapter 70. To present her as an object to the Marquis of Pingnan, Xian Mingli returned hastily from Xianghua Temple to the Marquis of Pingnan's residence, only to be informed at the gate that the matriarch was unwell. Upon hearing this, a wave of anxiety washed over him, and he broke into a cold sweat, promptly making his way to Fusho Garden while inquiring with the steward about the situation. He learned that it was the uproar from the main branch in the west courtyard that had caused the matriarch to faint, which filled him with fury. They could cause trouble among themselves, but to drag such sordid matters before their great-grandmother was utterly intolerable. Should anything happen to her, their lives would be worthless. Upon arriving outside Fusho Garden, Xia Mingli spotted Zhao Xinlan and Xie Xiuhan emerging. "Father," Xie Xiuhan greeted him, adding, "Great-grandmother has awakened." The imperial physician advised her to rest. So he stepped outside. Xia Mingli breathed a sigh of relief, gently ruffling Xie Xiuhan's hair. "That is good to hear." Zhao Xinlan, after offering her respects, smiled warmly and said, "My lord, just a moment ago, great-grandmother was in a deep stupor, and no one could rouse her. However, after we summoned Aunt Yi from the west courtyard, she entered the room, and shortly thereafter, great-grandmother awakened. Now everyone is saying she is fortunate, claiming she shares a connection with Sister Lin. When the anniversary of Sister Lin's passing arrives, should we invite her to pay her respects with incense?" Upon hearing this, Xia Mingli could not help but reach for the paper hidden in his sleeve. "Do you also find that Aunt Yi bears some resemblance to Qingwan?" he inquired. "I do not perceive such a resemblance," Zhao Xinlan replied, lowering her voice. "You know, my lord, she is merely a concubine of humble origin from a merchant family. To secure a comfortable life in the inner quarters, she employs various schemes. Nevertheless, as a concubine of the Jiangyang Marquis, I cannot fathom her motives for mimicking Sister Lin's demeanor and even her handwriting. Is she attempting to win the Marquis's favor through such deceit?" At this point, she nearly implied that Lin Qingwan had an affair with Xiejin during her lifetime. "Cease your reckless words. How audacious! Upon your return, you shall kneel before Qingwan's memorial and offer your apologies." Xia Mingli, unable to ignore the implications of her words, erupted in fury, his eyes blazing with anger. Zhao Xinlan, taken aback by his fierce reaction, felt her legs weaken and immediately knelt to beg for forgiveness. Xie Xiuhan followed suit, also kneeling and pleading for his father's understanding regarding his mother's indiscreet remarks, which not only embarrassed him, but also disturbed great-grandmother's convalescence. At that moment, Qingzhi, along with Xiejin and Zhang Jingyi, exited the courtyard, witnessing this rather awkward scene. What is happening here? Xiejin raised an eyebrow, surveying the situation. She spoke a few inappropriate words. Xia Mingli responded dismissively, then coldly commanded Zhao Xinlan, "Rise and return." Zhao Xinlan awkwardly got to her feet, feeling the weight of Qingzhi's gaze upon her, and was consumed by a mix of shame and indignation, wishing for a hole to hide in. Lin Qingwan must be laughing heartily at the sight of her in such a disgraceful state, knowing Xia Mingli's unwavering affection for her. Reflecting on the moments before Lin Qingwan's demise, she had the audacity to mock her, yet now her own fate has become a farce. Zhao Xinlan's face burned with humiliation, a tormenting agony. Qingzhi paid no heed to Zhao Xinlan, unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind, as her gaze was fixed upon Xie Xiuhan. However, after a brief glance at him, she averted her eyes. What an absurdity! Yi Qingzhi frowned, feeling an uncanny resemblance between Xie Xiuhan and the offspring of Xie Mingli and Zhao Xinlan. As she scrutinized the faces of the three, she perceived a slight similarity, though it was not the kind that immediately screamed familial connection. Yet, that notion took root in her mind. Resolutely, she lowered her head, opting for ignorance to avoid disturbance. Unlike Lin Qingwan, she did not wish to be ensnared in the web of her troubles, even if she were to be affected. Xie Mingli's gaze inadvertently fell upon Yi Qingzhi, examining her intently, as if seeking to discern whether she was indeed Lin Qingwan reincarnated. Xie Jin noticed his scrutiny, and his expression turned frosty. He stepped forward to obstruct Xie Mingli's view, his voice as cold as ice. "Do not provoke me into teaching you a lesson." Xie Mingli, recognizing his own fault, withdrew his gaze, refraining from retort. Instead, he bowed slightly to Xie Jin in apology and proceeded into the Fusho garden. Zhao Xinlan perceived Xie Mingli's concern for Yi Qingzhi, and her heart tightened. She could not help but ponder that if Xie Mingli believed Yi Qingzhi to be the reincarnation of Lin Qingwan, he would undoubtedly request her from Xie Jin. After all, she was merely a concubine and had yet to bear children. It would be a loss of face to claim one's uncle's concubine. It could be justified if the other party consented. Since Lin Qingwan's passing, Xie Mingli had descended into madness, engaging in numerous acts devoid of dignity. However, as Zhao Xinlan reconsidered, it might be advantageous for her to keep Yi Qingzhi close, making it easier to manage her under her watchful eye. With Xie Jin and Zhang Jingyi safeguarding Yi Qingzhi at the Jiangyang Marquis' residence, she could only watch helplessly, unable to take action. "Thank you, my lord, for protecting your concubine." Yi Qingzhi expressed her gratitude to Xie Jin, sensing that he would not treat her as a mere object to be handed over to the Pingnan Marquis. Finally, she could lay her anxious heart to rest, no longer fearing for her life. Zhao Xinlan suddenly turned towards Yi Qingzhi, startled, as if she might cover her mouth. She feared she had inadvertently voiced her inner thoughts. Zhang Jingyi also cast a sudden glance at Yi Qingzhi, unable to refrain from shooting her glare. Why must such blatant truths be spoken aloud? What nonsense is this? Upon hearing Yi Qingzhi's words, Xie Jin felt a surge of anger rising from within, infuriated beyond measure. He wished to pinch her impertinent lips, but recalling their public setting, he restrained himself, glaring at her with intensity. "I am not spouting nonsense." The Pingnan Marquis, consumed by memories of his deceased wife, has become deranged, reportedly collecting all of Madame Lin's belongings in her remembrance. Now, they claim I resemble her, and just moments ago, the Pingnan Marquis brazenly scrutinized me, perceiving me as a mere substitute. Do these signs not speak volumes? I'm no fool. Yi Qingzhi's face flushed with indignation as she unapologetically tore away the veil of pretense. The matters concerning the beauty's mother once again made her acutely aware of the lack of rights and status afforded to women in ancient times. It seems that only women of royal lineage can evade the fate of being forcibly taken. However, life within the confines of the royal residence and the harem is fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to fatal consequences. The recent scrutiny from Xie Mingli set off alarm bells in her heart. She feared that Xie Mingli might engage in unscrupulous dealings with Xie Jin, thereby claiming her for himself. Although Xie Jin appeared to care for her to some extent, such sentiment is trivial when weighed against personal gain. A man who is indifferent to being cuckolded would undoubtedly forsake her if the price were right. If they choose to abandon all semblance of humanity, then there is no need for them to maintain any dignity. Let us see who suffers the greater disgrace. If the Marquis of Pingnan truly dares to entertain such nefarious thoughts, not only will I refuse to acquiesce, but I shall also administer a severe lesson to him. To awaken him to reality, Xie Jin stated coldly, "I knew you were a man of great principles and decorum." Yi Qingzhi temporarily believed his words, offering a flattering smile. "My good fortune undoubtedly stems from your benevolence, which is why the master foretold that I possess deep blessings and will enjoy a smooth life." Hearing her words, Xie Jin could not help but smile, his anger dissipating significantly. "You are utterly captivating, Yi Yang. It is both infuriating and delightful." Zhang Jingyi could not help but shake her head, exclaiming, Your tongue is truly remarkable. Praised Madame Xia. Ye vingzi aprorochit zank, vingi, vishipitin. My sharp tongue serves to defend you against those who bring you distress. Zhang Jingyi chuckled but shot her a mock glare, saying, enough of this nonsense. Let's return swiftly. Yes, as you wish, madam. Yi Qingzhi obediently replied. Zhao Xinlan, pursing her lips, watched as Yi Qingzhi and the others departed, and could not resist asking Xie Xiuhan beside her, how do you perceive Yi Yang? Do you think she resembles our late matriarch? Mother, she is certainly not comparable. Please refrain from making such comparisons before father. Equating a concubine with a mother is an affront to her memory and will only incite father's wrath. Mother? You speak the truth. Zhao Xinlan felt an urge to rebuke him, instructing him not to refer to Lin Qingwan as his mother again. But she could only suppress her anger in public. Xie Xiuhan lowered his head, concealing his emotions. How could he confess to his mother that he regretted his actions and wished for his mother's presence once more? It was only in her absence that he realized the precious guidance he had lost. The impending scholar examination weighed heavily on his heart. Meanwhile, at the Yi residence, Yi Yongyuan stared intently at a fine jade pendant, nearly driven to madness. His wife had been chosen by the Prince of Su. Father, you should divorce mother, Yi Junfeng quietly suggested. Yi Yongyuan shot him a fierce glare, consumed by rage. Wishing to chastise his wife for her discontent and for entangling herself with royalty in pursuit of wealth. Yet, upon casting a glance, he beheld the elegant and refined figure of his wife, and Yi Yongyuan found himself unable to utter any words of reproach regarding her restlessness. If this were to be deemed restless, then what could possibly be considered composed? It could only be said that Prince Su was indeed peculiar. Despite the tumult of emotions swirling within him, Yi Yongyuan dared only to chastise Prince Su in the confines of his mind, refraining from voicing his grievances. Yet, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered. Could it be that they had misunderstood the intentions of Prince Su? At that moment, a servant from outside approached to report that individuals from the Prince Su's residence had come to present gifts. Yi Yongyuan, his face ached terribly. Chapter 71. So insightful and discerning father, cease your struggles and embrace the inevitable. Yi Junfeng spoke softly. Yi Yongyuan, no. Even if he were to admit that he harbored affection for Moon Yinxiu, how could he reconcile with her being his wife? He truly wished to resist a while longer. For instance, he contemplated revealing to the prince that Moon Yinxiu harbored a hidden ailment that rendered her incapable of fulfilling her marital duties. Or perhaps he could mention that their fates clashed, bringing misfortune upon the prince. Alternatively, he might assert that she was a harbinger of ill fortune for offspring. It was precisely due to her unfavorable fate that he had confined her to the ancestral temple for over a decade, seeking to suppress the malevolent energy she possessed. Ultimately, his intent was to paint Moon Yinxiu as an ominous woman. The prince might not care that she belonged to another, nor that she was deemed impure. Yet her supposed misfortune, possibly causing harm to husband and children, would surely warrant concern. Observing his father's demeanor, Yi Junfeng understood that he was entertaining misguided notions. With a resigned sigh, he began to elucidate the true nature of the esteemed Prince Su, a figure far beyond the reach of their humble merchant lineage. Even among royalty, there existed a hierarchy, and Prince Su stood as the foremost royal figure, second only to the emperor himself. Even the current crown prince, upon encountering him, would respectfully address him as uncle, refraining from any displays of arrogance due to his status. What rendered Prince Su so formidable? Firstly, he was the emperor's younger brother, 13 years his junior, having enjoyed the emperor's affection since childhood. As he matured, his exceptional martial skills and prowess in warfare further endeared him to the emperor. It is said that familial ties are absent in the imperial court, yet this did not apply to the bond between the emperor and Prince Su. For nearly 2 decades, the two brothers had supported one another, one securing the throne, while the other safeguarded the borders, steadfastly preserving their fledgling nation amidst the watchful eyes of neighboring powers, tirelessly fortifying its strength. Additionally, during the Battle of Huai River, Prince Su successfully repelled the forces of the Yan and negotiated a peace treaty, granting the Dezhao time to recuperate, Such an achievement could scarcely be overstated. In sum, the emperor is a sagacious ruler. While Prince Su embodies the spirit of a warrior, both indispensable to the Zhao, it could be asserted that as long as Prince Su did not harbor ambitions of usurpation, he could commit the most outrageous acts without fearing the emperor's wrath. Even should he take a concubine, the emperor might merely turn a blind eye, rebuking him lightly for his lack of propriety and then bestowing death upon the woman, leaving Prince Su unscathed. A palace woman could never rival the importance of a brother who contributed significantly to the stability of the realm. Should Prince Su take an interest in Moon Yinxiu, the emperor would only conclude that she was unworthy of him, not deeming it disrespectful for Prince Su to pursue another's wife. Moreover, Prince Su's temperament was wild and unruly, undeterred by conventional propriety, rendering typical means of intimidation ineffective. Furthermore, Prince Su's retinue was filled with capable individuals. A mere inquiry could unearth secrets aplenty, perhaps even revealing that several of Prince Su's men were already concealed within the estate. To attempt covert actions would be akin to searching for excrement in a latrine with a lantern. After absorbing his son's enlightening discourse, Yi Yongyuan's countenance fell, and he nodded in resignation, deciding to cease his struggles. He had always been one to heed counsel. Since resistance is futile, one must naturally seek to extract the utmost benefit from this transaction by exhibiting a compliant demeanor and taking the initiative to part ways. Perhaps the Duke of Su will reward him, offering some form of consolation. Yi Yongyuan, accompanied by Moon Yinxiu and his sons, proceeded to meet the guests with a semblance of calm. At the forefront was the chief steward of the Duke's household, known as Steward Zhang. With a piercing gaze, Steward Zhang briefly appraised Moon Yinxiu before returning his attention, beaming as he exchanged pleasantries with Yi Yongyuan and Yi Junfeng. Only then did he address the crux of the matter. The Duke holds the eldest son in high regard and intends to grant him a significant role within the Ministry of Revenue. Furthermore, the Duke expressed that although the younger son is still quite young, he possesses remarkable intelligence. Should the boy aspire to pursue the imperial examination, arrangements would be made for him to study under a distinguished mentor or to enroll in the National Academy. Upon hearing this, Yi Junfeng felt a mix of surprise and reassurance. The Duke of Su maintained a certain level of propriety, although he was quite eager regarding matters concerning their mother. He still took the time to come in person. This indicated a willingness to invest effort, offering substantial benefits rather than simply demanding their departure. As a man with disabilities and a merchant's background, lacking any official title, it was indeed remarkable that the Duke would propose a tangible position for him within the Ministry of Revenue, while also permitting his younger brother to take the imperial examination and even gain admission to the National Academy. For the sake of my mother, offering such exorbitant interest rates demonstrates the Duke of Su's genuine regard for her. Is this the taste of associating with royalty and having the backing of power? What once seemed impossible is merely a statement from the prince. Upon hearing these words, Yi Yongyuan felt a profound sense of foreboding. For the prince not only sought to claim his wife, but also intended to win over his two sons. Truly, the prince is relentless in his pursuit, leaving no room for resistance. Does this deeply wounded man not deserve any form of recompense? Master Yi, the prince's favor towards the two young gentlemen naturally extends to elevating the Yi family stature. The prospect of becoming an imperial merchant is assured. As long as Master Yi is perceptive and aware, granting the Yi family the rights to trade in official salt is merely a matter of the prince's word. Upon hearing this, Yi Yongyuan was instantly filled with exhilaration. What he had originally hoped to achieve through his daughter, he unexpectedly found realized through his wife. What a remarkable turn of events. Well, let's consider it a good thing. Master Yi, may I presume this is your esteemed wife? Eunuch Zhang turned his gaze towards Moon Yinxiu, poised to subtly convey the prince's intentions, when he was abruptly interrupted by Yi Yongyuan, who anxiously exclaimed, "Eunuch Zhang, you are unaware of my situation. I am on the verge of seeking a divorce from my wife." Master Zhang, are you so well informed and discerning? Ah, esteemed father-in-law, I was previously deceived by the scheming concubine of the household, unjustly accusing the lady of mistreating her offspring, which resulted in her confinement within the ancestral temple for 12 long years. Alas, The lady has expressed that after years of piety and devotion, she wishes to renounce the worldly affairs and desires to leave for the temple to pursue her spiritual practice. I, feeling a deep sense of remorse for her plight, have acquiesced to her wishes. Yi Yongyuan, with 7 parts sincerity and 3 parts pretense, spoke up, indicating to Prince Su that he had not been intimate with Moon Yinxiu for over a decade. Prince Su, I implore you, do not harbor lingering grievances or jealousy towards him, contemplating his punishment. The lady aspires to enter the temple for her spiritual journey? Master Zhang inquired with a demeanor that was notably courteous. Moon Yinxiu nodded and said, I am grateful for the prince's regard for my children. I am willing to chant scriptures day and night to pray for the prince's blessing. The eunuch Zhang contemplated that the prince wished to chant scriptures with her, though not those of a traditional nature. Madam, would you be inclined to enter the royal residence to chant scriptures and offer blessings for the prince? Zhang inquired further. To chant scriptures at the royal residence, does that mean I must become a concubine of the prince? Moon Yinxiu asked coolly. The straightforwardness of her question caught Zhang off guard. After regaining his composure, he replied, the prince has stated that as long as Madame Mu is willing to enter the residence, a secondary consort position is also acceptable. Very well, then let it be a secondary consort, Moon Yinxiu responded, but demeanor neither joyous nor sorrowful, as she inquired, when shall I enter the residence? I shall return to report to the prince, Zhang answered, somewhat dazed. The formality of the exchange felt rather peculiar. Chapter 72. Is she in sorrow or joy? Elder Zhang departed, leaving behind 3 grand redwood chests filled with gifts. Upon opening one, Yi Yongyuan discovered an assortment of precious items, either personal effects belonging to women or religious scriptures and prayer beads. Disheartened, he closed the chest, the intentions of the prince glaringly evident. Fortunately, those around them were perceptive and considerate, ensuring that the prince's fervent affections were not met with indifference. In mere moments, they had pledged loyalty to the Prince of Su, fulfilling his wishes. Astonishingly, his wife had become a concubine of the prince, not just a lowly servant, but a concubine of considerable status. Only the Prince of Su would dare to engage in such an outrageous act, one that would inevitably draw the ire of the censors. Yet, he remained unscathed. Yi Yongyuan found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, unable to discern whether to feel sorrow or joy. He gazed at Moon Yinxiu. His lips moved as if to speak, brimming with sentiments he struggled to articulate. Ultimately, he let out a deep sigh. Yinxiu, have you ever held me in contempt? At such a juncture, what purpose did past grievances serve? Moon Yinxiu's demeanor was detached as she replied, you should hasten to draft the divorce papers and proceed to the authorities. The Prince of Su appears rather impatient. Do not provoke his displeasure. Yi Yongyuan felt a lump in his throat, aware that she must resent him for failing to protect her, yet he was powerless against the formidable prince. Embarrassed, he hurriedly left to attend to the divorce proceedings. Meanwhile, Yi Junyi was still in a daze, just coming to terms with the revelation that the Prince of Su sought to make his mother a concubine. This was utterly unfathomable. Reflecting on the encounters with the prince, he regretted his own naivety regarding the words and actions of his elder brother, mother, and sister. Mother, are you doing this for our sake? I have no desire to participate in the imperial examination or study at the National University. Mother, let us find a way to refuse the prince. With youthful fervor, Yi Junyi declared, even if he is the Prince of Su, he cannot resort to such coercive measures. Moon Yinxiu was at a loss for how to counsel him. Her clumsiness in speech made her hesitant, fearing that her words might further alienate him, leading him to perceive her as a woman obsessed with climbing the social ladder. Junyi, you should return to your room. Your brother will come to speak with you shortly, Yi Junfeng instructed sternly. Junyi bit his lip, reluctantly departing. Mother, Junyi is merely concerned for you, fearing you may be compelled to enter the royal household for our wealth and status. Yi Junfeng consoled her. Then you must reassure him that I am not being coerced. I willingly enter the prince's household to chant scriptures and offer blessings, Moon Yinxiu sighed, her fingers anxiously twirling the prayer beads. Yi Junfeng nodded in agreement, adding, Mother, entering the royal household as a concubine is better than we had anticipated. However, A high status attracts attention, and we are unable to support you from the outside. Therefore, you must understand that your only ally will be the prince. Yet, he will not always be present within the household. Thus, your first task upon entering should be to secure a few loyal aides from the prince, ones who can safeguard you within the royal residence. Moon Yinxiu nodded thoughtfully, diligently noting down the words, and gazed at him with a heart full of compassion, saying, "It must be quite a burden for you to convey this to mother. These are merely the instructions given by my sister before her departure. I am but a messenger." Yi Junfeng replied with a faint smile. "Go and send a letter to your sister, so she may worry less," Moon Yinxiu gently urged. "Mother will fulfill her promises, free from desires and attachments, devoid of sorrow and joy. She simply wishes to recite scriptures and offer blessings to alleviate the prince's transgressions and extend his life." Yi Junfeng acquiesced, yet unease lingered in his heart. The prince's interest in their mother was fleeting. What would happen when his attention waned? How could she safely reside in the depths of the royal estate then? "Mother, has something happened in the manor?" Yi Yingshu inquired, noticing her mother's pallor. Upon seeing Gu Man enter, Yi Yingshu anxiously asked, "You just emerged from the prison yesterday. I heard that Chen Yuankai placed third from the bottom. It feels as though a thunderbolt has cleaved me in two. How could it come to this? It was not so in my dreams. In my dreams, Chen Yuankai was a scholar of distinction, even the top candidate. How can it be otherwise now? Is it not his true talent that has failed him? Or perhaps my dreams were mere figments of my imagination, not reflections of a past life?" Yi Yingshu found it hard to accept this unsettling possibility. Even more absurdly, her release was contingent upon Yi Qingzhi's request for her mother to voluntarily leave the family, leading to her mercy. In other words, without Yi Qingzhi's intervention, she would have remained imprisoned. Yi Qingzhi held the power to determine her very existence. In her previous life, Yi Qingzhi thrived in splendor. Why should she continue to prosper within the Marquis? Why did fate seem to favor her alone? After learning of these matters, Yi Yingshu's mind swirled with a tempest of indignation, cursing the heavens for their injustice and lamenting how Yi Qingzhi always usurped her fortunes. Observing her mother's shocked and dazed expression, she sensed that another grave incident had transpired. Yet, she could hardly believe that anything more outrageous could occur. Moon Yinxiu had caught the attention of the prince today at Xiangwu Temple, and soon she would enter the royal residence as a concubine. Gu Man's demeanor was numb as she articulated each word. Thus, the Yi family can rise to become imperial merchants. Yi Junfeng can serve in the Ministry of Revenue, and Yi Junyi can study at the Imperial Academy. Yi Yingshu, this was truly beyond absurdity. Her mother had opened the door to the utterly preposterous. She recalled the dream where a year hence, the ancestral temple was engulfed in flames, leading to Moon Yinxiu's demise in that inferno. She could no longer place her faith in that dream. It was all a deception, a cruel trick played upon her. At the prince's residence, after Zhang Gonggong returned, he promptly sought out the prince to report on the matter. "How did the task fare?" the prince inquired, his expression calm, yet his heart a tempest. "Your Highness, Madame Mu has consented to enter the royal residence as a concubine and inquired when the prince would admit her," Zhang Gonggong stated. "Is she filled with sorrow or joy?" the prince asked. After a moment of silence, Master Zhang chose his words carefully, saying, in response to the prince, "Madame Mu has devoted herself to a life of vegetarianism and Buddhist recitation for over a decade. It is likely that she has cultivated an exceptionally pure and unblemished heart. She appears neither joyful nor sorrowful, remaining tranquil and undisturbed. She has expressed her willingness to enter the prince's residence to recite scriptures and offer blessings in gratitude for your generous affection." Upon hearing this, Prince Su fell silent as well. "And what are the others? What is their attitude?" he inquired again, understanding the nuances of the situation. Master Zhang recounted every word spoken during his visit to the Yi residence. It was not in vain that this prince held them in such high regard. A hint of a smile appeared on Prince Su's face as he tapped his fingers on the table. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Inform her that she is to enter the residence tomorrow. Prepare the listening rain pavilion for her accommodation and arrange a small Buddhist altar." Master Zhang respectfully acknowledged the command, but offered a gentle reminder. "Your Highness, with a concubine entering the residence, should we not inform the princess?" Go and notify her, and additionally caution her that this is a woman whom I hold in high esteem. Should she dare to act against her, I shall strip her of her position as princess. Chapter 73. What right does Madamu have? News arrived from the Yi residence. Rui hurried back from outside, presenting a letter to Yi Qingzhi. Upon opening it, Yi Qingzhi learned that the Duke of Su had dispatched a palace attendant to deliver gifts, along with promises of substantial benefits. After reading, her anxious heart eased slightly. Indeed, one could not help but admire the grand demeanor of a royal leader, which far surpassed that of a mere marquis. The identity of a royal merchant, the shortage of positions in the Ministry of Revenue, the coveted slots at the Imperial Academy, and the title of a concubine. Each was a treasure that many would vie for, and the Duke of Su had offered them all at once. This leader was truly capable. Her mother, the beauty, ought to sincerely pray for him, wishing him blessings and longevity, lest she fall in battle too soon and lose her protector. Observing the Duke's decisive actions, it seemed her mother would soon enter the royal residence. She was completely unaware of the temperament and background of the Duke's wife, nor the number of women and children residing in the palace. With no knowledge of the inner workings of the royal household, she could only provide her mother with the essential principles of conduct. If there were matters to address, one should seek the Duke. If there were shortages of staff or funds, ask him for assistance. If bullied, report to him for protection and vengeance. Avoid direct confrontations with the women of the palace, and certainly do not resort to underhanded tactics against them, let alone eliminate them. It was imperative to clearly understand one's own responsibilities. As for professional skills, explaining too intricately would likely be beyond her mother's capabilities. Considering her mother's temperament, Yi Qingzhi could only offer one piece of advice. Sincerity was the ultimate weapon. Be oneself and win over the Duke. Engrossed in writing her reply, Yi Qingzhi failed to notice Xie Jin's arrival, who stood behind her, observing the content of her letter. The more he read, the deeper his gaze became. This was precisely the sort of thing she typically engaged in. Sincerity was indeed the ultimate weapon. Xie Jin chuckled softly at this thought, realizing that no other woman spoke with such genuine intent. Accustomed to insincere flattery, he found himself genuinely appreciating her straightforwardness. However, while others instructed their daughters on how to win their husband's affections, she took on the earnest task of educating her own mother. Reflecting on the information he had uncovered about Moon Yinxiu, he could not help but feel that such behavior was hardly surprising. "My lord, you startle me," Yi Qingzhi exclaimed, turning to see Xie Jin beside her, genuinely taken aback. Instinctively, she shot him an annoyed glare and retorted, "If you wish to see, then look. I have nothing to hide from you, so why stand there silently watching? Scaring someone can lead to dire consequences." Before Xie Jin could respond, she continued to chatter away, her attitude towards him rather presumptuous. "TSK, how arrogant you are with your favoritism," Xie Jin huffed, pinching her small mouth. Watching her transform into a pouting duck with wide, innocent eyes made him chuckle, finding it quite amusing. Yi Qingzhi gazed intently, suddenly recalling a significant matter. Her lord was indeed the commander of the Jinyui, tasked with the collection of various intelligence. He must undoubtedly be well informed about the situation within the residence of the late King Su. "My lord, I wish to request something of you," Yi Qingzhi said, her demeanor shifting as she leaned closer, sweetly and playfully. "Is it for this?" Xie Jin inquired, producing a small booklet from his sleeve and waving it before her eyes. Upon receiving it, Yi Qingzhi's eyes lit up with delight. It contained information regarding the affairs of the King Su's residence. Overwhelmed with joy, she quickly closed the booklet and embraced Xie Jin, showering him with heartfelt gratitude. "My lord, you are truly wonderful. It seems we are of one mind." She offered sweet words freely, urging him to indulge in a fervent kiss. Although Xie Jin recognized that her display was largely performative, he still relished it, responding with a passionate kiss before retreating, just as he wished to savor her further. Jin Bao appeared, visibly anxious, requesting an audience. In a hushed tone, he informed Xie Jin, "My lord, the emperor has arrived and, without alarming anyone, has gone directly to the Fusho garden to visit the matriarch." Yi Qingzhi, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Her curiosity about the emperor piqued, though she was too wise to act foolishly and intrude. Without asking further questions, she obediently tidied Xie robe and respectfully sent him on his way. Once Xie had departed, Qingzhi picked up the booklet detailing the affairs of the Qingzu's residence and began to study it meticulously. The origins of the Qingzu's consort were far from ordinary. She was the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Wang family, a lineage that had produced 3 prime ministers and 2 empresses during the previous dynasty. The king had married her to ally himself with such a powerful and influential family. This proud and lofty woman, although a noble lady well-versed in all manners of etiquette, lacked the capacity to tolerate others. Initially, as the Qingzhi was often away, sometimes absent from the capital for 3 to 4 years, the residence was remarkably quiet, and the consort lived almost as if in mourning. Naturally, she was held in high regard, her status slightly inferior to that of the empress, with palace concubines showing her respect and the empress treating her with warmth and courtesy. This environment only served to inflate her pride, fostering an air of superiority and an intolerance for any perceived slight. However, ever since the Qingzhi returned to the capital last year and took up residence in the Wang family estate, the consort's fortunate days had come to an end. The king, disinclined to indulge her arrogant disposition, often neglected her at royal banquets, leaving her with little dignity. The emperor, sympathetic to his brother's years of service at the borders, arranged for numerous beauties to entertain him, ladies from noble families, daughters of minor officials, and performers from the Ministry of Music, providing a plethora of enchanting choices. This only deepened the consort's sense of grievance. Unable to assert control over the king, filled with resentment and bitterness, she naturally redirected her frustrations onto the women of the inner residence. The atmosphere within the Wang family estate was anything but tranquil. After perusing the information, Qingzhi sighed heavily 3 times, lamenting the burdens of a large organization, where competition is fierce and, coupled with a poor leader, life becomes increasingly fraught with challenges. In the face of such a fierce struggle for power, for someone as simple-minded as my mother, the only option is to cling tightly to the leg of Prince Su. As for anything else, it is best left aside. There is little more she can do. All she can do is sincerely pray for her beautiful mother. Meanwhile, Xie hurriedly arrived at Fusho Garden, respectfully bowing to the emperor, who was clad in his everyday attire. "Rise," the emperor commanded. "I've just seen my aunt. Her spirit is not what it once was." He sighed softly. "I am at fault," Xie said, lowering his head in acknowledgement of his error, admitting he had failed to manage his household properly, which had disturbed his grandmother. "Just now, my aunt pleaded with me to intercede on behalf of Xiaolin, hoping that I would not punish him, and she also requested that I spare Xie Mingqing's examination results. This is the first time my aunt has petitioned me. I cannot refuse." The emperor's underlying sentiment was clear. He could not refuse, but was reluctant to let the matter rest. Xie understood and readily suggested. "There is a county in the northwest that is beset by sandstorms year-round, sweltering in summer and frigid in winter. The previous governor's term has ended. Perhaps we could assign Xiaolin to that post, and upon his return in 3 years, he could be promoted by half a rank." "Excellent," the emperor said, regarding Xie with satisfaction. "And what of Xie Mingqing?" "Regarding the issue of the examination hall, although it is not a significant matter, it has left some students feeling aggrieved. To cancel their examination results outright would be a severe punishment, especially considering the 3-year wait," Xie proposed. "Perhaps we could conduct an additional examination for those students who bribed their way into the hall, specifically in a hall located near the latrines. This might help alleviate their grievances." "Let it be as you suggest." The emperor finally relaxed his stern demeanor, smiling as he spoke. "I heard that during my aunt's unconsciousness, your concubine, the Yi family, recounted a small story to her. I just heard it, and I found it quite insightful. Children and grandchildren have their own fortunes. Do not toil for them like a beast of burden. I can relate to that sentiment now." Xie refrained from engaging in that topic, as it would inevitably lead to discussions of the crown prince's succession battle. Although the crown prince had been established, as long as he had yet to ascend the throne, the ambitions of those below would never cease, and the struggles would persist. Fortunately, He had a significant piece of news to share with the emperor, which he hoped would not be dismissed as trivial. Your Majesty, regarding my concubine, the Yi family, by a twist of fate, she has become somewhat entangled with Prince Su, Jin remarked. Oh, the emperor's interest was piqued immediately. Today, the Yi family visited Xianghua Temple to pray, where they also met with their relatives. Prince Su was present as well, and he took a liking to Madame Mu, Ye's mother, offering her the position of a secondary consort, with arrangements for her to enter the palace tomorrow. The emperor, taken aback, paused, clearly overwhelmed by the implications of this development, before finally asking, on what basis does Madame Mu deserve such an honor? Chapter 74. The happiest days of this life. Upon hearing the emperor's inquiry, Jin discerned the emperor's ire. It was not directed at the actions of Prince Su, who had acted with such brazen audacity, but rather at the lowly status of Lady Yi, a woman of diminished rank who had already been married and bore children. She was, in truth, unworthy of Prince Su. It was inconceivable that she should even aspire to become a secondary consort, let alone a mere maidservant. Her age rendered her more akin to a matron within the palace. The emperor's agitation grew with every passing moment, and in a fleeting instant, he concocted an elaborate narrative. Moon Yinxiu, employing beguiling charms, had deliberately ensnared the prince, perhaps even using some form of witchcraft to incite his reckless actions at Xianghua Temple. It was this provocation that led Prince Su to become so enraptured that he foolishly conferred upon her the position of secondary consort, inviting her into the palace. Yet, Moon Yinxiu, as Jin described, was a woman of pure intentions, having devoted 12 years to fasting and meditation. Her demeanor was as serene and introspective as a tranquil lamp beside an ancient Buddha. Jin spoke with an air of cool detachment, suggesting that perhaps Prince Su, having endured years of warfare and bloodshed, found solace in the peaceful and serene aura of Lady Mu, a presence that could indeed calm the soul. Having just conjured a vision of a seductive enchantress, the emperor felt a sharp pang of discomfort. If Lady Mu were truly as Jin depicted, a transcendent being devoted to spiritual purity, then perhaps she was not so difficult to accept after all. Suppressing his irritation and doubt, the emperor refrained from further questioning Jin on the matter, wary that he might be swayed by sentiments regarding his own concubine. After all, Jin's portrayal of Moon Yinxiu had likely been embellished. The emperor, not fully convinced, resolved to dispatch someone to investigate Moon Yinxiu's background upon his return to the palace. After encountering a distressing revelation concerning his own brother, the emperor found little desire to linger in Fusho Garden. Before departing, he approached the bedside of the venerable matriarch, offering a heartfelt farewell. Aunt, rest assured and take care of your health. I shall visit you again on another day. 50 years prior, when the founding emperor took up arms, the emperor himself was but 7 years of age. In those early days, the struggle was arduous. He witnessed the chaos of warfare and the relentless pursuit of enemies. During one harrowing episode, the young emperor was captured by adversaries, only to be rescued and cared for by the matriarch for an extended period. Thus, in his heart, she held a place akin to that of a mother, surpassing even the love he harbored for the late Empress Dowager. All his filial piety was directed towards her. His utterance of aunt was heartfelt and brimming with affection. The matriarch, possessing great wisdom, never exploited the emperor's tenderness to make demands. As he remarked, today marked the first occasion she had sought something from him. The emperor found it difficult to refuse, yet he was incensed at Lin for causing the matriarch distress. He wished to reprimand him, but feared that being too severe would only cause her further worry, leading him to consult Jin. Fortunately, Jin had always been the emperor's confidant, adept at discerning his thoughts and intentions, and his suggestions were most agreeable. It was no wonder he had earned the emperor's trust and risen to the esteemed position of commander of the Jinyui. The venerable matriarch gazed at the emperor with warmth, yet her heart was burdened with unease. After a moment of silence, she could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Your Majesty, during my recent fainting spell, I found my consciousness drifting through the hazy memories of my long life, filled with both joy and sorrow, having tasted the myriad flavors of existence, sweet, sour, bitter, and salty. It led me to ponder How painful it must be for one to reminisce without the comfort of cherished memories. I wish to ask, what has been the happiest time in your life, Your Majesty? Was it upon your ascension to the throne? The emperor paused, taken aback by the question, and met his aunt's affectionate gaze, prompting him to delve into the depths of his mind. A segment of memory, deliberately sealed for 3 decades, was suddenly revived. After I became emperor, I treaded on thin ice, filled with trepidation, fearing that the legacy entrusted to me by my father would be irrevocably tarnished. Such a state can hardly be deemed joyous, he murmured softly. You have endured much, Your Majesty. In these years, you have performed admirably. Your great-grandfather would surely take pride in you. When I descend into the earth, I shall speak of your diligence and outstanding achievements, the matriarch replied, her eyes filled with both affection and pride, akin to that of a nurturing elder. To receive such words from you, dear aunt, renders my years of toil insignificant. The emperor smiled, reflecting for a moment before continuing. The happiest time of my life was 30 years ago when I injured my eyes and recuperated in the land of Gulen. During that period, I was liberated from the burdens of responsibility and the strife for my father's favor among my brothers. With my vision impaired, everything became simpler, and I was accompanied by a lovely companion, experiencing joy akin to that of celestial beings. Indeed, only you, dear aunt, understand these bygone days well enough to jest with me about them. The emperor replied with a bittersweet smile. Aunt, do take care of yourself and remain by my side. Do not depart before me. I shall strive to live on, always accompanying you, Your Majesty. When you find yourself weary or nostalgic, seek me out and converse with me. The matriarch lovingly assured him. Just as she prepared to reveal a secret long held in her heart, Qingzhi entered, bowing respectfully to both of them. Your Majesty, grandmother, news from the palace indicates urgent military matters awaiting your decision. You must return promptly. The matriarch waved her hand with a smile, urging the emperor to depart. He took his leave, and Qingzhi escorted him to the carriage before returning to the Fusho garden. Rise and speak. The matriarch gently prompted as she noticed him kneeling by her bedside. Grandmother, I have erred, Qingzhi confessed, explaining his decisions regarding Xiaolin and Xiamingqing. You have done nothing wrong. They require discipline. The matriarch expressed her satisfaction. If, after this incident, they remain unable to stand on their own, there is no need to expend further effort in their support. It would be wiser to allow them to be idle, sparing the household from potential troubles. It is a relief to hear that you do not hold me at fault, grandmother, Qingzhi said, exhaling with respect. Return now, the matriarch replied, feeling fatigued but gentle in her demeanor. May you rest well, grandmother. I shall not disturb you further. Qingzhi bowed in farewell and turned to leave. The venerable matriarch gazed at his retreating figure, letting out a soft sigh. Let us discuss this again in due time. The following day, in the residence of Prince Su, Prince Su awoke at dawn, his disposition immediately marred by discontent as he sought out faults in every corner. He soon expressed dissatisfaction over the unkempt cleanliness of certain areas, then lamented the lackluster beauty of the flowers in the garden, and subsequently bemoaned the absence of festive decorations within the estate. The servants of the entire manor were driven into a frenzy, scurrying about in a state of utter disarray, their brows glistening with sweat. Upon hearing these tidings, the Princess of Su, in a fit of frustration, shattered her most cherished set of glazed lamps. My lord, shall the servants now fetch concubine Mu to the residence? Observing the prince's restless demeanor, akin to a beast in heat, eunuch Zhang could hardly bear to witness the scene and hastily inquired. Chapter 75. The Prince of Su and the Beautiful Mother. Those who wish to avoid the encounter between the Prince of Su and the Beautiful Mother may swiftly skip to the conclusion of this lengthy chapter. For those who are intrigued, feel free to indulge. Quickly, the Prince of Su waved his hand, instructing eunuch Zhang to fetch someone. However, before Zhang could turn away, the prince called him back, declaring, I shall personally bring her back. In the face of the opposing armies, as they lay siege and strategize, one must employ cunning yet remain vigilant. He had already invested much effort and was on the verge of success. He could not falter at this final juncture. It seemed more prudent for him to retrieve her himself, ensuring that any potential obstacles would be smoothed over. Eunuch Zhang hesitated, but refrained from advising the prince. After all, was it not merely about granting a woman some dignity? What a trivial matter. However, for the other women in the inner chambers, this was a matter of great significance. Aside from the initial wedding of the princess consort, the other two secondary consorts had never enjoyed such treatment of being fetched by the prince. Other women were merely carried in on simple litters. Upon learning that the prince intended to personally welcome someone, not only did the prince's consort seethe with jealousy, but the other women could hardly remain composed. Was a secondary wife to be welcomed? Was a favored concubine about to enter? Not only did the prince go to greet her himself, but he also expressed his displeasure before departing, lamenting the absence of a celebratory red garment in his wardrobe. Everything was either black, blue, or green, making him appear rather aged. Eunuch Zhang thought to himself, a man suddenly awakening to his passions at this age is truly alarming. Alas, I no longer bear such burdens. At the Yi residence, from the break of dawn, Yi Yongyuan was restless, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions, feeling that nothing he did was right. Should they adorn the place festively? No, that would be inappropriate. He had never seen a man joyously send off his ex-wife to marriage. At most, a shameless man would secretly offer his wife to the powerful, albeit discreetly. If they abstained from decoration, it would appear too plain, and he feared the prince's ire. Caught in a dilemma, he was in agony. Meanwhile, Moon Yinxiu, clad in a simple green skirt with a white jade hairpin, looked exquisite, yet lacked festivity. He longed to suggest she change into red attire, but the words seemed to elude him. What would result from such advice? Would it compel the ex-wife to joyfully depart? It was unbearable. Yi Yongyuan felt like an ant on a hot pan, pacing restlessly, while Yi Junfeng and Yi Junyi wore anxious expressions, their faces drawn. In contrast, Moon Yinxiu remained unaffected. After her morning routine and meal, she immersed herself in her morning prayers, completely losing track of the fact that today she was to enter the royal residence. After her prayers, she began transcribing Buddhist scriptures, harboring sincere hopes of blessing the prince, wishing to absolve him of sins and calamities, accumulating merit. When the prince arrived at the Yi residence, Moon Yinxiu was still engaged in her transcription. Upon witnessing the prince's personal arrival, Yi Yongyuan and Yi Junfeng felt a myriad of emotions, yet they all forced smiles to greet him. "Where is she?" the prince inquired in a deep voice, imbued with a sense of martial prowess that sent shivers through those who heard it. Yi Yongyuan trembled in the presence of the stern Prince Su, his legs quaking uncontrollably, his mind racing with thoughts of gratitude that he had heeded the counsel of others, recognizing the nuances of the situation, and thus managed to cooperate seamlessly with the prince, averting any threat to his life. "The prince has returned. My mother is in her chamber, transcribing Buddhist scriptures," Yi Junfeng announced. "Lead the way," the prince commanded. Yi Junfeng refrained from accompanying them personally and instructed the servants to guide the way, even preventing his younger brother from following, deeming it inappropriate. Yi Yongyuan shared no desire to accompany them either. Out of sight, out of mind, he chose to retreat to his own quarters, wishing not to add to the prince's burdens. The prince, accompanied by Eunuch Zhang, arrived at the door of Moon Yinxiu's chamber. He stepped forward and pushed open the door, finding her seated at the table, engrossed in her transcription of Buddhist texts. His previously restless heart instantly found tranquility. She had not fled, but remained his. Hearing the commotion, Moon Yinxiu turned to the doorway, her initial surprise at the sight of the prince quickly giving way to composure. She set down her pen and rose to greet him. "Your Highness has arrived. What are you engaged in?" the prince inquired, seeking conversation as he approached her. "Transcribing Buddhist scriptures to pray for blessings for your Highness," Moon Yinxiu replied, organizing the papers on the table. "I have yet to finish today's work. I shall complete the remainder at the palace." "Very well," the prince managed to utter after a prolonged silence. "Please wait. I must tidy up my personal belongings," Moon Yinxiu said, arranging the papers before turning to the prince again. The prince ceased his conversation, opting instead to sit upon her bed, captivated by her serene and beautiful visage as she organized her possessions, finding it a pleasing sight. "Why is there no maidservant attending to you?" the prince inquired. "I have grown accustomed to managing these matters myself," Moon Yinxiu replied with indifference. The prince recalled her 12 years of confinement in the Guanjia temple, realizing she had been without assistance and had undoubtedly endured a life of hardship. "Do you resent me for bringing you to the palace?" he asked once more. "Initially, I did harbor resentment. I even contemplated ending it all," Moon Yinxiu stated, her gaze steady and unwavering upon the prince until she spoke of her daughter, her tone imbued with a hint of joy. "Qingzhi advised me to consider the situation from a different perspective. Your Highness has fought for the Zhao kingdom for 2 decades, safeguarding the populace. Yet you have also accumulated sins. I too must contribute, offering prayers to absolve your transgressions and to bestow blessings and longevity upon you." "Quite admirable," the prince replied, feeling an inexplicable surge of emotions, a hint of exhilaration. Although her views diverged from his expectations, it mattered little. Securing her presence was his primary concern. After Moon Yinxiu had gathered her belongings, she bid farewell to Yi Junfeng and the others, accompanying the prince back to the palace. "From now on, this shall be your residence. Should you have any grievances, do not hesitate to inform Zhang Dequan," the prince instructed as he led her into the Tingyu pavilion. Eunuch Zhang promptly stepped forward, smiling. "Lady Mu, should you have any requests, please tell me, and I shall see to them." Moon Yinxiu acknowledged him, and then turned to the prince, saying, "Your Highness, I have a request." "Speak," the prince replied, a rush of blood surging within him, stirring a certain exhilaration. "I am rather naive and unable to discern others' ill intentions. If I am to remain in the palace without your Highness's protection, I fear I may encounter hardships, perhaps even threats to my life. The prince cannot always be present in the manor. Thus, I humbly request that he provide me with 2 capable attendants." Moon Yinxiu furrowed her brow slightly, expressing genuine concern. "There is no need for such requests. I have already arranged for your attendants. They will heed my commands and prioritize your safety above all else," the prince replied with a smile, increasingly captivated by her exquisite beauty and her candid nature. Unable to restrain himself, he grasped her hand, and seeing no objection from her, he pulled her to sit beside him on the bed. Eunuch Zhang discreetly took his leave. "Do you have any further requests?" the prince inquired, still holding her hand. "I have grown accustomed to a life of solitude, wishing only to chant scriptures for your well-being. I prefer not to pay daily respects to the princess or engage with the other women in the manor. Is that permissible?" Moon Yinxiu attempted to disregard the rough warmth of his hand, contemplating seriously before speaking again. The prince gently caressed the calluses on her hand, formed from years of copying Buddhist texts, and carelessly remarked, "Such matters are trivial. It can be arranged." Moon Yinxiu gazed silently at their joined hands for a moment, recalling her daughter's advice to be sincere with the prince. She added in time, "You will come to know that I am quite dull and will not attend to you in bed. When you tire of me, you may send me to the temple. I have no desire to remain in the manor. Is that acceptable?" "Do not speak such words. You know how to endear yourself to me," the prince replied, glancing at the sky outside, suppressing his rising emotions. "I have found a talented chef who specializes in vegetarian cuisine. You shall sample his dishes shortly." "I am not particular about food," Moon Yinxiu stated, pausing before adding, "Thank you for your thoughtful care. I can only repay you by dedicating myself to chanting scriptures for your sake. May you release my hand so that I may finish copying today as scriptures?" she asked gently. "There is no rush," the prince replied, reluctant to let go. Moon Yinxiu observed him quietly until he finally released her hand. As she focused on her scriptures, the prince watched her for a while before summoning Eunuch Zhang to bring forth his official documents. They sat at a large table, each engrossed in their own tasks, creating a serene atmosphere. After lunch and a brief respite, Moon Yinxiu began to feel drowsy, stifling yawns as she was accustomed to rising early and taking afternoon naps. "Why not lie down for a while?" the prince suggested. Moon Yinxiu looked at him, unmoving, her cool, distant voice tinged with fatigue. "Would you care to join me? Do you wish for that?" the prince asked in a hushed tone. Moon Yinxiu nodded and moved closer to assist him in loosening his garments. "Let's rest together for a while. I will attend to you later this evening. I feel a bit uncomfortable engaging in such matters during the day, and I fear it may dampen your spirits." "Very well," the prince acquiesced, feeling an inexplicable ache. Her cool demeanor and businesslike tone only intensified his desire to draw her down from her pedestal, infusing her with his essence, transforming her into a more alluring presence. The prince embraced her, inhaling the sandalwood fragrance surrounding her, while suppressing his restless heart. What a predicament! The Prince of Su, initially believing that his beloved beauty, whom he longed to savor, would keep him awake, found his restless heart calmed as he gazed upon her, eventually drifting into slumber. After a midday nap, he refreshed himself and returned to his studies of Buddhist scriptures, while the prince attended to matters at the Ministry of War. By the time he returned to the palace, dusk had settled, and he sought out Moon Yinxiu in the Listening Rain Pavilion. "Have you dined, Your Highness?" she inquired. "I have already eaten," she replied, rising to greet him. "I had a meal at the ministry," the prince replied, his gaze fixed upon her with fervent intensity. "Shall I make arrangements?" Moon Yinxiu slightly averted her gaze from his burning eyes, lowering her head submissively. "Allow me to assist you with your attire," as she helped him remove his outer garments. She was taken aback by the myriad scars that marred his skin. "Did I frighten you?" he asked, his eyes scrutinizing her. His consort had always abhorred the sight of his unsightly scars. Despite her words of compassion, he was acutely aware of the disdain reflected in her eyes. She wished for his presence not for his sake, but for the sake of appearances. As for the other women in the household, it was best left unspoken, for it held no significance. "It is indeed a bit alarming," Moon Yinxiu nodded, her expression dazed. The prince's gaze deepened, his demeanor becoming somewhat intimidating. Yet soon enough, Moon Yinxiu extended her hand, earnestly caressing the scars upon his body. Her cool voice carried a tinge of compassion. "I have always perceived you, Your Highness, as a noble scion of royalty, exalted and commanding, able to summon the winds at will. While I understand the years of warfare you have endured, safeguarding the nation and its people, I, as a mere woman, have never witnessed the brutality of battle and cannot fathom it. Now, seeing the scars upon you, I am profoundly shaken, realizing that regardless of your esteemed status, you are but flesh and blood. These wounds you bear are for the Zhao dynasty and its citizens. They are marks of valor and virtue, and I do not find them repugnant." Hearing her words, the prince's heart raced uncontrollably. However, he was even less able to bear the pity reflected in her gaze. What he desired was not her sympathy or compassion, not her benevolent heart. In an impulsive moment, he lifted her into his arms and carried her to the bed. Gently placing her down, he pressed his weight upon her, whispering hoarsely in her ear, "Bodhisattva, I am steeped in sin, guide me." Moon Yinxiu, the Prince of Su, granted himself a 2-day respite, essentially a honeymoon. He did not attend morning court, nor did he visit the ministry, directly refusing the emperor's summons to the palace. Though he spent these 2 days in the company of Moon Yinxiu, the more lascivious thoughts that plagued his mind could not be entirely fulfilled. Even during the day, when he longed for her, Moon Yinxiu remained uncooperative. Even in the act of transcending oneself for another, it could not be done in this manner. As night approached, Moon Yinxiu found it increasingly difficult to endure. Reflecting on the intimate encounters with the prince, she felt as if her previous experiences of marital life had been a mere facade, despite having borne 3 children. This was her first realization that such matters could be approached with joy, not solely as a source of suffering. With her prayer beads in hand, Moon Yinxiu settled her mind to focus on her morning prayers, casting aside these fleeting thoughts. Her evening class had been forcibly canceled, and if she did not calm herself for the morning class, even the Buddha would surely cast blame. The Jiangyang Marquis. Qingzhi learned from Xiejin that the Duke of Su had not attended the morning court for 2 days due to her mother, and even the emperor had refused to meet him. She remained silent, enveloped in her thoughts. Each generation has its own fortunes. Her mother would have her own blessings as well. The old residence of the Duke of Su had caught fire, and the flames raged fiercely. Her worries were futile, so she chose to observe as she walked. During these past 2 days, Qingzhi had not been idle. With the assistance of several accountants sent by the Yi family, she personally engaged in the task, finally sorting through the pile of long-standing accounts. Armed with the organized account information, she approached the lady of the house to report her findings. However, upon seeing her, the lady did not inquire about the accounts, but instead asked, There are rumors that the Duke of Su has taken a concubine named Mu, favored greatly. Is that Mu indeed your mother? Yes, Qingzhi replied with a faint, polite smile, revealing a hint of embarrassment. She had no desire to discuss personal gossip with the lady during work hours, as it was a grave workplace taboo. Work is work, and personal matters are personal. While it is acceptable to have camaraderie with colleagues, it is wise to refrain from sharing personal affairs, as it might lead to treachery behind one's back. After a brief silence, Zhang Jingyi directly questioned, if your mother continues to be favored in the Duke's residence, would you not aspire to further your ambitions and become a primary wife? Upon hearing the lady's words, Qingzhi understood her concerns. It seemed she worried that Qingzhi might exploit her mother's influence to elevate her own status. Madam, I shall consider the matter of becoming a primary wife only when my mother becomes the Duchess, Qingzhi responded earnestly. Zhang Jingyi, upon hearing this, shot her a disapproving glare. You dare to speak so boldly. The Duchess's family is a prestigious noble clan. Her position is secure. Indeed, it is highly improbable. Therefore, madam, please do not overthink it, Qingzhi replied with a smile. Zhang Jingyi recognized that her words were a deliberate expression of loyalty. However, given the current rise of the Yi family, due to Mu Ningxiu and the affection the elder lady held for Qingzhi, even if the Marquis showed her slight indifference, the household servants would no longer regard her with the same disdain as before. Qingzhi's identity, status, and dignity had ultimately transformed. Human emotions are fickle, and the allure of personal gain can sway hearts. Would Qingzhi remain content to support her rather than usurp her place? Chapter 76. To be a concubine or the main wife. Qingzhi fully comprehended her lady's concerns, a sentiment that many small leaders often experience. It is simply a matter of relying on subordinates to deliver results while simultaneously fearing that their exceptional talents might attract the attention of higher authorities, ultimately threatening their own position. Were she in a modern context, encountering such a demanding leader, she would undoubtedly resign and seek employment elsewhere, unwilling to serve a leader so fragile in spirit. The emotional toll would be exhausting, leading to an excessive internal struggle. However, she found herself without alternatives, and, in comparison, her lady was indeed one of the few exemplary mistresses of this era. Her professional aspirations did not include becoming the main wife. One must not assume that the status of a main wife surpasses that of a favored concubine. It is merely the case that a less favored concubine holds a lower regard. A favored concubine, like herself, not only escapes the burdens of managing households and raising children, but also enjoys a similar, if not superior, status, face, and benefits when compared to the main wife. Her mother serves as a prominent example of this. Recently, the residence of the Duke of Su was ablaze, causing quite a stir. However, her mother remained undisturbed within her courtyard, indifferent to the chaos outside. The situation had escalated dramatically. A certain censor, who had long aligned himself with the Duke's wife, submitted a memorial denouncing the Duke's erratic behavior and disrespect for protocol, urging the Emperor to issue a decree rebuking the Duke as a warning to others. The Emperor, however, chastised the censor, questioning what was so outrageous about the Duke's actions, particularly in marrying a divorced woman. Where was the breach of decorum? The Duke's wife, infuriated, ran to the Empress to lament her plight. Yet the Empress could offer no assistance. With the Emperor shielding the Duke, who could intervene? Over the past few days, Qingzhi had been incessantly pestering Jin to relay the courtly antics surrounding the Duke, relishing in the juicy gossip. In the end, she could only sigh in admiration for the Duke, not only a god of war, but also a champion of pure love. Returning to the matter at hand, whether to be a concubine or the main wife, having her mother as a professional role model, she certainly aspired to be a favored concubine. Only a fool would choose the arduous life of a main wife. The only drawback, however, was that their lord's status and influence paled in comparison to that of the Duke. Being the favored concubine of a marquis did not carry the same weight. Alas, one cannot change their circumstances. They must make do. My lady, Qingzhi reassured, you need not worry. Even if the Duke becomes infatuated and insists on making my mother a princess, I have no desire to be the main wife or a legitimate spouse. You may remain comfortably in your position. Should anyone dare to harm you, I shall be the first to oppose it and ensure their undoing," she declared emphatically, slamming her hand on the table with fervor. "Why?" Zhang Jingyi found it incomprehensible. "My lady, you may not appreciate the unvarnished truth, nor believe it, so perhaps it is best left unsaid." Qingzhi wore a mask of hesitation, her demeanor only serving to pique Zhang Jingyi's curiosity further. "Speak. Firstly, I am not fond of venturing out, and I detest attending tedious matchmaking banquets. However, as the main wife, one cannot decline such invitations. When out and about, facing aristocratic ladies of higher status, no matter how distasteful one finds them, one must wear a facade of forced smiles. Should she encounter a high-born lady intent on causing trouble and suffer a public rebuke, her humiliation would be unbearable. To lose face in public, only to return and face admonitions from both the lord and her mother-in-law, would be a most unfortunate plight. Zhang Jingyi, indeed, acknowledges this truth. It is irrefutable. Despite her esteemed position among the women of the Marquis' household, she remains trepidatious in the presence of royal nobility, ever cautious in her service. Furthermore, she finds the task of managing a horde of concubines, each vying for favor, to be utterly tiresome. Reluctantly allowing them to share her husband is one burden, but to also nurture their offspring and later oversee the marriages of these illegitimate children is an overwhelming thought. The role of the matriarch is not one suited for a woman of emotion. One must become as stoic as stone to fulfill it properly. Otherwise, who would not wish to unleash their frustrations upon the concubines and their progeny? My dear lady, you possess such remarkable strength. I could never emulate your grace and magnanimity." Zhang Jingyi, left wondering, questioned whether she had been scolded or praised. "You truly dare to speak so boldly?" After a moment's contemplation, she managed to utter this response. "Though I wish to remain silent, you insist I speak, and then you chastise me. Alas, dear lady, have you come into a period of happiness?" Qingzhi inquired, her face reflecting a sense of grievance. "How did you know?" Zhang Jingyi's countenance flushed. "A few days of joy bring about such peculiar tempers amongst us women. We find fault in all, become irritable over trifles, and entertain suspicions." "I understand it well," Qingzhi responded, her expression one of empathy. Zhang Jingyi, however, harbored doubts about Ye's intentions. "Let's speak of something else. I shall trust you henceforth, and no longer question your loyalty." She shifted the topic to the matter of account reconciliation. Qingzhi presented